Li Jing thought her plan was well thought out. However, she didn't expect Nian to have such a powerful position. She was surprised that Nian could expose Shen Xiao so quickly. What should she do now? She felt trapped. Li Jing began to panic, tightly gripping the hand of a girl next to her, but the girl forcefully shook her off. Li Jing instinctively glanced at her, noticing the hatred in the girl's eyes. It dawned on her that her classmates were looking at her with anger. People often make excuses for themselves, and that's what these students were doing. They felt innocent, having been misled by Li Jing. At that moment, they didn't consider why, as adults and intelligent students of Kyoto University, they lacked the basic judgment to follow Li Jing into trouble. Nian had confirmed the situation with Li Jing and turned to handle another matter. Hanzhan, take him out for questioning. Nian called out to Hanzhan, who had been standing in the corner.
Yes.
Hanzhan stepped forward and lifted Wang Xiang, who was slumped on the ground, and began to lead him outside. You can't do this. This is illegal. I'm going to report you. Wang Xiang's shouting was cut off as the meeting room door closed, and it must be said, the soundproofing was quite good. Nian slowly tapped her fingers on the table. As her gaze passed over Director Feng, he reflexively stood up. Director Feng, don't be nervous, sit down. Director Feng looked a bit embarrassed. He wasn't sure why he had stood up. He forced a smile and sat back down. Principal Qi shook his head and sighed at the scene, while Nian found it amusing to watch the old man. This was probably what they called the bad temper of intellectuals, unable to tolerate any flaws. If the water is too clear, there will be no fish. As long as no major mistakes were made and she wasn't bothered, why would she investigate others? Her gaze swept over the group of students, filled with coldness. Xiao, these students. Principal Qi looked at the group of nervous students, unsure of what to say. If he had known this would happen, he would have acted differently. As an adult, shouldn't they have some ability to distinguish right from wrong? He never expected such a herd mentality to appear at Jing University. Expelled. She coldly uttered the two words. The group of students was instantly shocked, their eyes red with fear. Expelled? How could this be? They had just heard about their scholarships being revoked and thought that was the worst punishment. What would it mean to be expelled from Jing University? As the saying goes, the law does not punish the many. They had come here in numbers, not expecting this outcome. Now, no one doubted the weight of Nian's words. Even if they were foolish, they could see that she was in control of the situation. What she said could very well be their final outcome. How could they not panic or be afraid? Student, Professor I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. We were all deceived by Li Jing. Please, Nian, I'm sorry. In an instant, various pleas for mercy arose, but Nian remained expressionless. If admitting fault were useful, what would be the need for the police? Principal Qi showed a look of sympathy. He wasn't as hard-hearted as Nian and sighed. Xiao, is this punishment too harsh? He still had a heart for talent and felt more disappointment than anger towards these students. As a scholar, he understands how difficult it is for these underprivileged students to get into Kyoto University. If they are expelled, their lives, which are just beginning, would be ruined. Students who are expelled from Kyoto University find it hard to get accepted by other good universities. Some may have the option to study abroad for better opportunities, like doing. However, those from ordinary families without connections can only afford to attend lesser-known universities. Even if they manage to graduate, the shadow of their expulsion will follow them, making it hard to find good jobs. When the students heard Principal Qi's words, they swore they would never misbehave again. Nian remained silent, absent-mindedly tapping on the table. Little you, please do this for the old man and give them a chance to correct their mistakes. These kids are still young, and their lives are just beginning, Principal Qi said again, genuinely concerned about the future of these students. Nian stopped tapping the table. Fine, since the old man said so. All right, they will receive a serious warning. Although they were not expelled, this punishment was only slightly better than expulsion. They would no longer be eligible for major school events, scholarships, or honors. They would have to be extremely careful during their time at school, as any further mistakes could lead to immediate expulsion. Moreover, this warning would follow them for life, appearing on their records. Most large companies would likely reject applicants with such a serious warning, as it indicates a significant character flaw. After all, Kyoto University has a good reputation, and very few students have received such a serious punishment over the years. The students looked at Principal Chi with pleading eyes, hoping that Professor Yu, being a faculty member of Kyoto University, would consider the principal's request. After all, it was Principal Chi who had just pleaded for them to avoid expulsion. This punishment was still unacceptable to them. It was hardly better than being expelled. At that moment, their regret peaked. These were all children from ordinary families. They had worked hard to get into Kyoto University. How could they forget the struggles of the past few years? Why waste this rare opportunity by causing trouble instead of focusing on their studies? Little Yu making mistakes is certainly. Principal Chi felt the punishment was a bit harsh and wanted to speak up for them again. Principal Chi, it's time to stop. Yunyan's cold voice rang out, urging him not to go too far. These students are still young, just starting their lives. Isn't she one of them? If she were just an ordinary student, regardless of whether the accusations are true or false, she would always carry that stain. Just because they didn't succeed, does that mean she should be treated lightly? Does she look like someone who would repay kindness with kindness? Principal Chi seemed surprised by Yunyan's words. Perhaps he was taken aback by her attitude towards him. After a moment of shock, he understood her meaning. He couldn't help but smile wryly, realizing he had overstepped and acted like an elder trying to assert authority. Yunyan's recent popularity had made him forget that she is a completely cold-hearted person. For her to step back and let these people off the hook was already a sign of respect for him. Besides, she wasn't just any junior. In a formal setting, he should respectfully address her as Director Yu. What right did he have to demand she back down? Seeing Principal Chi's expression, the students felt a wave of despair. If the principal was powerless, did they still have any hope? Director Feng wished he could shrink away, relieved that he hadn't offended Yunyan earlier. He didn't know her identity, but he was aware of Principal Chi's status, someone who is well known even at higher levels. If he was wary of Yunyan, what did that make him? Professors, please take these students outside, Minister Ma said to ease the tension. The decision had been made and these students were no longer needed here. He remembered that Director Wong was also being taken out for questioning, and it wasn't appropriate for the students to be present during that. The commotion had made the professors uneasy. They had been wanting to leave, but couldn't find an excuse. Was it really a good thing to see their principal embarrassed? They were almost in tears. Hearing Minister Ma's words, the professors quickly stood up, finally able to leave. Minister Ma was truly kind. Not only did he overlook their earlier outburst, but he also provided them with an excuse to exit. Except for Li Jing, the professors led the group of students who still wanted to plead their case out of the conference room. On the way back, they saw the students looking utterly defeated. All right, stop looking so down. Go back and reflect on your mistakes and write a self-criticism. In the future, behave well and strive to have the penalties lifted, one of the professors said, while the others exchanged glances that spoke volumes. Can the punishment really be removed? The group of students heard hope in those words, and their eyes brightened. Can it be removed? They promised to behave well and would never make mistakes again. They bowed to a few professors and thanked them before rushing back to their dorms. They had deeply realized their mistakes and were going back to write reflection letters to try to impress the teachers. Oldie, what do we do now? The professor who spoke was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of what to say. The punishment could indeed be removed, but it depended on the situation. In their case, it was basically impossible to lift it. They had seen in the meeting room that Principal Chi had no authority to make that decision. Given Yunyan's attitude, how could they possibly be let off easily? If we don't say this, how will these kids get through the next few years? Professor E sighed. This was a kind of white lie, right? Without giving them some hope, how could they continue with their studies? The other professors shook their heads, feeling sorry for the students. But they couldn't risk their own reputation to plead for them. Not to mention whether they had the face to do so. People are selfish, and they weren't noble enough for that. In the meeting room, Hanzhan had returned and whispered a few words to Nian. Nian raised an eyebrow, understanding now. Everyone, I have other matters to attend to, so I will take my leave. Nian stood up and politely said goodbye to a few people. The others exchanged glances, wondering what would happen to Li Jing now. Soon they got their answer. After Nian left, several men in black entered and dragged Li Jing, who was still seated, away. They held her and started to lead her outside, causing her to panic. Where were they taking her? She had seen the men around Nian. They didn't seem easy to deal with. What were they going to do to her? Principal, help me, please.
Li Jing quería, tarrifía.
Would they kill her? The onlookers were speechless. Wasn't she just boasting a moment ago? And although Li Jing didn't know, they could tell these men were from the National Security Bureau. Crying for help now was useless. No one could save her. Principal Qi had indeed softened towards the students, but would not do the same for Li Jing. If not for his position, Principal Qi would have wanted to kick her a few times. It was all her fault. When Nian left earlier, she hadn't even said goodbye to him, which was unusual. Amidst Li Jing's desperate cries, she was taken away. Wang Xiang from another room was also brought out, and both were dragged away. Give this to Director Wei as a token of gratitude. Nian pointed at Wang Xiang and said to the leader from the National Security Bureau. The person twitched his lips, thinking, using a person as a gift? Yes, sir. I must say, the National Security Bureau personnel are well trained. No matter how absurd the situation, they can remain calm. Li Jing was then taken back by Nian. After all, she should let her beloved boyfriend see her. How kind of her. Having just received news from Wen Renlin, Shen Xiao had already taken it over, and they could discuss the rest when she returned. Nian felt a bit confused. If they found him, what else was there to say? When the car arrived at the villa, several unfamiliar cars were already parked in the yard. Are guests arriving? Why didn't Wen Renlin mention it earlier? After Nian got out of the car, Li Jing was also pulled out from the back and led inside. What is going on here? As soon as Nian entered the living room, she was startled by someone lying on the floor. As she walked around, she realized it was Shen Xiao. She signaled the person dragging Li Jing to throw her over. Let this pair of star-crossed lovers reunite. She was just being kind. Jia, you're back? A flattering voice rang out, and just hearing it made Nian know who it was without turning around. Zhou Hao, why is he here? Looking at the calm Wen Renlin sitting on the sofa. What was going on? He brought her here. Wen Renlin shrugged. Zhou Hao had really done well this time. When he received Nian's call, he arranged for someone to find Shen Xiao, but before his people could act, Zhou Hao had already brought her over. Jia, please have a seat. Let me tell you something. Zhou Hao acted as if he were putting on a show, almost reaching out to help Nian, treating her like royalty. Nian was speechless. Was he out of his mind? She went over to sit next to Wen Renlin and signaled him to sit down as well. Actually, this was quite a coincidence, and it was Shen Xiao who had approached Zhou Hao first. Shen Xiao was capable and thoughtful. Besides arranging for Li Jing to create trouble for Nian, he personally sought out Zhou Hao. He clearly remembered Nian's harsh attitude towards Zhou Hao at the Shen family that day. He didn't believe that Zhou Hao, as the young master of the harbor city, could endure such humiliation. He was sure that Zhou Hao only tolerated it out of fear of Nian's power. Given the chance, he couldn't believe Zhou Hao wouldn't want to retaliate. Although the Zhou family was far away in the harbor city, he had heard of Zhou Hao's reputation as a notorious. Seeing a beautiful woman can make someone stop in their tracks. Otherwise, Mingzhu wouldn't have caught Shen's attention. So, he approached Zhou Hao to inform him of a great opportunity, depending on whether he could seize it. When Shen Xiao found Zhou Hao, he was playing with some new friends at a club. Zhou Hao remembered Shen Xiao, as he had crossed paths with the fierce woman. What did he want? Surprisingly, Zhou Hao felt a bit curious. When Shen Xiao asked to speak with him privately, he agreed and sent his friends out. However, he kept his bodyguard in the room as he was cautious about his safety, fearing any unexpected trouble. Shen Xiao didn't mind. After all, they were Zhou Hao's people, and he would need them for his plan later. Zhou Hao was initially just curious about this brave person who dared to provoke the fierce woman. But when he heard Shen Xiao wanted to team up against Nian, he jumped up from his chair in shock. Was there something wrong with the Shen family? Did he dig up their ancestors' graves? It seemed like everyone wanted to harm him. If they wanted to risk their lives, they shouldn't drag him into it. Just as he was about to have his bodyguard throw Shen Xiao out, he realized that this person was targeting the fierce woman. If something happened and the two fierce ones found out he had met with Shen Xiao, he would be in serious trouble. He couldn't let that happen. If he fell into the Shen family's trap again, he wouldn't need anyone else to deal with him. He could just hit his head against a wall. He immediately ordered his bodyguard to tie Shen Xiao up and take him to Wen Renlin. On the way, Shen Xiao kept trying to persuade him, saying there was no need to fear Nian as she was struggling herself and his plan was flawless. Zhou Hao scoffed at this. Him? Fighting against the fierce woman? Flawless? It was a joke. Even without flaws, the fierce woman could find a way to cause trouble. He decided to silence Shen Xiao, as his chatter was giving him a headache. He discussed with his people how to win favor with Nian and redeem themselves. Isn't Miss Yu known for breaking people's legs? Their young master had experienced that, right? The clever bodyguard spoke up, glancing subtly at Zhou Hao's legs. Zhou Hao smacked him on the head, asking who he was talking about. However, it seems there might be some truth to it. Zhou Hao's gaze shifted to Shen Xiao's legs. Shen Xiao, with his mouth covered, looked terrified. Zhou Hao wouldn't really believe this nonsense, would he? Is he going to break his legs? Shen Xiao desperately shrank back, trying to say something but unable to speak due to his mouth being tightly covered. He wanted to explain that he was Nian's uncle and that they shouldn't treat him this way. At that moment, Shen Xiao realized how pitiful he was, trying to deal with Nian. Now, facing the situation, the only thing that could save him was his identity as Nian's uncle. But he is related to Miss Yu, isn't he? The clever bodyguard clearly thought of this too and voiced it for Shen Xiao. Shen Xiao nodded vigorously, yes, they wanted to please Nian so they couldn't hurt him. He had a blood relationship with her. Zhou Hao sneered at this. Uncle? If the female king of cared about that, what happened at the Shen family wouldn't have occurred. Moreover, this guy approached him wanting to target the female king of, and from what he said, it seemed he had already made a move against her. And blood ties? Did he look like someone with a family connection? Then, it turned into the scene Nian saw, with Shen Xiao lying in the living room, having had a leg broken by Zhou Hao. After Zhou Hao finished speaking, Nian gave him an appreciative look. Zhou Hao's smile instantly widened, while the bodyguard beside him couldn't bear to watch. Was this silly grin really from their young master? Meanwhile, the two on the ground were genuinely frightened. Shen Xiao lay on the floor with a broken leg, drenched in cold sweat, looking extremely miserable. However, Li Jing seemed to have no intention of approaching him. Even when the bodyguard threw her next to Shen Xiao, she instinctively moved away. She was clearly trying to distance herself. Shen Xiao, in pain and sweating, noticed her small movements. He couldn't help but scoff. This foolish woman thought that by distancing herself now, Nian would let her off the hook? These two were together for their own reasons. Shen Xiao wanted to use Li Jing against Nian, while Li Jing was with Shen Xiao mainly because of her dream of marrying into a wealthy family. Seeing Shen Xiao's miserable state now, he looked nothing like a wealthy young master. Li Jing's dream of wealth shattered, and she instinctively wanted to distance herself from Shen Xiao. In her view, she only targeted Nian because she listened to Shen Xiao. If Nian sought revenge, it would be against Shen Xiao. She felt deceived by Shen Xiao and considered herself a victim. Nian watched their actions, wondering if they were abandoning each other in times of trouble. Zhou Hao felt extremely lucky and was very pleased with his cleverness. Fortunately, he didn't believe Shen Xiao's nonsense and decisively tied him up. Did these two really think they could go against Nian? What should we do with them? Wen Renlin asked, looking at the two with disgust. What were they thinking, causing trouble for his sister over and over again? Upon hearing this, The two on the ground panicked. What did he mean by deal with them? Especially Shen Xiao, with Wen Renlin's background, getting rid of a couple of people was nothing to him. Even when the Shen family was at its peak, they couldn't provoke him, let alone now. Nian, I'm your uncle. Now you remember you're my uncle? Jia, you must not let him go. This guy was trying to deal with you. You can tell he has bad intentions. Zhou Hao shouted first, playing the role of a sycophant perfectly. When Renlin thought sending him here was indeed a good decision, this kid was talented. He wondered how this young master learned to read people so well. No one in the harbor city would dare to disrespect him. Seeing that the siblings didn't look displeased, Zhou Hao felt he was doing the right thing and became even more enthusiastic. Jia, if you can't handle him, just leave it to me. Zhou Hao patted his chest, promising that if he handled it, these two would never show up again.
Nian.
What a strange way to address her, but she decided to let it go. All right, you can go back to the harbor city. Thank you for today. Nian accepted Zhou Hao's offer, reassuring him that she wouldn't hold his previous mistakes against him and that the Zhou family could rest easy. Jia, you're just like my real sister. You are so good to me. In the end, the bodyguards dragged the two away. My young master, do you think you are giving an award speech? Stop rambling. Can't you see your Jia is getting annoyed? What? Nian watched Zhou Hao being forcibly taken away by the bodyguards, wondering how his mother raised such a silly child. When Renlin was also speechless, he had seen this young master a few times in the harbor city and never expected him to have such a personality. Nian briefly reflected on Zhou Hao's odd behavior before turning her attention back to the two on the ground. Sensing her gaze, Jing quickly begged for mercy. Nian, I really didn't mean it. I was just listening to Shen Xiao. Jing was terrified and pale. She had never encountered such a big scene or dealt with dangerous people before. She regretted it deeply. Had she been fooled by Shen Xiao's sweet words into doing this? She clearly knew how powerful Nian was. How did you get in touch with Wang Xiang? Nian didn't care about their entanglement. Once she finished asking, she would send them where they needed to go. It was obvious that today's situation was a trap they had set together. I don't know who that person is. Only that his last name is Wang. Last time, he came to the Shen family to seek cooperation with Xiao Jin. I heard Xiao Jin refuse, so I followed him and got his contact information. Wang Xiang was contacted by that person. Shen Xiao revealed everything without holding back, realizing that his uncle meant nothing to Nian. He had overheard Shen Xiaojin's conversation with that person and looked down on his timid nephew after hearing the refusal. He followed the person and got their contact information after they left. The two reached an agreement. He was responsible for causing trouble while the other party arranged for the matter to be exposed, ensuring that Jing University wouldn't be misled. Hanzhan stepped forward and handed his phone to Shen Xiao. Look, is this the person? Nian asked Shen Xiao to confirm if the person he contacted was the one in the photo. Shen Xiao nodded. It was him. The Shen family is still doing too well when Renlin suddenly spoke up. This is all my doing. It has nothing to do with the Shen family. They don't know, Shen Xiao quickly replied, alarmed at the thought of involving the Shen family. After all, that was his foundation. The Shen family couldn't withstand any turmoil right now. Nian scoffed. After the last incident, Shenwen had gradually stepped back, and now Shen Xiaojin was in charge. If Shen Xiaojin was too busy to remember Shen Xiao, she could believe that. But what about Shenwen? She feared he would be more than happy to see Shen Xiao stir up some trouble. When Renlin seemed to share the same thought, Shenwen wouldn't think that ignoring the situation would make it go away, would he? We won't get involved. Just supporting someone will be enough, Nian said dismissively. They truly looked down on those small places. However, the Shen family would inevitably take away many people's jobs, so there would be plenty willing to be their pawns. Shen Xiaojin was once again caught in the crossfire, and the situation he had worked hard to build was about to fall apart. Shen Xiao instantly felt weak, clearly aware of the Shen family's current predicament. He was too reckless and didn't understand Nian at all. He thought that if he failed, it would only affect him, and since he was Nian's uncle, he believed she wouldn't do anything to him. Unfortunately, Nian was not someone who cared about family ties. She acted without hesitation, leaving no room for mercy. Send him back and break his other leg too, so he can't run around anymore. Wen Renlin told his subordinates casually, but his words sealed Shen Xiao's fate for the rest of his life. With both legs broken, it was clear these people would not provide him with any medical treatment. After a long journey, they certainly wouldn't treat him kindly. Even if he received treatment later, it was likely he would be left with a lifelong disability. No, you can't do this, Shen Xiao said, backing away in fear. How could someone like him accept living the rest of his life or even in a wheelchair? Nian, I'm your uncle. I promise I won't bother you again. You can't do this. Shen Xiao was already incoherent, never expecting such consequences. If only he had known, but he had been foolish to think he could take revenge on Nian. Sadly, no one wanted to listen to him anymore. After he was dragged away, Jing curled up in the living room, too scared to speak. Nian was like a devil. Shen Xiao was her uncle, and she could order someone to break his legs without blinking. What would happen to her? Deportation for a few years. Jing heard her fate with anxiety. This felt like a cruel punishment, although they hadn't harmed her physically. Being sent back to prison was likely worse than having her legs broken. Jing's eyes filled with despair. Her life was completely over. Unfortunately, before she could plead for mercy, someone covered her mouth and dragged her away. After dealing with these two, Nian planned to visit Jing University. The cybersecurity team needed to return. There were many tasks waiting for them, and it was unnecessary to waste time at the university. Just as she was about to leave, she received a call from Gang. Little you, Wang Xiang has some interesting news. You should come and see. Gang's voice sounded somewhat cheerful. Nian changed her plans to head to the National Security Bureau first, curious about what Gang had to share. Wang Xiang had already interrogated the person at Jing University, and it turned out that Lin Shu was the one who had tried to buy her off. Nian was a bit confused when she first heard the name and quickly searched her mind. There is a Lin group in Kyoto, but she had no connection to it. It wouldn't make sense for them to target her for no reason. On her way back, she looked up information about this woman and understood why she was being set up. The daughter of the Lin family married Peng Weili, who is the father of Peng Wang. Is Lin Shu trying to get back at her son? Does old Peng know how capable she is? Lin Shu is now the general manager of the Lin group. Interestingly, she didn't work at her family company before marriage. She only joined after getting married and was directly appointed as the general manager. Initially, there was a lot of opposition to this. A young lady with no experience becoming a general manager seemed ridiculous. After joining the company, Lin Shu used the Peng family's connections to secure several government projects, which helped her establish herself in the company. Marrying well has certainly benefited her, as the Peng family's network allowed her to stand on equal footing with her brother, Lin Jiang. The old man of the Lin family clearly favored Lin Jiang as the successor. A daughter married outside the family couldn't compare to a son. However, considering various factors, they were cautious about making any rash moves. The photo that Hanzhan showed Shen Xiao was of Lin Shu's assistant at the Lin group. Nian remembered that Shen Xiao had informed her about this, and she had even sent someone to investigate. But with so much happening, she had forgotten about it. Everyone who needed to know was aware, but it remained to be seen what interesting information Wang Xiang could provide that would catch Gang's attention. Soon, they arrived at the National Security Bureau, where Gang was already waiting for her in his office. He smiled and greeted Nian as she entered. Come, have a seat. After she sat down, he poured her a cup of tea and handed her a document, which was clearly Wang Xiang's testimony. Nian took it and read it carefully, a slight smile forming on her lips. I knew it would be interesting. Seeing her reaction, Gang knew she was intrigued and smiled back. It was indeed interesting. The Peng family members were surprisingly generous. Old Peng has had a tough time, Nian suddenly remarked, and Gang wholeheartedly agreed. Lin Shu's troublemaking was clearly done without old Peng's knowledge. Even in the past, he would not allow his family members to create trouble for Nian. If he couldn't get the upper hand with her, how could they? With a family that drags each other down, it was not easy for the Peng family to develop to this point. Wang Xiang revealed more at the National Security Bureau than just Lin Shu asking him to deal with Nian. There was also the promise Lin Shu made to him. Besides money, she could help send his illegitimate son abroad. Wang Xiang's wife, Li Rong, comes from a prominent family, and Wang Xiang's rise to his position was largely due to his father-in-law's connections. Although the old man has retired, his influence is still significant. Wang Xiang and Li Rong have been married for many years and have only one daughter. Li Rong has health issues and has not been able to have more children. Coming from a rural background, Wang Xiang holds the old belief that only a son can carry on the family name, which is why he has that illegitimate son. However, he constantly worries about being discovered by the Li family. The promise Lin Shu made was exactly what he needed. To ensure Wang Xiang would be completely loyal to her, Lin Shu revealed that elder Peng had connections with the mafia. She guaranteed that his son could live safely abroad and promised to help him obtain legal status to return home in a few years. Wang Xiang agreed to help, knowing that this would definitely offend Principal Qi and that the risks were considerable. Of course, he was unaware of Nian's true identity. Otherwise, no matter how tempting the offer, he would not have dared to proceed. Unfortunately, Wang Xiang was not a person of strong principles. Once at the National Security Bureau, he spilled everything. As soon as Wei Gang saw Wang Xiang's confession, he immediately called Nian. With such a significant achievement delivered by Nian, he felt it was only right to return the favor. In Kyoto, there was hardly anything that could escape his notice, especially since the mafia had connections there, which Nian had already informed him about. Wei Gang was aware of the situation with the Peng family and the recent entanglement with the mafia prince. Elder Peng was quite unfortunate. Every time he tried to scheme, his family would hold him back. The last time he tried to set up Nian, it was thwarted by Peng Rongguang. This time, his dealings with the mafia were exposed by Lin Shu. Both Wei Gang and Nian could guess the motives behind it. It was likely that they were targeting the collaboration between Wen Renlin and the military. A few days ago, Wen Renlin had discussions with Elder Lin, but they had not reached an agreement and were still negotiating. Aimon seemed to want to intervene and take a share of the pie. "I'll give you this document. You can handle it as you wish." If this had happened before, Wei Gang might have handed the confession to Elder Peng, thinking it would be a favor. But now he was a firm supporter of Nian. He knew that giving this confession to Nian would mean openly opposing the Peng family. But was he afraid? Although Elder Peng's rank was higher than his, the people in his family were full of flaws. If old Peng gives him trouble, he can easily deal with a few people from their family. Wei Gang understood this clearly. As long as old Peng was around, the Peng family could stay safe. But if old Peng were to disappear one day, the Peng family might fall apart. "Thanks, old Wei." Nian put away the statement. Wei Gang was indeed a timely help, arriving just in time. Otherwise, Wen Renlin might have been caught off guard by Aimon. "Don't mention it, we are all family." This showed that he would definitely support Nian. They were part of the same system with the cybersecurity department under the National Security Bureau. Wei Gang was still Nian's superior, even though their relationship seemed a bit reversed. "Then I won't be polite. Arrange for a few people to keep an eye on the Peng family. If Aimon goes over, let me know." She wanted to join in and surprise old Peng. The reason for watching the Peng family was that if they focused on Aimon, he would easily notice them. After all, he was the prince of the mafia and had many skilled people around him. Unlike network monitoring, having people follow him would easily expose them. "Don't worry, I'll handle it." Wei Gang readily agreed. Recently, Nian's contributions had surpassed his performance from previous years, and he had been frequently recognized by his superiors. It was rare for Nian to need his help, so assisting her with this small task was no problem. After discussing this matter, Nian left with the statement. She first went to Jing University to find the Duke and learned that they had completed all the tests. She instructed them to return, leaving the professors looking disappointed. The Duke left without a word, fully aware of his boss's tendency to be petty. "Professor Yu, we agreed to stay a few more days," one professor said with a smile. wondering why they were leaving so suddenly. They had gained so much in these few days and were eager to continue. If you have any issues that need the cybersecurity department's technical support, please submit a report. Union looked at the group of professors with a half smile. If they submitted a report, it would go through the approval process and the cybersecurity department would send someone over. The professors felt helpless. They didn't even know how to submit a report. The problem was that going through the proper channels involved many steps, and the help they would get wouldn't be at this level. Before they could even take advantage of their small backdoor, the principal had closed it mercilessly. Nian ignored their complaints and simply stood up to leave. She doesn't hold grudges. She takes care of things right away. Watching Nian leave, the others silently cursed Principal Qi in their hearts, wondering why he had to offend her. When Nian returned home, not only was Wen Renlin there, but someone else had also come to visit. Seeing her enter, he greeted her with a smile.
Nian, come sit.
His tone made it sound like she was in his home, as if he were taking charge. Nian showed them the statement she had brought back. Lin Shu? She's in my hands. Huo Yan looked at the name. He had been discussing a big collaboration with Lin Shu recently and had been busy with it for days. If Lin Shu were still around, there would be no need to continue with the collaboration. Nian didn't hesitate to agree. Huo Yan was indeed more useful when dealing with Lin Shu. After all, she had always been ambitious about the Lin group. Taking away what she cared about piece by piece seemed interesting to her. As for herself, she naturally had to meet with old Peng. Last time, Peng Rongguang had been so angry he nearly fainted. She hoped he would be stronger this time. I'll leave this matter to you. I'll be gone for a few days. When Renlin suddenly spoke up, the mafia was being so provocative. If he didn't respond, wouldn't that make him look weak? Do you need help?
No, this is my issue with them.
When Renlin shook his head, knowing Huo Yan's intention. He wasn't in such a bad position that he needed Huo Yan to intercept their goods. Huo Yan didn't say anything more. Nian just reminded him to be careful, assuring him that everything would be fine on her end. His movements could be hidden for a few days. He could secretly do something to surprise them. When Renlin couldn't help but chuckle, feeling playful. However, as long as he could fool Aimon, it was a good plan since there was no need to play fair with them. When are you leaving?
Why?
Are you eager for me to go? When Renlin snorted, his smile disappearing as his expression changed instantly. Did he annoy him by being there? Had he been waiting for him to leave?
Huo Yan.
He was just asking casually. Nian looked at her increasingly sensitive brother, her expression hard to describe. It seemed like when Renlin really needed to start dating. She decided not to say this out loud, or else her brother would really be on edge. The next day, a somewhat flustered when Renlin left. Joking aside, he felt quite at ease with Huo Yan around. With Huo Yan and Nian in Kyoto, he had nothing to worry about. Meanwhile, Huo Yan began to put pressure on Lin Shu. Today was the day two companies were supposed to sign a contract, and President Lin Jiang of the Lin family personally brought a team to the Huo family. They waited in the conference room for a long time, but Huo Yi arrived late. Seeing that only Huo Yi came in, Lin Jiang asked curiously, Mr. Huo, isn't the third master coming? This project requires Huo Yan's personal signature. The third master is not here. Huo Yi replied, thinking about how he had offended Miss Yu and still expected to see the third master. The Lin team was puzzled. The signing was already scheduled, so what did it mean that he wasn't there? President Lin, this project is temporarily on hold. Huo Yi said calmly, shocking the Lin team with his words. Mr. Huo, you can't joke about this. They had discussed this project for a long time, and it was beneficial for both sides. Why did Huo Yan suddenly change his mind? This is the third master's decision. Lin Jiang couldn't understand why Huo Yan would do this. Everything was fine on their end, and they wouldn't dare to tamper with the project. Mr. Huo, we've worked together many times before. Can you tell us if we've offended the third master in any way? One of the Lin vice presidents smiled and tried to get closer. If it wasn't about the project itself, it must be a personal issue with Huo Yan, and they needed to know what went wrong. The Lin family was not on the same level as the Huo family. Even if the deal fell through, they had no way to retaliate. They had to keep smiling and see if they had offended the other side. Huo Yi secretly laughed, finally waiting for them to ask. Otherwise, he would have come for nothing. He nodded mysteriously and prepared to leave. The Lin team quickly stopped him, insisting he couldn't leave without clarifying things. Huo Yi hadn't taken 2 steps before they pulled him back. Looking at his new suit getting pulled out of shape, Huo Yi felt like crying. Was his acting too good? He was just pretending to leave. He hadn't revealed everything yet. Mr. Huo, please give us a clear answer. Where did we fall short? Several people surrounded him, each trying to speak, almost bringing up their personal hardships. This project was optional for the Huo family, but crucial for the Lin family. Huo Yi shook his head, feeling troubled, and sighed. Honestly, you are also affected by this. What does that mean, Mr. Huo? Lin Jiang was a bit anxious. Upon hearing that it wasn't his fault but rather a consequence of someone else's actions, he wondered who was responsible for this mess. That's all I have to say. Please leave, don't make it difficult for me, he said. This time, Huo Yi was clever. He decided not to leave first but to send them away instead, to protect his own clothes from getting ruined again. No matter how much they questioned him, Huo Yi remained unfazed. Lin Jiang steeled himself and leaned in to whisper a few words in Huo Yi's ear.
Huo Yi.
Wow, he was really willing to invest. Hey, Lin, we have a long-standing relationship, so I'll give you a heads up. It's your general manager from the Lin Corporation, he revealed. Lin Jiang smiled on the outside, but cursed inwardly. Their so-called relationship was just something he had paid for. However, this wasn't the time to dwell on that. How had Lin Shu offended Huo Yan? Since we're on this topic, Mr. Huo, could you clarify how our general manager has upset Third Master? Asked the vice president of Lin Corporation, noticing Huo Yi's slight change in demeanor and seizing the moment. I won't say much more. As long as Lin Shu is at Lin Corporation, this project will be indefinitely shelved. Huo Yi was no longer teasing them. He had gotten what he wanted and completed his task perfectly. Considering the favor Lin Jiang had done him, he decided to offer one more piece of information. Lin, out of our friendship, I can tell you that not just our Huo Corporation, but several others will also not cooperate with Lin Corporation. It was clear which companies he meant. Those that had a good relationship with Huo Corporation were not ones Lin Jiang could afford to offend. Lin Jiang's momentary glee turned cold. He was pleased to see Lin Shu in trouble, but only if it didn't affect Lin Corporation or himself. Mr. Huo. Lin Jiang tried to speak, but Huo Yi cut him off. Please don't make this harder for me.
I've said what needed to be said.
Third Master wants this project on hold for now. Huo Yi looked at Lin Jiang meaningfully, as if to say he understood. On hold, until Lin Shu's situation was resolved. All right, thank you for the reminder, Mr.
Huo.
Lin Jiang felt grateful. His earlier frustration with Huo Yi vanished, and he now felt the money spent was worth it. Even without signing a contract, he left satisfied. If it weren't for the other senior executives from Lin Corporation with him, he would have laughed out loud. Huo Yi's last words reassured him. Lin Shu had offended Huo Yan, and the anger hadn't been directed at him. This was a huge opportunity for him, a perfect chance to push Lin Shu out of Lin Corporation. Although feeling secretly pleased inside, I still put on an angry expression and returned with several senior members of the Lin group in a huff. After the Lin group left, a happy Huo Yi hummed a little tune as he reported back to Huo Yan in his office. Third Master, I completed the task successfully. Did you get a lot? Huo Yan raised an eyebrow, noticing Huo Yi's expression. Did Lin Jiang lose a lot?
A villa. Hehe.
Come on. Look at you acting like you've never seen anything before. Huo said sourly, regretting not going when Huo Yi invited him to join the fun. Jealous? With your intelligence, it would have been pointless for you to go. As expected of brothers, they understood each other's thoughts well. Huo Yan treated his assistants similarly to how he treated a few others regarding Nian. As long as they got the job done, they could benefit from their own efforts. Using someone else's money to make themselves comfortable. Huo Yi and the others, besides their bond from growing up with Huo Yan, knew his methods well and had no thoughts of betrayal. What Huo Yan provided them was already plenty, plus occasional extra benefits. Where could they find a boss like him? They had both reputation and profit. Why would they betray Huo Yan? Were they tired of living? Besides, even if someone wanted to steal their position, they probably couldn't afford the price. Only they knew how wealthy they truly were. Though Huo Yan spoke sourly, he didn't take it to heart. Whatever Huo Yi had, he would have too. Huo Yan balanced his treatment of the two well, never favoring one over the other. However, compared to Huo Yi and Huo Yan, Huo San was truly rolling in wealth. Of course, the dangers he faced were not comparable to those in the capital. The two were never jealous. After all, they grew up together and had a good relationship, mostly worrying about Huo San. They were aware that if they were thrown into that situation, it was uncertain if they would even survive, let alone gain any advantage from those people. In fact, the three often secretly joked about Huo Yan behind his back, so even if Huo San rarely returned, when he did, the three would immediately bond without any awkwardness. Things were going smoothly on their end, and it seemed the Lin group would have some excitement to watch soon. Third Master, I'll keep an eye on this. Why not take advantage of Mr. Lin's absence to go and be nice to Miss Yu? I mean, spend time with Miss Yu? Huo Yi patted his chest and promised that he would handle the matter well. He loved to watch the excitement, he chuckled. Huo Yan looked at this overly proud person and had a feeling that trouble was coming his way. Sure enough, their third master's expression turned cold. You're overqualified for this task. Just let Huo Yan handle it. I have other plans for you. Yes, third master.
Huo Yan quickly responded.
Who wouldn't want a task that allowed them to enjoy the excitement while also gaining benefits? Third master. Huo Yi watched his third master leave the office, looking confused. What was wrong with him again? Brother, take it easy. Huo Yan smirked and patted Huo Yi's shoulder as he followed behind. Did he really need to remind the third master to flatter Miss Yu? The reason he hadn't gone was clearly that Miss Yu was ignoring him. This fool just keeps bringing up the wrong topics. It's no wonder the third master is upset. In fact, the reason Huo Yan didn't seek out Nian while Wen Renlin was away was that Nian was busy. She was carefully investigating the Peng family. Peng Lao was a major general, one rank above her, and a founding general at that. Putting aside all the messy details, this person was still reliable on major issues. Although she had obtained a confession from Peng Rongguang last time, she didn't actually intend to expose it. Nian only wanted to intimidate him into not bothering her again. She had no desire for a deadly feud. It wasn't worth it, nor necessary. Although on the surface, Peng Lao seemed to have softened towards her, he was still secretly trying to make things difficult for her. Just like this time, if it weren't for Lin Shu's matter, she wouldn't have known that this old guy had contacted Aimon again. Lin Shu's issue wasn't enough. She needed to add more pressure. If Peng Lao was ruthless enough to follow the Huo family's example and have Peng Weili divorce Lin Shu to clear his ties, that wouldn't be considered leverage at all. While Nian was busy with this matter, she received a call from Shen Xiao. The call was made to her home phone, as she had already blocked the Shen family's numbers. The butler answered the call. When he heard that the caller wanted to speak with Nian, he directly refused, not intending to disturb her. He only told the caller that he would pass on the message to their young lady. Shen Xiao, feeling helpless, had to let the butler convey that no one from the Shen family would disturb Nian again. Shen Jian, who was married, was now part of the Du family and had nothing to do with the Shen family. Shen Mingzhu had left the Shen family and was missing. If she did something, it was also unrelated to them. When Nian heard the butler's message, she wasn't surprised that Shen Xiao made this decision. Regarding this attempt to clear their relationship in advance, she just wanted to say they were overthinking it. After all that happened, the Shen family couldn't recover, so it wasn't worth her effort to deal with them anymore. Shen Xiao was also helpless when he made this call. He was at a loss for words about his family. When he saw his uncle, who had his legs broken and was thrown in front of the Shen family home, he realized what the problems of the past few days were about. Shen Xiao was indeed capable, and even if he had to start over, he could quickly establish himself again with his skills. He believed that as long as he stayed away from Nian and kept his distance from the capital, he could still develop the Shen family business well. Things turned out as he expected. Shen Xiao had always been ambitious and was gradually expanding the company. However, he faced cold treatment recently, with agreements being cancelled and partners avoiding him. While he was overwhelmed with work, he saw Shen Xiao, who had been thrown at the door by Wen Renlin's people. They showed no discretion about the situation. Although they didn't communicate, they just dropped him off and drove away. The family emblem on their car was very obvious, indicating who was behind this. Shen Xiao instantly understood that this was similar to his past experiences. His uncle had gone to cause trouble for Nian and ended up with broken legs. Regardless, he needed to get him to the hospital first. While waiting for Shen Zhao's surgery, Shen Xiao thought a lot. He had been so busy with the company that he hadn't paid attention to Shen Zhao's situation. What about his dad?
Did he really not know?
Feeling defeated, Shen Xiao sat in a hospital chair, covering his face with his hands, feeling a wave of helplessness. When the Shen family rushed in after hearing the news and saw him like this, they were shocked. After all, even when they left the capital, he hadn't looked like this. He had quickly thrown himself into work. What was happening now? The Shen family even momentarily forgot about Shen Zhao's situation. Xiao, what's wrong with you? Guan Yizhen quickly walked over to Shen Xiao, looking at him with concern. Hearing his mother's worry, Shen Xiao forced a bitter smile. People are realistic. As the eldest son, he had always been the most sensible and never made his family worry, but that also meant he was the most overlooked by Guan Yizhen. The child who cries gets the candy. Guan Yizhen focused all her attention on her younger son, showing more concern for Shen Mingzhu, who could please her, than for Shen Xiao. After the major changes in the Shen family, Shen Xiao became the only pillar who could support the entire family and received his mother's late affection. The impact of this incident on Shen Xiao was minimal. He was an excellent doctor, and even if he left the capital, he continued to live his life. This small town clearly limited him. After the major changes in the Shen family, Shen Xiao became the only pillar who could support the entire family and received his mother's late affection. The impact of this incident on Shen Xiao was minimal. He was an excellent doctor, and even if he left the capital, he continued to live his life. This made Shen Xiao uncomfortable. He preferred things to stay the same rather than receiving his mother's somewhat flattering affection. "You all wait for my uncle to come out. I have to return to the company for a bit," he said, taking a deep breath. Shen Xiao stood up, ignoring the concerned looks from the Shen family, and left the hospital. After spending, this made Shen Xiao uncomfortable. He preferred things to stay the same rather than receiving his mother's somewhat flattering affection. "You all wait for my uncle to come out. I have to return to the company for a bit," he said, taking a deep breath. Shen Xiao stood up, ignoring the concerned looks from the Shen family. When Shen Xiao returned to the Shen family, he asked the servants to take care of Shen Xiao at the hospital and told the family members there to go home, as he had something to discuss. The elderly couple resting at home were also called out. When Shen Xiao was brought back, not only Shen Xiao saw it. The elderly couple, who were exercising in the yard, also. When Shen Xiao returned to the Shen family, he asked the servants to take care of Shen Xiao at the hospital and told the family members there to go home, as he had something to discuss. The elderly couple resting at home were also called out. When Shen Xiao was brought back, when Shen Xiao returned home, the elderly lady was insisting on going to the hospital, but the elderly man held her back. Their current state would only cause more trouble at the hospital, so it was better to wait for news. After returning home, Shen Xiao honestly told the elderly couple about Shen Zhao's condition but did not mention that he might not. When Shen Xiao returned home, the elderly lady was insisting on going to the hospital, but the elderly man held her back. Their current state would only cause more trouble at the hospital, so it was better to wait for news. After returning home, Shen Xiao honestly told the elderly couple about Shen Zhao's condition but Shen Xiao, however, appeared numb, showing no emotion. "I'll be straightforward. My uncle's legs were broken because he tried to scheme against Nian and was attacked by Wen Renlin's people. As soon as he said this, A wave of curses erupted, and the hatred of the Shen family towards Nian seemed to find an outlet. Shen Xiao maintained a blank expression, waiting for them to quiet down. If you want to take revenge on Nian, I have a plan. We can sell the Shen family business. Do you want to hire someone to do it, or do you want to confront Nian yourselves? I support either option.
Xiao, what do you mean by that?
The Shen family members looked at Shen Xiao in shock.
What was he saying?
I mean, instead of being pushed around repeatedly, we might as well take action. Xiao, don't say things in anger. If there's an issue, let's discuss it together. Shen Wen frowned, feeling uneasy about Shen Xiao's self-destructive words. I've told you more than once, whoever from the Shen family troubles Nian will make the Shen family pay for it. He waved his hand to stop anyone from speaking and continued. Because of my uncle, several projects I had lined up have fallen through, and the company's survival is once again at risk. The Shen family can't withstand this storm. Instead of being driven to bankruptcy by you all, we should sell while there is still some value. After Shen Xiao finished speaking, everyone fell silent. Shen Wu quickly jumped in, saying that selling the company might give them some money, but it couldn't compare to a steady income. He knew he wasn't cut out for business. He relied on his older brother's family to live comfortably, so he naturally opposed the idea. Xiao, what my brother said is right. Don't say things in anger. Let's discuss this together. I can't believe that girl would want to eliminate us completely. The elderly lady pounded the sofa in anger, her body trembling, lamenting their family's misfortune. It's not Nian wanting to eliminate us. It's us choosing a dangerous path. As long as we don't provoke her, nothing will happen. Shen Xiao was tired and found it hard to understand his family's inability to see the situation clearly. How do you propose we solve this? The old man was much clearer than the elderly lady. He had seen Nian's ruthlessness more than once. Everyone in the Shen family should forget that Nian is our granddaughter. She is someone we cannot afford to offend. Shen Yan and Shen Mingju's actions have nothing to do with the Shen family. Shen Xiao proposed a solution while also giving the Shen family an ultimatum. I have the least connection with Nian. If you all can't manage this, don't blame me for starting anew. He said this to intimidate the Shen family. As the eldest son and grandson, his sense of responsibility made it hard for him to abandon his family. Otherwise, he would have started his own business long ago, which would be much better than clinging to the shaky Shen family.
Xiao.
Shen Wen tried to say something, but was interrupted. I've been busy with company matters and haven't paid attention to my uncle's movements. What about you? Do you really not know anything? Shen Xiaoqin's sarcastic gaze swept over his parents and his second uncle. Did they really not know? Or were they secretly hoping that Shen Xiao could cause some trouble for Nian? Shen Wen fell silent. He did know and even secretly hoped Shen Xiao would succeed. How could he not hold a grudge against Nian? She was the reason they had come to this point. It was only today, after hearing Shen Xiaoqin's words, that he realized without the identity of the Shen family's granddaughter, would Nian be someone they could provoke? With their reckless actions, they were truly digging their own graves. Everyone fell silent. Shen Xiaoqin's words had indeed awakened them. Nian had long said she would cut ties with them, but they had always held on to false hope. If it weren't for Nian's family ties, their exploitation of her would be akin to seeking their own doom. If you've come to your senses, then behave yourselves from now on. If you have other plans, let me know in advance. Don't wait until something goes wrong, and then expect me to clean up the mess. This is the last time. After saying this, Shen Xiaoqin ignored the varied expressions of the Shen family and went straight to the company. He understood that given the selfish nature of his family, they would make a wise choice. The Shen family had finally quieted down, and Nian had uncovered some interesting information about the Peng family. She thought, how could Lin Shu deceive old Peng but not Peng Weili, who was his partner? It turned out this couple had their own hidden agendas. Peng Weili had an illegitimate son, one even older than Peng Rongguang. This mother and son were not Chinese and had been living in Europe for years. Although Peng Weili rarely met them, he had maintained contact and had funneled a significant amount of money to them through various accounts. This was done very discreetly. If Nian hadn't specifically investigated him, it would have been hard to uncover. Nian thought for a moment. That area was under Huo Yan's control, so she decided to have his people keep an eye on it. What started as a way to gather evidence against the Peng family unexpectedly led to a major case. At noon, she received a call from Huo Yan, asking if she wanted to join him for lunch with Fu Jingyi and Xiao Mubai. After thinking it over, she agreed, as it had been a while since she had seen them. In the car, Yan kept staring at Nian, and she helplessly turned his face away. "What are you looking at?" "I'm looking at you. You're so busy. Who knows when we'll see each other again?" Huo Yan replied lazily. "I haven't eaten your cooking in a long time." Nian suddenly said something unrelated. "I'll cook for you tonight." Huo Yan was happy and even a bit eager. He wished he hadn't made lunch plans with them. The driver, Huo Yan, who witnessed the whole scene, thought their third master was too easy to please. No need to please him. Just one mention from Miss Yu about wanting his cooking, and he rushed to be her chef. Their chosen restaurant was the Xiao family's. When they arrived, Xiao Mubai and Fu Jingyi were already there. "Xiao Yu, long time no see." Seeing Nian enter, Xiao Mubai looked at her eagerly. They hadn't seen each other since a few gatherings during the New Year. Last time, Huo Yan mentioned that Nian was busy and advised him not to disturb her. "I've been a bit busy lately." Nian felt a bit helpless. It seemed she wasn't just neglecting Huo Yan. She used to work day and night without having to explain herself to anyone. Now, it seemed she had more concerns. "Busy person, come sit down," Fu Jingyi said with a smile. He had a rough idea of what Nian was busy with. His uncle was still hoping he could talk to Nian about the last incident, sharing what he could. Fu Jingyi was speechless. His uncle had known Nian longer than he had. Didn't he know what kind of person she was? Who gave him the confidence to think he had such a big presence in front of Nian? Fu Jingyi had no intention of bringing it up. He wasn't being unfilial, but his uncle should handle his own mess. While they were joking, there was a knock on the door of the private room. Huo Yan went to open it and was not surprised by the visitors. "Mr. Xiao, Mr. Lin. Please come in." The visitors were Lin Jiang from the Lin family and Xiao Mucheng. Seeing Huo Yan's reaction, Xiao Mucheng seemed to understand something. He smiled and nodded at Huo Yan before entering the room. When Nian saw these two, she looked at Huo Yan, who was also smiling at her. She understood why he chose this place for dinner. He was waiting for them. After greeting Xiao Mucheng, Lin Jiang stood awkwardly to the side, feeling that today's plan might fail. Xiao Mubai and Fu Jingyi were puzzled. They knew Lin Jiang but didn't understand why Xiao Mucheng brought him along. "Big brother, are you here for business?" Xiao Mubai asked, wondering why they were just standing around instead of discussing business. Xiao Mucheng smiled slightly. Did this foolish brother think he wanted to come over? Huo Yan and Nian made a grand entrance to let him know they were there. Xiao Muhang is a smart person and quickly realized Huo Yan's purpose, which is Lin Jiang. He directly brought people over. He had heard that the Huo family and the Lin family had a partnership, but for some reason it was put on hold. Now it seems there might be more to the story. The reason he met Lin Jiang is somewhat complicated. It was arranged by someone from the Ministry of Defense. It wouldn't be appropriate for him not to meet, but cooperation is impossible. The Xiao family has always had a close relationship with the Huo family. Since Huo Yan refused to cooperate with the Lin family, the Xiao family naturally would not get involved. Seeing that Nian was also present, it seemed this matter might be related to her. So, he felt even more comfortable declining, especially since without Nian, he wouldn't have the order from the Ministry of Defense. "No, just chatting," Xiao Muhang said, and Lin Jiang finally felt relieved. "Mr. Xiao, please sit with us." "Thank you, Miss Yu," Xiao Muhang replied with a smile. Upon hearing Miss Yu, Lin Jiang immediately understood who this person was. After returning from the Huo family last time, he had barged into Lin Shu's office, demanding an explanation for the board. Lin Shu naturally wouldn't back down, and they had a heated argument. Lin Shu even left without acknowledging Lin Jiang. Frustrated, Lin Jiang had to take it out on Lin Shu's assistant. Lin Shu's assistant was confused, wondering when Lin Shu had offended the Huo family. The only unusual thing they had done recently was, according to Lin Shu's assistant, he was sent to trouble a girl named Nian. It seems this is indeed Miss Yu. Their guess was wrong. After falling out with Lin Shu, Lin Jiang went home and discussed it with his father. They analyzed the situation and agreed that Huo Yan was angry for the sake of a woman. Now it depends on whether Lin Shu can recover the Lin family's losses. If she has a way, everything will be fine. If not, she might have to leave the Lin family. While they were wary of the Peng family, the Huo family posed a more direct threat. This meeting with Xiao Hung was an opportunity brought by Lin Shu through her connection with the Peng family. Seeing Xiao Hung's respectful attitude towards Nian made him realize that Nian was likely more than just Huo Yan's love interest. "Miss you, my sister." Lin Jiang, being perceptive, sensed something was off and immediately wanted to apologize to Nian regarding Lin Shu. "Who are you?" Nian interrupted before he could finish. A few people understood that Nian must know Lin Jiang's identity, so this was intentional. "Xiao Yuer, this is Lin Jiang, the president of the Lin Group. Not just that, this Mr. Lin is also related to the Peng family. He contacted me through someone in the Ministry of Defense." Xiao Hung took the opportunity to inform Nian that the Ministry of Defense was also involved in this matter. "Lin Jiang. Is Xiao Hung reporting him? Wow, Peng Ji is really powerful, reaching even the Ministry of Defense." Nian didn't expect this twist. That old man is impressive. Lin Jiang was startled by Nian's words. Was it really okay to call General Peng by his name so casually? It seems the Lin family is quite capable as well. Before he could fully process Nian's words, Huo Yan's next statement left him even more shocked. "Third Master. I had no choice." Lin Jiang suddenly remembered that Huo Yi had hinted at him to deal with Lin Shu before discussing cooperation with the Huo family. Now, meeting with Xiao Hung privately not only failed to secure a partnership but also caught him red-handed by Huo Yan. Could things get any worse? "Mr. Lin, shall we reschedule?" Knowing that the other party was not connected to Nian, Xiao Hung confidently dismissed him. "Mr. Lin, please." Without giving Lin Jiang a chance to speak, Huo politely asked him to leave. Reluctantly, Lin Jiang followed Huo out. In a room full of big shots, who could he provoke? He needed to hurry home to discuss strategies with his father. In the past, he enjoyed watching Lin Shu's drama. But times have changed. This was not the moment for schadenfreude. Lin Jiang rushed home, where the old master of the Lin family was hosting friends. Seeing Lin Jiang's anxious demeanor, he frowned. What happened? Wasn't he supposed to meet with the Xiao family? Did things not go well? "Father." Lin Jiang hesitated, glancing at another old man in the living room, a friend of his father's. "Just say what's on your mind. Uncle Li is not a stranger." Hearing his father's words, Lin Jiang spoke up, since it wasn't his fault and he had nothing to be embarrassed about. "The cooperation with the Xiao family is off. Lin Shu's troubles have escalated. I met that Nian today, and Xiao Hung treated her with great respect." Before the old master of the Lin family could respond, his friend, Old Li, murmured first. "Nian? Yes, Uncle Li, do you know her?" Old Li gasped. How did they get involved with that troublemaker? The son of the Shen family attended a banquet and came back to have a serious talk with him, insisting that they must keep their younger generation in check and avoid offending that person. They were careful not to reveal Nian's identity and repeatedly reminded their family to stay away from her. "Old Li, after decades of friendship, you owe me an explanation." Seeing the expression on his old friend's face, the elder of the Lin family felt uneasy. The Shen family is behind that person. Old Li didn't dare to say more. If trouble came his way, he wouldn't know where to turn for help. "If you offend that person, do whatever you can to make amends. If not, think of a backup plan." This was a warning based on their long friendship. He wouldn't have bothered to say anything to anyone else. After Old Li left, the Lin father and son exchanged glances. They were well aware of the Shen family situation. It had caused quite a stir, and everyone knew about it. "Lin Jiang, tell me exactly what happened today." Lin Jiang quickly recounted his encounter with Nian, even repeating the details of their conversation word for word. "Make an announcement to remove Lin Shu from all positions in the group." The elder made a swift decision. Father, what about the Peng family? Although Lin Jiang was pleased to see Lin Shu go, he worried about the Peng family causing them trouble, which would be difficult to handle. The elder waved his hand, telling him not to worry and just to take action. Seeing his father was determined, Lin Jiang didn't hesitate any longer and made calls to arrange things. Then he sat with his father in the living room, waiting. If all went as expected, his sister would soon come to confront them. Sure enough, less than an hour after the announcement, Lin Shu stormed in. Father, what does this mean? Lin Shu was furious that they had made such a decision without informing her. Lin Shu, the Lin family has treated you well over the years. You know how much company money you've used. Over the years, Lin Shu had used company funds for various reasons, claiming it was to build connections. The father and son had turned a blind eye to it, as the Peng family's success also benefited them. Brother, are you bringing up old grievances now? Did I spend that money on myself? Why don't you mention how much I've contributed to the company over the years? Lin Shu was frustrated. She had brought in many business opportunities through her connections with the Peng family, yet they never acknowledged that. Sure, I won't deny your contributions to the company, but you wouldn't want your connections to cause any losses for the company, would you? The old man sighed as he looked at his daughter. Dad, you think so too? Aren't you worried that my father-in-law will be angry when he finds out? Lin Shu felt disheartened to see her father take Lin Jiang's side and threatened him directly. If your father-in-law has any concerns, he can come to me, Lin Lao said firmly, unaffected by Lin Shu's threat. Seeing her father's attitude, Lin Shu realized there was no room for negotiation. Angrily, she stormed out. After Lin Shu left, Lin Jiang looked at his father with some worry. It was the first time his father had such a serious conflict with Lin Shu. Moreover, considering what Lin Shu had said, would the Peng family really come to confront them? After all, most of the money Lin Shu took from the Lin family was spent on the Peng family. Now that such a significant source of funds was gone, the Peng family. But seeing his father sitting quietly with his eyes closed, Lin Jiang chose to remain silent and sat with him. The father and son sat together for the entire afternoon, and by evening, there was still no news from the Peng family. Jiang, go on with your work. The Peng family won't send anyone, the old man said. Lin Shu's trouble was likely serious, and it seemed the Peng family would also be affected. Lin Jiang nodded, understanding the situation. He recalled how Nian had mentioned old Master Peng casually. It seemed the Peng family couldn't afford to offend Nian either. Sigh, he had also upset Huo Yan today, and he wondered if their collaboration was still possible. Meanwhile, Huo Yan was cooking for Nian, who was comfortably sitting in the living room eating fruit. The people in the villa had grown accustomed to their dynamic and couldn't help but admire their young lady for being able to manage the famous Huo Yan.
Well,
while they were eating, Huo Yan shared the information Nian had asked him to find. The identity of Peng Weili's illegitimate son was somewhat questionable. Moreover, the mother of that child seemed to have connections beyond just Peng Weili. After Huo Yan finished speaking, Nian felt speechless. So, that illegitimate son has several fathers? That's one way to put it. Huo Yan also felt a bit incredulous. Those men were foolish to believe everything that woman said, thinking the child was theirs and spending a fortune to raise him. This situation seems off. Let's not act too hastily. Nian nodded in agreement, sharing the same thought. Originally, she planned to use this matter as leverage, but now it seems more complicated, involving more than just the Peng family. She must take it seriously and carefully investigate how many people have interacted with that woman and their identities. Her keen instincts tell her that there seems to be a big conspiracy behind this. It looks like the Peng family is really in trouble, and she certainly won't be kind enough to warn them. The Peng family doesn't get the same treatment from her as the Huo family does. If she doesn't take the opportunity to give them a hard time, it would be too generous of her. Miss, it's 10 o'clock. You should rest now. The butler interrupted the two who were chatting, receiving a fierce look from Huo Yan. The butler felt helpless. He didn't want to be the bad guy. He thought the young lady and the third master were quite a good match. They were well suited, and the third master was very accommodating to the young lady. He really didn't understand what his master was being so picky about. Unfortunately, the master had given strict orders that as long as the third master was there, the young lady must go upstairs to rest by 10 o'clock. Seeing the butler diligently following Wen Renlin's orders, Nian felt quite speechless. I still have to go out later.
Miss?
Oh no, is the young lady planning to spend the night out with the third master?
Can you stop that?
If the young lady doesn't come home tonight, how will he explain it to his master? I'm going out to take care of something. I'll be back. Seeing the butler's rich expressions, Nian knew what he was thinking. At his age, why does he have such unhealthy thoughts?
Oh,
haha. The butler awkwardly slipped away, realizing he had overthought it. Huo Yan chuckled. The butler's suggestion was indeed not bad. Nian, how about you come home with me while Wen Renlin is away? Nian shot him a glance, thinking he was just causing trouble. Are you staying here or going back? I'll take you back to the old house to see the old man, and we can come back together. Nian was heading to the Peng family, which was not far from the Huo family's old house, both in the same area. Aimon had driven around Kyoto several times and changed cars just to reach the Peng family, probably to keep them safe. Unfortunately, it didn't work. After dropping Nian off, Yan returned to the Huo family old house to chat with his grandfather. Old Huo, who had already been in bed, was pulled up again. What could this kid possibly want at this hour? Nian entered the courtyard smoothly with her National Security Bureau credentials, shivering as she arrived at the Peng family. The soldiers on duty at the entrance saluted upon seeing Nian's credentials.
Sir.
Not allowed in? That's not possible. Nian couldn't help but sigh. Having more identification had its benefits. In the Peng family's living room, Aimon was chatting with old Peng. Peng Weili was also present, while Lin Shu was pouring tea for everyone. Old Peng originally wanted to meet Aimon alone, but Peng Weili, who came to see him, found out and insisted on staying. In front of Aimon, old Peng couldn't ask anyone to leave, so they all sat together. Though their thoughts were different, they maintained a harmonious appearance and engaged in lively conversation. Suddenly, the front door was pushed open, startling everyone. Old Peng had already sent everyone away to meet Aimon, so it was surprising that someone entered. Upon seeing Nian walk in, the three people, except for the confused Peng Weili, stood up in shock. How did you get in? Old Peng lost his composure, wondering how she had entered so quietly. Lin Shu turned pale and sat back down. She hadn't received any news from Xiang for days and felt increasingly anxious. Being driven out by the Lin family only added to her worries. Something must have happened. The reason she urged Peng Weili to come to the old house today was to seek help from old Peng. She had kept this from him, but now she couldn't hide it any longer. Just as she was about to confess, Nian showed up. Aimon's expression darkened. Their influence in Kyoto was indeed formidable. Despite his efforts to keep things secret, he was still discovered. Both of them oddly thought that Nian had come to confront them. Although Peng Weili didn't understand why they reacted so strongly to a young girl, he knew Lin Shu well enough to sense that she must have done something wrong. Old Peng is joking. There are no places in Kyoto I can't go, Peng Weili began to say, surprised by the girl's boldness. But before he could finish, his father silenced him with a look. Xiaoyu is right. Please sit, old Peng said, his expression changing several times before forcing a smile and inviting Nian to take a seat. Nian was not an impulsive person. Since she dared to come to their home at night, it was likely that the Peng family had some serious secrets in her hands. She sat down confidently across from old Peng, with Han Zhan standing behind her, looking quite imposing. Everyone else sat down again. Aimon's expression changed completely. He had miscalculated again. He had come to visit Peng Jai, but his people were blocked outside and couldn't even enter the courtyard. Nian confidently led people into the Peng family home. Peng Jiao is a lieutenant general. Why is he so wary of a major general like Nian? In terms of experience and rank, these two cannot be compared. Moreover, there seems to be some tension between them, which is why he approached Peng Jiao.
Serve the tea.
Old Mr. Peng looked at Lin Shu, who was standing still. What was she doing? His daughter-in-law usually reads the room well. Why is she acting like a statue now? Can't she see the current situation? No need, I'm not here for tea. Nian glanced at Lin Shu, whose face was pale. She didn't dare drink the tea she poured. As soon as those words left her mouth, old Mr. Peng's heart raced. It was clear she was not here with good intentions. I haven't offended you recently, have I? He couldn't care about his pride anymore. The old man was genuinely scared. At this critical moment, nothing should go wrong. He intended to cooperate with Aimon, but they hadn't acted yet. Nian couldn't possibly be here because of that. Could she predict the future? Once old Mr. Peng softened his tone, the three people present had very interesting expressions. This was the first time Peng Weili saw his father so humble. Old Mr. Peng had always been very authoritative in the Peng family. Lin Shu turned pale upon hearing this. This was someone who had to smile and speak nicely to her father-in-law. If her father-in-law found out what she had done, she was already at odds with her family. If the Peng family rejected her too, how would she cope? Aimon was about to speak to get closer, thinking Nian would have some goodwill after taking his things. In an instant, he made a decision. It was fine not to cooperate with the Peng family, but he must not offend Nian. He had underestimated her. Miss Yun, can we talk privately for a moment? Aimon just started to speak when Lin Shu suddenly stood up, interrupting him. Her abrupt behavior startled both Peng father and son. But soon, their expressions darkened. This was clearly a sign of guilt. Nian arriving so late must be related to her. What had this woman done? No need to step aside. We can discuss it here. Old Mr. Peng said with a serious face. Lin Shu was a bit confused. Who did she think Nian was, and what was her own status? Did she really think she had the right to ask for a private conversation? Since she had come to their door, it was no longer a matter that could be resolved privately. Old Mr. Peng, why would you think I have offended you? I came to bring you a gift. Nian clicked her tongue and waved her hand at Hanzhan behind her. Hanzhan stepped forward and handed a document to Elder Peng. At that moment, Elder Peng's uneasy feeling peaked. He hesitated to open the thin document. Taking a deep breath, he pulled out the paper inside and quickly scanned it. His breath quickened, but fortunately, Peng Weili was there to pat his back and help him calm down. Dad, are you okay? What's going on? Peng Weili was quite startled by his father's reaction. He wondered what could have caused such excitement. Elder Peng tossed the paper to Peng Weili and pushed away his supporting hand. Having experienced many challenges, he quickly regained his composure. Mr. Aimon, I'm really sorry, but I have some family matters to attend to. Let's talk another day. Clearly, the following matters were not for an outsider to hear. Aimon nodded, understanding, and stood up to leave. Miss Yu, goodbye. Nian still ignored him, and Aimon shrugged. He was used to it. He turned and walked out without needing anyone to see him off. In fact, the people in the room were also too preoccupied to see him off. Peng Weili took the paper that Elder Peng had thrown to him and quickly read through it, his face filled with shock. What Nian had given them was Wang Xiang's testimony. Peng Weili now remembered who Nian was. Wasn't she the one who had detained Rongguang for a whole day and night? When he returned, his father had been furious, scolding him and putting him under house arrest for a long time. He had even ordered everyone in the Peng family not to cause any trouble for Nian. Elder Peng's words carried weight in the Peng family. Although the family members were confused, they complied. Unexpectedly, Lin Shu had done something like this behind their backs. Seeing Elder Peng's wariness towards Nian, it was clear that Miss Yu's background was not simple. Could this situation be resolved? Thinking about the position his older brother was currently competing for, he understood why Elder Peng had been so agitated earlier. If the timing were different, he would have wanted to give that troublesome woman a few slaps. This is my family's fault. Whatever conditions you have, as long as my father can fulfill them, we will agree. Elder Peng has a good relationship with the mafia? Nian did not respond to Elder Peng but instead made this unexpected remark. Elder Peng was taken aback and shot a fierce glare at Lin Shu for speaking so freely. Not only was there Wang Xiang's testimony, but today Nian also caught him meeting Aimon, leaving him no room to deny it. Nian's choice of words was sharp. What did she mean by saying he had a good relationship with the mafia? That's not it. It's just that they came to visit, and I couldn't ignore them. Old Peng didn't understand what Nian meant and could only respond with a laugh. Oh, I thought you were plotting to cut off my brother's money. Nian looked at Old Peng as if joking, but cutting off someone's income is as serious as harming their family. Old Peng quickly realized that Nian's visit was not a coincidence. She was focused on him and Aimon, and she probably already understood their plans. She had likely obtained this information long ago and was just waiting for the right moment to act. Don't worry, I'm not familiar with the mafia. Old Peng gritted his teeth and managed to say a few words, indicating he wouldn't be involved with the mafia. Then I can relax, as I'm depending on my brother. Nian exaggeratedly patted herself, causing Old Peng to feel uneasy. You're joking, right? Do you even know how much you have? Do you really need someone to support you? I have another gift for you. Nian signaled Hanzhan to hand another envelope to Old Peng. Old Peng felt a chill. What could this be? He opened the envelope to find several sheets of paper inside. After flipping through just 2 pages, he slammed them on the table. His chest heaved with anger, clearly upset. The envelope contained evidence against his family members. There were accusations about his eldest grandson taking credit in the military and his younger grandson bullying others. Old Peng couldn't bear to look any longer and glared at Nian. Why was she revealing this now, after holding back before?
What did she want? What do you want?
Old Peng, it's time to keep your family in check. Nian said calmly, without proposing any conditions as Old Peng had expected. This old man could handle major issues, but he was too cautious about small matters. She didn't believe he was completely unaware of these things. He was just relying on the fact that no one was investigating him. The impact of exposing these matters was far less beneficial than keeping them as leverage. I'm leaving. After saying that, Nian ignored the Peng family's reactions and walked out with Hanzhan. Old Peng closed his eyes and let out a bitter laugh. Dad, are you okay? Lin Shu, you should stay at the Lin family for a while. At this point, Old Peng didn't have the energy to argue with Lin Shu. It wouldn't change anything anyway. He didn't need to lecture her. She could see things clearly herself, couldn't she? If she wanted to take revenge on Nian, she shouldn't drag the Peng family into it. The Lin family had resources. She could go back to her family for that. Dad, what do you mean? Lin Shu's voice was a bit sharp. Was this the reason for her divorce from Wei Yi? The loud noise gave Old Peng a headache. Ignoring Lin Shu, he waved his hand at Peng Weili, urging him to take Lin Shu away quickly and stop bothering him. Peng Weili firmly pulled Lin Shu, who still wanted to speak, out the door, warning her with a tight grip on her arm. Continuing to argue wouldn't help her. If she didn't want a divorce, she needed to behave. Peng Weili didn't want to divorce Lin Shu. Her income had been his main support for years. Plus, he had to support his illegitimate child, which was a significant expense. Without Lin Shu, where would he get that money? Unfortunately, he didn't know that Lin Shu had been kicked out of the Lin group. After causing such a scene, she no longer had her previous steady source of funds. As they left, they saw a few cars driving away, including Aimon's. Peng Weili was puzzled for a moment. Hadn't he left already? But he didn't have time to think about it now. Lin Shu's situation was enough of a headache. Aimon had indeed left earlier, but had not gone far. He was waiting in his car for Nian to come out. Something felt off about today, so he sat in the car, slowly reviewing the events of the past few days. Suddenly, he realized something was wrong. Where was Wen Renlin? Such a big issue, and even if Wen Renlin couldn't go in with Nian, he should at least be waiting outside for her. When Aimon left, he hadn't seen any vehicles besides his own. For the past few days, all his information about Wen Renlin had come from an insider at the club. While he was pondering this, glaring headlights interrupted his thoughts. 2 cars drove up and stopped not far from him. Could it be that Wen Renlin was there to pick up Nian? Aimon squinted at the unfamiliar license plate of the car in front. At the very least, it wasn't one of Wen Renlin's vehicles. The car stopped a short distance in front of him, and no one got out. They must be waiting for someone. His instinct told him they were there to pick up Nian. However, he couldn't be sure since this was outside the compound, and there were more than just the Peng family inside. After a short wait, Nian came out. Sure enough, A man got out of the car and walked straight toward her. Since he was close enough, Aimon saw the man's face and was taken aback. "He hasn't left yet," Nian said to the man, Huo Yan, who had come to pick her up. She had just stepped out and noticed Aimon's car was still there. Huo Yan got out of the car. "Is it okay for him to see that?"
Don't worry about him.
Huo Yan chuckled softly. Even if he gave Aimon some courage, Aimon still wouldn't dare to confront him. He took Yunyan's hand and walked toward the car. Watching the two cars leave, Aimon finally sighed in relief. Although the other party didn't even glance at him, he felt strangely nervous. He knew that Huo Yan had a good relationship with Wen Renlin and frequently visited his place. But he didn't expect it was because of Nian. Aimon frowned slowly. Huo Yan had never interfered in their conflicts with Wen Renlin before. Friendship is one thing, but business is another. Now, seeing Huo Yan's relationship with Nian, could he still maintain his previous attitude? Just as he was about to call his father to discuss this, he received a call from his dad first. His father scolded him for a while, saying that Wen Renlin suddenly appeared on their turf and stole a shipment. He hadn't accomplished anything since arriving in Kyoto and had caused quite a bit of trouble, so he was told to go back quickly. After hanging up, Aimon's face darkened. He felt tricked. His people must have been exposed long ago, and the information he received these days was fake. In reality, Wen Renlin had already left and even reached their territory to steal their goods. Because of the false information he reported, the headquarters didn't take extra precautions against Wen Renlin, allowing him to succeed so easily. Losing a shipment was a minor issue. The key problem was that it disrupted their deal with the buyer, resulting in the loss of a major client. When Aimon returned, Wen Renlin was also back in Kyoto. "What are you doing here?" Wen Renlin, looking tired, was startled to see someone sitting in the living room. Checking the time, it was already 1 a.m., and Huo Yan was in his living room waiting. "I was waiting for you, brother. I didn't ask you to wait." What had he done to deserve Huo Yan's mental games at this hour? When Renlin had informed Nian about his return, she was supposed to wait for him. But Huo Yan had forced her to go upstairs to sleep, so he was waiting for her instead. "I'm waiting for Nian. Should I let her wait for you at this hour?" When Renlin finally understood why Huo Yan was being so sarcastic. He hadn't thought it through. He had told Nian before getting on the plane, but forgot he would return in the middle of the night. "Thanks, you can go now." When Renlin forced a smile, since he had waited long enough, he could leave. "I need to make breakfast for Nian tomorrow." These siblings were the same. They used people and then discarded them. Whatever. When Renlin sat down without arguing further. "Did you have a good harvest this time?" "I messed up the burner family's business with Engel." When Renlin sounded pleased, it was an unexpected joy for him. Engel was an armed group from a small country in the Middle East and a major client of the burner family. Although they were armed, they essentially controlled the country's lifeline. They had a conflict with a neighboring country and urgently needed to purchase a large batch of weapons. When Renlin intercepted this shipment, and the burner family couldn't quickly provide such a large amount of arms to Engel. The two sides were not getting along well. Engel contacted Wen Renlin, who readily agreed. It was almost like giving them a deal since it was a free gain for him. There are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. This saying never changes. Engel also happily expressed a desire for long-term cooperation with Wen Renlin. This situation should give the mafia some headaches. Arms deals are minor, but reputation is crucial. As the delivery approached, leaving the buyer in the lurch would make future transactions more cautious. Huo Yan poured a cup of tea and handed it to Wen Renlin, clinking cups with him. "This should keep things quiet for a year or so," Huo Yan joked. "You took all the profit," Wen Renlin scoffed, secretly hoping they would continue their rivalry. For years, the two sides had been at odds, but a temporary harmony formed on Huo Yan's territory. Both sides paid him a good fee to ensure their goods were safe on his turf. This was also why the burner family dared not provoke Huo Yan. If they angered him and he teamed up with Wen Renlin, they would have nowhere to turn. They wouldn't dare to cause trouble for him unless they planned to stop using his route in the future. "Same to you," Wen Renlin said, a black-hearted arms dealer claiming he made more money. After chatting for a bit, They each went to rest. Of course, Huo Yan didn't leave. He had turned the guest room into a private suite for himself. The next day, Nian surprisingly woke up early and went downstairs. Sure enough, Wen Renlin and Huo Yan were already waiting for her. Up so early today? Wen Renlin said, surprised to see her. Well, my brother is back, she replied, making Wen Renlin smile brightly. My sister is the best. He was about to pat Nian's head but found his hand met only air as Huo Yan had already pulled her away. Time to eat. Huo Yan pulled Nian's hand and walked toward the dining room, sounding a bit jealous. Nian, you are too nice to Wen Renlin. He doesn't get this kind of treatment. Wen Renlin, who was left behind, looked at him speechlessly. Is he really jealous? Nian, being pulled by Huo Yan, turned back to wink at her brother. Her eyes sparkled with mischief, and Wen Renlin shook his head and laughed, following them. While the three of them were having breakfast, Wen Renlin said to Nian, I rushed here and didn't bring you a gift. Is there anything you want? Huo Yan scoffed, saying it nicely, but he must have been in a hurry. On the mafia's turf, he stole their goods, messed up their business, and took their clients. If he boldly went to pick out a gift for Nian, he must be out of his mind. Wen Renlin ignored him. He was just being jealous. Nian thought for a moment. If you're not busy, let's go out and have some fun. She had just finished her tasks and had some free time. She hadn't gone out with her brother yet. He's busy. I'll go with you. Where do you want to go? Both of them spoke at the same time.
Nian.
Let's go to Harbor City. If you have time, you can come along. Having fun was one thing, but she also needed to take care of some business. The information Huo Yan gave her about that woman seemed to involve people from Harbor City contacting her. Perfect timing. I should check out Harbor City too. Huo Yan has been quite busy lately. Don't let us distract you from your important work. Wen Renlin reminded Huo Yan, emphasizing that they were going out as siblings, and Nian wanted to have fun with him. He was just a sidekick, yet he was making decisions for him? Nian looked at Huo Yan, her meaning clear. If he was busy, he didn't need to accompany her. She could rely on Wen Renlin. Don't listen to him. Even if I'm busy, I can still find time to take Nian out. Huo Yan shot Wen Renlin a disdainful look and tried to be polite. They lived together every day. Wasn't that enough? Why did he have to meddle when they went out? He must be getting weird from being single for too long. Wen Renlin chuckled and returned Huo Yan's disdainful look, seizing the chance to be polite. What good would that do? Could his sister be fooled by a few nice words? Then let's all go together. Nian was exasperated with these two. They were becoming more childish. Yes, let's go together. Your brother should get out more. Huo Yan hinted, as if expecting a wife to just fall from the sky. I agree. Nian completely agreed with Huo Yan's words. Going out more might help her meet her true love. I'm done eating. I have to go now. Wen Renlin showed no interest in the topic Huo Yan brought up, patted Nian on the head, and left. Once outside, he realized something was off. Wasn't this his home? Shouldn't he have sent Huo Yan away? Why did he end up leaving instead? He felt a bit confused but decided to focus on his own matters. Huo Yan was just teasing him, but Nian genuinely cared. He wasn't sure how to talk to her about it. Oh well, he thought. He could delay it for now. Did he leave? Nian looked at Huo Yan in confusion. He probably had something urgent to take care of. Huo Yan chuckled. It wasn't just leaving, it was more like a hurried escape. But he wouldn't take on that role. It was better for Wen Renlin to explain it to Nian himself. After finishing his meal, Huo Yan left. Nian had a meeting soon and couldn't spend more time with him. He needed to return and arrange his work before accompanying Nian to the port city. Before Nian reached the meeting room, she was stopped. Director Peng, is there something you need? What was this old man doing? Blocking her without saying a word, just staring at her. Was he planning something again? Nothing. Director Peng said curtly and walked toward the meeting room. Nian felt confused. But soon, she understood why he was staring at her.
Me?
The coordinating person? Nian looked bewildered at the second-in-command leading the meeting. Weren't they just discussing the foreign trade conference? Wasn't this a matter for the Ministry of Commerce? It had nothing to do with her. She hadn't even been paying attention and was lost in thought. How did it end up being her responsibility? Yes, you will collaborate with Minister Zhang from the Ministry of Commerce. Seeing Yunyan's confused expression, it was clear she hadn't been paying attention. The second-in-command tried to suppress a smile but maintained a serious demeanor. Due to the recent instability, they needed military personnel to work with the Ministry of Commerce on this matter. This was a significant opportunity, and many were watching, including Director Peng. However, he had received advance notice that the coordinator had already been decided. Today's discussion was merely to inform them. The higher-ups had made their intentions clear. They wanted someone reliable, and they felt more at ease with Nian in this role. Zhang Jianlin, the Minister of Commerce sitting across from Nian, nodded at her and offered a friendly smile. Nian understood him well and was quite satisfied with his collaborator. He feared those who, despite lacking knowledge, insisted on directing professionals. Ahem, as for who it is, I won't say. Before Nian could react, everyone had already started clapping, and the decision was made. Except for a few who had their own ideas about the position, the rest were fully supportive and trusted Nian. Nian blinked at the second-in-command, wondering if he had forgotten what she had reported earlier. She didn't have the time, and mainly, she didn't want to take on that responsibility. Wasn't that asking for trouble? Now she understood why old Peng was keeping an eye on her. Unfortunately, that person seemed to miss her signal and moved on to the next topic. After the meeting, Nian followed the second-in-command to his office. The others who stayed in the meeting room were chatting. Wow. It seems that even we old folks won't compare to her in the future, old Peng said sarcastically, as everyone knew she was the next successor. Nian was climbing the ladder of success. Old Peng, we have to accept that we're getting older. It's going to be the young people's world from now on. Old Lin replied with a smile. Regardless of personal feelings, he was happy for Nian's success. Old Huo nodded in agreement. Each generation is stronger than the last. These young people are capable, and we should be happy. Old Peng looked at these two, who were speaking without concern, and felt quite irritated. Old Lin was a lonely old man, while the younger generation from the Huo family was doing well, so they weren't worried. The issue was that once they spoke, others had nothing to add. I can't deny we're getting older. After sitting for a while, my back hurts. I can't manage much longer. I need to go rest, old Han joked, teasing the old man who still wanted to compete with the young ones, not fearing a fall. His family member, Han Zhan, was one of the first to follow Nian. If she succeeded, how could Han Zhan not do well? He hadn't forgotten how jealous this old guy was about wanting to set Nian up with someone. Of course, he was seizing the chance to tease him. The group walked out together, calling over those who had been quiet. This left old Peng feeling quite frustrated. He could only subtly stir things up, as he didn't dare act openly. His family's reputation was in Nian's hands. He had intended to sow discord, but once those old folks supporting Nian spoke up, it left everyone else with nothing to say. Nian, who followed the second-in-command into his office, felt quite helpless at the moment. Leader, I reported to you that I need to go to Port City in the next few days. She wasn't very eager to take the spotlight. It won't be a problem. You can also discuss the details of the foreign trade conference while you're there. Minister Zhang doesn't need to go this time. Nian. It seemed she couldn't avoid this task. Port City was also an important part of the process, and in previous years, it was either Minister Zhang who went there personally or the local head who came to negotiate. Those who can do more work, so now Nian would take over. Unlike the seriousness in the meeting room, the second-in-command seemed relaxed, as if chatting with a younger family member. He was very pleased with Nian. She was capable and had good judgment. Nian reported in detail about the mother and son, which was also her purpose for coming. She felt there might be a bigger conspiracy at play. Keeping in touch with those few people seemed more than just a simple money scam. But she didn't have any leads at the moment. The second-in-command instructed her to keep monitoring the situation and try to identify all the contacts, but there was no good strategy for now. After leaving the second-in-command's office, she was called back before she could exit the building. Minister Yan, please wait. Turning around, she saw Minister Zhang from the Ministry of Commerce, accompanied by his secretary. Minister Zhang, is there something you need? Zhang Jianlin hesitated. Did he forget what happened in the meeting? I wanted to discuss the foreign trade conference with you. Minister Zhang, I'm only responsible for security. You can handle the rest. Nian had no intention of getting involved in the details. He was the professional, and as an outsider, her interference would only be annoying. Besides, she truly didn't want to deal with these troublesome matters. Upon hearing this, Minister Zhang smiled and walked outside with Nian. Then I won't decline. But if there are any issues later, don't find me bothersome. I won't. I need to go to Port City for a few days, and I'll come back to work with you on the security plan. Sounds good. At the door, both were satisfied with their agreement and left in their respective cars. In the car, Zhang Jianlin remarked to his secretary, "This Minister Yun is impressive. She has more poise than many older folks. Although young, her calmness is not something just anyone possesses." He recalled how Peng had come to chat with him before, subtly warning him. The implication was that Nian was a strong-willed newcomer who didn't regard their seniority. He couldn't help but shake his head. Old Peng was indeed a bit petty, picking on someone younger. The key was that he hadn't gained anything from it. In fact, the second-in-command had talked to him about this matter yesterday, asking him to be more understanding towards Nian. He felt that Nian was more like what the second-in-command described, someone who knew how to handle situations. As long as you didn't provoke her, she was quite easy to get along with. He didn't dare to provoke her either, as she was someone the leader had specifically mentioned. After talking to Nian, he felt even more at ease. Nian was also relieved, as this matter hadn't delayed her schedule. 3 days later, the group boarded a private plane to the port city. The port city was now considered to be under Wen Renlin's influence, so they didn't bring many people along. Only Han Zhan, Huo Yan, Qing Long, and another subordinate of Wen Renlin, Zhu Ke, were with them. Nian had jokingly asked Wen Renlin before if he had the other 3 mythical beasts, White Tiger, Xuanwu, and Zhu Ke, to complete the set. When Renlin seriously confirmed her guess, it was indeed true. Zhu Ke had been brought back from America during Wen Renlin's recent trip. When Nian first heard Wen Renlin introduced Zhu Ke, she couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. Not that she judged people by their looks, but Zhu Ke couldn't possibly be a 2-meter-tall, muscular man, could he? Wouldn't that name seem a bit odd? When Renlin explained helplessly that the name wasn't new, they had all grown up together since childhood. Zhu Ke had often been mistaken for a girl when he was younger, and somehow he had grown into this. Out of curiosity, Nian looked at him a bit longer and noticed he was blushing. Blushing? Well, now she understood why he was called Zhu Ke. It was probably just his personality since childhood. Also traveling with them was a secretary from Zhang Jianlin, responsible for recording the attendees of the Foreign Trade Conference and discussing some details. He sat a bit stiffly in his seat. Although he had traveled with leaders many times, this was his first time on a private plane, especially with such important figures, making him feel uneasy. Qing Long noticed. He looked ready to jump out of the plane and sat next to him, patting his shoulder. "Brother, don't be nervous. We're not exactly good people." Hearing this, the secretary nearly fell off his seat. He realized that none of this group looked like good people. Huo Yan, who had come over, couldn't help but roll his eyes and push the secretary aside. Could he really compare himself to them? If you joked with him, he might take it seriously and get scared. Don't listen to him, and there's no need to be so nervous. Just focus on doing your own job well. Huo Yan's words were both comforting and a warning to do one's own part. The secretary, caught in the middle of these people, trembled. Would he be silenced? On the other side, Nian looked helplessly at the 2 childish men. They were arguing about who would accompany her. When Renlin wanted to take Nian to his place, after all, she was his sister, and he wanted his people to meet her. Huo Yan thought Wen Renlin's place was chaotic and insisted he should go alone, saying he could stay with Nian. Wen Renlin, who said Nian could fight alongside them. A small port city was already dangerous? Don't think he didn't know his little thoughts. I'll go to the special administrative region government first. You all can do your own things. Nian's words ended their childish behavior. They both had their own matters to attend to and didn't need to accompany her. After they landed, they first took Nian to the Special Administrative Region government. Once she was welcomed inside, the two men left. In the chief executive's office, the meeting was going very smoothly. It was smooth on Nian's side alone. The secretary admired Nian. In previous years, when he came with Minister Zhang, discussions about quotas took a long time. Nian was much more straightforward. She lacked Minister Zhang's smoothness and showed no regard for others' feelings. Without all the complicated social niceties, things became much easier to discuss. When she said a few quotas, she meant exactly that, showing no intention of bargaining. Chief Executive Chu Hung was at a loss with her and could only agree helplessly. Nian declined the invitation to the evening banquet, stating clearly that she had her own private schedule and did not wish to be disturbed.
Chu Hung.
This Minister Yu seemed a bit too direct. The remaining matters could be handled by the secretary. Her task was complete. She left with a shiver. The high-ranking officials of the Special Administrative Region. They did not expect things to conclude so quickly. Based on past experience, today was just a meeting. Then there would be a welcome banquet, and the number of attendees would usually require several rounds of discussion to finalize. This time, it was over just like that. What had they prepared for so long? It felt like using a cannon to shoot a mosquito, so powerless. Chu Hung was not very surprised. He had received news in advance. This time, it was not Zhang Jianlin, and he had a rough understanding of this Minister Yu. So he had prepared well in advance, allowing for such a quick agreement. This Minister Yu was indeed as unique as rumored. Unconventional. When Nian came out, Huo Yan was already waiting for her. The two headed to Wen Renlin's residence. Clearly Huo Yan had not outdone Wen Renlin. Compared to Kyoto, this place was much more chaotic. In Kyoto, underground forces were hidden, but in Port City, they were more open. Wen Renlin's home had layers of security, and their car drove deep into the courtyard to a villa. Entering through a side door and going upstairs, it was clear from the cars in the yard that Wen Renlin was meeting guests. They went straight to the third floor, which, like in Kyoto, was still exclusively hers. They didn't wait long before Wen Renlin called them down for dinner. "Your brother is becoming more polite," Huo Yan joked, smiling. If it were before, this guy would have rushed over by now. Nian rolled her eyes at him, finding it boring. While they were eating, Nian asked Wen Renlin, "Aren't you going to invite anyone in to meet your young lady?" She had already met a few of Wen Renlin's trusted aides here. "No need," Wen Renlin sighed. He understood Nian's intention. He knew his place wasn't clean, and he didn't want to involve Nian in testing them. There was no need to drag her into it. Nian exchanged a glance with Huo Yan, signaling him to take over.
Huo Yan.
Now, thinking back, who was it that wouldn't even let him get close upstairs? After dinner, Nian made an excuse to go upstairs, giving Huo Yan space to talk to Wen Renlin. "Shall we talk?" Wen Renlin nodded silently, knowing what Huo Yan wanted to discuss. The two went to the study. Wen Renlin was always habitually protective of Nian, even a bit too much, deliberately keeping his matters from involving her. He was overly cautious, not wanting this rare bond of family to be tainted by anything else. However, sometimes it didn't need to be so clear-cut, and helping each other didn't mean using one another, especially when Nian had the ability to assist him. His deliberate avoidance made things feel distant. Most importantly, if Nian continued to enjoy his care without any feedback, she would feel burdened. When Renlin had to admit that Huo Yan understood Nian better than he did, knowing what kind of interaction made her feel more at ease. The next morning, as Nian came downstairs, she saw a crowd of people. What was going on? "Young lady," a chorus of voices startled her. Nian thought. Was Wen Renlin's change too quick? Was Huo Yan's advice really that effective? Are they hiding some little secret from her? After everyone left, Wen Renlin patted Nian's head. "What kind of look is that? Where's Huo Yan?" Nian changed the subject. She couldn't blame herself for overthinking.
"He went out to meet someone."
"I need to go out soon too. Do you want to come with me?" Everyone who should know about their arrival in the port city already does, and there are some unavoidable social events. Nian shook her head. She had things to do. "Where do you want to go? Shall we go out for a stroll tomorrow?" Wen Renlin felt a bit guilty. He said he would take her out to have fun, but now they were stuck with all these messy matters. There's no time for fun. I have things to do too. Nian pretended to be mature, shaking her head as if to say he only thinks about having fun. All right, then after our young lady is done, will you at least come out with me for a bit? How could anyone not like his sister? Depends on the situation. The young lady replied proudly.
Ugh.
Before Wen Renlin could respond, Nian was startled by a sudden whimper. Wen Renlin sighed, clearly used to this situation. Turning around, he saw Zhuke looking at them with red eyes, while Qinglong smiled awkwardly. It was obvious he was trying hard to drag Zhuke away, but his size made it difficult to move him. What's wrong with him? Nian looked confused at Wen Renlin, wondering why he was crying. Hee, young lady, don't mind him. He's always like this since he was little. Qinglong explained with an awkward smile, saying he had tried many times to change this habit. Besides, does he think he's a little girl? The sight of a big man biting a handkerchief is not something everyone can accept. Young lady. He was too moved. Their master rarely looked so relaxed. Zhuke, with tears in his eyes, was about to explain, but he was dragged away. Now Qinglong was putting in all his effort, and with the help of 2 bodyguards, the 3 of them managed to pull the towering Zhuke out. Go cry outside. Don't embarrass yourself here. He's quite sentimental. Wen Renlin also felt a bit awkward. He knew what was going on with Zhuke, but wasn't sure how to explain it. Nian, understanding, didn't ask further. In a big world, there are all kinds of people. She had seen many oddities lately, and had become more accepting. After dinner, Wen Renlin took Qinglong out. Zhuke stayed behind, claiming to protect Nian.
Nian.
Could it be that he is upset because he didn't take him out and feels it was a waste of talent? Does she not care about her reputation? Forget it, she wasn't going out anyway, so it doesn't matter. She instructed Hanzhan to go to the airport to pick someone up and then went upstairs. Yesterday, she had asked a few people from the cybersecurity department to come over. Wen Renlin provided her with detailed information about the local powers and the harbor city, and she needed to review it carefully. However, not long after, she received a message from Hanzhan that a guest had arrived. Nian understood. That was quick. She had just shown up in the morning, and now someone was already at her door. She went downstairs to find a woman wearing sunglasses sitting in the living room, with 2 men standing beside her, likely bodyguards. When the woman saw Nian come down, she took off her sunglasses and looked her up and down. Nian frowned slightly. That gaze was quite unpleasant. Seeing Nian's displeasure, the woman showed no sign of backing down. Mississippi. After Nian sat down, the butler brought her tea. Who let her in? The butler was about to leave after serving the tea, when Nian's calm voice stopped him in his tracks. Is Wen Renlin's place like a park where anyone can come in? Miss Chu is. Answer my question. Nian wasn't interested in who this young lady was. If there was someone important to Wen Renlin here, he would tell her. Isn't this a bit of an overreaction, miss? Miss Chu spoke with a hint of amusement, noting that this young lady had quite a temper. Zhang Butler, didn't you hear what the young lady said? Zhuke stepped forward, exuding a strong sense of pressure. He wasn't someone who was nice to everyone. It's me. The butler wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. It seemed this young lady was not as easygoing as they thought. In front of Wen Renlin, Nian acted just like an ordinary girl, causing him to instinctively overlook that she was also their master. When Wen Renlin wasn't around, he took charge as usual. Miss, I'm heading to the airport. Hanzhan quickly adapted to the local customs. It was about time they arrived. Bring them straight here. Understood. Hanzhan left to pick someone up from the airport, and after this interruption, the butler felt a bit more at ease. Miss, this is Miss Chu from the Chu family. The butler hinted to Nian, reminding her that the current chief executive came from the Chu family. Nian showed no reaction. Was this their reason for letting someone in without the owner's consent? Miss Chu, who had been ignored repeatedly, felt her expression turn cold. How dare an unknown woman disrespect her like this? Did she really think she was the young lady of the Wen family? She had heard that when Renlin brought a woman back, claiming she was his sister, with the last name Yu, if she remembered correctly. Chu Cinei had fallen for Wen Renlin at first sight when she met him at her uncle's house. She was captivated by him. Unfortunately, he rarely came to Port City, and her uncle had forbidden their family from leaving, or she would have chased after him long ago. The last time she saw Wen Renlin was last year. She learned yesterday that he had arrived, but she was surprised to hear he brought a woman with him. She didn't believe the brother-sister story. She was curious about this woman's intentions. Today, upon hearing that Wen Renlin was meeting her uncle, she decided to forego seeing him and wanted to show this woman who was in charge. However, she continued to be ignored, which only fueled her anger. The phone in the living room rang again. The butler wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and, seeing that Nian did not respond, nervously answered the call. After hearing the message, he turned to Nian. "Miss, the young master of the Lin family is here to visit." The Lin family in Port City seemed to have some distant relation to the Lin family in Kyoto, but they hadn't been in touch for years. "Let him in," Nian said calmly, her tone revealing no emotion. The butler sensed a heavy pressure in her voice and regretted letting Chu Cinei in earlier, without permission. The master was still home. It was not his place to decide. "Miss, are you being a bit too dismissive? Does Brother Lin know how you treat his guests?" Chu Cinei finally couldn't hold back. She had been ignored for so long, and now, while she was still there, Nian let other guests in without asking her if she minded. Was she really that unimportant? Nian finally spoke, but not to her. Instead, she asked Zhuke, "Does Wen Renlin have any other sisters?" Her tone was serious, as if she genuinely wondered about the question. "Miss, please understand, you are his only sister," Zhuke quickly explained, fearing a misunderstanding. Nian. Was she joking? Knowing he and Qinglong had the same teacher, he was quite articulate. Chu Cinei's face flushed with anger, leaving her momentarily speechless. This was overheard by two young men who had just entered. "Miss Yu Lin Dong from the Lin family has come to visit. Sorry for the interruption." One polite young man greeted Nian with a smile. Another young man, noticing Chu Cinei, brightened up. "Cinei, you're here too." Without waiting for an invitation, he moved closer and sat beside Chu Cinei, greeting her warmly. Lin Dong frowned slightly, clearly displeased with his actions, but said nothing. "When Renlin is not here," Nian informed Lin Dong, indicating that if they were looking for Wen Renlin, they could leave. "That's a pity. Meeting the young lady is still nice." Lin Dong maintained his polite smile. It seemed they were also here for him. Thinking about Wen Renlin's unnecessary presence last night, Nian chuckled softly, feeling overwhelmed by the situation. "My surname is Yu. Miss Yu, my apologies," Lin Dong replied, quickly adapting and sitting down. This time, without Nian's prompting, the butler didn't dare serve tea, and the nearby servants were hesitant to approach. Lin Dong warned his younger brother, reminding him to greet the host when visiting someone's home. "Miss Yu, you have quite the attitude," Lin Chung said sarcastically, clearly not fond of her. An unknown young lady expecting them to greet her first? People from Port City often had a sense of superiority, and these wealthy young men and women had their own exclusive circles. They were particularly standoffish towards those they deemed beneath them, especially someone like Wen Renlin, who was on equal footing with their parents. In reality, it was just a matter of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Moreover, Cinei seemed visibly upset. Who knew if this young lady had upset her? "Get out." Nian's sudden statement shocked everyone in the living room. "What did you say?" Lin Chung stood up abruptly, his expression darkening. "Get out." In front of Chu Cinei? If he swallowed his pride now, how would he face people in Port City later? Seeing him stand, Zhu Ke stepped forward. Did he really think he could confront their young lady on their turf? "Miss Yu, is it appropriate to be so arrogant while standing on our territory?" Chu Cinei mocked, clearly unaware of the trouble she was stirring up. "How would I know that Port City is your territory?" Nian replied, fiddling with her phone, surprised by someone so eager to provoke trouble. "Do you know who Cinei is?" She is the niece of the chief executive of Port City. Lin Jiang boasted that even Wen Renlin had to give her some respect, let alone a young lady whose identity was unknown. Is Gangqing the territory of the Gangqing chief? Yunyan smiled playfully, and at this moment, Lin Dong had already sensed something was off. Lin Jiang, be quiet. He stopped Lin Jiang, who was about to continue with her reckless words. Was this something he could say? This young lady was clearly trying to trap them, and Lin Dong's mind was still sharp. From Yunyan's expression, it was clear she already knew their identities but remained so arrogant. Her background must not be simple. At this moment, he thought this might be a young lady from a family in the capital who came to play with Wen Renlin, so she wasn't afraid of them at all. Moreover, had this fool forgotten their purpose? They were there to please this young lady, not to create enemies. This idiot was acting like he had lost his mind upon seeing Chu Cinei. He completely messed things up. He would have to explain this to their father. Lin Dong's reprimand brought Lin Jiang back to her senses, and she stopped speaking. Miss Yu, I'm really sorry about today. I apologize on behalf of my brother. Lin Dong's attitude was very humble, especially since he didn't know the other party's background. This foolish Lin Jiang had offended someone recklessly, and he, as her brother, had to clean up the mess. Seeing that Nian was ignoring him, Lin Dong spoke again. We apologize for disturbing you, Miss Yu. We'll take our leave now and come back to apologize another day. Lin Dong stood up, intending to take Lin Jiang away. Do you think this is just any place where you can come and go as you please? As soon as Nian finished speaking, several bodyguards quickly blocked the door. The faces of the Lin brothers changed dramatically.
What did she mean by this?
They naturally had bodyguards with them, but they were left outside. They didn't expect such a turn of events. Miss Yu, what does this mean? What does it mean? It means to set an example. She had other matters to attend to in Gangqing and didn't have time to play games with these young masters and ladies. Since you're here, shouldn't you meet the host before leaving? When Renlin sent a message asking if she was home, he was coming back. Upon hearing this, the group breathed a sigh of relief, clearly believing that when Renlin wouldn't engage in foolishness with Nian. After all, women can be too emotional. If she acted irrationally in a fit of anger, where would they go to complain? Hearing that Nian wanted to wait for Wen Renlin to return made them feel much more at ease. Lin Dong also felt a bit relieved and sat down, attempting to strike up a conversation with Nian. Unfortunately, the other person ignored him. Lin Jiang naturally disapproved of Nian's arrogant demeanor, but he didn't dare to speak up, fearing that Nian would tell him to leave. Chu Cinei, hearing that they had to wait for Wen Renlin to return, put aside her anger and quickly took out a small mirror to check her makeup. About half an hour later, Wen Renlin came back. When the others saw him enter, they all stood up. Master Lin. Brother Lin is back. Wen Renlin nodded indifferently, showing no reaction to the extra people in his home. He walked straight to Nian and sat down beside her. Why are you so slow? Wen Renlin took out a cup of milk tea from his bag, inserted a straw, and handed it to Nian. I bought milk tea for someone who has a sweet tooth. Didn't she say in the morning that she wanted milk tea from Port City? Are you that bored? Nian took the milk tea and rolled her eyes at Wen Renlin. In the morning, when Huo Yan called to ask what she wanted to eat, she casually mentioned milk tea, and he had bought it ahead of time. Wen Renlin felt no guilt under Nian's gaze. He did it on purpose. Their interaction made Chu Cinei's eyes turn red. Why was Wen Renlin so nice to this woman? Brother Lin. Chu Cinei spoke reluctantly, as Wen Renlin hadn't looked at her since he returned. Miss Chu, be careful with your words. I only have one sister. This statement echoed what Nian had asked Zhuke earlier, making Chu Cinei's face turn red with anger. She used to call Wen Renlin that too, and he never objected. Master Lin, I apologize for intruding and interrupting your time with Miss Yu. Lin Dong also felt that things were not going well. Wen Renlin's affection for Nian seemed to exceed their expectations. With such disregard for Chu Cinei, how could they expect to be treated well? Indeed, it was presumptuous. Nian added, and Wen Renlin instantly understood that these people had offended her. His expression turned stern as he looked at Lin Dong. The Lin family is quite bold, coming here to bully my sister? We didn't. Lin Jiang hurried to explain. How could they bully you, Nian? It was clearly him who was being bullied. Master Lin, this is our fault, and we apologize to miss you. Lin Dong stopped Lin Jiang from arguing. No matter what, they had come here first, and Lin Jiang had spoken disrespectfully to miss you. If Wen Renlin decided to hold a grudge, it wouldn't be a matter of who bullied whom. They had thought that since they were all in Port City, Wen Renlin, as an outsider, would at least give them some face. Unexpectedly, he showed no mercy at all. The child's failure to teach is the father's fault. When Renlin understood that they wanted to see the head of the Lin family, call Mr. Lin and ask him to come pick them up, when Renlin instructed one of his subordinates who had been stationed in the port city and knew the locals better. Master Lin, what do you mean by this? Lin Dong asked, confused. They weren't children anymore, so why involve their parents? Clearly, no one paid him any attention. They're back. I'll go take a look, Nian said to Wen Renlin. Han Zhan had returned with the person who was in the nearby villa. Seeing Nian leave, Chu Cinei looked at Wen Renlin with red eyes. Brother Lin, don't you have any old feelings left? Miss Chu, be careful with your words. What old feelings do we have? Wen Renlin felt puzzled by her. What connection did they have? He was only being polite because of Chu Hung. Did she really think too highly of herself? Master Lin, isn't this a bit too much? Lin Jiang spoke up, dissatisfied, defending Chu Cinei. Lin Dong kicked him, sending him crashing to the floor from the sofa.
Brother?
Lin Jiang looked at Lin Dong in confusion. Why did he kick him? Lin Dong wished he could knock some sense into his foolish brother. Didn't he see that when Renlin's bodyguards were ready to intervene? If he hadn't acted first, when Renlin's people would have done much worse than just kick him. Lin Jiang was just a carefree rich kid and had never dealt with people like this. His father sent him today because he thought he was good at socializing and wanted him to get close to this young lady. Unexpectedly, this fool offended her right away and now dared to challenge Wen Renlin. Find out who it is, break their legs and throw them out, Wen Renlin instructed Qinglong beside him. Lin Dong froze. He had forgotten about that. He felt regret. They had acted too hastily and exposed themselves. It was clear that others besides the Lin family had bribed people on Wen Renlin's side, but only they had foolishly shown up after receiving the news. No wonder Wen Renlin and his sister treated them this way. It was unreasonable to expect kindness from someone who discovered they had been bribed. But it was too late to say anything now. Chu Cinei seemed to realize this too, her expression becoming uneasy. She even looked a bit frightened. It wasn't just her own people at stake, but also those her uncle had arranged to be here. If they were all exposed by Wen Renlin, how would she explain it to her uncle? Chu Cinei clutched her bag tightly and could no longer sit still. Brother Lin, I'm leaving now. I'll come to see you another day. What's the rush? My sister hasn't let you go yet. Wen Renlin sat leisurely on the sofa, challenging his sister. Did he think he could just leave? What do you mean by that? Chu Cinei was shocked. Had he forgotten who his uncle was? Was he planning to continue in the city without regard for the chief executive's face? Was that woman really that important? Lin Dong felt a heaviness in his heart. Wen Renlin was disregarding even Chu Heng's reputation. What did the Lin family mean to Wen Renlin then? Wen Renlin ignored them, leaning back on the sofa with his eyes closed. The others exchanged glances, not daring to say more, and could only sit quietly and wait. Sir, the third master has returned, along with Mr. Lin Likong. Okay, have someone inform the young lady. Upon hearing this, the Lin brothers immediately tensed up, unsure whether to feel happy or scared. Lin Dong felt a mix of emotions, finding it somewhat amusing. It was the first time he was called a guardian. Seeing Huo Yan enter with a bag, Wen Renlin raised an eyebrow at him, gesturing toward the milk teacup on the table. Huo Yan ignored him and sat down on the sofa next to him. Third master, Dad. Dad. As a few people entered, the Lin brothers stood up obediently to greet them. Lin Dong had met Huo Yan before with his father and had heard about the achievements of the third master. This had always been his goal. He didn't expect Huo Yan to come with Wen Renlin and seemed to have a close friendship. Lin Likang appeared to be a refined middle-aged man, having been married twice. Lin Dong was from the first wife, while Lin Chung was from the current wife, and they also had a younger sister. Lin Dong's mother passed away when he was very young, so there was no complicated situation. Thus, he got along harmoniously with Lin Chung and his mother. Master Lin, it's been a long time. Lin Likang walked straight to Wen Renlin, extending his hand from a distance. Mr. Lin, please have a seat. Wen Renlin stood up to shake his hand, showing respect. Lin Likang was puzzled. He had been having tea with Huo Yan when he received a call from Wen Renlin asking him to come over. He naturally knew where his two sons were, but Lin Dong was usually polite and shouldn't offend anyone. Only after seeing Chu Cinei sitting nearby did he start to understand. It seemed Lin Chung had done something foolish. This younger son likes the girl from the Chu family, and they all know it. He has advised him many times. The Chu family doesn't think highly of him, so he has no chance with Chu Cinei. At this moment, he looks at Lin Chung with frustration, feeling that he is more of a hindrance than a help. The Zhou family is thriving in business on the mainland, and their leading position in the port city is solid. Every wealthy family is envious, especially since they finally got news that Huo Yan is coming to the port city. Naturally, these families are keeping an eye on it, not wanting anyone to take advantage of the situation alone. In the end, they reached an agreement to approach Huo Yan together to seek cooperation opportunities. However, a phone call brought them here. When Huo Yan heard he was coming, he suggested they go together. The looks from his old friends were filled with envy and jealousy. Lin Likang smiled wryly, realizing the misunderstanding was quite significant. They thought he had gained something big, but in reality, he was in big trouble. Mississippi. A greeting came from the door as Nian arrived, shivering. Lin Likang turned to look at the entrance. Is this the young lady? Nian ignored everyone in the room and went straight to sit beside Huo Yan. Wen Renlin should have known he wouldn't be sitting there. He was in the main seat on a single sofa. Seeing the bag on the table, Nian felt a bit helpless. She had just had a cup of milk tea. Sure enough, Huo Yan started taking things out of the bag. Xiaonian just had a cup of milk tea, so this might be. Before Wen Renlin could finish a sentence, he saw Huo Yan pull out a box of pastries. What happened to the milk tea? Huo Yan gave Wen Renlin a knowing look. Nian, try this. It tastes good. Huo Yan opened the box, took out a small pastry, and offered it to Nian. Without hesitation, Nian opened her mouth and ate it, nodding that it was indeed delicious. Huo Yan, standing behind, looked at his third master with admiration. No wonder, miss, you wanted milk tea. He went to buy pastries instead, clearly knowing Wen Renlin would cause trouble. Your brother seems to want some too. Should we give him some? Nian looked at Wen Renlin, who had a fierce expression. It seemed he didn't just want a pastry. He looked like he wanted to eat someone. Brother, do you want some? Nian innocently asked her brother, as this wasn't her fault. He hadn't calculated Huo Yan's intentions. Yes. You can have it another day. Today, this is for Nian. Huo Yan fed another piece of pastry to Nian, as if afraid Wen Renlin would come and it away. Wen Renlin gritted his teeth, looking like he might actually eat someone. That Huo Yan, could he really compete with Nian for food? Nian. I hope her brother won't bite anyone. Watching their interaction, Chu Cinei began to regret her impulsive decision to come over. She didn't know Huo Yan, but having spent a long time in wealthy circles, she had a good eye for people. This person had an extraordinary presence, clearly someone of great wealth or status. The way he interacted with Nian showed that they were clearly a couple. It seemed that Wen Renlin and Nian were truly just siblings. She had heard that Wen Renlin brought a woman home, and rushing over to show off without investigating was a foolish move. The Lin family's 3 men were also ignored, especially Lin Likang. Sensing something was off, he didn't expect Huo Yan to have such a relationship with this young lady. He had even sent his 2 sons to please her, which was a foolish mistake. Now he was in deep trouble. Master Lin, my son may have offended you. Please forgive him, as he is just a child. Seeing that no one was paying attention to them, Lin Likang could only muster the courage to speak. Nian found it amusing. Wasn't Lin Likang's eldest son about the same age as her brother? Calling him a child was a bit much. Children should solve their own problems. Wen Renlin said calmly, as his sister was also a child, and he didn't want to interfere. Master Ren is right, indeed. Lin Likang, hearing Wen Renlin's words, thought there was a chance and quickly agreed. Mr. Lin, let's talk about adult matters then. How about discussing why your family is trying to bribe my people? Wen Renlin smiled kindly at Lin Likang. In such a short time, he had taken control of more than half of the power in the harbor city, and many had been placed in his circle. But who invited this troublemaker to come forward? Ah, Master Ren is joking, haha. Lin Likang had forgotten about that and could only awkwardly laugh, not expecting Wen Renlin to mention it openly. Everything has been handled. Qinglong entered with a serious expression, clearly having just dealt with something. Wen Renlin nodded.
Tell me more.
Nian was quite interested in how many people had been arranged. 3 from the Chu family, 1 from the Lin family, 1 from the Huang family, 1 from the Zhang family, and 2 from the Black Dragon Society. Nian looked at Wen Renlin playfully, indicating that this was what he meant by unnecessary. Wen Renlin was helpless. He couldn't come here often, and these people didn't pose much of a threat to him. Lin Likang was sweating. What did Wen Renlin mean by this? Was he making him the target of everyone's attention? Because of his family's issues, he had exposed all these people in the harbor city. She glanced at Chu Cinei again, this time feeling relieved rather than annoyed, thankful that there was someone to support her. Brother, have you finished discussing your adult matters? Nian spoke up, helping Lin Likang out of a tough spot. She still found him useful. Yes, we're done. Wen Renlin replied helplessly, clearly at a loss with Nian. Lin Likang looked at Nian with gratitude, finally letting go of that topic. Now, let's talk about your young master from the Lin family who came to provoke my sister while I was away. Lin Likang's moment of relief was quickly replaced with worry. Please forgive me, Master Wen. My brother got a bit excited upon seeing Miss Chu and said some inappropriate things that offended Miss Yu. Lin Dong hurriedly explained to clarify the situation, so his father wouldn't be confused. Chu Cinei felt frustrated. Why was Lin Dong dragging her into this? But she couldn't argue. The truth was as it was. My son has acted inappropriately. I apologize to Miss Yu on his behalf. Please be generous and don't hold this against him. The situation was beyond his control. He had no choice but to bow his head, as none of these people were ones he could provoke. What did Nian say? Huo Yan suddenly asked. If Nian didn't care, he still had to. She didn't say much, just that she was a bit demanding. Lin Jiang stammered, knowing he had to answer Huo Yan. Mr. Lin, is your son here to teach my sister a lesson? Why not tell me what my sister did? Wen Renlin's voice was low but carried an unmistakable anger. The Lin family has quite the arrogance. Huo Yan scoffed, finding their behavior ridiculous. Since this is an adult matter, the children can leave. Nian assessed the situation and hinted at Lin Likang. Lin Likang immediately understood. She wanted to speak with him alone. You two should leave and apologize to Miss Yu another day. Lin Dong felt relieved and quickly got up to leave. Lin Jiang, too, forgot about Chu Cinei and hurriedly followed Lin Dong out. Hanzhan, take Miss Chu home. Tell Chu Hung that I will visit him personally another day. Hearing this, Lin Likang was astonished. Miss Yu was the one who mentioned visiting, not Wen Renlin or Huo Yan. It was her? Chu Cinei followed out like a puppet, clearly shaken by today's events. Mr. Lin, I heard you have a good relationship with Chu. Nian looked up at Lin Likang. This was also her goal. In Hong Kong City, they didn't investigate matters from years ago very clearly, so they had to ask those in the know. Lin Likang was even more confused upon hearing this. Chu Yi, the father of Chu Cinei, is the brother of the current chief executive, Chu Hung. Wasn't Chu Cinei just here? Why were they asking him? But he answered honestly. We had a good relationship when we were young, but we haven't interacted much in recent years. This was true. After Chu Hung became chief executive, the gap between their families gradually widened. Old friends drifted apart, which was also why he opposed his younger son pursuing Chu Cinei. The Chu family no longer looked down on them. Is it okay to ask Mr. Lin some questions?
Great, she wanted to know about the past.
Miss Yu, please ask. I will answer honestly. Lin Likang understood that Nian wanted to learn about Chu Yi. As long as his answers were useful, they wouldn't hold today's matters against him. Besides his current wife, did Mr. Chu have other women in the past? Chu Yi was considered a breath of fresh air in the wealthy circle, never involved with anyone else. He was devoted to his wife and had only one daughter, Chu Cinei. So it was inevitable that he spoiled her, leading to her current domineering nature. When we were young, we both pursued the same woman. She chose Chu Yi, and they were together for a while. Later, for some unknown reason, she left Hong Kong City and never returned. Lin Likang replied without hesitation, clearly remembering the incident, possibly still holding feelings for that woman. Can you tell us more about her? Finally, they found someone unrelated to the matter. She was very beautiful, a warm and generous woman. She came from Europe to study in Hong Kong and was our classmate for a year. Lin Likang seemed to drift into memories, looking a bit dazed. As for her name, she told us it was Jenny, but I don't think that was her real name. He remembered a friend who had met Jenny and mentioned that her current name sounded lovely. Can you share more about her relationship with Chu Yi? Nian's voice interrupted Lin Likang's reminiscence. When Jenny came to our school, many people liked her, including Chu Yi and me. Among all her admirers, she chose Chu Yi, and they lived together for over 6 months. I thought she would stay in Hong Kong and marry him. But then, for some reason, she left and never came back. After a long explanation, Lin Likang added one more thing. I think the Chu family talked to her. The Chu family has always been involved in politics, and marrying a foreign woman would have a significant impact on them. Nian nodded thoughtfully. It was quite the drama with Bai Yueguang. This woman really knows how to make everyone believe her son belongs to them. Has Jenny come back since then? No, I talked to Chu Yi about it back then, and he seemed quite evasive, not wanting to discuss it. Lin Likang was usually open but didn't understand why Nian was interested in such trivial matters. It was clear she was leading the conversation, while Wen Renlin and Huo Yan remained silent.
Yu Xiaonian phone.
Wen Renlin pointed to the phone in his hand. Nian gestured for him to put it on speaker. She knew who was calling. She had intentionally not answered earlier, waiting for him to call her at home. This was also part of her plan to intimidate Lin Likang. Hello. Good evening, Miss Yu. This is Chu Hung. Hearing this, Lin Likang relaxed a bit. He had just been discussing her brother, and now hearing Chu Heng's voice made him feel a little uneasy. Is there something you need, Mr. Chu? Nothing serious. That girl Xian, he doesn't know how to speak properly. If she has offended you in any way, please don't hold it against her. After hearing about the incident with sending Chu Xian back, Chu Hung couldn't sit still and quickly asked what had happened with his niece. Chu Xian vaguely explained what happened today, and Chu Hung scolded her, putting her under house arrest. He immediately called Nian. How could I hold it against her? As long as Miss Chu doesn't hold it against me on your family's territory, that's fine. Nian's tone was playful, making it hard to tell if she was joking or serious. Her calm tone surprised Chu Hung. How could this foolish girl say such things? What does she mean by his family's territory? If this got to the wrong ears, it could be seen as a threat to him in Kyoto. Minister Yu, this is no joking matter. Oh, so it was a joke? I thought Mr. Chu had some opinions about me, or… Minister Yu, that is absolutely not the case. I will handle my family matters and personally apologize another day. That's not necessary. Mr. Chu should manage his family well. Trouble often comes from careless words. Nian hinted, seemingly referring to Chu Xian, but also speaking to others. After hanging up, Nian scoffed, that old fox. She turned back to look at Lin Likang. Mr. Lin, sorry to keep you waiting. Not at all. Lin Likang was completely honest at this moment. He would agree to whatever Nian said, too afraid to voice any objections. Mr. Lin, I hope no one else finds out about our conversation today. A little shock education works better than threats or bribes. He should be too scared to leak anything. Miss Yu, don't worry. I didn't hear anything today, and I won't say a word. Lin Likong quickly assured her, promising he wouldn't speak about it. After Lin Likong left, Nian sat on the sofa, tilting her head in thought. That woman knows how to choose people. They are all unimportant yet crucial figures. What is her goal? So far, besides money, it seems she hasn't asked those people to do anything else. This is why they have kept things hidden so well for so many years.
Stop thinking about it.
My people are watching that mother and son. There won't be any trouble. Huo Yan, seeing Nian deep in thought, urged her not to overthink. Do you want to go out and have some fun? When Renlin also changed the subject, it was hard to get out, yet they were still working. Where can we go? Although this place is called a shopping paradise, it seems there isn't much fun to be had. When Renlin, he didn't know either. He gestured to Huo Yan to speak up about where to go. There are many special local dishes to try. How about that? Huo Yan was already used to the unreliability of these siblings and was prepared. Sure enough, both of them happily accepted his suggestion. They looked at Huo Yan with matching smiles, their eyes showing a clear naivety. It seemed they wanted him to arrange everything and lead the way.
Huo Yan.
Is that it? When Renlin still thought about leaving him behind to go out alone with Nian, Qinglong clearly thought the same, looking at his master with a complicated expression. They said they were taking Miss Yu out for fun, but instead, they just stared at each other. If third master weren't there, their outing would probably just be a change of scenery. I must say, having Huo Yan around certainly made things easier for them. They didn't have to worry about anything and followed Huo Yan, enjoying 2 days of fun in the harbor city. During these 2 days, after checking her contacts, it was clear that only Chu Yi had ties to that woman. With information from Lin Likong, digging up those old stories took some effort, but it was clarified. Miss, the Chu family sent an invitation. Nian took it, opened it, and frowned at the unusual style. Huo Yan and Wen Renlin also received invitations. They wondered what the purpose of this banquet was. Are we going? Wen Renlin asked Nian, and she said if she wanted to go, he would go with her. If she didn't want to go, then he didn't need to either. Then let's go take a look. It was just right. She also wanted to find a chance to visit the Chu family. There shouldn't be too many people, and as long as Chu Hung didn't want to make things difficult for her, there wouldn't be a large banquet. While they were discussing this, Chu Heng's call came in. After the call, she learned the purpose of the banquet at the Chu family. Chu Hung was under a lot of pressure. This time, there were only 6 spots for the port city, for less than in previous years. Those who were cut were naturally very unhappy and sought out Chu Hung through various channels to plead their case. Chu Hung had no choice. If it were Zhang Jianlin, he might have been able to negotiate a bit. But with the stubborn Nian, he felt completely helpless. So, he decided to hold a banquet to gather everyone together. If he wanted Nian to take the blame, he would have to pay a price. He had no personal interest with Nian, so he could only invest in Wen Renlin to make it work. Nian agreed without much thought. She wasn't part of that circle and didn't care about offending them. Besides, she had her own goals. She could also use this opportunity to benefit her brother, so why wouldn't she agree? Wen Renlin was a bit silent, clearly still not used to his sister bringing him benefits. Huo Yan shook his head at Nian. Wen Renlin wasn't confused, just having a hard time adjusting and needed some time. I'll go make dinner. Huo Yan stood up and prepared to head to the kitchen. After the novelty wore off, Nian was tired of eating port city food these past few days. I'll go with you. Wen Renlin also stood up and walked to the kitchen with Huo Yan. Are you serious? Brother, there's really no need. Back when they were in Kyoto, Wen Renlin had once whimsically decided to cook for her. Well, how should I put it? Wen Renlin could definitely make a mess in the kitchen. As for what he cooked, she still trusted her brother. He probably didn't want to poison her. Wen Renlin was quite skilled in the kitchen, but he had a knack for making a disaster. He had tried more than once, and the result was a kitchen that needed to be renovated over and over again. Just wait and eat. He gave Nian a reassuring look, confidently pulling Huo Yan toward the kitchen. Nian didn't feel very reassured. She shrugged and gave Huo Yan a look that said, "Good luck." She could skip this meal, but if something unexpected happened, Huo Yan wouldn't be able to escape the kitchen. Huo Yan was speechless. Was this the legendary saying about people running away when trouble strikes? Before he could say anything else, Wen Renlin pulled him into the kitchen. What do you need me to do? Wen Renlin looked eager to help, which made Huo Yan feel a bit better. Chop. He handed the vegetables that needed chopping to Wen Renlin. To be fair, his knife skills were quite good. Someone who has handled knives for years can easily chop vegetables. The initial preparations went smoothly, without any issues. Nian in the living room found it strange. Was her brother performing unusually well? As it turned out, both she and Huo Yan were too quick to relax. Before long, there was a loud clattering from the kitchen. Wen Renlin, does my face look like a plate to you? Huo Yan's gritted voice followed, clearly annoyed. Did he really have to cook? A spatula came flying toward his face. His years of practice saved him. If he hadn't dodged quickly, he might have been seriously hurt. That was an accident. It was an accident. Wen Renlin, realizing he was in the wrong, handed the spatula back to Huo Yan and stood quietly to the side. Nian listened to the commotion with amusement. Why hadn't Huo Yan kicked her brother out yet? If there were no accidents, there would still be accidents later. I promise there won't be any accidents this time. Wen Renlin insisted on helping again. Just fried in the pan. Huo Yan handed him a plate of shrimp, which should be safer. To be cautious, he took a step back. At least he wouldn't get hurt, even if Wen Renlin did. Once again, he relaxed too soon. Wen Renlin, get out of here. How could he splash a plate of shrimp into the hot oil from so far away? The key was that he dodged quickly, and not a drop of oil splashed on him. Meanwhile, Huo Yan, who was further away, got splattered with hot oil because he wasn't prepared. He rushed to the sink, running cold water on his hand while shouting at Wen Renlin. Was he doing this on purpose? He dodged so fast that all the oil splashed on Huo Yan instead. If he had gone into the kitchen with him, he would have been in trouble too. How could someone be so foolish? In the living room, Nian watched Wen Renlin being sent out and clicked her tongue. What was he doing? It was the first time she heard Huo Yan curse. Her brother was something else. Wen Renlin felt a bit embarrassed. He hadn't expected this at all. He had just said to let Nian wait for food, but then he was suddenly kicked out. Nian found it amusing to see her brother looking awkward, so she offered a suggestion. Brother, why don't you make a drink? This is simple and easy to prepare. He should.
Probably.
Maybe. Be able to do it, right? When Wen Renlin heard this, his eyes lit up. Of course, why didn't he think of that? Nian loves milk tea. He can make that. He immediately walked over to the bar, looking quite confident. Nian watched her brother with that confidence, just like when he went to the kitchen earlier. She smirked. Maybe she shouldn't have said that. Oh well, if it doesn't work out, she can let Huo Yan try it. He won't die from it. She slipped into the kitchen and encouraged her brother as she passed him. Wen Renlin was even more motivated. Seeing him like that, Nian quickly entered the kitchen, afraid he would catch her and make her taste it. Wait outside. It will be ready soon. When Huo Yan saw Nian come in, he sighed in relief. He was scared, thinking Wen Renlin was back. Neither of them could cook, but at least Nian wouldn't cause trouble. Did you burn your hand? Nian noticed Huo Yan's hand was a bit red and leaned in to take a look. It's fine. Just wait outside. There's oil smoke here. She shouldn't breathe it in. As long as her troublesome brother doesn't come back, he'll be okay. I'll get you some medicine. Even though it wasn't serious, it was still red, so he should apply some burn ointment. After dinner, Nian will help me apply it. Huo Yan took the chance to make a request. Her brother burned him, so it's fair for her to take responsibility. Seeing Nian nod, Huo Yan happily pushed her out of the kitchen. He told her to wait outside. Dinner would be ready soon. Even Wen Renlin, who was making drinks, looked much better to him now. Before long, Huo Yan brought the dishes to the table, and Wen Renlin came over with his special milk tea. The two siblings were surprisingly in sync at that moment. Nian reached for the cup in front of Huo Yan, while Wen Renlin moved his drink toward Huo Yan as well.
Huo Yan.
Were they testing him? Thanks for cooking a yen. Wen Renlin poured half a cup for Huo Yan, pretending to be sincere. Why only half a cup? It wasn't because he was afraid of poisoning Huo Yan, it was just that he only made a little. What if it tasted good? Then, he wouldn't have enough for Nian. Nian nodded in agreement. Her brother was right. Huo Yan looked at the half cup of suspicious milk tea, and under the expectant gazes of the siblings, he steeled himself to lift it. Should he drink it or not? Miss, I delivered the items to the next room. Qinglong entered to report that Nian had asked him to buy some equipment for the cybersecurity department. Thank you for your hard work. Have a drink. Huo Yan kindly looked at Qinglong and handed him half a cup of milk tea. Thank you, third master. Unaware of the situation, Qinglong was a bit surprised to receive it. He had been running around and was a bit thirsty. Huo Yan and Hanzhan watched closely, curious about the effect of the milk tea on him. Qinglong took a big sip, and the moment the drink hit his mouth, his expression froze. It was clear he was trying hard to swallow, but it seemed he wasn't very successful. He quickly rushed to the bathroom and only came out after he was done. Third master, did I offend you? Qinglong was nearly in tears, wondering what he had done to deserve this. This was made by Master Lin. Huo Yan kindly explained, feeling sorry for him. Fortunately, Qinglong returned in time. Otherwise, given third master's temperament, he would likely have been the one in trouble. Qinglong felt a wave of sympathy for himself, realizing he had taken the blame for someone else. No wonder third master was so warm today. Wen Renlin quietly moved the pot of poison a bit further away. I'll study more. Next time, it will definitely be drinkable. This time, he didn't have enough time to prepare properly. Everyone really didn't need to worry. Brother, it's time to eat. Nian served Wen Renlin some dishes to stop his frightening comments. By the time he figured it out, these people would probably be in for quite a ride. After dinner, the two cooks went back to their rooms to shower. Taking advantage of Wen Renlin's distraction, Nian quietly slipped into Huo Yan's room with some medicine. When Huo Yan came out of the shower, he was surprised to see Nian sitting on his bed. Although she had promised to come, he didn't expect her to actually show up. Nian took Huo Yan's hand, looked at it, and noticed it was still a bit red. She opened the ointment and carefully applied a layer on the back of his hand. Finally, she blew on it to help it dry faster. All done. She put down his hand, but he grabbed her back. Give me a hug. Using a bit of strength, he pulled Nian into his embrace. Nian softly responded with a hum, resting her forehead against Huo Yan's chest, her hands quietly wrapping around his waist. This brought them even closer together. Feeling Nian's cooperation, Huo Yan chuckled happily. Your heart is beating so fast. Leaning against Huo Yan's chest, Nian heard his heartbeat and murmured, this time, you won't say I have a heart condition, right? Huo Yan recalled the little girl's previous awkward comments and couldn't help but smile. She rubbed against his chest like a little kitten. Huo Yan gently stroked Nian's hair, sighing with satisfaction. It was rare to see her being so proactive. His Nian. Huo Yan whispered her name in her ear, not really wanting to say anything, just wanting to acknowledge her presence. Nian responded in agreement. It seems Nian's heartbeat has quickened. Huo Yan said softly.
No.
Nian denied it. You little dishonest girl. He playfully nibbled on Nian's ear, successfully making her neck turn red. Are you a dog? Nian, flustered and angry, pushed him away with too much force, causing him to fall back onto the bed. Nian can bite back. Huo Yan lay on the bed, arms wide open, looking inviting. You think I wouldn't dare? Nian knelt at the edge of the bed, one hand on Huo Yan's chest and the other pinching his face, acting like a little troublemaker. Huo Yan, your hand. Just then, Wen Renlin walked into the room and was startled by the scene, and all three of them jumped in surprise. What a mess this was. I came to bring him medicine. Nian awkwardly stood up, thinking, oh no, Wen Renlin wouldn't misunderstand, right? I swear, she really didn't do anything. Huo Yan remained lazily lying on the bed, casting an annoyed glance at Wen Renlin. This guy really knows how to pick his moments. Doesn't he know to knock? Ahem, I also came to bring medicine. Wen Renlin raised the ointment in his hand, feeling a bit embarrassed. Seeing his sister being so bold, he didn't know what to say for a moment. You two chat, I'll leave first. Nian hurriedly escaped, leaving the two men staring at each other in surprise. What are you doing here? After Nian left, Huo Yan casually sat up on the bed, adjusting his wrinkled shirt. Can you be more careful? Wen Renlin threw the ointment at Huo Yan, thinking that if he hadn't burned himself while cooking, he wouldn't have come. No, wait, he was glad he did come. This guy was always up to no good. He must be trying to win over Nian. Otherwise, how would his obedient sister act like this? You should be the one to be careful. Don't you know to knock before entering someone else's room? Huo Yan replied bluntly, annoyed at being interrupted. Your door wasn't even closed, was it? Wen Renlin said impatiently that when he arrived, the door was slightly open, so he never expected his sister to be there. Still, you should knock. Not everyone is like you, he replied. What are you implying? I'm being clear, single dog. Wen Renlin was frustrated. This guy had a sharp tongue. I'm your brother-in-law. Don't you understand basic manners? Oh, I thought you wouldn't admit it. Wen Renlin
Was so angry, he wanted to hit someone.
Feeling upset, Wen Renlin went downstairs, planning to lecture his sister. However, after searching around, he couldn't find her. She ran off after causing trouble, didn't she? Sir, the young lady went next door. She asked you not to disturb her, reported Juke, who was dutifully standing downstairs. Had they upset the young lady? Seeing Zhu Chue's disapproving look, Wen Renlin became even angrier. It was clearly that girl who ran away out of guilt. This little drama made the atmosphere awkward for everyone. Nian only returned from next door when it was almost time for bed. She needed to prepare for tomorrow's event and also wanted to avoid facing those two, as the situation was quite embarrassing. Unfortunately, when she returned, both of them were in the living room, obviously waiting for her. Are you two still awake? Nian laughed nervously, trying to head upstairs. Nian, come here. Before she could go up, Wen Renlin called her over, and she reluctantly sat down. Do you need help with tomorrow's event? Seeing the girl's downcast expression, Wen Renlin chuckled. What did she think he was going to say? For the event tomorrow, she must have plans regarding the Chu family, and they were waiting to ask her how they could assist. Nian perked up, so that was it. She nodded vigorously, eager to share her plans with them, but before she could speak, the awkward situation arose. She shot a glare at Huo Yan, blaming him. Huo Yan smiled kindly, knowing the girl was shy. Nian leaned in and explained her plan. She would bring 2 people from the cybersecurity department with her tomorrow night to find a chance to install something on Chui's computer. Since Port City was too far from Kyoto, she couldn't stay long and felt uneasy without monitoring things herself. The two understood and agreed to cooperate with Nian. After discussing, they each returned to their rooms to rest. This time, they followed the rules, each going to their own room, and even avoided talking much to Huo Yan.
Huo Yan.
Was it a bit late for Nian to be avoiding him? The next day, when Nian went downstairs, she found that the two of them were arguing again. Are they even 3 years old combined? When they saw Nian come down, both of them looked at her at the same time. What's up? Is this about her too? Nian, which one do you like? Only then did Nian notice the 2 boxes on the table, each containing a dress. Both of them had prepared evening gowns for her, and neither was willing to back down. Nian felt overwhelmed. How was she supposed to choose? She figured she should pick the one her brother bought. But the two of them wouldn't tell her which dress belonged to whom. They just wanted her to choose one she liked. Nian sighed. Were they being childish? Ignoring them, she picked up both dresses to take a look. She chose one based on her own taste. Looking at their reactions, neither showed any change in expression, so it was hard to tell how they felt. Were they trying to play it cool again? Nian took the dress upstairs to try it on, and the two in the living room immediately turned on each other. You did this on purpose. Wen Renlin gritted his teeth, blaming the bad idea on the other. Is it so hard to admit that I know Nian better than you? Huo Yan's expression remained unchanged, but it was clear he was in a good mood. He really did understand Nian's preferences better. If you Xiaonian knew, who do you think she would choose? When Renlin shot back, Even if Huo Yan understood Nian better, so what? He still had to stand behind him as her brother. The subordinates watching the two bicker noticed that whenever it involved the young lady, they seemed like completely different people, losing their usual calm demeanor. That evening, the three of them arrived at the Chu mansion as planned. This time, there were more people. Besides the familiar faces around them, they also brought a team of bodyguards. 2 people from the Cybersecurity Bureau were mixed in as well. As soon as they entered the banquet hall, they attracted everyone's attention. The heads of these wealthy families all recognized Huo Yan and Wen Renlin, but Nian was still a stranger to most, except for the Lin and Zhou families. The Lin family was represented by Lin Likong and Lin Dong, while the Zhou family was represented by the wife of the third branch and her son, Zhou Hao. After some interactions in Kyoto, Zhou Hao was no longer as intimidated by Nian and Wen Renlin. He even boasted about having a bit of a friendship with them. As soon as he saw them enter, before anyone else could react, Zhou Hao rushed over to greet them, though he still felt a bit nervous seeing Huo Yan. "Hello, you Jie, you go, you Jiefu," Zhou Hao suddenly shouted, as if he had figured out how to please this formidable figure. As soon as the name Sister Yu was mentioned, Huo Yan's expression visibly brightened, and he even gave an approving glance. The people nearby were confused by Zhou Hao's unusual way of addressing her. Lin Likong, not wanting to fall behind, brought Lin Dong over to greet her. "Good evening, Miss Yu. Master Lin, Master Wen." It was clear to everyone that the way they greeted her showed who was in charge. The crowd quickly followed Miss Yu, even though they had no idea who she was. Although they didn't know who Nian was, Zhou Hao and the others certainly did. The Zhou family status in the port city was significant, and Zhou Hao was well respected in their circle. Who wouldn't give him some face? If he was being so polite, she couldn't be an ordinary person, especially since she was with these 2 gentlemen. They were definitely not to be offended. Suddenly, Nian became the center of attention. When Chu Hung came out, a crowd was already buzzing about Miss Yu. He hadn't even introduced her, yet everyone seemed to know her. "Miss Yu, welcome." Chu Hung approached and shook her hand. "I apologize for the lack of hospitality. Please forgive me." He politely acknowledged Huo Yan and Wen Renlin as well. The 2 shook hands with Chu Hung and quietly stood beside Nian, clearly placing her in the spotlight. "Everyone, please quiet down. I'd like to introduce this is Minister Yu from Kyoto, who is also in charge of this foreign trade conference." As soon as Chu Hung finished speaking, the crowd fell silent, each person looking at Nian with various expressions. They clearly did not expect her to hold such a position. Thinking back to the earlier behavior of the Zhou and Lin families, it was evident they were aware of her status, which explained their presence on the guest list. In reality, this was a misunderstanding. The guest list had been decided long ago and had little to do with Nian. Lin Likong felt incredibly fortunate for recognizing the situation, or else the Lin family might not have even been allowed in. The Zhou family matriarch, Zhou Hao's mother, had a twisted expression. She held a grudge against Nian for injuring her precious son. However, given the current situation, she couldn't afford to act out. The Zhou family's power was now largely in the hands of Zhou Zongrui, and if she offended anyone further, they might lose their standing entirely. Moreover, her son's fawning behavior was hard to watch. Had he forgotten the pain? He was eager to please her. Yet, she had to admit that Zhou Hao was doing the right thing. Otherwise, given their past issues with Nian, they wouldn't know how to handle the situation if the other side tried to make things difficult for the Zhou family. A few years ago, Nian had no hesitation in dealing with Zhou Hao, and now, she had even less power against Nian. After learning about Nian's identity, those who were trying to get close to Wen Renlin and Huo Yan suddenly flocked to Nian, especially those who had been removed from the list, who reacted very strongly. Han Zhan and Zhu Ke stood on either side of Nian, blocking the approaching crowd. Nian's expression was cold, giving off a vibe that she didn't want to be disturbed. This frightened everyone, making them hesitant to approach her, as they didn't want to provoke her. They were there to seek solutions, not to offend anyone. The 2 protected Nian as they walked to the sofa to sit down. Wen Renlin took the opportunity to ask Chu Hung to let a few bodyguards in. Chu Hung agreed without hesitation, as Nian was there to take the blame for him. It was understandable for her to bring bodyguards for her safety. When the team of bodyguards entered the hall, first stayed by Nian's side for protection, while the others spread out to ensure they could quickly notice any unusual movements. Chu Hung was still admiring the professionalism of these guards, unaware that their true purpose was related to his family. "Miss Yu, this is my brother Chu Yi, the father of Xiang. Chu Hung introduced a middle-aged man. Nian glanced at the people behind him. Chu Yi seemed polite and looked just as ordinary as the information suggested. "Mr. Chu, nice to meet you." She gestured for them to sit down and was interested in chatting with Chu Yi. With her brother and Huo Yan present, even if she wasn't good at reading people, she could still sense their intentions. "Miss Yu, my daughter spoke inappropriately, and I apologize on her behalf," Chu Yi said sincerely. "Mr. Chu, you flatter me," Nian replied calmly, her tone neutral. "Miss Yu is very forgiving." "Mr. Chu, have you been to Kyoto?" Huo Yan suddenly asked. I spent some time in Kyoto when I was younger," Chu Yi replied, somewhat puzzled by the question. Huo Yan smiled lightly, not offering any explanation. Wen Renlin raised an eyebrow and skillfully changed the subject to something else. People continued to approach to chat, but they were all blocked by Huo Yan. While Wen Renlin and Huo Yan chatted with the Chu brothers, Nian remained silent, focused on her phone, seemingly very engaged. Noticing Chu Heng's gaze, Wen Renlin smiled. "My younger sister loves to play, and she has embarrassed Mr. Chu."
How could that be?
"Miss Yu is so young and has already achieved so much. We admire her." Chu Yi nodded in agreement, clearly supporting his brother's words. The group exchanged polite compliments until Nian put away her phone and gently nudged Huo Yan, who was sitting next to her. "Mr. Chu, if there's nothing else, we will take our leave. I need to return to Kyoto in a few days to handle some matters," Wen Renlin added. "So soon? Can't you stay a bit longer?" "I haven't had the chance to be a good host," Chu Hung said, politely trying to keep them there, though he likely wanted them to leave. "Today's task is complete. Let's have Mr. Chu host us next time," Nian said, hinting that she had finished her duties, and stood up. Chu Hung smiled awkwardly, realizing Nian was referring to her role as a shield for him. He then stopped insisting and got up to see them out. People around seemed to be chatting, but were actually watching closely. When they saw Nian getting ready to leave, they rushed over. The bodyguard stepped in, preventing anyone from getting too close to the privileged guests. As the group moved out, Chu Hung stayed back with Chu Yi to calm the crowd before following them outside. "Miss Yu about our quota this time." Chu Hung still hoped to negotiate for more. He was a good leader. The Chu family had its own business managed by Chu Yi, but they were not included in this quota. This was why, despite the crowd's strong reactions, Chu Hung could still keep things under control. At least he wasn't showing favoritism, and the Chu family was on par with them but not on the list. Since Mr. Chu has said that, let's add the Chu family to the list. As the chief, Chu Hung couldn't go to Kyoto himself. Only his brother Chu Yi would go, which was Nian's goal. She hadn't thought of this until she heard Huo Yan ask if Chu Yi had ever been to Kyoto. She realized that perhaps when Jenny was entangled with Peng Wei in Kyoto, Chu Yi might have gone to find her. Sending him might lead to an unexpected surprise.
"Well,
thank you, Miss Yu." Chu Hung was still somewhat dissatisfied but didn't want to say more. After all, in his view, having the Chu family included was already a favor from Nian, and he didn't want to push for more. "Goodbye, Mr. Chu." After bidding farewell to Chu Hung, the group left the Chu family. Chu Hung, who stayed in place, sighed and felt troubled. Although his family benefited, he still had to figure out how to explain things to that group of people. However, this was not something Nian needed to worry about. She was in a good mood on her way back after successfully completing her task. "Why did you suddenly ask if Chu Yi had ever been to Kyoto?" Nian asked curiously. After all, he was just a child back then, so he shouldn't have had any connection with Chu Yi. During that time, the Huo family had a partnership with the Chu family, Huo Yan replied calmly. He had come to Hong Kong City with the intention of finding business partners. Before leaving, he had someone gather information on past collaborations between the Huo family and this area. His good memory seemed to recall seeing the Chu family in old files, which prompted his question. Impressive, my brother. Nian gave Huo Yan a thumbs up, as this was really helpful for her. You Xiaonian, your brother is here, Wen Renlin said unhappily as he lightly tapped Nian on the head. Did she forget who her brother was just because of a little benefit? After finishing matters in Hong Kong City, the group did not linger and returned directly to Kyoto. Once back, they quickly became busy. Huo Yan and Wen Renlin focused on the collaboration with Hong Kong City, while Nian officially started her work with the Foreign Trade Conference. Although she did not get involved in the initial preparations, she still had to attend important meetings. She couldn't just sit back and do nothing. Zhang Jianlin frequently called her, insisting that she should show up at least once after 3 reminders. Additionally, she was still investigating contacts related to Jenny, so she had not had a moment of rest. Having worked together for a while, Nian had grown familiar with Zhang Jianlin and had a good impression of him. Hey, Lao Zhang, are you free? Nian said helplessly after a meeting when Zhang Jianlin cornered her again. Why was he always hanging around her? If she remembered correctly, when they first set this up, Zhang Jianlin had even tested her to see if she would interfere with their work. Still free? I'm about to get overwhelmed with work. We're working together, so don't think you can slack off, Zhang Jianlin replied cheerfully, insistently pulling Nian into his car to go to a meeting at the business department. Lin Lao and Han Lao, who came out later, watched the two leave and sighed a bit. At first, I was worried that this girl would be too independent and wouldn't adapt to the complexities of Kyoto, Lin Lao said with relief. Although they had pushed for Nian to go to Kyoto, they genuinely cared about her well-being. It's not that I doubt her abilities, but her introverted nature makes me worry that she might offend others due to her lack of social skills. I didn't expect this girl to perform so well, reaching unimaginable heights in such a short time. Yeah, we underestimated her. Old Han chuckled, noting that in this group of masked individuals, Nian's straightforward personality is quite rare and easily catches the attention of those who matter. With depth in her heart, she shows strength in her demeanor. Old Huo, who appeared out of nowhere, remarked, and it was hard not to agree. Wow, you scared me. The two were startled by Old Huo's sudden comment, and Old Lin couldn't help but curse. Old Huo, are you a ghost? You walk so quietly. Old Han, who was closer to Old Huo, criticized him without hesitation. Old Lin silently rolled his eyes. He didn't like talking to these overly formal people who always beat around the bush. It's not that I walk quietly, it's that you two were too engrossed in your conversation. If I hadn't come over first, that person would have approached you. Old Huo huffed, gesturing for them to look at the two older gentlemen nearby. Old Peng and Old Li, if he hadn't arrived first, they would have been the ones to scare them. Their arrival certainly wouldn't bring good news. Let's go, this is boring. Old Lin shook his head and waved his hand to leave first. These people are quite dull. At their age, they can't take anything with them when they die. So, what's the point of arguing every day? Old Han exchanged a helpless glance with Old Huo. This old guy speaks without understanding the struggles of others. He, having lost all his close relatives and having no children, doesn't have to worry about these matters. But for those of them with large families behind them, how can they not strive for family development and their descendants' futures? Since the younger generation has entered this circle and chosen this path, these old folks must grit their teeth and keep going. They both sighed and slowly walked out. Meanwhile, Nian followed Zhang Jianlin to his office. Old Zhang, what's going on? Nian felt a headache coming on when she heard Zhang Jianlin called her for a meeting, especially with the Foreign Trade Conference approaching and endless meetings every day. If she attended every time, she wouldn't get anything done. Her responsibilities were nearly complete, and she probably wouldn't be needed much longer. We're just having a small meeting, no outsiders. There are some things we need to discuss. Zhang Jiangang laughed and mentioned that the security plan developed with the military district was confirmed, but some matters still needed the help of the National Security Bureau. He had heard that Nian had a good relationship with Wei Gang, so she was essential for this matter. In the past, he often found it difficult to deal with Wei Gang, who was known to be tough and unyielding. After a while, the secretary knocked and brought someone in. "Minister Yu, long time no see. Mayor Huo is here." Nian nodded. It was normal for him to appear. Huo Yan was the mayor of Kyoto and likely had many areas where he needed cooperation. "Since you both know each other, I won't introduce you," Zhang Jianlin said with a smile, and Nian gave him a look, wondering what he was up to. He clearly had no intention of introducing them, knowing she and Huo Yan were acquainted. Nian didn't call him out and listened to him discuss some foreign trade meeting issues with Huo Yan. Regarding security, besides ensuring the safety of our foreign trade meeting, we also need to strengthen the overall security in Kyoto. Right, Minister Yu? Finally, they got to the main topic, and Nian, who was called out, nodded in confusion. Strengthening security was fine, but why was she being asked? Could she really oppose it? Minister Zhang is right. On behalf of the city government, I assure you we will fully cooperate with Minister Yu. Huo Yan added sincerely. Nian thought, was he serious? What did this have to do with her? If she remembered correctly, her task was the security of the foreign trade meeting. "Xiao Yu, could you please keep an eye on this matter?" Zhang Jianlin looked at Nian slyly, seemingly waiting for her response. How could they strengthen security in Kyoto? It certainly could mean having people patrol the streets all day. That would require cooperation from the Cybersecurity Department and more attention from the National Security Bureau's undercover agents. These two were clearly waiting for her response, and Nian chuckled lightly. "If there are areas where the Cybersecurity Department needs to cooperate, I will take responsibility." This statement was almost meaningless. She didn't agree to anything. "Xiao Yu, let's be straightforward. We will need your help with the National Security Bureau." Since Nian didn't respond, Zhang Jianlin had to hint more directly. Seeing that Nian wasn't engaging, Zhang Jianlin kept signaling Huo Yan. "Aren't you two acquainted? Why not say a few words for him?" Huo Yan looked around but avoided looking at Zhang Jianlin. He was already taking a big risk by being here today. He wasn't going to speak up. He can't afford to offend Nian. Those two are both very petty. If Huo Yan finds out about this today, who knows what he would do to him? "Xiao Yu, Minister Yu, can you help me out? After all, Seeing that he couldn't rely on Huo Yan, Zhang Jianlin had to speak up again. "Okay." Before he could finish, Nian agreed quickly this time. Thank you, Xiao Yu. Just a moment ago, he seemed unyielding, and now he suddenly agrees? Does he have that much influence? No matter what, it's good that she agreed. No need to thank me, but if you need help from Minister Zhang in the future, don't worry, I won't hesitate. Zhang Jianlin assured with a pat on his chest. After spending some time together, he could tell that Nian is a very sensible person, so he wasn't worried about her making unreasonable demands. That's good. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. Nian wasn't just being nice. She had a plan. Even if she might not need Zhang Jianlin, it was better to get a promise from him first. All right, I'll see you off. Having successfully achieved his goal, Zhang Jianlin stood up happily to Nian. Huo Yan also stood up, and the two of them walked Nian to the door. Mayor Huo, it seems your family hasn't arranged enough for you. Nian left a meaningful remark before walking away. In front of Zhang Jianlin, she didn't directly mention blind dates, giving him some face.
Huo Yan.
He just knew it was going to be trouble. Nanchuan, what did your family arrange for you? Zhang Jianlin asked curiously, as Nian's words didn't sound like good news. Nothing much, Minister Zhang. Let's continue our discussion. Huo Yan awkwardly smiled as he walked back to the office. What was there to be curious about? At his age, he shouldn't be so nosy. It wouldn't be a blind date, would it? Seeing Huo Yan's slightly awkward back, Zhang Jianlin joked. Huo Yan paused for a moment. He really guessed it. Is it really a blind date? Nanchuan, you do need to address your personal issues. Seeing Huo Yan's reaction, he realized his casual comment hit the mark. Minister Zhang, are we still discussing work? Huo Yan said helplessly. Is this how everyone is at his age? That's not urgent. By the way, I have a niece, this year. Minister Zhang, I'm focused on work right now and not considering anything else. Huo Nanchuan cut off Zhang Jinlin's words directly. His grandfather was enough for him to handle. He didn't need to deal with blind dates while discussing work. All right then. Zhang Jinlin spoke with a hint of regret. He truly valued Huo Nanchuan, who came from a prestigious family and was quite impressive. Even though it was his second marriage, many people were still eager to pursue him. Huo Nanchuan sighed with relief and quickly shifted to serious matters, wanting to leave as soon as possible. That evening, when Huo Nanchuan returned to the old house, he ran into Huo Yan, who was also visiting their grandfather. He couldn't help but feel anxious, knowing he was in for trouble. "Ah Yan, what a coincidence," he said, his voice sounding a bit forced. Huo Yan looked at him with curiosity but kept a neutral expression, nodding in response. Big brother is back. Huo Nanchuan thought to himself, feeling uneasy. Was this guy planning something? Last time, he had caused their grandfather to pressure him into a blind date. What was he up to now? Nanchuan, I was just talking to Ah Yan about the upcoming trade fair and your collaboration with Xiao, Grandpa Huo said with a smile. Aside from personal matters that worried him, he found the younger generation to be quite capable. Yes, indeed, Huo Nanchuan replied awkwardly, feeling even more guilty. Initially, he thought it was no big deal since he had just casually mentioned it to Minister Zhang. Now, he felt as if he had done something wrong. Come on, let's have a few drinks and chat while we eat, Grandpa Huo said enthusiastically, leading the way to the dining room, with the two brothers following behind slowly. Big brother is quite impressive, Huo Yan suddenly remarked. This isn't my fault. I just mentioned it casually. Huo Nanchuan felt a sense of inevitability. He knew that with how much Huo Yan cared for you, he wouldn't let this go easily. Huo Yan gave him a knowing look but didn't say anything more. They both entered the dining room to join their grandfather for drinks and casual conversation. Grandpa, do you remember the young lady from the Zhao family? Huo Yan asked. Grandpa Huo paused for a moment before recalling who he was talking about. The Zhao family named Nanchi, right? I remember she was in the same class as your big brother, Grandpa Huo chuckled. The girl from the Zhao family was the same age as Nanchuan, and because they both had Nian in their names, they were often mistaken for siblings. Later, she joined the military and has been doing well. Why bring her up? Grandpa Huo asked, puzzled. I heard she came back a few days ago, Huo Yan replied. And then? Grandpa Huo was even more confused. What was he trying to say? Why did her return matter to him? Huo Nanchuan felt an uneasy premonition. What was Huo Yan about to reveal? Grandpa, Ah Yan, come drink some wine. Huo Nanchuan tried to interrupt by filling their cups, but no one paid attention to him. Grandpa, that Miss Xiao is still single. Huo Yan gave the old man a knowing look, as if to say, you understand? The old man immediately understood and gave Huo Yan an appreciative glance, recognizing that this young man was reliable and always thought of his older brother when it came to good things. What does her being single have to do with me? Huo Nanchuan got annoyed. He knew Huo Yan was up to something. Was he really trying to get back at him? Zhao Nanchi had always been tough. Back in school, she often got into fights with him. Cough, he was just a gentleman who didn't fight girls. It was definitely not because he couldn't beat her. Did I say it had anything to do with you? The old man spoke calmly, wondering why Huo Nanchuan was so worked up. It seemed Huo Yan understood his brother well. There was something to this. Huo Nanchuan was speechless. He hadn't said it was his business, but wasn't that the implication? It's normal for an older brother to get excited hearing an old classmate's name. Huo Yan seemed to be speaking for him, but something about it felt off. Hearing old classmate from him sounded too familiar. Ah Yan, how are things with Xiao? Nian has been busy these days and hasn't had time for me. Huo Yan sighed, sounding a bit forlorn. Hey, don't be so clingy. Xiao is someone who has big plans. The old man chimed in, busy with the recent foreign trade conference, not wanting to add to the chaos. You haven't met Miss Yu? Huo Nanchuan exclaimed, his voice rising in disbelief as he stared at Huo Yan. What did he mean by that? Was he tricking him? Big brother, you're clearly feeling guilty. You really are something. Huo Nanchuan weakly gave Huo Yan a dismissive gesture. Nian hadn't told Huo Yan about today's events, so had he just revealed too much? Had he gotten himself into big trouble? What are you two mumbling about? Old Huo looked at the two, confused. Grandpa, let me toast you. My brother might just be too happy. Huo Yan raised his glass and clinked it with the old man's. Yes, 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 it's a reason to be happy. Neither of them knew if they were thinking the same thing, but they both happily drank. Huo Nanchuan also had a drink, feeling like he was the only one in trouble. The old man, being older, finished his meal and went to rest in his room. After he left, Huo Yan just stared at Huo Nanchuan without saying a word. In the end, Huo Nanchuan surrendered and honestly explained what happened today. Did my brother sell out Nian? What are you talking about? I just mentioned it casually. Of course, he had his own thoughts. He knew about Yu Nian's relationship with Wei Gang. If Yu Nian approached Wei Gang about this, it would have a completely different effect than if Zhang Jianlin did it himself. As a new official, he couldn't let any trouble fall on him. He certainly didn't want any mistakes happening in his area. Huo Yan didn't say anything, just gave Huo Nanchuan a cold smile. I say, Yan, don't scare me. Huo Nanchuan felt uneasy under Huo Yan's laugh. Miss Zhao and my brother are quite a match, one scholarly and one martial. Huo Yan suddenly brought up the earlier topic. Don't say that carelessly. It could harm Miss Zhao's reputation. Huo Nanchuan said helplessly. He knew he was wrong, but he didn't think it was that serious. It was one thing for the old man to arrange blind dates everywhere, but Huo Yan was directly picking a partner for him? I heard that Miss Zhao and my brother had a good relationship before, so she probably wouldn't mind that he's not brand new. He casually said something that struck a nerve.
You.
Who has a good relationship with her? Huo Nanchuan was speechless. What did he mean by not brand new? He was doing quite well. People called him a diamond bachelor. It will be fine. Huo Yan left behind a meaningful statement and stood up to leave. Huo Nanchuan, left confused, thought for a long time, but couldn't figure out what he meant. However, a few days later, Huo Nanchuan understood. Looking at the confident woman with short hair being brought into his office by the secretary, Huo Nanchuan rubbed his eyes. Was he seeing things? The woman laughed at his exaggerated reaction. Nanchuan, long time no see. She walked gracefully to his desk and extended her hand. Huo Nanchuan mechanically reached out to shake her hand, and feeling her warmth, he snapped back to reality. Nanshi, what brings you here? Yes, this was Zhao Nanshi, whom Huo Yan had mentioned a few days ago. What do you think? Zhao Nanshi patted her military uniform. Huo Nanchuan was stunned. Seeing Zhao Nanshi suddenly confused him, and he forgot that he was supposed to meet someone from the military today. Zhang Jianlin had said that the military would send someone to discuss security details. He didn't expect the visitor to be Zhao Nanshi, whom he hadn't seen in years. The last time he saw her was about 7 or 8 years ago. She had been away from the capital all these years. It was during that New Year when she returned and met with Xiao Lao to pay New Year's greetings at the Huo family. It's a bit sudden, haha. It was a last-minute assignment from the leader.
Huo Nanchuan. He didn't need to say who that leader was.
Zhao Nanshi was also confused, not understanding why that leader had given her such a strange task. She had just been transferred back to Kyoto and was still on leave when she received a call from her superior to return to the unit. They said a leader wanted to see her. Han Zhan went to pick her up. Although they weren't close, they knew each other from the same circle. Leader, she has arrived. Yu Nian nodded and looked at Zhao Nanshi. It wasn't as scary as Huo Yan had said. It didn't seem like someone who would call Huo Nanchuan 3 times a day. Indeed, this was all Huo Yan's bad idea, suggesting that this person work with Huo Nanchuan. Zhao Nanshi stared at Yu Nian, thinking, leader? This leader? If it weren't for Han Zhan's serious nature, she would have almost said, don't joke around. Leader, Zhao Nanshi reporting for duty. After a moment of shock, Zhao Nanshi quickly regained her composure. After hearing Yu Nian's words, she was even more stunned. She was assigned to the security task for this foreign trade conference, responsible for coordinating with the mayor of Kyoto, Huo Nanchuan. Zhao Nanshi felt overwhelmed. She didn't know if it was the young leader's presence or the task itself that shocked her, or the fact that she had to meet
Huo Nanchuan.
However, as a soldier, she accepted the order mechanically, even while still in shock. It wasn't until she left Yunyan's office that she seemed to understand what had happened. On the way there, she had mentally prepared herself to calmly face Wen Renlin. Now seeing his reaction, she couldn't help but feel delighted. "Please have a seat." Wen Renlin chuckled, not sure why he had been so nervous. After discussing work, Wen Renlin politely invited Zhao Nanxi to have a meal together as a welcome gesture. Zhao Nanxi smiled brightly. "Maybe next time. I need to go back and report to the leader." Wen Renlin nodded and walked Zhao Nanxi to the door. "See you, Xiao Chuanzi." Zhao Nanxi playfully slapped Wen Renlin on the back and ran off quickly, just like when they were in school. Wen Renlin coughed a couple of times from the surprise. She had gotten stronger than before. He muttered under his breath, cursing Huo Yan. Soon, as the Foreign Trade Conference approached, the participating companies began to arrive in Kyoto. The Ministry of Commerce usually holds a small welcome dinner for businesses in the port city. However, this year is different from previous years because, at Yunyan's suggestion, some prominent business figures from Kyoto were also invited. This was a way for Zhang Jianlin to repay a favor from Yunyan, and he readily agreed, stating that it was no trouble, but it wasn't enough to fully repay her kindness. This year, the incident rate is much lower than in previous years, which can be attributed to Yunyan's efforts. With just one final step to go, he needed to keep Yunyan happy. The reason Yunyan made this suggestion was because of a mother and son from Europe. After careful investigation, they identified a prominent political figure's family in Kyoto. The purpose of the dinner was to see if Chu Yi knew these people and if he was aware that Jenny had connections with them when he arrived in Kyoto years ago. It was also to prevent any potential old grudges from causing trouble at the trade fair, allowing them to meet beforehand. As the banquet began, guests arrived one after another. Yunyan did not appear in public, but had arrived early to watch the downstairs surveillance with Huo Yan from an upstairs room. When she saw Peng Weili and Lin Shu enter together, she remarked that Lin Shu was quite capable of handling Peng Weili. She intentionally did not send an invitation to the Peng family, fearing that if Peng Weili truly knew Chu Yi, they might become suspicious. She was sure that the old man would not miss this opportunity and would find a way to come. However, since he was coming on his own, there should be no concerns about that. Fu Jingyi, Xiao Muheng, and others were also invited and showed up, making a good impression. Once most of the Kyoto guests had arrived, the port city attendees came. This was a small detail to welcome the visiting merchants and make them feel respected. They were all staying at the same hotel, so they arrived together. Zhang Jianlin shook hands with the head of the port city's business department, expressing their welcome. After some casual conversation, Zhang Jianlin took the stage to announce the start of the dinner. The guests then found familiar faces or potential partners to chat with. The Zhou family was represented by Zhou Zhen, who naturally stood with Fu Jingyi due to their earlier collaboration. The Lin family was represented by Lin Likong himself, as he was concerned about his two sons being in Kyoto, which was not their home city. If any trouble arose, or if they offended the wrong person, he would be unable to help them. As the banquet began, he searched around for Yunyan or Huo Yan. His ambitions were greater. These two were his top targets. In such a setting, when Renlin would not appear, and after looking for a while without finding anyone, he felt disappointed. Chu Yi was in the same situation and even found Zhang Jianlin. "Minister Zhang, is Missy not here?" "Hee. Little Yu has other work to do," Zhang Jianlin replied with a smile, not lying at all. He didn't say that Yunyan wasn't there. She was indeed upstairs with other tasks. "That's a pity." Chu Yi assumed Yunyan wasn't coming and sighed as he left. What he didn't know was that Yunyan was watching his every move. She had just confirmed that Peng Weili and the person in Kyoto should not know each other. Now, it depended on Chu Yi's reaction. During this time, he hadn't contacted Jenny, but Peng Weili had sent some money to her. Not finding Yunyan, Chu Yi had no desire to chat with anyone else and sat down on a sofa in a corner. This was also Chu Heng's intention. He wanted to keep a low profile in Kyoto. The opportunity was given to them by Yunyan, which had already caused some dissatisfaction among others. If he drew too much attention, it might not end well. Holding his wine glass, Chu Yi boredly watched the crowd when suddenly he stiffened, his hand shaking slightly before he relaxed his posture. Following his gaze, he saw Peng Wei chatting with someone. Since Chu Yi was sitting in a discreet spot, no one noticed his unusual reaction except for Nian, who was keeping a close watch on him. I wonder if Peng Wei knows Chu Yi, Nian pondered, noting that the two hadn't crossed paths since they entered. Let's have Jing test the waters, Huo Yan suggested. He was the most suitable for the task. Fu Jingyi was downstairs chatting with Zhozhen. When a server came to deliver drinks, he took the opportunity to lean closer to Fu Jingyi and whispered a few words that only he could hear before leaving with an empty glass. Fu Jingyi continued his conversation with Zhozhen without changing his expression, casually taking out his phone to glance at it a few times. After putting his phone back in his pocket, he resumed chatting. When discussing the situation in Hong Kong, Fu Jingyi praised it highly, expressing his intention to invest. He then brought up Chu Yi. I heard the Chu family sent someone too. If it's convenient for you, Brother Zhou, could you introduce us?
It would help pave the way.
Zhozhen wasn't worried about Fu Jingyi finding another partner in Hong Kong. Their family's position there was still very stable. Moreover, this was exactly what he wanted. He also wanted Fu Jingyi to see the true strength of their Zhou family in Hong Kong. He had been invited several times before, but Fu Jingyi always said he didn't have time to come. Of course, it's convenient. Zhozhen looked around and finally spotted Chu Yi, who was daydreaming in a corner. He's over there. I'll go say hello first. Zhozhen pointed in Chu Yi's direction to indicate he would go talk to him.
Fu Jingyi nodded. Thank you, Zhou.
After Zhozhen left, Fu Jingyi took out his phone and replied to a message from Huo Yan. After a short while, he saw Chu Yi and Zhozhen walking over together. Fu Jingyi stood up and stepped forward, blocking their path in the middle of the hall, and extended his hand to Chu Yi. Mr. Chu, nice to meet you. Chu Yi shook hands with Fu Jingyi. Mr. Chu, this is Mr. Fu from the Fu Group in Kyoto. Zhozhen smiled as he introduced them. Mr. Fu, nice to meet you. Seeing that Fu Jingyi wasn't leaving, Chu Yi had no choice but to chat with him. The combination of these people was quite eye-catching. As top figures in Kyoto, many were watching Fu Jingyi. However, since he had been talking to Zhozhen, the people from Hong Kong were hesitant to interrupt. Now, some were eager to approach, which caught the attention of Peng Wei, who was always looking for opportunities to network. Jingyi, you're here too. Peng Wei walked over with a smile, acting as if he and Fu Jingyi were close friends. Lin Shu, who was with him, seemed a bit stiff and clearly reluctant to be there. Mr. Peng, Ms. Lin. Fu Jingyi nodded slightly to the two, feeling a bit exasperated. Was Peng Wei really forgetting the trouble his son had caused them? He noticed Lin Shu's eyes were almost bulging with anger, especially since they had made things difficult for her in the past.
Jingyi.
At that moment, Xiao Muheng approached with a glass in hand and patted Fu Jingyi on the back. Brother Xiao, is Xiaobai not here? Fu Jingyi smiled at Xiao Muheng, and the familiar address showed his attitude. That guy ran away. Xiao Muheng said, half amused and half annoyed. He just wanted to get him into the company. The Xiao family's business would eventually be his. He didn't expect his brother to react more dramatically to this than to a blind date and just take off. Fu Jingyi chuckled, realizing why there had been no news lately. Brother, Mr. Peng, this is Mr. Chu Yi from Hong Kong. Fu Jingyi introduced them, surprised at how smoothly things were progressing. Xiao Muheng shook hands with Chu Yi, and so did Peng Wei. After the greetings, Xiao Muheng left, but Peng Wei showed no intention of leaving. Chu Yi's smile seemed to slightly, but he tried hard to control it. I still have matters to discuss with Mr. Chu, Mr. Peng. Let's talk later. Fu Jingyi smiled, finally rescuing Chu Yi from the situation. After this little incident, Peng Wei clearly noticed that fewer people were willing to talk to him. Just a moment ago, in the center of the hall, the attitudes of those few people were like a weather vane, with many people eager to adapt to the situation. Fu Jingyi and Chu Yi found a sofa to sit down, and Zhozhen wisely did not approach, giving the two men space to talk privately. May I ask, do you know Mr. Peng?
Not really.
I know him, but he doesn't know me. Chu Yi chuckled bitterly, realizing that Fu Jingyi had noticed his earlier unease and decided not to hide it. Fu Jingyi accepted the answer and did not press further, as asking more could raise suspicions. They then shifted the conversation to matters about Hong Kong, and Chu Yi managed to pull himself out of his earlier mood, leading to a pleasant discussion between the two. I must say, you two really know how to avoid work. Fu Jingyi finally managed to escape from downstairs and went upstairs to find Huo Yan and Nian. The busy person has arrived, Nian teased, as he was indeed the busiest among them. Fu Jingyi sat down with a helpless smile. Ever since he took over the Fu family business, he rarely had free time. Besides the occasional gatherings with them, he hardly had any personal time. Money can never be earned enough. Huo Yan chimed in, looking at Fu Jingyi, who seemed overwhelmed. I'm used to it.
Don't talk about me.
I just asked Chu Yi. He knows Peng Weili, but Peng Weili doesn't know him. Fu Jingyi changed the topic, wanting to avoid discussing his current state, which was unlikely to change anytime soon. Nian nodded, as they had noticed it too. It seemed that Chu Yi was aware of Jenny being with Peng Weili and had privately sought her out. Why didn't Mu Bai come? They had been running around for days, and only those two were in Kyoto. Why weren't they here today? He ran away from home. Fu Jingyi said with a hint of amusement. He went to find Han Zheng. Nian added, as she was quite well informed about that side of things. She wondered if Xiao Mu Bai had suddenly left because the matchmaking finally drove him crazy. Is Xiao Muhang trying to get him into the company? Fu Jingyi sighed, knowing this was bound to happen sooner or later. It was clear that Xiao Muhang would not have descendants, so the Xiao family business would eventually belong to Xiao Mu Bai. Xiao Muhang just wanted him to join the company early to get accustomed to it. Xiaoshi is too restrictive for him. Huo Yan sighed lightly. Xiao Mu Bai's personal assets might not be less than those of Xiaoshi. He invests wherever he goes, with a sharp and precise eye, something they cannot match. Nian nodded in agreement, saying that keeping him in Xiaoshi is stifling his potential. It would be better to wait until Xiao Mu Bai's child grows up and then hand Xiaoshi over to the next generation. Otherwise, why do you think the Xiao family is pushing him to date? Fu Jingyi laughed, noting that with Xiao Muhang supporting him, Xiao Mu Bai can live freely. He has only two choices: marry and have children early, allowing the family to raise them, or take on the responsibility himself. Right now, Xiao Mu Bai doesn't want to choose either path, so he just ran away. Everyone felt a bit wistful. Every family has its own struggles. When Huo Yan took Nian home, he followed her inside as usual, lingering until Wen Renlin urged him to leave. As soon as they entered the living room, they saw Wen Renlin sitting coldly in the middle, with Chu Cinei on the left and Safino on the right. Exchanging a glance with Huo Yan, they wondered if they had returned at the wrong time.
You Xiaonian.
Wen Renlin visibly relaxed upon seeing them, clearly annoyed. Safina even got up and walked a few steps to greet Nian. Sister, you finally returned. She took Nian's hand and sat her down beside her, completely ignoring Huo Yan's cold expression. Wen Renlin smirked, clearly having noticed that he had wanted to sneak away with Yu Xiaonian. Are you here for the foreign trade conference too? It seems the cybersecurity department has been very busy lately. She hadn't heard about this. Yes, I just arrived today and came to find you. Safina smiled brightly, having just endured Wen Renlin's cold demeanor for a while. And that annoying woman across from her. If Nian hadn't returned, she would have left. Chu Cinei bit her lip, watching the two obviously getting along well. She felt she had made a big mistake. Why did she go and trouble Nian? This woman is smarter than her and knows how to deal with Nian. It's also her fault for jumping to conclusions and misunderstanding their relationship. She should have built a good relationship with Nian first before trying to win over Wen Renlin. You miss, long time no see. Chu Cinei reluctantly spoke up, trying to insert herself into their conversation. I'm just catching up with Safina. Feel free, Miss Chu. Nian didn't lift her head, showing no intention of giving Chu Cinei any face. Safina proudly lifted her chin and gave Chu Cinei a disdainful glance. Chu Cinei felt wronged and her eyes turned red. She had never been ignored like this before. Huo Yan and Wen Renlin were discussing business, while Nian and Safina were chatting. It felt harmonious, like a family, and she was the only outsider being excluded. Reluctantly, she got up but did not attract anyone's attention. Frustrated, she stomped her foot and ran outside. Actually, Chu Yi hadn't planned to bring her this time. It was her uncle who insisted she come. Since Nian and Wen Renlin were siblings, it meant she still had a chance. As a politician, Chu Hung was naturally more pragmatic. Although the hope was slim, she still held a glimmer of hope that she could win over Wen Renlin. She was given one important instruction. She must not offend anyone, especially Nian. If she messed up this time, she wouldn't need to return to the Chu family. So even though she received cold treatment, she dared not say anything and could only sulk. Safina didn't stay long before she excused herself, mainly because Huo Yan's gaze was hard to ignore. Huo Yan had been meeting with Nian less frequently, and now that he finally had some time, Safina had taken advantage of it. "Weren't you going to stay for a meal, Miss Safina?" Wen Renlin asked, surprisingly warm, which startled Safina. Nian felt a sense of déjà vu. Last time, Huo Yan had kept Safina around to annoy Wen Renlin, and now the tables had turned. Huo Yan shot Wen Renlin a childish look. Wen Renlin ignored him and just smiled at Safina. "No, little sister, I'll come find you another day," Safina said, quickly leaving as if afraid Wen Renlin would harm her. "Why is she running away?" Wen Renlin asked Nian, recalling how happy she had been when Huo Yan had invited her to dinner last time. "Maybe she has something to do," Nian replied with a forced smile, brushing off her brother's question. Honestly, with the way she looked, she resembled a wolf in disguise. It was no wonder Safina ran away. Wen Renlin nodded, understanding now. Huo Yan's mouth twitched. Did he really seem that gullible? He had clearly forgotten that he used to be easier to fool than Wen Renlin. In the following days, Nian got busy again as the foreign trade fair was about to start, and she needed to oversee things on site. Fortunately, everything went smoothly until the last day of the fair, when a small incident occurred. The Peng family seemed to have some plans to develop in the port city, and Lin Shu learned about their complicated family ties with the Lin family in the port city. Lin Likong knew that there was a relative like Peng Weili in Kyoto. A long time ago, when the Lin family in the port city had not developed to its current scale, he had contacted the Lin family in Kyoto, hoping for their help. However, they treated him like a poor relative and sent him away. Now that they had come to him, he certainly wouldn't be kind to them. Given the attitude of those people that day, he was not afraid to offend them. If they were doing well in Kyoto, they wouldn't need to come and flatter him. Therefore, his words were quite harsh, and Peng Weili was not one to back down, leading to a dispute between them. The commotion they caused attracted the attention of others from the port city, who quickly gathered around. Chu Yi seized the opportunity to criticize Peng Weili, even drawing attention from Zhang Jianlin's side. Zhang Jianlin brought the group into the office. If they continued to make a scene outside, it would be embarrassing on an international level. Chu Yi, Lin Likong, and Peng Weili and his wife went to the temporary office upstairs. As soon as they entered, they saw Nian sitting in the main seat, and Peng Weili thought it was a disaster. However, Lin Likong looked relieved, ready to vent his frustrations. "Minister Yu, you have to help me. I was just talking about a partnership when these two came and bothered me, scaring the other party away." "What nonsense are you talking? We just wanted to catch up, not bother you," Peng Weili quickly retorted, knowing he couldn't afford to be accused of causing trouble in this situation. "Are you kidding?
Do I know you?
What past do we have to catch up on?" Lin Likong exclaimed, visibly agitated. "Mr. Lin, I am Lin Shu. My father is Lin Jiang, and I should be calling you cousin." Lin Shu quickly stepped forward to confirm their family relationship. "Madam, please be careful with your words. This Lin has no connection to your Lin family," Nian said coldly. It was ridiculous. They shouldn't blame him for being unkind when they had been the first to act unjustly. "Please ask Mr. Peng and Mrs. Peng to leave," Nian said calmly. The security personnel nearby immediately approached the couple. "Nian, are you really giving no face to the Peng family? Have you thought about the consequences?" Peng Weili was anxious and, ignoring Lin Shu's attempts to pull him back, resorted to threats. If he was thrown out, he would have no face left to go out and mingle. I will report today's events truthfully. Mr. Peng should consider the consequences for himself, Nian replied. Peng Weili, are you openly threatening a senior government official? Zhang Jinlin's expression darkened. The Peng family truly didn't know their place. They dared to speak so boldly in front of him. I mean, Peng Weili panicked. He had acted too impulsively. He knew very well who Nian was, yet he tried to use the Peng family's influence against her. Wasn't he just asking for trouble? Now he had added another charge against himself. But no one wanted to hear his explanation anymore. He was forcefully taken away. Although he wore a security uniform, he was actually a carefully selected soldier from the army, and he had no power to resist being dragged away. Hanzhan. After whispering a few words to Hanzhan, he was sent out. Peng Weili was likely desperate now, so they would keep a close watch on him for 24 hours to see if he would contact that woman or even meet her. Minister Yu, wise and decisive. Seeing the two men being taken away, Lin Likan quickly came forward to flatter them. The two ministers are fair and unyielding against power. Chu Yi echoed, genuinely impressed, especially by Nian, who was so resolute at such a young age.
Nian.
Although she didn't know what he was imagining, the Peng family didn't seem like a significant power to her. In the end, she said nothing more, politely asking them to leave, indicating that the Peng family would no longer appear at the venue. Despite this small incident, it didn't affect the entire foreign trade conference. Nian successfully completed her task. In the report they submitted, they naturally noted Peng Weili's actions. They didn't exaggerate, there was no need to. Causing trouble for Hong Kong businessmen at such an important event and almost fighting at the venue was already serious enough. As a result, not only was Peng Weili punished, but Peng Lao also faced consequences. Although he wasn't directly blamed, the leader's remark about managing family members was enough to make him feel ashamed. After finally enduring until the meeting ended, Peng Lao couldn't care less about forming alliances and left in a rather embarrassed state. He happened to run into Nian, who was also trying to leave early. Peng Lao, please go ahead. Nian politely gestured for him to leave first. Do you have to go against my Peng family? Peng Lao didn't leave right away. Instead, he glared at Nian with a dark expression. Peng Lao, you're joking. When have I ever gone against your Peng family? Nian replied calmly, her expression unchanged. Had this old man lost his mind? She had no time to keep an eye on them. They were just digging their own graves. Sharp-tongued, Old Peng scoffed, and the surface harmony was about to break down. Old Peng, what I have in my hands is enough to leave your family with just you as the lone commander. Want to test me? Nian no longer held back and spoke coldly. She wanted to see what it really meant to stand against them. She respected him as a war hero, which is why she hadn't taken action against the Peng family, but this old man was pushing his luck. You are quite something, Old Peng managed to say through gritted teeth, angry as he turned to leave. Nian stood still for a moment, then, shivering, headed straight for the military district. Soon, an investigation report about Peng Rongwei appeared on the desk of the military district's political commissar. Accompanied by an announcement, Peng Rongwei was quickly dismissed from the army. The report detailed how he had claimed credit for his comrades' achievements and used his family's influence to force others to retire. This incident had a huge negative impact, but fortunately, it was handled swiftly and decisively, without leniency due to his status, resulting in his expulsion from the military. Peng Rongwei's position was taken over by Zhao Nanxi, recommended by Nian. This sudden turn of events caught the Peng family off guard. By the time Old Peng learned of it, the military announcement had already been made. He felt powerless and couldn't help but smile bitterly. He never expected Nian's retaliation to come so suddenly, leaving him no time to react. This was also a warning from Nian. If she truly went against the Peng family, they would have no way to defend themselves. That evening, Old Peng gathered his family together. Looking at his usually proud grandsons, the dejected Peng Rongwei and the cynical Peng Rongguang, he sighed. I have warned you more than once to be cautious in your words and actions outside.
But you all sigh.
Old Peng couldn't help but sigh again. Was there still hope for the Peng family? Dad, this is all that Nian's fault. Peng Weili couldn't help but complain. If she hadn't meddled, they wouldn't have ended up like this. Did she come to you looking for trouble? Did she force you to do these things? Old Peng slammed the table heavily. He only wanted to vent his frustration at Nian. Being stepped on by such a younger generation, he just wanted to regain some face, but he didn't expect Nian to be so tough. But he knew the reality all too well. If it weren't for these useless pieces of evidence falling into her hands, would he have to endure this humiliation? From now on, everyone needs to control their behavior. Whoever provokes Nian again will have to leave and fend for themselves. Old Peng gave them a final warning. They needed to take stronger action. Otherwise, who knows which of them might impulsively create trouble for Nian. Next time, they wouldn't know what to expect from the Peng family. At this point, Old Peng realized that this was all his fault for being too lenient, which allowed them to act recklessly and do whatever they wanted. Let's just do it. At least we should act decisively and not leave ourselves vulnerable, he thought. Dad, we are too passive like this. Can't we find some dirt on her to bring her down? Peng Weiming spoke up. How could the Peng family in Kyoto let a young girl lead them around? Do you think we are the only ones who dislike her? Old Peng looked at his eldest son with disappointment. How could he be so foolish? With Nian rising so quickly, many people were envious. Wouldn't there be others wanting to deal with her? Were there any who succeeded? Then let's join forces. Peng Weili chimed in. Since there were so many who didn't like Nian, couldn't they come together to take her down? Old Peng threw his cup in anger. If Peng Weili hadn't dodged quickly, he would have been hurt. You fool. How dare you say such things?
Who would join forces with you?
Do you know what the consequences would be if this got out? Even though Old Peng didn't like Nian, he had some respect for her. Her achievements were well-deserved, and her honors were earned through her own efforts. To join forces against someone like her would be digging their own graves. Besides, while there were those who disliked Nian, there were many more who supported her, and they were influential.
Who would dare take that risk?
Still, we shouldn't be so afraid of her. I don't believe she would dare to take action against you, Peng Weili insisted. Old Peng was so furious that he nearly lost his breath and almost fell backward. While he couldn't do anything to him, what could they do to the others? Peng Rongwei was a living example of that. This frightened them all, and they quickly rushed to help him calm down, creating a chaotic scene. Meanwhile, Safina was saying goodbye to Nian as she prepared to return to her country. She eagerly invited Nian to visit her, promising to treat her well. After sending Safina off, Nian noticed Wen Renlin, who seemed to be deep in thought. What's wrong? Are you going to miss her? She teased, staring blankly at the door.
What was he thinking about? Don't talk nonsense.
Wen Renlin felt helpless. After hearing Safina's words, he had an idea. He wasn't sure if it would work, so he decided not to tell her yet. Are you done with work for today? Recently, Nian had been coming home late every day, and they barely saw each other. I don't have anything to do for now. I'm taking a break. Nian comfortably lay on the sofa. She was very adaptable, able to go with the flow. She could handle intense work and also enjoy a relaxed life. I'm going to meet someone at the club. Do you want to join me for dinner? No, I'm not going. Huo Yan will come over later. She was too lazy to move and planned to let Huo Yan cook for her. Upon hearing this, Wen Renlin didn't rush to leave and sat down across from Nian. What do you think about you and Huo Yan? They had been involved for a while now. Would they keep this up? Although he often complained about Huo Yan, he still respected him. At least among the people he knew, Huo Yan was the only one qualified to be his brother-in-law. I haven't thought much about it. I'll just take it one step at a time. Nian replied lazily, seeming not to take the matter seriously.
You.
Wen Renlin sighed. Why are you worried for Huo Yan? Nian teased. I'm not worried for him. You're my sister, and I will always support you. Wen Renlin's expression turned serious as he looked at Nian. Even if it was a joke, he didn't want her to misunderstand. He just hoped she would be happy and not have regrets. Whether she liked Huo Yan and wanted to be with him, or had other plans, he would support her decision. Why so serious? I'm on your side too. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Nian sat up. She understood Wen Renlin's intentions. She didn't know how other siblings interacted, but Wen Renlin's care for her was undeniable. As long as you know what you're doing, I'll take my leave. Both siblings were practical and clearly not the sentimental type. This was about as emotional as they got. Nian couldn't help but laugh as she watched her brother awkwardly leave. Hearing her laughter, Wen Renlin quickened his pace and hurried away. Why are you running so fast, sir? Zhuke, still touched by the sibling bond, couldn't help but wipe her eyes. When she looked up, he was gone, so she hurried after him. Shut up. Wen Renlin's gritted voice came back. Not long after Wen Renlin left, Huo Yan arrived. Feeling good? Looking at the little girl rolling on the sofa, Huo Yan sat beside her. Not bad. What's making you so happy? He pinched Yunyan's cheek, but she swatted his hand away. I won't tell you. Yunyan rolled away, making it hard for him to reach her. Let me guess, did you grow taller? Huo Yan chuckled. This girl was still thinking about growing up. He remembered she had asked him more than once if she would still grow at her age.
Huo Yan.
Feeling embarrassed, she suddenly lunged at him and pinched his waist hard, as if mocking him. Huo Yan was startled and quickly caught her, not caring about the pain. Be careful, you almost fell. He helped her sit up properly. She scared him with her clumsiness. Are you going to let me fall? Now that she had vented her frustration, Yunyan smiled at Huo Yan. No, but I would be scared. Huo Yan sighed, feeling helpless against Yunyan. Are you afraid I'll let you fall? The chances of that happening were quite low. Don't say silly things about falling. Huo Yan covered her mouth, making her look like a little duck. But if you don't cook, I'll starve. She broke free from his hand and rolled her eyes. There was nothing wrong with that. Remember to make some for my brother. Yunyan called out to Huo Yan as he walked to the kitchen, mentioning that Wen Renlin would be back for dinner. Let him starve then. He said if you don't cook for him, he'll cook for you. Yunyan added, quoting her brother.
Got it.
He replied gloomily, wondering what he did to deserve such a brother-in-law. Not only did he have to deal with this super third wheel, but he also had to cook for him. Yunyan was playing on her phone, waiting for dinner when she was startled by a sudden noise. Miss an invitation. Since returning from the port city, Hanzhan had been calling her miss privately, and she was too lazy to correct him. Why are you back so soon? During this time, she had let Hanzhan move freely, and today he returned to the Han family. Yunyan took the invitation and opened it. Oh no. The old man of the Han family was celebrating his birthday. My grandfather said I couldn't help, so he sent me to deliver the invitation.
Hanzhan replied honestly.
Go rest. TSK, did the old man really dislike him that much to send him back? Huo Yan came to call Yunyan for dinner and found it amusing to see her shaking her head at Hanzhan's back. What is this about? TSK, old Han really dislikes our Hanzhan. In her eyes, Hanzhan is much better than those from the Han family. Our family? Huo Yan leaned closer to Yunyan. Does this mean she finally considers him family? My family. Yunyan rolled her eyes at him, finding him boring. It's time to eat. Aren't you hungry? He pulled Yunyan's hand to get her up. She was just saying she was hungry, and now she wouldn't move. Are we waiting for my brother? No need. He's grown up enough to know when to eat. Just then, when Renlin walked in right at mealtime. He really came back at the right time. Huo Yan must be waiting to tease him. Did I come back late? Yunyan gave Huo Yan a teasing glance, caught gossiping about someone. How awkward. Why ask if you already know? Someone's thick-skinned nature was more than she expected, completely calm.
Wen Renlin.
Another day of wanting to hit Huo Yan. After dinner, the three of them chatted in the living room. Do you want to go out and have some fun, Nian? Huo Yan asked Yunyan, since she had nothing to do lately. Where to? Mu Bai is back and staying at the villa. Should we go stay there for a few days? So soon? Wen Renlin found it strange. This wasn't like Xiao Mu Bai. Did he give up resisting after just a few days? Han Zheng is back too, right? Yunyan guessed that. Huo Yan nodded. Han Zheng indeed returned with Xiao Mu Bai. However, he went back to the Han family, while Xiao Mu Bai didn't dare return to the capital and went to stay at the villa instead. Last time, although they sold their shares to Nian, they still kept their private residences. How did you know? Was his information so out of date? Both of them knew, but he didn't. Here. Nian casually tossed the invitation on the table to Wen Renlin.
No wonder.
Wen Renlin raised an eyebrow, realizing it was for his grandfather's birthday. Putting the invitation back on the table, he thought about Huo Yan's earlier suggestion. It's good to go out and walk around. I happen to have some time lately. This guy is so lazy. If he didn't drag her out, he would just lie around at home. Out of 24 hours in a day, he could lie down for 20. I didn't invite you. Huo Yan shot Wen Renlin a look, asking him not to cause trouble. Boss you, can I go? Wen Renlin completely ignored him. The owner of the villa was his sister, and as for Huo Yan, he could step aside. Everyone can go, boss you will pay. Nian waved her hand, happily confirming the plan. Two people stayed downstairs while he went upstairs to take a nap. When Renlin gave Huo Yan a proud look, knowing his sister was still on his side. Huo Yan realized he made a mistake. He should have taken Nian away when Renlin wasn't around. This annoying person was following him, not only being a third wheel but also ensuring that Nian wouldn't stay with him. Maybe he should create some trouble for Wen Renlin to keep him busy.
Stop thinking about it.
Even if I don't go, Nian won't stay with you, Wen Renlin said. As expected of a brother, Huo Yan could tell what he was thinking just by looking at his expression. In the past, it was fine, but now that he had this brother, Nian had her own home. If she dared to live with Huo Yan, he would break that wild man's legs. You really are a good brother, Huo Yan said through gritted teeth. Right? I think so too, Wen Renlin replied proudly, determined to continue being a good brother. Which good brother stops his sister from dating? Huo Yan scoffed.
Ah?
Nian is dating you? I didn't know about this, Wen Renlin said, feigning surprise. You really are something, Huo Yan replied. You're too kind, Wen Renlin said, feeling satisfied seeing Huo Yan's frustrated expression. It felt good to finally get back at him. You are a brother, not a father. An older brother is like a father. I might even be your father in the future, Wen Renlin teased. Huo Yan was furious, feeling both angry and tempted to hit him. He couldn't argue back. What could he say? That he and Nian had no future together? Suddenly, Huo Yan stood up. If he stayed any longer, he might lose control and hit Wen Renlin. Huo Yiqinglong, who had been outside, saw Huo Yan walking out and came in, ready to separate them. As Huo Yan reached the door, he seemed to remember something and turned back, saying through gritted teeth, "Remove the word might." He wouldn't argue about being a father for now, but what it might mean. He would definitely be with Nian. Then, am I your father? When Renlin reflexively replied, not intending to take advantage of the situation, it was Huo Yan who said to remove might. Huo Yiqinglong and Huo Yi both turned away, desperately covering their mouths, shaking with laughter, as if they might burst out laughing.
Huo Yan
could only endure so much. He turned back toward the room, and the two hurried to follow, not wanting to miss the action. Or, to make sure they didn't start fighting. What are you two doing? Suddenly hearing Nian's voice, when Renlin's hand, which was about to grab Yan's collar, froze halfway and instead patted Yan's clothes. Nian, who had just come downstairs, looked at Yan's actions with some confusion. It's nothing, just helping him fix his clothes. Why did you come down, Nian? Yan's expression quickly returned to normal, and his tone was gentle. The others were taken aback, and Oscar owed him a little trophy. Oh, I wanted to ask what Elder Han likes. Nian didn't suspect anything, and was quickly distracted. That guy, Han Zhan, was clueless when asked. No wonder the old man disliked him. The family and the Han family had a long-standing friendship, so Yan should know. After all, it wouldn't be right to go empty-handed for someone's birthday. Elder Han likes to collect the 4 treasures of the study. Yan answered as Nian wished, which was quite the opposite of his own grandfather's preferences. These 2 old men were quite interesting. The literary politician, Elder, loved to collect various weapons, while the military elder Han preferred writing tools and paper. Nian nodded, understanding now. Do you need help preparing? Yan asked thoughtfully. Do you think I don't exist as your father? Brother? He almost slipped up, revealing his feelings. With him around, did Yan really need to prepare anything? I can manage on my own. You all continue. Satisfied with the answer, Nian went back upstairs. Were you really going to hit me just now? Yan's sudden return surprised Nian, who had come down just in time. Wen Renlin, who had unwittingly become a tool, didn't react immediately. I said I was helping you fix your clothes. Stop thinking the worst of me. Yan's emotions had calmed down, and he leisurely adjusted his own clothes. He turned to leave with leaving Wen Renlin standing there, a bit confused. Was he really not going to hit me? Qinglong, don't you have any sense of the situation? With what you said, who wouldn't want to fight? Though he grumbled internally, his expression showed nothing. He didn't respond, letting his master figure it out on his own. Early the next morning, Wen Renlin called Nian to get up and head out, telling her to sleep in the car. Brother, are you being childish? Nian sighed. Leaving early was just to shake off Yan. Was the man really that petty? Come on, let's go. Wen Renlin pulled a reluctant Nian outside. Good morning. As soon as they stepped out, they saw Yan leaning against the car, waiting for them. Don't you ever sleep at night? Renlin was feeling frustrated, and he was caught off guard again. Early in the morning, he showed up at someone else's door. Really bold of him. Deliver breakfast to Nian. With a half smile, he looked at Renlin but decided not to call him out, to avoid making him angry. Breakfast. As soon as he heard about food, the person immediately switched sides, forgetting about her brother, and got into Huo Yan's car. Do you want to join us? Renlin gritted his teeth, getting even more annoyed. For now, I'll allow you to come with us. Not wanting to lose face, he pushed Huo Yan aside and got into the car first. Qinglong face-bombed. Their grandpa was just left with stubbornness. With no choice, he got into another car. What the heck? How did you get here? As soon as he got in, he was startled by the two people sitting in the back. Wasn't Han Zhan on break? And Huo Yi? Why was he in their car instead of with third master? Stop talking and drive. Huo Yi pointed to the car that had already driven off. If they didn't leave soon, they would miss it. Today, Huo Air was driving, and he had sneaked into this car while third master and Ren were arguing to avoid getting caught up in it. Getting into the car, he was also startled by Han Zhan, who was sitting still. Qinglong, who had inexplicably become the driver for these two, decided to let it go. Suddenly, he stepped on the gas and the car shot forward, causing Huo Yi to slam into the front seat unprepared. Are you crazy? Luckily, my nose is real. Rubbing his red nose, he wondered if this guy could even drive. Sorry, I forgot there were people in the car. Qinglong pretended to apologize. Hey, you could have at least warned me. Rubbing his nose, Huo Yi nudged Han Zhan with his elbow, wanting him to see his face. Just a moment ago, he almost squished his face, but Han Zhan remained completely still. To his surprise, Han Zhan ignored him and sat there with a serious expression. Hey, are you mute? Huo Yi, acting like he had ADHD, kept poking at him the more he was ignored. Huo Yi hadn't interacted much with Han Zhan. During the time third master was with Miss Yu, it was mostly Huo San who followed. Later, when Huo San left, he had annoyed third master and was sent away for a long time. But he was just a friendly person, especially since the other was Miss Yu's, which made him feel like family. Han Zhan turned his head, his gaze icy, staring at him intensely. Until Huo Yi felt uneasy under the stare, he made a gesture, zipping his lips. He couldn't help but think, Huo San said this guy was interesting. What a joke. This was just weird. Seeing that Huo Yi was separated, Han Zhan turned his head and sat back down. The driver, Qinglong, chuckled, saying he deserved it. This guy needed someone like Han Zhan to keep him in check. Not only was Huo Yi reprimanded, but Huo Yan in another car was also facing consequences. Huo Yan was still trying to persuade Nian to stay with him, coming up with various reasons. He could cook for her, and he had her things at his place. All of it was countered by Wen Renlin, who said she could come to their home for meals, and he had already prepared her belongings. He even mentioned being scared to live alone, which only resulted in him getting Wen Renlin as a roommate. "I'm not scared anymore. I don't need you." He regretted saying that. The driver, Huo Yan, struggled to hold back laughter. Third Master really shot himself in the foot. If Lin lived with him, he wouldn't even have a chance to secretly date Miss Yu. He hadn't planned to live with him anyway, but seeing how much he rejected it, Wen Renlin quickly changed her mind. "Don't worry, I don't mind you." "I mind you." Wen Renlin must have some issues. What was it like for them to live together? Nian watched the two argue and chose to close her eyes and pretend to sleep. It turned out that Huo Yan's complaints were useless. After sending Nian back to rest, Wen Renlin followed Huo Yan to his place. "Are you serious?" Huo Yan asked as he watched Wen Renlin enter. "Uh-huh." Wen Renlin casually plopped down on the sofa, ready for anything. Before Huo Yan could speak, he was interrupted by Xiao Mubai, who rushed in. "Ah, family. You finally came. I've been waiting forever." Wen Renlin, who had just sat on the sofa, was almost hugged by Xiao Mubai, but he was pushed aside. "What's up, Brother Lin? After such a long time you don't miss me?" Xiao Mubai looked pitiful as he clung to Wen Renlin's arm. Feeling annoyed, Wen Renlin pulled his arm away and tossed a pillow at Xiao Mubai. Huo Yan gave him a smug look. He deserved it. "Where's Xiao Yu?" Xiao Mubai started looking around for Nian because he had brought her a gift. Meanwhile, Nian finished getting ready and came downstairs, wondering why everyone was there. Not just Hanzhan and Qinglong, but even Huo Yi and Huo Yan were present. "Miss you." The two greeted her with silly smiles. Since Lin and Third Master had gone back, they didn't want to be the ones getting in trouble. So they decided to stay there. Nian didn't ask them anything and handed a card to Qinglong. "Since you have some free time, why don't you all go out and have some fun?" This was given to her by Wen Renlin. Although the villa is under her name, she hasn't really looked into it. Everyone was a bit excited upon hearing this. It's a great opportunity to have fun at public expense. Not going would be foolish. Only Hanzhan seemed uninterested, clearly not wanting to go. "There's a shooting range and a martial arts hall down there. Want to go practice a bit?" Qinglong said with a grin, trying to get closer to Hanzhan. After all, this was the young lady's business, and since she allowed them to go for free, it would be awkward if Hanzhan didn't join them. Sure enough, Hanzhan's expression changed slightly, but he still hesitated and looked at Nian. "Go ahead, I'll call you if I need you," Nian encouraged, hoping he could relax a bit. He seemed so tense all the time. It must be tiring. "Hey, Miss Yu, about Third Master." "I'll talk to him," she replied, amused, looking at Huo Yi. Huo Yan wouldn't be that strict. Would he? He wouldn't stop them from going, right? "Thank you, Miss Yu," the two said excitedly. They really didn't want to go right now. If Lin got mad at their Third Master again, wouldn't they be walking into trouble? Watching the group leave with their arms around each other, Nian shook her head and followed them out. Little fish, little fish." Xiao Mubai exclaimed excitedly as Nian walked in, eager to get up and approach her. Wen Renlin raised a hand to stop him. Hugging him was one thing, but wanting to hug his sister too? Just as he was about to pull Wen Renlin away, another hand pressed down on his shoulder. "What are you all doing?" Nian asked as she approached, seeing Huo Yan and Wen Renlin holding Xiao Mubai down to keep him still. "It's nothing. Why don't you rest a bit more?" Huo Yan said, releasing Xiao Mubai as soon as Nian sat down and quickly moving to sit beside her. Wen Renlin was a step slower and silently cursed Huo Yan for being clever. Nian shook her head. She had just slept for a long time in the car. She had pretended to be asleep but ended up actually falling asleep. "Little fish, did you miss me?" Xiao Mubai, who had been kept away from Nian, tried hard to make his presence felt. "Yeah, how did you come back so quickly?" "It was boring. It's no fun going out alone." He hadn't stayed with Hanzheng for long before wanting to return to Kyoto, so he decided to come back with them. "Jing is coming over tonight," Huo Yan said, putting down his phone after sending a message to Fu Jing. It was rare for everyone to be free, so it would be nice to get together. "Let's invite Hanzheng too." She knew they were all being considerate of her, but she really didn't mind that situation anymore. Moreover, after so many years of friendship, how could she let them keep accommodating her and drift away from old friends? As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Mubai looked noticeably happier. Speaking of Han Zheng and remembering Han Zhan, he mentioned it to Huo Yan. They went out to have some fun. Huo Yan nodded. He had planned to give them a few days off. But what did he really mean to those two? He didn't dare to approach them directly and had to rely on Nian to convey his thoughts. TSK, TSK, TSK. Wen Renlin clearly enjoyed teasing Huo Yan, seizing every opportunity to poke fun at him. How about we have a little barbecue at my place tonight? Xiao Mubai suggested, feeling lively again in a familiar setting with familiar people. Nothing felt better than home. The others agreed, letting him make the arrangements. Xiao Mubai excitedly went out to gather people and set things up. His spontaneous nature was as usual, and it was nice to enjoy life in the moment. There was a time to play and a time to worry, which was better than dwelling on past troubles every day. That evening, everyone gathered in Xiao Mubai's yard, feeling a bit sentimental. The same place, the same people, but their feelings had changed. Han Zheng used to be very close to them, but now there seemed to be an invisible barrier between them. Xiao Mubai was carefree back then, but he had matured a lot over the past year. Nian and Wen Renlin exchanged glances, feeling the most affected. Once, they were just acquaintances, but now they had become close family. Fu Jingyi couldn't help but sigh. He was probably the only one who hadn't changed. Oh, and Huo Yan, who still hadn't won over Nian. Wen Renlin filled his glass and raised it seriously. Huo Yan, I toast you. Without him, he wouldn't have Nian as a sister. He felt genuine gratitude for that, even if it wasn't Huo Yan's intention. Huo Yan silently raised his glass, feeling a mix of emotions. There was happiness, gratitude,
and a bit of sadness.
Nian looked at the two of them and blinked her slightly teary eyes. This is good too, isn't it? He is here, and so is he, and they are all still together. These people had shown her great kindness when she first arrived in the capital. That was enough. Some things didn't need to be overly complicated. After Huo Yan and Wen Renlin finished their drinks, they fell into a moment of silence. Come on, let's drink together and make up for it. Xiao Mubai spoke up to lighten the mood, unable to stand the heavy atmosphere. Nian placed her cup in front of Wen Renlin, who was holding the wine bottle, signaling her to pour some. Wen Renlin seemed to understand her intention and didn't stop her, pouring her a little less than half a cup of wine. Come on, everyone, let's toast to you all. When Nian said this, everyone was a bit surprised. Especially Han Zheng, who had gotten to know Nian better during their time in the Northwest. Nian was not someone who easily opened her heart. Initially, she had already considered him one of her own. Unfortunately, he had messed things up, and today, Nian's words seemed to suggest she was willing to put the past behind them. He felt excited. It wasn't just him and Nian. Because of his earlier foolishness, he had created some distance with the other brothers too, except for Xiao Mubai. In the Northwest, he had intentionally reduced contact with them, unsure of how to face them. To us, and to our friendship, cheers. Fu Jingyi raised his glass. Not just Han Zheng, but they all had some involvement in that past incident. Now that they had a chance to mend things, he was more than happy to cooperate. After drinking this toast, Han Zheng, who had been feeling restless, suddenly felt much more at ease. When Xiao Mubai called him, he had hesitated about whether to come. Although he had already apologized to Nian and had seen her at the Western Military District, he still felt unsure about facing her. Nian was like a mirror, clearly reflecting his narrow-mindedness. After some inner conflict, he decided to come, and now he couldn't help but feel grateful that he did. Otherwise, he would have lost this chance to repair their relationship. After a few drinks, the atmosphere improved a lot, and it felt like old times again. It feels good to be home, Xiao Mubai said, taking a big sip of wine. Didn't you meet any nice girls while you were out? Fu Jingyi joked, knowing that Xiao Mubai had trouble even getting out.
Don't say that.
Cough, you're killing your savior here. Han Zheng started to speak, but was interrupted by a pillow from Xiao Mubai covering his face. Is there something going on? Nian perked up, eager to hear Xiao Mubai's gossip. Fu Jingyi pulled Xiao Mubai back to sit down, wanting to hear too. Well, it's nothing much, just almost got caught by a little star. Han Zheng, I'm going to get you for this. She pushed Fu Jingyi away and lunged at Han Zheng, upset that he had spilled the secret. How embarrassing. This could ruin his reputation. This time, Han Zheng was prepared and quickly got up to run away, with the two of them chasing each other around the table. A few people sitting around felt dizzy.
Sit down.
Wen Renlin, unable to tolerate it any longer, grabbed the wildly acting Xiao Mubai and firmly pushed him into a chair.
I'm exhausted.
Han Laosi, just wait for me to catch my breath. Xiao Mubai slumped in the chair, breathing heavily, feeling completely worn out. Tell us more. Fu Jingyi tapped his glass against Han Zheng's, clearly curious. He got drunk. While I was in the bathroom, someone took him. That day, the two of them had been drinking at the bar below the hotel where Xiao Mubai was staying, and then went upstairs to sleep. Both had drunk a bit too much, but he claimed he was slightly better than Xiao Mubai. When they were about to leave, he went to the bathroom first, and when he came out, Xiao Mubai was gone. He tried calling, thinking Xiao Mubai had gone back to his room, but when he went upstairs, he found the room empty. The alcohol hit him then, and he quickly found the hotel manager to identify himself and ask them to check the security footage. From the footage, he saw that a woman had taken Xiao Mubai away, and she was staying on the same floor. A group quickly went upstairs, and the manager used a spare key to open the door. Xiao Mubai, heavily intoxicated, was lying on the bed, and the woman was taking off his clothes. Fortunately, he arrived in time. Otherwise, Xiao Mubai's reputation would have been at risk. It's all your fault. You let me get drunk and left me there? Xiao Mubai shouted, clearly believing that the loudest voice wins the argument. You were the one chatting with her. How can you blame me? Naturally, Xiao Mubai was staying in a high-end hotel with excellent service. He had been there for a few days, so the staff recognized him. If they hadn't seen him with the woman, they wouldn't have let her take him upstairs. Xiao, you know a celebrity? It's just
the one we met last time at Jingda.
Xiao Mubai felt a bit embarrassed. He knew he was in the wrong. Fu Jingyi and Nian understood immediately. He had seemed quite taken with her, but her flirtatious glance had scared him off. Xiao has a romantic encounter. Romantic encounter, my foot. How dare she try to take advantage of me? Showing a rare hint of anger, he realized that the woman had ulterior motives. He had completely lost track of what happened that day, but the footage showed that the woman had planned this for a long time. As soon as Han Zhang left, she approached him to strike up a conversation. The footage showed him chatting with her for a while before she helped him leave. He never imagined how he felt back then. Next time, don't go out alone. Huo Yan mocked him, saying he was so foolish that he might get taken advantage of. Whatever, next time I'll just go abroad. It must be that his charm was too great. That woman was captivated by his looks. Another time? Xiao, what are you thinking? Fu Jingyi sighed, noting that some problems can't be solved by running away. What do you want me to do? Xiao Mubai replied in frustration. If he knew what to do, he wouldn't be running away. The group fell silent. It was clear that this situation was not easy to handle. Going to work? Marrying a woman? Neither seemed like good options. All right, let's stop talking about those worries and have a drink. Han Zheng sat down next to Xiao Mubai and poured him some wine. He couldn't stand seeing Xiao Mubai looking so down. It didn't suit him. The two of them started drinking, and Han Zheng was willing to keep him company, resulting in both of them getting tipsy after meal. While they were drinking, the other four nearby set up another table and started drinking tea. Why not go back? They were just enjoying the show. Their phones were on the table, recording everything. Nian and Fu Jingyi were even snacking on seeds, eagerly watching the two drunk friends perform.
Han Zheng, you
should consider changing your gender. Xiao Mubai slurred a bit, wrapping an arm around Han Zheng's neck. Change? I can't do that. Han Zheng was also quite dazed, clearly very drunk.
Come.
Come closer, don't let anyone hear. Xiao Mubai looked around mysteriously, though he didn't notice the large group nearby.
I'll
quietly tell you just
like that.
and then, like this. He made a chopping motion with his hand, gesturing and speaking rapidly to Han Zheng. Are you planning to hurt someone? Hurt your sister? No, wait, it's your brother. The onlookers were bewildered by his wild words. Wen Renlin regretted not taking Nian home earlier. Now, seeing her eyes shining with excitement, he figured she wouldn't leave anytime soon. Good brother, I knew it would be you. Han Zheng hugged Xiao Mubai back, almost moved to tears. The spectators wondered what he was imagining. Xiao Mubai was ready to take him down, yet he was feeling sentimental.
Right,
good brother. Ahem, let's go. Xiao Mubai patted his chest loudly. Brother, I understand your feelings. Han Zheng, you don't deserve to die. Cold War? Pfft, cough cough. Just as a few people at the tea table took a sip, they were startled by Han Zheng's words and ended up spitting it out. Fu Jingyi, who was closest to them, got sprayed all over by Han Zheng. There's danger. Han Zheng instinctively tried to push Xiao Mubai down, but Xiao Mubai was pulling him forward instead. They both ended up on the floor.
You.
Unable to hold back, Huo Yan was about to speak when Nian covered his mouth and shot him a threatening look. Be quiet. Reluctantly nodding, he signaled for Nian to remove her hand. When Renlin also felt helpless, he never noticed how much she loved to watch the drama unfold. Xiao Mubai was struggling to pull Han Zheng up, but they were just crawling around on the ground. Come on, let's get a knife. Really? We can't. Together we can't beat him.
Come on.
After a lot of tugging, they finally managed to get up and stumbled toward the room. The others hurried to follow, hoping to watch the fun but not wanting Han Zheng to get hurt. As soon as they entered the living room, they saw Xiao Mubai holding a nail clipper. Feeling relieved, they found a spot to continue watching. Xiao Mubai had a mischievous look as he faced Han Zheng.
Take off
your pants. Why take off my pants?
To
change gender. Xiao Mubai was about to reach for Han Zheng's pants. You're the one who should change. Now that Han Zheng understood, even in his drunken state, he knew what changing gender meant. The alcohol sobered him up a bit, and he got angry. Are you out of your mind?
No problemi.
If you become a girl, I'll marry you. Xiao Mubai wobbled forward with the weapon in hand. Seeing Nian laughing uncontrollably on the sofa next to Huo Yan, Wen Renlin couldn't take it anymore. If this continued, they would end up taking off their pants, setting a bad example for the kids. He quickly grabbed both of them and dragged them into the bathroom, and soon the sound of running water mixed with their screams could be heard. Clearly, they were being taught a lesson. Ha ha ha, those two. Nian was laughing so hard, she was almost in tears. Was Xiao Mubai trying to end the family line? Xiao Bai has a good idea. Fu Jingyi took out his phone, saved the moment, and thought they should enjoy it tomorrow. Send me a copy. Nian pushed Huo Yan aside and leaned in to look at Fu Jingyi's phone. If they misbehave again, we'll expose them. Fu Jingyi nodded and sent it to Nian. Nian, it's time to go to bed. Huo Yan couldn't help but interrupt the gossiping duo. The two people were chatting excitedly on their phones, almost bumping heads. Yes, you Xiaonian, let's go back. Wen Renlin, who came out of the bathroom with slightly wet clothes, also needed to change. I'll take Nian home. You should go check on those two. Don't let them drown. They were still splashing in the cold water, and one of them kicked the other, so it would probably take a while for them to get back up. Nian gave Huo Yan a helpless look and simply stood up to leave with Wen Renlin. You really are at the mercy of this brother-in-law.
Fu Jingyi teased.
Huo Yan, with his cunning nature, used to trick them, but now he was completely under Wen Renlin's control. Don't argue with him.
Fu Jingyi.
Just stubborn as a mule. The two went to the bathroom to rescue the couple about to get married. They wouldn't drown, but staying in too long might give them a cold. Han Zheng was doing better. He had woken up and went upstairs to find a place to sleep. Xiao Mubai was still causing a ruckus, shouting about wanting to castrate Han Zheng. Huo Yan knocked him out and tossed him into a room. Fu Jingyi gave a thumbs up, impressive. After a night of chaos, the family had finally broken the ice. Nian was in a good mood on the way back with Wen Renlin. Are you not bothered by the past anymore? Well, I didn't really mind it before. I can't expect everyone to be like you. Nian replied calmly. Perhaps she had set her expectations too high before. Or maybe she wasn't as innocent as she used to be. In the past, she only saw two kinds of people, her own and outsiders, not allowing any flaws. Now, she fully understood the diversity of relationships between people. Wen Renlin didn't speak, but he gently put his arm around Nian's shoulders and then let go. He noticed her changes, feeling both pain and relief. This was good. Not being too invested meant not getting hurt. Don't let yourself be wronged. When Renlin patted Nian's head, she didn't need to be too sensible in front of him as her brother. Who could make me feel wronged? I think this is just fine. Nian nudged Wen Renlin, telling him not to overthink. All right, as long as our young lady is happy. Under the moonlight, the siblings chatted and laughed as they walked back. After dropping Nian off, Wen Renlin returned to Xiaomubai. As soon as he stepped out of the house, he ran into Huo Yan. We really are in sync, Wen Renlin joked. I'm just checking on Nian. Huo Yan took a deep breath, trying not to get angry. She has gone to sleep. In the end, Huo Yan did not get to see Nian and was dragged back by Wen Renlin. To see the funny situation with the two drunks, Nian woke up early the next day. Why are you here so early? As soon as Nian came downstairs, she saw Huo Yan sitting in her living room. Huo Yan looked a bit troubled. He clearly hadn't slept well. Wen Renlin had been chatting with him all night. When Wen Renlin came out of his room, he was surprised to see Nian. You're up so early? Yes. Have they woken up yet? Wen Renlin was speechless. It seemed she got up early just to see the excitement. Miss, you're thinking too much. They won't be awake until at least the afternoon. Nian's face fell. She wished she hadn't gotten up so early. Then I'll go back to sleep for a bit. Nian, I didn't sleep at all last night. Huo Yan looked at Nian with puppy eyes, wanting her to let him sleep with her. Why didn't you sleep? What were you doing? Didn't her brother go back to find him? What were they doing staying up all night? Someone kept bothering me all night, saying he couldn't sleep and wanted me to chat with him. Nian was speechless. Her brother was causing trouble. I'll sleep with you, come on. They were adults, yet he was still complaining. He had tea and coffee at night, which kept him awake, and then he wanted to chat. Nian. Huo Yan still looked pitifully at Nian. If you haven't slept, go back to sleep. I'm going upstairs first. Nian ignored his gaze and turned to go upstairs. She couldn't ruin her brother's fun now. Do you need me to help you sleep? After Nian went upstairs, Wen Renlin smiled at Huo Yan. Clearly, Nian's obedient actions made him very happy.
Fool.
She tossed those words at him and went straight into Wen Renlin's room, slamming the door. When Wen Renlin followed and pushed the door, it wouldn't budge. Good job. He had locked him out of his own room. Not wanting to argue, he found a guest room to catch up on sleep. After a night without sleep, he was feeling quite tired now. Nian was woken up by Xiaomubai's loud complaints. When she went downstairs, she saw Wen Renlin and Huo Yan already awake. Xiaomubai and Han Zheng were there too. After their hangover, they looked like red-eyed rabbits. Xiaomubai was excitedly gesturing, while Han Zheng rubbed his temples, clearly annoyed by the noise. The cause of the commotion was that Xiaomubai woke up feeling sore all over, with a big footprint on his leg. He had never felt like this after drinking before, and he concluded that Han Zheng must have hit him while he was drunk. Han Zheng, still asleep, was stirred awake, though he would never admit it. Fu Jingyi, worried about the two, decided to stay over last night. After being disturbed by them, both grabbed him to settle the argument. Fu Jingyi then brought them all here together. Nian finally understood what was happening and looked at the two still arguing with a complicated expression. Xiao Yuer, what kind of look is that? The two felt uneasy under Nian's direct gaze. Nothing, you two carry on. Though she said it was nothing, her look became even stranger. The two stopped arguing and moved back in unison to avoid Nian's odd stare.
What are you thinking about?
Huo Yan laughed at Nian, knowing her curious look meant she was up to something. Wondering which of them is on top. As soon as she said it, Wen Renlin gave her a light tap on the head, telling her to be quiet. I'm on top. Xiao Mubai, known for speaking before thinking, didn't even realize what it meant, but still tried to take advantage. Now both Nian and Fu Jingyi looked at him with strange expressions. Really? It didn't seem like it. What do you mean by on top? Han Zheng looked equally confused, but had a bad feeling. Last night, they both got drunk. Surely they didn't do anything embarrassing? Just. Nian was about to speak when Wen Renlin shoved a piece of watermelon in her mouth, stopping her. Aren't you two getting married? Huo Yan said casually, and both of them nearly exploded. Married? Who's marrying whom? Are you crazy, or am I? Han Zheng suddenly understood Nian's earlier question, and almost choked. No way, even if he was drunk, he wouldn't do something so ridiculous. Stop joking, me marry him? No way. Xiao Mubai thought Huo Yan was messing with him. He had done this before. Yes, you said Han Zheng should marry you. Fu Jingyi added seriously, providing evidence. Han Zheng was already grinding his teeth, knowing he shouldn't have gotten so drunk. It was indeed this guy's fault. Xiao Mubai doubted his hearing. Was he going crazy? Marry him? Han Zheng marry him? Isn't it the girl who gets married? Han Zheng was just a scapegoat. Xiao Mubai, I'm going to fight you. Han Zheng gritted his teeth and pushed Xiao Mubai down on the sofa by his neck. Xiao Yu, now you know who's in charge, right? Fu Jingyi, enjoying the scene, clicked his tongue. The position was quite shocking. Under the pressure of Wen Renlin, Nian nodded vigorously in agreement. That's more like it. She thought Xiao Mubai didn't seem like the one in charge. Han Zheng was caught off guard by the two of them. His movements froze. Xiao Mubai took the chance to push him away. Are you trying to choke me to death?
How could he like Han Zheng?
He felt like the real victim. Xiao Bai, come here and see something interesting. Fu Jingyi waved him over. Calling me a dog? Even though he complained, his body honestly walked over. Fu Jingyi was a good brother, even thoughtfully prepared headphones to avoid another embarrassing moment. Han Zheng also went over, grabbing one headphone to watch with Xiao Mubai. Their expressions varied, and Han Zheng's face turned from green to pale. He felt another urge to choke Xiao Mubai. Honestly, he never intended to harm Han Zhan. He couldn't say he had no issues with Han Zhan. It felt like he had been sent away, while Han Zhan thrived in Kyoto. But it never reached the point of wanting to kill. Even if there were a chance to take Han Zhan's place, he wouldn't do it. Ahem. Well, this situation can't be entirely my fault, right? Of course, I have my mistakes, but... Xiao Mubai felt a bit guilty and wasn't sure what to say. He truly felt sorry for Han Zheng. This incident was embarrassing for him. He knew about the tension between Han Zheng and Han Zhan, so why was he dragged into this? Brother. Feeling a rare sense of guilt towards Han Zheng, he wanted to say something to ease the awkwardness. Brother, having you around is truly a blessing. Han Zheng gritted his teeth. He was really fed up. Hee, that's right. Xiao Mubai smiled foolishly. Everyone, having him around, was indeed a blessing. That night, Fu Jingyi and Han Zheng left first. Fu Jingyi was always busy, while Han Zheng hadn't returned to Kyoto in a long time and wanted to spend time with family. They had to go back for old man Han's birthday celebration, so the remaining few stayed for 2 more days before leaving. On the way back, Xiao Mubai leaned wearily against a seat, looking lifeless. He hadn't planned to return with them. He had already planned his next destination. As a result, his older brother found out he was back and directly warned him that if he didn't come home, he would come to get him himself. Is going home really like going to the gallows? Pretty much. Xiao Mubai replied weakly. He was having a tough time. It's not a big deal, just find someone to date. Wen Renlin said bluntly, questioning why it was such a dilemma. Easy for you to say. If I could find someone, I wouldn't be running away. Xiao Mubai scoffed. Was finding a partner that easy? Then why didn't he find one? I'm not saying you should actually find someone. Silly with money. Wouldn't it be easy to find a partner? Xiao Mubai suddenly sat up and slapped his thigh.
Right. How did he not think of that?
Lin, you're the best. You're like my real brother.
No need for that.
Having one real sister was enough for him. The more Xiao Mubai thought about it, the more he felt this plan was doable. If he had known, he wouldn't have run so far and almost lost his reputation.
You can't be serious about this.
Nian's mouth twitched. What silly idea was her brother coming up with? Would the Xiao family believe he just found someone randomly? Xiao Muhang was too smart to be fooled by Xiao Mubai.
I do have this plan.
Xiao Mubai stroked his chin, starting to think about the feasibility of the idea.
Can you really fool your brother?
How would I know if I don't try? The more Xiao Mubai thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed.
Even if he got found out, he could just run away again. Who are you going to find?
Nian was speechless. He didn't even have any close female friends. If a girlfriend suddenly appeared, only a fool would believe it.
I'll take my time.
If I bring a woman back now, they definitely won't believe me.
I'll buy some time, hee.
First, he'd say he had a target, then slowly find a suitable candidate. You're actually pretty clever.
Of course, haha.
Xiao Mubai felt proud and was ready to go home and fight. After arriving in the capital, they first dropped Xiao Mubai off on the way home.
Bro, what silly idea did you come up with?
Xiao Mubai couldn't really be going home to put it into action, could he? He better not mess things up and get himself in trouble.
Your brother isn't that clever.
Huo Yan chimed in. They weren't Xiao Mubai and wouldn't come up with such silly ideas.
Really?
This is Xiao Muhang's idea. There was no other choice. They had to think of a way to keep Xiao Mubai in the capital. Otherwise, if he got too excited, he might run away again. If he really went abroad like he said, they might never find him. Xiao Mubai, the little bunny, can't outsmart Xiao Maheng, the old fox. How pitiful. TSK, they teamed up to trick him, and with his brain, he won't even realize he's being played. Now, Nian isn't worried about him being deceived. The people he can find are probably arranged by Xiao Maheng. She feels a bit sorry for Xiao Mubai. He really is a naive one. This time, Yan didn't linger much. He was heading back to the old house to go to Old Man Han's birthday party with the elder tomorrow. Old Man Han's birthday celebration is very low-key, only inviting his old friends and a few close families. Old Peng and others are also on the guest list. They might not come, but he can't not invite them. Otherwise, it would look like he was forming a little clique. Old Peng is indeed strong. Even after losing face, he still insists on being active in front of others. For safety, these high-ranking individuals had a separate table upstairs. The guards surrounded the staircase. Naturally, Nian was invited upstairs, while Hanzhan didn't attend the birthday party as family. He remained on duty, standing guard with the other guards. Old Man Han first said a few polite words downstairs, raised a few glasses with everyone, and then went upstairs. Han Zheng turned to Huo Yan sitting next to him.
What are your thoughts?
Huh? Huo Yan looked confused. It's his grandfather's birthday. What thoughts does he need to have? Fu Jingyi, sitting on Huo Yan's other side, leaned in. He came with his uncle. The other guests weren't appropriate to invite, and weren't on the list. My grandfather went upstairs. Han Zheng whispered in a volume only the three of them could hear. There were other younger members of the Han family at the table. And then, Fu Jingyi looked curious. What was Han Zheng going to say? Ahem. It seems you don't even qualify to sit at the same table as Nian. What are your thoughts? Han Zheng made a fist, as if holding a microphone in front of Huo Yan. Fu Jingyi gave him an admiring look. He really dares to say anything impressive. I think you have quite the imagination. Huo Yan's face darkened as he gritted his teeth and spat out a few words.
Cousin, what are you talking about?
A girl sitting across from them spoke. She was the granddaughter of Old Man Han's younger brother, making her Han Zheng's cousin. Old Man Han and his brother had a bad relationship. Both were stubborn and looked down on each other. Old Man Han's brother was in a remote coastal city, running a thriving business. As he got older, Mr. Han became more indifferent to the past and thought about how long it had been since he last saw his younger brother. He decided to take this opportunity to get together, so he made a phone call. However, after just a few words, they ended up arguing and parted on bad terms. Meanwhile, the younger generation in the family learned about this and secretly came to Kyoto to see their great-uncle. They wanted to meet him, but they also hoped to find opportunities for themselves. After all, Mr. Han held a significant position, and they had never contacted him before, so they felt it was inappropriate to visit uninvited. Now that they had this chance, they wanted to seize it. Nothing much, Han Jiang replied lightly, feeling neutral about this relative he was meeting for the first time. He was not particularly fond of or bothered by them. However, he felt a bit annoyed when they tried to engage him in conversation to gain attention. "Jinjin, I'm sorry, cousin. Jinjin has been spoiled by us since she was little," said the young man sitting next to Han Jinjin, her brother Han Su. As soon as he spoke, Han Jiang smirked sarcastically. Did he really think he was foolish? He wanted to stop them when Han Jinjin began to speak. Now, it seemed like they were just trying to see if she could connect with them. Once she faced rejection, he would come in to play the good guy. Huo Yan and Fu Jingyi calmly sipped their tea. This family drama was not their concern. After Han Su finished speaking and didn't get a response from Han Jiang, he looked over at him. Han Jiang didn't even glance his way, but the other members of the Han family at the table shot him subtle, mocking looks. He suddenly felt that his little trick was nothing but a joke in their eyes. Remembering his father's advice not to show off in Kyoto, he realized he had underestimated his cousin. He had only heard that this cousin was strong but not very bright, so he thought he could use him as a stepping stone. He didn't expect things to go poorly. The situation in Kyoto was too complex, and even the seemingly foolish were not easy to manipulate. Feeling frustrated, he fell silent, knowing that speaking too much could lead to mistakes. Han Jinjin, perhaps genuinely naive, seemed unaware of the atmosphere and spoke up again. "Cousin, aren't you going to introduce us?" Although she was addressing Han Jiang, her eyes were fixed on Huo Yan, making her intentions clear. Some at the table couldn't help but laugh. She was quite ambitious and bold. Who did she think she was to ask for an introduction? Han Jiang was almost amused by her audacity. Did she really think she could catch Huo Yan's attention? Huo Yan was even more sensitive to the situation, worried about being associated with another woman. "I'm leaving now." He patted Han Jiang on the shoulder and decided to go outside to wait for Nian. He couldn't stay here any longer. "Third master, take care." Almost everyone at the table stood up. They were not like that clueless pair of siblings. Huo Yan nodded, ignoring Fu Jingyi's pleading look, and left the table.
Fu Jingyi.
That was clearly his line. He had planned to leave early. Since Huo Yan had already left, he couldn't bring it up again, as it would be disrespectful to Han Jiang. Han Jin wanted to say something, but Han Su quickly stopped her. Wasn't their great-uncle very influential in the capital? How could anyone leave early from his birthday banquet? Looking at the relatives' reactions, there were no complaints, only respect. This situation had far exceeded his expectations. His sister was useful at times, but her straightforward nature could easily offend others. It was better to keep a low profile until they understood the situation. Just then, Han John passed by the living room, seemingly carrying a box before heading back upstairs. "Why isn't Cousin John joining us?" Everyone looked at Han Jiang, curious if he would throw the siblings out. These two really knew how to talk, always picking at the wrong things. To their disappointment, Han Jiang showed no reaction, as if he hadn't heard, and continued chatting with Fu Jingyi. "Old Han, you've aged another year. Our old friends have been through a lot over the years. Remember how much we suffered to get to where we are now." Elder Peng raised his glass to toast Elder Han. At first, Elder Han felt a bit sentimental and reminisced about the past. It was rare for this old guy to be so heartfelt. But then he heard the last part and felt it was off. Some habits just didn't change. The other elders were also speechless. This old guy wouldn't speak unless Nian was brought up, right? He always ended up at a disadvantage but still couldn't help but provoke trouble. "Are you saying I don't deserve to be here?" Nian looked at the old man with a half-smile. They had already torn off the facade, so there was no need to pretend anymore. Elder Peng was taken aback, not expecting Nian to retort so directly at Elder Han's birthday banquet. "Not at all, I was just reminiscing about the past, just a casual remark, haha." Seeing no one came to his aid, he had to forcefully change the subject. Everyone was speechless. Why provoke someone you couldn't outsmart? This gave Nian an opportunity to speak up. She wasn't very keen on being at such an event anyway. Nian sent a message to Han and then stood up to raise her glass. Old Han, I wish you a long life. Old Han also stood up to clink glasses with her, drank, and then sat back down. Nian remained standing, and a group of people wondered what she was doing. Surely, she wasn't going to fight old Peng, right? Han walked in after knocking and handed Nian a box he had just brought in. Nian took it and placed it in front of old Han. Here's a gift for you, old Han. I have to go now. Without waiting for them to keep her, she directly took Han out the door. This girl still has that stubborn attitude. Old Lin joked, also worried that old Han might hold a grudge against Nian. Haha, yes, I was surprised that little Yun could sit with us for so long. Old Han laughed heartily. The others agreed. Usually, after meetings, they would occasionally gather for a meal, but Nian never joined. She would run away as fast as she could, as if afraid of being caught by them. Can we take a look at this gift? Such an insensitive remark naturally came from old Peng. The others exchanged glances, unsure of his intentions. Was he looking for excitement? Since it was a gift from little Yun, it must be quite valuable. What else could he do but feel envious? Nian was wealthy, and the others knew it. What could they possibly accuse her of? Yes, old Han, let us take a look too. Another person chimed in, eager to see Nian's gift. These old fellows would attend each other's birthday celebrations, and there was an unspoken agreement among them. As long as the sentiment was there, the gift could be waived. It had been this way for many years. Nian's sudden appearance made them quite curious. Now that the topic was out in the open, old Han couldn't refuse any longer. Well then, let's take a look together. Old Han opened the box and was somewhat surprised. Inside was a beautifully carved inkstone with a dragon design, looking quite impressive. Little Yun is thoughtful. She knows I like this. I was just planning to get a new inkstone. Old Han smiled widely, examining it closely. This girl really knows how to pick things. Give it to me. Hearing this, old Chi couldn't sit still and swiftly snatched the inkstone from old Han's hands. Are you going to use it? Do you even know what this is? Old Chi teased old Han while fondling the inkstone. Compared to old Han's pretentiousness, he truly understood these items. What? Isn't it just something for writing? Old Lin stroked his beard and spoke up, knowing it was used for calligraphy. What else is there to see? You don't understand? This is a dragon pattern inkstone. The carving technique suggests it's from the Ming dynasty. Old Chi's eyes were glued to the inkstone. Recently, he heard that a dragon pattern inkstone was auctioned in the West. He even asked Fu Jingyi to help find out if it could be bought. Could this be the one? The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became, and old Chi was already considering how to sneak the inkstone away. Suddenly, his hands were empty. Old Han snatched the inkstone back. He thought Nian knew he liked this and got him a square inkstone, but it turned out to be an antique. Hey, why are you taking it? Be careful not to drop it. Old Chi was frustrated. He hadn't seen enough yet. It's mine. I won't drop it. Old Huo, let me see. Is this the so-called dragon pattern inkstone? He handed it to old Huo beside him, as he trusted him more. Old Huo wouldn't deceive him. Old Huo took the inkstone, pulled out his reading glasses, and examined it closely. After a while, he sighed. Old Han, take good care of this. It would be a waste for him to use it. His study was just for show, and he couldn't even read all the characters. Old Han took the inkstone, unable to hide his smile. He knew it looked like a good item. Old Han, let me see it again. Old Chi was anxious. How could a rough guy like him appreciate this? Nian giving it to him was a waste. No way, if you break it, who will be responsible? Old Han huffed proudly. Is this thing really valuable? What do you mean, thing? This is a dragon patterning stone, a very valuable collectible. The old man was scolded by old Chi. He didn't know anything about art. It should be the one auctioned recently, sold for 8 figures. Old Hua added that dragon pattern inkstones were rare and hard to find. What? Old Han was so shocked he almost dropped the inkstone.
This.
This artwork is that expensive? He quickly put it back in the box. He couldn't let it break. Little Yu is quite generous. Old Peng said sourly. Everyone saw what he wanted to see and felt envious. Don't you wait for old Hua? Generous little Yu asked Huo Yan, who insisted on getting in the car with her right after she stepped out. Didn't he come with his old man? No need. I asked Wen Renlin to come over. Does he have time? Huo Yan pointed to the other side, making Nian look. Zhao Nanxi? Are they together? Wasn't Zhao Nanxi the one chatting at the door? Yes, her grandfather is also at home. He has been going back to the old house more often. Nian understood. The Hua and Zhao families live in the same large courtyard. No wonder Huo Lao has been in a good mood lately. It seems his eldest grandson has found new love. Why are you out so early? Fu Jingyi must be here too. Why did he leave so early? I was waiting for you. He knew Nian wouldn't stay out long, so he decided to wait for her. Who invited you? Nian rolled her eyes. She didn't believe him at all. There's a bad woman interested in me. Nian, you have to protect me. Who would dare to have their eyes on you? Which brave soul? A relative of theirs. Seeing Nian's curious expression, Huo Yan sighed helplessly. Cough. I believe you. Nian patted Huo Yan's shoulder and became serious. She wanted to ask for details, but decided to ask Fu Jingyi later.
What's going on now?
After returning, Nian quickly ran upstairs. Wen Renlin raised an eyebrow at Huo Yan. What did Nian do this time? He noticed that whenever this kid felt guilty, she would sneak away. Huo Yan rubbed his forehead and briefly explained today's events. Do you need me to comfort you? Wen Renlin felt a moment of sympathy for Huo Yan. His sister was getting more nosy and addicted to gossip.
Yes. Take care. Huo Yan.
You really know how to comfort someone. He should just go upstairs to find Nian for comfort. As soon as he stood up, Wen Renlin pulled him back. I need to talk to you. He had something serious to discuss, not just to stop him. What's wrong now? Hadn't he already had a tough day? Was Wen Renlin going to make it worse? When are you going over there? Wen Renlin stopped joking and got to the point. In a few days. Do you have a plan? He usually went to Europe every 2 or 3 months, and this time it had been a long wait. After hearing Wen Renlin's words, Huo Yan's expression became complicated. So, what's in it for me? Wen Renlin was openly using him. He really thought this through. There's no benefit for you, but it can reduce trouble for you, Nian. Are you going or not? Wen Renlin leaned back, completely unconcerned about whether he would agree. I'll go. He gritted his teeth and forced out a word. He had no way to counter Wen Renlin's scheme. He must have owed something to these siblings in his past life. 3 days later, the siblings met downstairs early in the morning. Oh, you're not going out today? Wen Renlin seemed especially busy these days, coming home late and leaving early. Huo Yan, who usually reports every day, hasn't shown up for 3 days. I'll go out in a bit. Wen Renlin, eating breakfast, seemed to be in a good mood. Did you find some money? Nian was curious about why Wen Renlin was so cheerful today. What are you thinking? How much money would it take to make him this happy? Something's off with you. Are you hiding something about Huo Yan from me? Both of them being so busy at the same time seemed strange. Wen Renlin smiled but didn't say anything, finishing his breakfast and leaving her to eat slowly. Nian pouted, wondering what he was being so mysterious about. They wouldn't harm her, so she decided to focus her energy on what mattered. She usually wouldn't come down this early. Old Lin had informed her yesterday that she needed to attend a meeting at the military district today, where a task would be assigned to her. After finishing her meal, she set off for the military district with a chill in the air. She headed straight to Old Lin's office and was startled as soon as she entered. Major General Yu, long time no see. Nian looked speechlessly at the person she had just seen 2 hours ago. Why was her brother here? Long time no see. The corner of Major General Yu's mouth twitched. It really had been a while.
Come sit, Xiao Yu.
Once Nian sat down, Old Lin handed her a document. Those 2 leaders can talk. I'll take my leave. When Renlin stood up, they had discussed everything that needed to be talked about, and the rest was their internal matter. Old Lin went out to see Wen Renlin off, and by the time he returned, Yan had already finished reading. What does this mean? She knew about Wen Renlin's ongoing cooperation with the military. In certain areas, there were forces supported by Huagua, but they couldn't be made public. They were selling weapons through Wen Renlin, who acted as an arms dealer. But why did they specifically want her to come this time? Xiao Yu, this shipment is quite large, so I need you to personally oversee it. Old Lin smiled at Yan, feeling reassured that Wen Renlin was being a good brother. Have you two discussed this? Yan finally understood what Wen Renlin had been busy with. He had mentioned a few times about taking her back to the Wen family in our country, but various factors had prevented it from happening. Now he had found a legitimate reason to do so. Go ahead. Old Lin patted Yan's shoulder, knowing there were some things he couldn't say. Seeing Yan doing well made him very happy.
Sir.
As Yan was leaving, someone called her, and she turned to see Zhao Nanshi. Sir, thank you. Zhao Nanshi respectfully saluted. After getting to know this leader over the past few days, she truly admired him. Why are you thanking me? Yan asked with a hint of meaning. Thank you for the promotion and also for that task, Zhao Nanshi said straightforwardly, genuinely grateful to Yan. I have high hopes for you. Yan encouraged her, leaving it open to interpretation whether it was about her abilities or her connection with Hunan Chuan. Don't worry, I will complete the task, Zhao Nanshi confidently declared as she left. Yan was a bit confused. Did she give her a task? What did she say? I don't know, Hanzhan replied, puzzled. Did Zhao Nanshi receive a task through her thoughts? Forget about her, let's go home. Yes, ma'am. When Yan returned, Wen Renlin was already at home. Why didn't you tell me? Yan sat down, sounding a bit accusatory. I wanted to surprise you. Are you happy?
Yes.
Yan initially wanted to keep up her serious act, but her lips couldn't help but smile. Those old foxes must have taken advantage of you. With a slight huff, she acknowledged that feelings aside, business was business. Wen Renlin had likely proposed terms to them, and they surely tried to squeeze him for every penny. Money is endless. Your brother can handle it. Wen Renlin maintained his smile, as if he was the one benefiting. To him, he truly felt he was gaining something. He didn't care about the money. He cared about his sister. Even if they were just negotiating prices, he would gladly give away the goods without hesitation. When are you leaving? Yan blinked hard, trying to suppress her emotions. Whenever our young lady is ready. Huo Yan is coming over for dinner tonight. He had finished his work and could leave once Yan arranged her matters. Okay, I'll go take a shower. Yan stood up to go upstairs, fearing she might lose her composure if she stayed any longer. Why had she been feeling so sentimental lately? It wasn't until Huo Yan arrived that Yan came downstairs. During dinner, they didn't discuss the earlier topic, and the atmosphere was harmonious. Let's go for a walk, Huo Yan suggested after they finished eating. Once outside, they strolled slowly in the yard. Nian. Yes. Yan was still unsure how to bring up the topic, but Huo Yan spoke first. I'm going abroad for a while. What a coincidence. I'm also going home with my brother. Yan was surprised. She hadn't heard him mention this before. What a coincidence. Well, we have a special connection. Huo Yan chuckled. Then you also have a special connection with Wen Renlin. That's not funny. She looked at this unromantic person helplessly. How long will you be gone? Depends on the situation, about half a month. Yan nodded thoughtfully. Half a month, huh? After sending Huo Yan off, the siblings were in the living room. Brother, is Huo Yan going to Europe? Yan thought this was strange. It felt too coincidental. Yes, he has something to do there. Such a coincidence? Yan stared at her brother, feeling like they were hiding something from her. What kind of look is that? Wen Renlin laughed and patted Yan's head. He didn't plan to keep anything from her. He wanted to take Yan back to the Wenren family, and he had rivals in country R. If they knew he was bringing Yan back, they would surely do something. So, he had Huo Yan create a distraction to lead them away, not because he was scared, but because he didn't want Yan to have any bad experiences on her first trip home. What did you promise Huo Yan? Yan asked instinctively. Why do you think that? Does Huo Yan's feelings for you not support him doing this? Wen Renlin looked at her strangely upon hearing her words.
I didn't say anything.
Nian felt a bit guilty. She just said it casually. That's fine to say at home. If Huo Yan heard that, it would really hurt. Okay, I get it. Nian jumped up and ran upstairs, like a rebellious child, leaving Wen Renlin, who sighed like a father, in the living room. After arranging her work, Nian gave Hanzhan 2 days off to go home and spend time with his family. She reported some ideas to her leader, mentioning that her time away might be longer this time. When Hanzhan returned to the Han family, he found that the siblings hadn't left yet, and he frowned. He usually didn't care about these people or matters. It didn't matter to him whether they came or went. But that day he heard Huo Yi say that his distant cousin was interested in Huo Yan, which made him unhappy. "Jean, cousin, you're back," Han Jinjin exclaimed, having had a great time at the Han family. There were no girls in the Han family, and she knew how to charm the old man, so he treated her well. "Grandpa, where's my brother?" Hanzhan ignored Han Jinjin and walked over to the old man. "Oh, he got an urgent task and went back." Han Jiang received an emergency notice on the day of the birthday banquet. "Why are you back?" Old man Han looked at his grandson with some curiosity. Usually, he was always with Nian and rarely saw anyone else. "After a 2-day break, I'll be going out in a few days. Are you taking him with you?" Old man Han knew where Nian was going, but didn't expect him to bring this kid along. It seemed he was quite satisfied with him, considering this was a personal trip. Hanzhan nodded, and old man Han patted his shoulder. "Good boy, do your best." Now he didn't have to worry about his grandson's future. Nian would take good care of him. "Great uncle, brother Jean, have some tea." Han Jinjin approached again, still curious about her cousin. She had heard he was working as a bodyguard for a leader and had only seen him once when she first arrived in the capital. Good. Our Jinjin is so thoughtful." Old man Han happily took the tea, clearly fond of his granddaughter. "Jean, you came back at the right time. You should spend more time with Jinjin. It might make you a bit livelier." This boy was too serious and lacked the energy of youth. "Are you saying the leader is difficult?" Hanzhan replied with a straight face, as he spent the most time with the leader. "You little rascal, I meant you should spend time with your younger siblings." Old man Han was taken aback. Was that what he meant? Hanzhan's mother, who had just come downstairs, felt displeased upon hearing this. Her son rarely came home. Was it appropriate for him to spend time with distant cousins instead of her? "Grandpa, the leader asked me to come back to be with family." Hanzhan nodded to his mother, showing a rare smile. "Isn't Jinjin your family? If he didn't want to, that was fine, but why involve little you? Did little you decide which family he should spend time with? What's going on? You just got back and are already making your grandpa upset?" Hanzhan's mother, Qin Pairu, was an elegant woman. She sat beside Hanzhan and patted him. "Grandpa doesn't want me to go back," Hanzhan said innocently. "Cough, you little rascal, when did I say you couldn't go back?" Old man Han was almost exasperated. He only suggested that Hanzhan spend some time with Jinjin. He never said he should take leave to do so. "Hanzhan, don't talk back to your grandpa. You let him speak. I want to hear what he has to say. Did little you decide which family you should be with?" Old man Han was genuinely angry now. This kid was getting out of hand. "Not specified." Hanzhan still had a stiff expression. "Since it's not specified, go accompany Jinjin for a while. As her brother, you should be a good host." Grandpa Han directly assigned a task to Hanzhan. He was just saying it casually, knowing Hanzhan's personality. He wasn't the type to enjoy accompanying others. Now, he was genuinely angry whether he wanted to go or not. He had to go.
Kin Peiru sekretli pinshed Hanshan.
Couldn't he just speak nicely? If he said a few kind words to the old man, would he really force him to go out? Now, he had really upset the old man.
"Grandpa."
"What grandpa? Calling me ancestor won't help. Now you realize your mistake? It's too late." Humph. Did he think the old man had no temper? He kept provoking him.
"Fine."
Hanzhan sighed and took out his phone to make a call. "Who are you calling?" Hanzhan put the call on speaker, leaving the family a bit confused.
"Hanshan."
Yunyan's voice came through, almost making Grandpa Han spit out his tea. "Sir, I have a situation to report." "Go ahead." Nian was puzzled. Wasn't Han Zhan supposed to be home? What situation could there be in the Han family? My grandpa asked me to take Han Jinjin shopping. Grandpa Han looked at his grandson with an utterly ridiculous expression. This was such a small matter. Was he really reporting this to Nian? Did he expect Nian to help him out because of this? Was he out of his mind? Oh, are you interested in our master Huo's lady? Nian's voice had a hint of amusement. Han Zhan was clever. He had learned this trick. It was rare to see him causing trouble, so she naturally had to play along.
Yes. Pft, cough, cough.
Grandpa Han sprayed his drink everywhere. Interested in Huo Yan? Qin Pairu quickly stood up to pat the old man's back, though she was equally shocked.
Little you. Cough.
Grandpa Han was coughing so hard he could barely speak.
Don't worry, Grandpa.
Let Han Zhan spend time with family. I'm not in a hurry. Yes, sir. The call ended. Qin Pairu saw that the old man had recovered and sat back down, secretly giving Han Zhan a thumbs up. Her son was impressive. He even knew how to strategize. Jinjin, what happened?
Grandpa Han exclaimed angrily.
I don't know. Han Jinjin looked innocent. How was she supposed to know?
Han Shan, you explain.
Grandpa Han was about to lose his temper. Why didn't he just say it earlier? Why did he have to call you Nian? After receiving such a generous gift, he turned around and tried to steal her thunder. What kind of person was he becoming? I wasn't there that day. You can ask the people who were at the same table as them, right? No wonder Jinjin is always asking about the Huo family. Qin Pairu chimed in with a smile, as if teasing.
Han Sen-sen.
She hasn't spoken much to this second aunt, so why is she being treated this way? Old man Han could tell that this mother and son were making sarcastic remarks. He sighed, realizing he had been too quick to anger earlier. Han Zhan rarely comes home, and when he finally does, he gets sent out. Wouldn't this mother and son have a problem with that? No one can be blamed here. The Huo kid is outstanding, and it's understandable that Jinjin has feelings for him. The issue is that there's someone named Nian in the way, and he has to make a choice. Jinjin, you've been in Kyoto for quite a while now. Old man Han was hinting it was time for her to leave. Great-grandpa, are you trying to send me away? Han Jinjin looked like she might cry, which made old man Han feel a bit sorry for her. Your grandfather must be missing you. Old man Han remained firm. If he softened and kept her here, what if Jinjin caused trouble later? It could offend both families.
He couldn't take that risk.
With red eyes, Han Jinjin ran back to her room, and old man Han sighed. Dad, are you reluctant to let that girl go? Qin Pairu poured a cup of tea and placed it in front of old man Han. She's a good girl, but unfortunately, she has her eyes on Huo Yan. Sigh. Dad, I have to say something that might upset you. You're too close to the situation. What do you mean? It means that in the entire Han family, besides you, is there anyone who cares for those siblings? Han Zhan wasn't afraid to offend his grandfather and spoke directly, almost implying the old man was confused. After spending too much time with Huo and the others, his words had become sharper. Old man Han was shocked. Did they all dislike Han Su and Jinjin? Pairu, do you think the same? Dad, both Han Chung and I feel this way. Han Su is too self-serving, and Jinjin has too many hidden thoughts. Since her son had started, Qin Pairu decided to speak her mind. In recent days, her father-in-law had asked her husband to take Han Su out for socializing, which made this clear. So that's how it is. I really am getting old. Old man Han murmured, leaning back on the sofa in defeat. He wasn't the kind of stubborn old man who couldn't listen. He knew his daughter-in-law was fairly objective. She wouldn't unjustly criticize the younger generation, especially with so many people around to verify the truth. This solidified his thoughts. Those siblings couldn't stay. Otherwise, if Jinjin really did something, how would he explain it to Nian? After the old man went upstairs, Qin Pairu patted Han Zhan. Her eyes filled with smiles. She really needs to thank Nian for helping this quiet person learn to talk. 2 days passed quickly, and Han Zhan returned to the team, ready to set off. My grandfather sent that pair of siblings away. In his calm tone, Nian detected a hint of wanting recognition. Our Hanjan is truly impressive. It was important to show appreciation. Even though he still had a serious face, it was clear he was happy. Hanjan didn't know that Huo Yan had left the capital. He only knew they were leaving. Worried that Jinjin might go looking for Huo Yan after Nian left, he called Nian in front of his grandfather, urging the old man to send those two away. Qinglong gave him a thumbs up, recalling how he couldn't even understand a word when he first arrived. Well, that might be a bit exaggerated, but it wasn't far off. Hanjan had indeed made rapid progress. The plane landed in the backyard of the Wenren family. After getting off the plane, a car was already waiting for them. Mississippi. The two leading people greeted Nian respectfully, showing no signs of being dismissive. Baihu, Xuanwu. When Renlin introduced them, all four divine beasts she wanted to see were here. These two were similar to what Nian imagined, without the stark contrast of Zhuke. Baihu looked very serious, with a stern face, rivaling Hanjan in seriousness. Xuanwu seemed to have a good temperament, but gave off a feeling of being not very serious. After greeting each other, the group got into the car to head to the main house. The Wenren family was a large clan, and most who weren't sent away lived in the estate. Wen Renlin's residence was in the center of a large courtyard, showcasing his status as the head of the family. Just like in the capital, they had prepared a separate floor for Nian, redecorated according to her preferences. The servants in the house were already waiting at the door. Master, Mississippi, knowing Nian preferred quiet, they left after meeting her. How are you? Are you tired? The two sat in the living room, and Wen Renlin asked Nian with concern.
I'm fine.
Nian shook her head. She hadn't done much. You all do what you need to do. Don't be so tense. Wen Renlin turned to his four divine beasts. Perhaps influenced by Hanjan, the four of them, along with Hanjan, stood still like guards. Wen Renlin's words seemed to trigger something. Come on, I'll take you to your room. The Qinglong led Hanjan to find a room. Baihu and Zhuke disappeared at the same time, and it was unclear what they were doing. In the blink of an eye, only Xuanwu remained in place. Are you okay?
I'm fine.
Xuanwu sat down next to them, just like Huo Yan's assistants. These four legendary beasts grew up with Wen Renlin and had a brotherly bond. Xuanwu stayed because he was curious about their young lady. Qinglong and Zhuke praised her greatly, and he wasn't like Baihu, who was a bit clueless. How could he not be curious? Actually, Qinglong had already informed him and Baihu about the young lady and her background to avoid them offending her unknowingly. Before they could say much, Baihu and Zhuke returned, holding a drink. Young lady, this is your favorite, hee. Zhuke placed the cup of milk tea in front of Nian. Don't tell me you made this? Baihu made it. Don't worry, young lady. It's definitely different from what our master makes. Zhuke chuckled. Baihu's only hobby is cooking, and he's quite good at it. As soon as Xuanwu heard this, he knew that Baihu must have shown off his cooking skills to the young lady. He smiled and assured Nian that Baihu's cooking was comparable to that of a chef. Wen Renlin. Was he trying to undermine him? Nian felt relieved and took a sip from the cup. It's delicious. She gave Baihu a thumbs up. Thank you, young lady. Baihu rarely smiled, but it looked a bit scary. Wow, brother, please don't smile. Xuanwu face-bombed. It was hard to look at. He preferred Baihu to keep a straight face. He looks a bit like our Hanjan. Nian wanted to laugh. Baihu was like a plus version of Hanjan. Really? Young lady. Hanjan, who had just finished checking the room, asked curiously, while Qinglong beside him tried hard not to laugh. Just joking. How awkward. Alright, you should go check your room too. Later, I'll take you to the meeting hall to meet the clan members. Wen Renlin interrupted Nian's awkwardness. Do I have to go? My memory isn't great, and there are too many people to remember. Nian looked at the large estate and realized how many people must be there. You don't need to remember them. Wen Renlin replied calmly. It's hard for one person to remember a group, but it's easy for a group to remember one person. Today, she met them, and if anyone dared to offend Nian in the future, they shouldn't blame him for being rude. The young lady doesn't need to worry about those things. Just let them know who our family's young lady is. Xuanwu spoke up to help, so that there wouldn't be people who mistakenly claimed to be the young lady and fought over the title. Wen Renlin's grandfather was quite a charming man, having married 4 times and also having 2 partners outside. He had 9 sons and 7 daughters. Some of these sons inherited their grandfather's charm, including Wen Renlin's father. Their generation has even more siblings, which is why there are so many people in the Wen Ren family. Do you know all those siblings? Nian was genuinely curious. It's enough that they know me. Nian rolled her eyes, realizing that was why she didn't need to remember. It seemed he couldn't remember them either. You know, young lady, I travel with Grandpa everywhere, so I'm not familiar with them either. Qinglong chuckled awkwardly, as he didn't know them well. Me too. Zhuke smiled foolishly. He wasn't very involved with the main family either. I know all about it. Young lady, feel free to ask me anything. Xuanwu raised his hand, as he had been at the main base and knew these people well. Baihu nodded along, unsure if he really knew or not. You know everything? Nian looked at Xuanwu with suspicion. Young lady, ask anything you like. Xuanwu patted his chest confidently. What is 1 + 1? She held up 3 fingers in front of Xuanwu. 3. Xuanwu answered without hesitation. You really are clever, haha. Qinglong laughed without mercy, teasing him about his intelligence. You know everything, just ask. Zhuke, though simple-minded, also joined in the teasing. Even Baihu and Hanzhan, with their serious faces, couldn't help but a smile. You're mischievous. Wen Renlin looked at Nian with gentle eyes. Was she really such a boring person? Clearly not. She was trying to connect with his people. How could he not care for this sister? Young lady. Xuanwu sighed. He didn't expect the supposedly aloof young lady to act this way and was caught off guard. After this commotion, their relationships had indeed become closer. Wen Renlin personally took Nian upstairs to see her room. Qinglong nudged Xuanwu. What are you doing? What's 1 + 1? Qinglong mischievously raised his hand. Xuanwu immediately swung his fist, and Qinglong jumped off the sofa to avoid it. Hey, you missed. The others could hardly bear to watch. After Wen Renlin and Nian went downstairs, they headed straight to the meeting hall. Here, you don't have to worry about anyone. The siblings walked ahead, chatting as they went. Isn't that a bit too arrogant? Nian smiled, finding Wen Renlin's words quite agreeable. She wasn't the type to back down. We have the right to be a bit arrogant. Most of these people rely on him, so they wouldn't dare offend his sister. Good. Her brother's confident words gave her a great sense of security in this unfamiliar place. When they reached the meeting hall, the guards pushed open the heavy doors. The loud chatter inside suddenly fell silent. Everyone turned to look at the entrance. Seeing the crowd inside, Nian felt a wave of dizziness. Was she back in college? Didn't Xuanwu say each family would send a representative? Knowing the Wen Ren family had many members, she didn't expect so many people. No matter what she thought inside, she maintained a calm expression and followed Wen Renlin to the main seat. Everyone stood up to greet Wen Renlin.
Master.
Hello, Master. Regardless of how they addressed him privately, in this setting, they formally referred to Wen Renlin as Master. As they reached the front, Wen Renlin gestured for Nian to sit beside him. The group looked at her with mixed expressions, having been informed that Wen Renlin brought back a sister. But was her seat a bit too high? Since Wen Renlin became the master, even his father no longer had the right to sit beside him. After all, they wouldn't gather everyone just to meet this young lady if it weren't important. Xuanwu, standing to the side, stepped forward. In this setting, he was Wen Renlin's spokesperson. Qinglong often teased him, calling him Little Woozy, likening him to an ancient. Everyone, the purpose of gathering you today is to introduce our Wen Ren family's young lady, to prevent any misunderstandings in the future. I hope to receive your guidance moving forward. Nian spoke calmly. After her words, there was a brief silence, then someone led the way in calling her young lady. Regardless of their private thoughts, everyone maintained a friendly demeanor. They understood the master's methods well. If they offended him now, it could cost them dearly. Since we acknowledge the young lady today, Anyone who acts inappropriately in the future shouldn't blame me for being harsh. Wen Renlin spoke in a deep voice. We're all family. Of course, of course. The head of the family is just talking nonsense. There was a chorus of agreement, and people had to lower their heads under the eaves. After all, they had no skills and relied on Wen Renlin for their livelihood. Some had left the Wen Ren family, but they had the ability to thrive outside. Unlike them, whose assets were all tied to the family, if they angered the head of the family, they would face serious consequences. When Renlin did not stay long, after achieving his goal, he left with his people. After returning home, Nian went upstairs. She had just received a message from Huo Yan and wanted to call him back. Xianwu, who arrived a bit late, walked in with a piece of paper and handed it to Wen Renlin. Sir, these are the 3 families that were absent today. Xianwu clicked his tongue, noting that these people really lacked awareness. Wen Renlin took the paper and glanced at it. The information Xianwu organized was very detailed, including family assets and their positions in the family business. His uncle, Wen Renjiao, seemed to have learned too little from his past mistakes. He had already been expelled from the core of the family's power and stripped of all his positions. However, considering his previous contributions to the family, his household was not affected. Wen Renjiao had a son and a daughter, both of whom were married and lived in the Wen Ren family estate. According to family rules, once married, they became a separate household. This time, it was indeed their 3 families that were absent. As long as the family members behaved, Wen Renlin was quite lenient with them. There was no saying that married daughters were like spilled water. Family members, regardless of marriage, could still live here as long as they reported to Xianwu. They would be assigned separate housing, and this even led to an expansion, which is why the Wen Ren family was so large. Because of this, although Wen Renlin was ruthless, those without ambition in the family still respected him. They had no other thoughts. Living comfortably under the protection of the Wen Ren family, what was there to complain about? Wen Renyu's family is to be expelled, and Wen Renfeng is to be relieved of all company duties. Understood. Xianwu took the order and left to handle it. This family truly was never satisfied. Especially that Wen Renyu, while the family treated men and women equally, allowing them to choose to stay after marriage, most married girls lived outside. The Wen Ren family would also provide them with some support. Yet, Wen Renyu not only stayed at home, but also brought her in-laws to live here. At that time, Wen Renyu came to him, crying about how difficult her in-laws were. Regarding these trivial matters, their grandfather has always been very generous, so he specially approved a large courtyard for them to live in. Truly, greed knows no bounds. They are ungrateful and still do such things? When Xuanwu was out on errands, he happened to meet 2 girls coming over. Wen Renxian and Wen Renshui, their grandfather's half-sisters. Xuanwu, is Big Brother in? Wen Renxian called out to him. Grandfather is busy, Xuanwu replied with a calm expression, clearly not fond of them. Their grandfather's brothers had previously mistreated them. After grandfather became the head of the family, those people met a terrible fate. To Xuanwu, the remaining ones were not good either. Then let's go see the new sister. The young lady is resting and is not seeing guests. If you 2 have nothing else, please go back. This was also their grandfather's intention, to prevent these troublesome people from disturbing the young lady. What do you mean? Aren't we big brother-sisters? Wen Renxian's face turned red with anger. On one side is the young lady, and on the other are the 2 young ladies. What does Xuanwu mean by this? There is only one young lady. If you have any questions, you can ask, and I will inform grandfather. Since Big Brother and the sister are both busy, we'll go back first. Xuanwu, you take care. Wen Renshui gently pulled Wen Renxian, softly speaking to Xuanwu. She secretly pinched her confused sister, reminding her not to forget why they were there. Although they were ladies of the Wen Ren family, they couldn't afford to offend even those around Wen Renlin. The 2 sisters wanted to express goodwill in front of Wen Renlin, hoping to make a good impression, but they didn't even get to see him. As for their thoughts on Wen Renlin's remarks in the meeting hall, only they knew what was in their hearts. Clearly, they were Wen Renlin's real sisters, the legitimate young ladies of the Wen Ren family, Yet now they had to please a young lady whose origins were unknown. Since it's on the way, I'll take the 2 young ladies back. Xuanwu suddenly smiled. This was a perfect opportunity to set an example.
Oh.
Xuanwu, where are you going? Wen Renlin casually asked. I'm going to inform second uncle about something. What is it? Wen Renlin asked curiously. Wen Renlin remained silent, sensing it was not good news, especially since second uncle's family had not appeared in the meeting hall today. Wen Renlин's family is moving out of the estate, and Wen Renfeng is immediately relieved of all his positions in the group.
What?
Wen Renlin screamed in surprise. It was understandable since the Wen Renlin family had never kicked anyone out before. After all, those who competed with Wen Renlin for power had already lost their chance to be expelled. Isn't this a bit too much? Wen Renlin thought to herself, feeling frustrated. Did her older brother really cherish that young lady so much? Just because she didn't meet with her today, she faced such a harsh punishment? The 2 young ladies need not be surprised. Disrespecting the young lady is the same as disrespecting the family head. So, think carefully before causing trouble for the young lady. Make sure you are ready for the consequences. A knowing glance was cast at Wen Renlin, suggesting she should keep her cleverness in check. Wen Renlin's face turned pale, but she forced a smile. Xianwu, you should go ahead. We can return on our own. She hurriedly pulled Wen Renlin, who still wanted to follow, away. Xianwu headed straight to Wen Renchao's residence, where nothing escaped his notice. Wen Renyu and Wen Renfeng were already at Wen Renchao's home, saving him the trouble of searching for them. Good afternoon, second master. Wen Renchao's expression changed slightly upon seeing Xianwu unexpectedly at his home, as if he hadn't expected him to arrive so soon. Xianwu, why have you come? I'm here to convey the family head's message. Xianwu maintained his usual smile. I was just about to take a Feng and a Yu to see the family head. I'll talk with the Lin then. Wen Renchao sensed trouble and quickly changed his words. Yes, we were just about to visit the young lady. Let's hurry. Wen Renfeng quickly added, not wanting to offend Wen Renlin. However, his father had already discussed with several uncles and brothers, and they all agreed not to go. Accepting an outsider as their family's young lady would be absurd. No need to trouble yourselves. Not at all. It's our duty to meet the young lady. This was said by Wen Renyu's husband, who was being very humble. He was even more reluctant to offend the family head, but as a son-in-law, he had little say in the family. Then why aren't you going? Xianwu asked back, catching everyone off guard with Wen Renlin's straightforwardness. Well, we are going, aren't we? We'll speak to cousin Lin ourselves.
Wen Renyu retorted unhappily.
Unlike her brother, she supported her father's decision and had agreed with a few close friends not to attend. As the girl from the Wenren family, how could they accept someone with no blood relation to them stepping over them? I said it's not necessary. Xuanwu's expression turned serious, not waiting for them to speak again. The family head's order. Wen Renyu and her family must leave the estate. Wen Renfeng is relieved of all duties in the group starting today.
What?
Wen Renyu exclaimed. Why should she be forced to leave? This is no joke. Wen Renjiao's face darkened. Did that little brat want to turn the Wenren family into his own dictatorship? Wen Renfeng sat in his chair, defeated. It was over. He had warned against this. Opposing the family head would lead to trouble for them. This is the family head's decision. Who is to blame for their own downfall? No one was joking here. Wen Renlin brought back an unclear woman and wants to drive away anyone who doesn't support her? Does he honor our ancestors? Wen Renjiao's gaze was fierce. Did Wen Renlin not fear losing his position as family head? Second master, your words are interesting. Let me respond slowly, and if I offend you, please forgive me. First, she is not an unclear woman. She is the only young lady of the Wenren family. Second, if you have questions about honoring our ancestors, you can ask them yourself. Lastly, the only families absent from this family meeting are yours, and only Wen Renyu's family is being asked to leave. If you want to stay, the family head allows it. Xuanwu spoke at length, and Wen Renjiao didn't even have time to respond to Xuanwu's comment about asking the ancestors. What did you say? Only. Only we didn't attend? Wen Renjiao gasped. How could it be that only their family was absent? Everyone else went? Did that group betray him? Wen Renyu slumped in her chair, equally shocked. She had been betrayed too. They relied on their numbers, thinking Wen Renlin wouldn't dare act against them, which gave them the courage to behave this way. In the end, they had become a joke? The family had personally issued the notice. Those who do not attend will face the consequences. How many people do you think would dare disregard the family head's words? Xuanwu scoffed. Was this old man delusional? Having said that, he left without looking back. Just a clown. The third master let him off once, and he was still pushing his luck. Dad, what should we do? Wen Renyu panicked. Only her family was being forced out. What was she supposed to do? Her glory and her aura were given to her by the Wen family. If people find out she was kicked out, what'll she do? Don't panic, don't panic. I'll go find Wen Renlin. Wen Renqiao seemed to comfort Wen Renyu, but it felt like he was also trying to comfort himself. It can't be, Wen Renlin wouldn't do this. After all these years, he has worked hard, so why would he treat him like this? Dad, stop making a fuss. Otherwise, we'll have to leave with my sister. Wen Renfeng's face was dark. Brother, what do you mean? Are you abandoning me? Wen Renyu looked at him in disbelief. How could he let her be kicked out? I don't believe he would dare to kick me out too. He has gone too far. Seeing Wen Renqiao fuming, Wen Renfeng took a deep breath. Dad, why did those people we discussed let you down? Don't you realize it? How would I know? Wen Renqiao was almost forgetting about this issue, and hearing Wen Renfeng bring it up made him even angrier. When you accepted money from the gang to betray the family, did you consult with them? Hasn't it been long enough for his dad to forget this? Or does he think that once it's in the past, no one remembers? Wen Renlin has always been generous to important people in the family. The losses caused by his dad were not just Wen Renlin's. Those people also lost out. Cutting off someone's income is like harming their family. I heard a rumor at the company. I used to think it was just gossip, but now it seems to be true. Wen Renfeng laughed at himself. He regretted not taking it seriously. If he had warned his dad earlier, they might not have ended up in this situation. What rumor? The new young lady has a powerful background. Without her, the family head wouldn't have developed so smoothly in China. At this point, discussing it seems pointless, but when Renfeng understood his father. To keep Wen Renyu, he might threaten the family head with the young lady, and their family could be in serious trouble. They might not even get a chance to move out. He couldn't be blamed for being selfish. He has a family of his own. Even if they were kicked out of the group, the family head wouldn't leave them completely without options. He couldn't sacrifice his whole family for Wen Renyu. He even thought that the family head only kicking out Wen Renyu was already showing them some mercy. Wen Renqiao was like a deflated balloon. Yes, nothing could be done now. He was relying on his status, believing that Wen Renlin wouldn't dare to provoke everyone's anger. Now that I think about it, if things get serious, there might not be anyone left on his side, and they might even be hoping for trouble for him. Ayu, go back and pack your things. No matter how much Wen Renyu causes a fuss, this matter has already been decided. Wen Renlin's decisive actions have indeed served as a warning to others. Regardless of the situation, no one dares to target you Nian anymore. Wen Renlin has many things to attend to back at his family, so he can't stay with you Nian all the time. However, 2 of the 4 divine beasts always follow you Nian, worried that someone might cause trouble. In fact, he is overthinking. Wherever you Nian goes, everyone greets her with smiles. As long as they are reasonable, no one would seek trouble with this young lady. I will personally deliver that batch of goods. Are you coming with me or staying here? During dinner, Wen Renlin asked Yu Nian if she was joining him or if she had other tasks. He usually wouldn't need to go himself, but this time he used it as an excuse to bring Yu Nian along, so he must supervise to ensure everything goes smoothly. You go ahead. I'll visit Huo Yan. Yu Nian thought for a moment and replied. When she spoke to Huo Yan on the phone yesterday, he said he would stay a few more days before returning. Indeed, girls are outgoing. So she chooses to accompany that man instead of her brother, huh? I have important matters to attend to. Yu Nian huffed. She wanted to investigate that mother and daughter duo, not just visit Huo Yan. Xuanwu and Zhuke will go with you. No need. Don't you have a base over there? Aren't you confident? Nian was speechless. She wasn't a child. I'm not confident. If it weren't for the time constraint, I would personally take you there. Wen Renlin felt a bit frustrated. He should have told Nian about this sooner, so they could plan better. Brother in the past. The past is the past. Now is now. Wen Renlin interrupted Nian. He knew what she wanted to say. With him as her brother, she is no longer alone. You choose. Let them follow you, or wait for me to return and go together. In the end, Nian compromised and allowed the two to accompany her. What could she do with a brother who acts like a protective father? Don't tell Huo Yan. Planning to surprise Huo Yan? Last time, he was with her, so they didn't inform Huo Yan in advance. This time, since Nian is acting alone, he had just thought about setting a time with Huo Yan to make sure he looks after Nian. I need to understand him better. Nian shook her head. She had her own ideas. Are you planning to confirm things with him? Wen Renlin seemed to understand Nian's meaning. Maybe. You've grown up. No matter what happens, your brother is here for you. When Renlin looked at Nian, she was very perceptive and rational, not someone to make hasty decisions. She knew what was best for herself, and as her brother, all he could do was support her and be her backing. Nian nodded firmly to reassure him. Since arriving here, her mindset had changed a lot. In every way, when Renlin had given her so much, more than the old Nian could have ever accepted. In the past, she thought it was okay for someone to be good to her, but not too good, fearing she couldn't repay them and would feel burdened. Now, she seemed much more at ease, accepting and enjoying this unconditional love. As for Huo Yan, she suddenly felt unsure about what she had been holding on to. She liked Huo Yan. Why weren't they together? She thought it might be a lack of trust in relationships, or perhaps in Huo Yan himself. It seemed she had been waiting for Huo Yan to give up. But now, she felt that this waiting was unnecessary. Just as Wen Renlin thought, even in matters of the heart, her attitude was rational. Huo Yan knew everything about her, but her understanding of him was somewhat limited. According to Wen Renlin, before he met her, Huo Yan spent a third of each year abroad. She knew what he was doing but had no idea about his life there. She wouldn't allow any unstable factors in her relationship. Thinking back to when Huo Yan said he would wait for her to be curious about him, she suddenly understood his meaning. But she didn't need to hear him say it. She wanted to discover his other side herself. Moreover, Huo Yan had taken 99 steps toward her, and the last step should be hers. How about we stop here? Let Zhuke follow me, and you stay behind. Before boarding the plane, Nian said to Xuanwu, since when Renlin wasn't there, he must have a lot of work. There was no need to shorten his time just to see her off. Miss, you're overthinking it. I'll be going over soon anyway. Consider this an early trip. Xuanwu smiled and shook his head. Seeing this, Nian said nothing more, and they all boarded the plane together. Has a leader been chosen over there yet? Zhuke scratched his head. It had been quite a while, and there was still no result. No, otherwise I wouldn't need to go over. Xuanwu nodded helplessly. There had been a candidate, but some issues had come up. They have a base over there in T-City, where Sanya's main camp is located. Although the area is large and sparsely populated, the distance is not actually far. However, since they are in the same city, the choice of person for this task must be very careful. If someone with bad intentions takes advantage of the situation, it could cause trouble for Sanyi. Is there no one in charge? Nian was a bit curious. It should be quite peaceful over there. That area belongs to Huo Yan, and with his relationship with Wen Renlin, they shouldn't have any problems if something happens. I need to inform the young lady about this, Xianwu said. It's better to tell her in advance to avoid her hearing any false information later. The base over there was previously managed by Wen Renning, who is the daughter of Wen Renyi, Wen Renlin's uncle. Wen Renyi has always supported Wen Renlin, so Wen Renying's loyalty is unquestionable. She is capable and had been stationed there for a long time. Later, she was called back to the main office, and the person who took over her position encountered some issues, leaving the role temporarily vacant. Why not let Wen Renlin return? Nian found this strange. The Wen Ren family shouldn't be lacking in personnel. Since the choice of person over there is so important, why was she reassigned? This is the key point I want to discuss with the young lady, Xianwu said with a wry smile. Wen Renlin is indeed the most suitable for that position in every way. However, the problem is that she has feelings for Sanyi. In the past, Wen Renlin didn't mind as long as she did her job well. He didn't care about anything else. If she could win over Huo Yan, he would even be pleased. But ever since he accepted Nian as his sister, he quickly reassigned Wen Renlin. Although she was reluctant, she responsibly chose someone to take her place and return to the main office. Now, even though the base is without a leader, Wen Renlin hasn't considered letting Wen Renlin go back. She has applied several times but has been rejected. It must be said that Wen Renlin pays great attention to Nian, ensuring everything is handled perfectly. However, now that he has brought the young lady home so publicly, and she is going to T-City, news about the young lady and Sanyi will soon reach Wen Renlin. He cannot guarantee that Wen Renlin won't have any ulterior motives regarding this matter. So, he wanted to inform the young lady in advance to prevent any misunderstandings with Sanyi or anyone else later on. After hearing the whole story, Nian felt both amused and touched. She didn't expect it to be because of this. She was moved by Wen Renlin's thoughtfulness, but she also wanted to laugh. Had her brother started planning this so early? She remembered that he used to dislike Huo Yan quite a bit, though things hadn't improved much since then. So, you want to choose the person in charge? Yes, I hope you can give me some advice when the time comes, Xuanwu said with a smile, not wanting to make it sound like he was putting Nian in charge. He just wanted her input because he trusted her judgment. What advice can I give? Didn't you think about asking Huo Yan? She knew nothing about it, so what advice could she possibly provide? Ask Third Master? Xuanwu was puzzled. What did their choice of leader have to do with Third Master? Since you're so close to his base, you don't think Huo Yan is watching you? Nian looked at Xuanwu, amused. Surely, he wasn't that naive. Huo Yan would have much more detailed information than someone who only visited occasionally. Mississippi Xuanwu was taken aback. He didn't think Third Master was completely unaware of them. However, he hadn't considered gathering information from Third Master. But weren't Miss and Third Master supposed to have a different kind of relationship? How could she calmly point this out? Huo Yan wouldn't do anything to harm you over such a small matter. Choosing the right leader is also beneficial for him. You don't need to worry about him placing someone as long as he's not foolish. He won't do that. Nian said calmly. Miss, you are amazing. Xuanwu gave her a thumbs up, truly impressed. No wonder Qinglong always praised her. He had witnessed it himself. At that moment, Nian's image in his mind became perfect. She remained rational, strong, and clear-headed at all times. When they arrived in T-City, it was already evening. She told Xuanwu not to alert too many people, and she stayed hidden, quietly following him to their place. Luckily, no one recognized her here. Otherwise, Huo Yan would probably hear about her arrival soon. After resting for a night, the next day at noon, Xuanwu arranged for a car to head to Huo Yan's territory. Xuanwu was familiar with the area, but even so, they went through several checks before being allowed in. The security here was much stricter than in the capital due to the chaotic environment. Huo Yan's base in T-City resembled a small fortress, covering a vast area with all kinds of facilities. It was like a city within a city. This was Nian's first time seeing something like this. Was this even allowed? Xuanwu quietly explained to her that the country they were in was vast but sparsely populated, and it had been plagued by war and poverty for many years. The base of the Third Master was located here, and besides his own businesses, it also attracted quite a bit of investment. The economy of their country was finally starting to recover. So it was clear that the Third Master was not just building a city within a city. Even if he were to move into their palace, they wouldn't dare to object. The Third Master's influence covered most of the state, and he was not someone they could easily dismiss. Huo Yan really knows how to pick a place, Nian said with a smile, leaving her words open to interpretation. Since they hadn't been notified in advance, Huo Yan hadn't returned by the time they arrived. They were invited into a reception room, which was clearly set up for meetings. The relationship had always been friendly, and the people here were quite polite to them. "Brother Xuanwu, long time no see." A cheerful voice came from outside as a few people walked in. "Long time no see," Xuanwu replied, standing up to fist bump the newcomer, looking quite familiar with him. "What brings you here today?"
"I need to talk to the third master about something."
The newcomers had already noticed Nian, and one of them looked at Xuanwu with a questioning gaze. Xuanwu shook his head, signaling not to ask too many questions. "Who is this young lady?"
one of the newcomers asked.
"Miss Bai, is there something you need?" Xuanwu's expression turned serious. This Bai Wei had never seemed so tactless before. "Nothing much. Just curious since you brought two unfamiliar faces," Bai Wei shrugged. Nian suddenly smiled for no apparent reason and leaned back slightly. Being able to walk around freely here and even host guests indicated a significant position. "Brother Lin, if I'm not mistaken, this Miss Bai is here representing the royal family of country Y for cooperation, right? How did she end up as your housekeeper?" Upon hearing the ambiguous laugh from his young lady, Xuanwu felt uneasy and quickly explained Bai Wei's identity to avoid any misunderstandings. He knew Bai Wei because she had previously collaborated with them, and as fellow Chinese, she had always been the one to liaise with them. In the past, she had been quite composed during their meetings. It was unusual for her to act this way now. "Not at all, I just happened to be discussing something with Miss Bai, and heard Brother Xuanwu was coming, so I came to say hello." Lin Liwen smiled, trying to ease the tension, and glanced at Nian a few more times. It was rare for Xuanwu to appear so anxious after knowing someone for so long. "Feel free to ask. If it's inconvenient to answer, that's fine too. Mr. Xuanwu doesn't need to be so aggressive, right?" Bai Wei pouted, clearly unhappy. "I came to find Huo Yan," Nian said softly. "No wonder Mr. Xuanwu is anxious. Am I seen as a rival?" Bai Wei laughed, and Lin Liwen smiled helplessly. Another person joined in the laughter, knowing that Wen Renlin was interested in their third master. It seemed she was also a young lady from the Wen Renlin family, following in the footsteps of others. However, since Xuanwu was accompanying them, they couldn't ignore him.
"Don't worry, Mississippi.
Our third master is single."
"Oh?
Really?" Nian seemed quite interested. "There are many people pursuing our third master, but none have succeeded yet." Another person, who seemed more lively, even made a joke. Xuanwu felt overwhelmed. He had no choice but to wish their third master good luck. "Little sister, don't worry. Our third master doesn't fancy me." Bai Wei laughed, covering her mouth. "But sister, let me give you a heads up. Our little princess is coming to see our third master, so you should act quickly." "Miss Bai, be careful with your words. Trouble can come from speaking too freely," Xuanwu said through gritted teeth, wishing he could silence her. "I'm just being kind," Bai Wei replied, not taking Xuanwu's threat seriously, and she was speaking the truth. "Lin Liwen, AI Air, are you both mute? Letting this woman talk nonsense?" Both shrugged innocently, still considering Xuanwu's feelings. Their third master had already instructed them to send away any females. As for romantic interests, they were to eliminate any that came their way. They just didn't expect to hit a nerve with their third master this time. "Xuanwu, should I go back?" Xuanwu was momentarily speechless, unsure if Nian meant returning to their base or back to the Wen Renlin family. He didn't know what their third master was thinking, but it was clear that these people were unaware of Miss Yu's presence. Nian didn't doubt Huo Yan's feelings for her. She knew he had other reasons. She wasn't concerned about the so-called princess. She still trusted Huo Yan on that matter. What bothered her was that it seemed she had already been labeled as Huo Yan's, a label everyone could see. Yet here, in Huo Yan's territory, she felt invisible. Rationality told her she had come unexpectedly, and Huo Yan didn't know. Strictly speaking, she had no relationship with Huo Yan, which was normal. However, a surge of anger inevitably rose within her. "Miss, shall we head back?" Han Zhan's expression was even more intimidating, and even if he seemed dull, he could sense that their young lady was feeling wronged. All right, let's go back. Nian took a deep breath to calm herself. Miss, don't listen to this woman's nonsense. Xuanwu looked at the expressionless Nian with some concern. Don't worry, even if I don't trust Huo Yan, I still trust my brother. Huo Yan was someone recognized by Wen Renlin. He wasn't someone who acted recklessly. Lin Liwen and AI Air sensed something was off. There were many young ladies from the Wen family, but they had never seen Xuanwu show such respect before. With Nian's words, they felt that something was wrong. As Nian stood up to leave, the two of them blocked her, wanting to keep her until their master returned. Han Zhan and Xuanwu stepped forward to stand in front of Nian. Xuanwu's face was icy. Did they really think they could force her to stay? Get out of the way. How dare they? This is getting ridiculous. Lin Liwen, who had initially smiled to persuade her to stay, was now angered by Xuanwu's words and lost his smile. Han Zhan was even more direct, throwing a punch that pushed AI Air back. What are you going to fight? Weren't you the ones who blocked our young lady first? Little sister.
Ah.
As they faced off, Bai Wei stepped forward to grab Nian's arm to take her back. Nian quickly twisted her arm and pushed her away, causing her to crash into the table with a loud, "Don't touch me." Nian brushed off her clothes that Bai Wei had pulled. This young lady is quite bold, attacking our people on our territory. AI Air hurried to help Bai Wei up. He had a bit of a crush on her. At that moment, a group of people in black rushed in, clearly drawn by the earlier noise. Seeing the standoff, they naturally positioned themselves behind Lin Liwen and AI Air. You all better behave. If our young lady loses even a hair today, the Wen family will not let this go. Xuanwu had to make a serious threat. They were outnumbered, and if these people truly did something, he would be held responsible. Hearing Xuanwu's words, Lin Liwen felt that things were about to escalate. He quickly urged the group in black to leave, smiling as he approached. Brother Xuanwu, why make things so tense? With our family's relationship, why say such things? What do you mean by not letting it go? Don't scare him. Xuanwu knew well the position of the Wen family. His words could represent Wen Renlin's intentions to a large extent. Whether that relationship still exists is another matter. Xuanwu is getting more confident, while Lin Liwen seems more uncertain. I wonder what he's up to. Nian has been silent, her gaze calm.
Han Shan, Xuanwu.
The two of them heard Nian's words and moved back to her side. Wait for Huo Yan to return, complete your task, and then go back. Yes, Mississippi Xuanwu couldn't help but admire the young lady's character. Even now, she hasn't forgotten about their matters. However, he agreed with her. They needed to handle this situation before they could leave. The young lady likely had other things to attend to and couldn't afford any delays. Miss Wenren, please have a seat. You two sit as well. Lin Liwen approached with a smile, feeling the pressure of the situation. He didn't dare to speak carelessly this time. Nian avoided his gaze and sat down again. Han Zhan and Xuanwu stood silently on either side of Nian. No matter what Lin Liwen said, the three of them remained quiet. Lin Liwen scratched his head in frustration. He had messaged Kenge, who said they were on their way back. Why hadn't they arrived yet? After Lin Liwen repeated his concerns several times, they finally heard a voice at the door. Turning around, their savior had finally arrived. Miss Yu? Huo Yan's surprised voice rang out. Why had Miss Yu suddenly come? He had received Lin Liwen's message saying that Xuanwu was bringing Miss Wenren over, and he had come out of courtesy, not expecting it to be Miss Yu. Third Master didn't even know. He had gone straight back to the main building. Miss Yu, what brings you here? Huo Yan felt a bit excited upon seeing Nian, momentarily forgetting the expressions of his subordinates. He stepped closer and tried to put his arm around Han Zhan's neck, but Han Zhan quickly dodged and punched him. Huo Yan was caught off guard. Despite his instinct to react, he still got hit on the shoulder. Hey, Lao Han, what's wrong? His first reaction wasn't anger but confusion. Han Zhan wasn't someone who acted without reason, who had provoked him. It was only then that he noticed everyone else's expressions were off. Call Huo Yan over. Nian didn't mean to take her anger out on Huo Yan. Her tone was calm. Yes, Miss Yu. Huo Yan felt a chill run down his back and didn't dare to joke anymore. Missy was upset. He quickly moved to the door, pulled out his phone and called their master, saving time on errands. He also pulled Lin Liwen, who was still in shock, out with him and asked what was going on after hanging up the phone. Lin Liwen wanted to cry, but quickly explained the situation. Huo Yan felt a wave of darkness wash over him and kicked in frustration. This foolish guy had messed everything up. It was over. The sky was falling. After receiving a call from Mr. Huo, saying that Nian had arrived, it felt a bit strange. Mr. Huo quickly came over. Seeing the two people standing at the door, Mr. Huo pointed inside. Miss Yu is very upset. There was no time to explain, so I could only wish Mr. Huo good luck. The two followed Mr. Huo back into the reception room. Nian. The moment he saw Nian, Mr. Huo completely forgot what Mr. Huo had said, his attention fully on Nian. Han Zhan and Xian Wu stepped forward to block Mr. Huo. Nian? Who made you angry? Mr. Huo softened his tone, scanning the room. Everyone he looked at quickly lowered their heads, avoiding his gaze, which made him feel uneasy. Mr. Huo, I need to trouble you with something. Nian's voice was cold, carrying a sense of formality. Feel free to tell me anything, Nian. Mr. Huo cautiously observed Nian's expression. Although he didn't know what had happened, he realized that Nian wasn't someone who got angry easily. This was the first time he had seen her like this. Xian Wu spoke on behalf of Nian about their purpose, and Mr. Huo immediately provided a name. He would give anything for information, even his life. Nian, have you eaten? Nian ignored him and stood up. Mr. Huo felt anxious. Was Nian leaving? He reached out to grab Nian's hand, but she evaded him. Mr. Huo. Her calm tone froze Mr. Huo in place, making him hesitate to approach. Nian, no matter what happened, please give me a chance to explain, okay? Mr. Huo looked at Nian with pleading eyes, hoping not to scare her. Nian, can we talk? Nian's calmness gave Mr. Huo a bad feeling. Even though he didn't understand what had happened, he could tell from the guilty expressions of the others that things were not good. Nian wasn't someone who held grudges. If she was upset, it was likely because of something he did. Nian, please don't be like this. You can hit me or scold me, but don't ignore me, okay? Mr. Huo, you know I'm not leaving here for now. Can we go? Nian was unusually calm, her voice steady, as if she really wasn't angry. Will Nian give me a chance to explain? Nian nodded. Then can I take Nian home? Don't push your luck. With that, she walked out with Han Zhan and Xian Wu. This time, Mr. Huo didn't stop her, just watched Nian leave with longing eyes. In the car, Nian leaned against the seat, her expression calm, showing no signs of emotional turmoil. Miss, are you okay? Xuanwu looked at Nian and felt something strange. He could tell that she was not pretending to be calm. She was genuinely at peace, as if nothing could affect her mood. It was as if the person who had just asked him whether they should go back was someone else entirely. What could possibly be wrong with me? Nian replied with a hint of amusement. Was it really that serious? Miss, we can't just let them go, especially. Third Master. Han Zhan interjected, clearly upset. Usually, he was quiet during their conversations. All right, let's listen to Han Zhan. There was a subtle hint of humor in Nian's tone, suggesting she was in a good mood. Xuanwu. Does Third Master know how supportive you are? Miss, just now you. Xuanwu hesitated, unsure of how to express himself. Her behavior and attitude towards Third Master were hard to read. If we push Huo Yan too far, can we still leave? Nian sensed Huo Yan's inherent stubbornness. He could control his feelings for her, but if things escalated, who knew what would happen? How do you always manage to stay so rational? Xuanwu felt inferior. Even in that tense situation, she remained calm and made the best choices for herself. That's just how I am. Han Zhan spoke again, fully supporting Nian. Xuanwu sighed. He didn't mean to criticize. He just felt that her indifference to everything made him a bit wistful. He used to think that both of them were incredibly stable, unflinching in the face of adversity, but now it seemed like that was no longer the case. Their master was overly protective of her. When it came to Nian, he lost all sense of reason. And as for Third Master, He didn't even know what had happened, but it seemed he was on the verge of kneeling before her. After learning what had transpired, Third Master truly wanted to kneel. He wished he could throw those foolish people into the sea to feed the fish. He directly ordered Huo Yan to kick Bai Wei out. At that moment, Ai Air didn't dare to say a word in her defense, especially as he was being dragged out by Huo Yan and his bodyguards. You can't treat me this way. This collaboration isn't over yet. Bai Wei was panicking. How could she explain being thrown out? Collaboration, my foot. You made Our Lady leave, and you still want to work together? Huo Yan harshly threw down a sentence, ordering his men to quickly throw the woman out. Who allowed this woman to enter the manor freely? In the reception room, Ayan looked at Lin Liwen with a gloomy face. He had been the one following up on this collaboration. Yes, it was my mistake. I heard that the young lady from the Wen family was here, so I brought her over to... Lin Liwen was nearly in tears. He was just following orders. Their elder had said to kick out women who came to cause trouble. Since this was someone personally brought by Xuanwu, he didn't want to throw her out and thought to use a clever tactic. Who knew it would backfire on Third Master? Are you blind? The young lady from the Wen family is not like those other girls. Huo Yan couldn't help but curse, showing no understanding at all. You two should go to Africa and practice your eyesight properly. Huo Yan spoke coldly, and the two men who were about to be sent away looked like they were about to cry, not daring to argue. They left in shame. At least going to Africa meant they would still be in one piece. Third Master, this is just a misunderstanding. We just need to explain it clearly to Miss Yu. Huo Yan cautiously looked at Huo Yan's expression. He was the only one brave enough to speak now. Why is it a misunderstanding? It seemed he was asking Huo Yan, but also questioning himself.
Huo Yan
knew the answer but couldn't say it. After all, he didn't give any instructions. Fortunately, Huo Yan wasn't looking for an answer from him. After returning to the main building, he sat in silence for a long time. Finally, he sighed deeply and called Wen Renlin. Did you finally get what you wanted? Come to show off to your brother-in-law. As soon as the call connected, Wen Renlin's teasing voice came through. Before Nian left, she had sent him a message, so when he received Huo Yan's call, he naturally thought the two had confirmed their relationship. Huo Yan tightened his grip on the phone. Was this the reason Nian came over suddenly? What's wrong? Did something happen? Huo Yan had been silent for a while, and when Renlin dropped his playful tone. What was going on? Nian is angry. Very angry. Huo Yan's voice was unusually filled with confusion. What happened? Wen Renlin's voice grew serious. Nian was not the type to make a fuss for no reason. Huo Yan briefly explained what had happened today. When Renlin fell silent, this misunderstanding was indeed absurd. As an older brother, was he angry?
Yes.
But could he blame Huo Yan? He found it hard to do so. He understands why Huo Yan keeps Nian's existence a secret. It's simply to protect her. He feels the same desire to protect her, but whether Nian can accept it is another matter. Huo Yan, I understand your actions, but don't expect me to help you, Wen Renlin said directly. Logically, he knows Huo Yan is not to blame, but emotionally, he stands firmly with Nian. Besides, Nian is very smart. She can think of the same things he does. He still believes in supporting any decision she makes. I'm not asking you to help me. I'm just scared she might ignore me or suddenly disappear. She won't. Don't you know her? Nian is not someone who acts on impulse. When Renlin sighed, he didn't know who to blame. Huo Yan's subordinates are just doing their jobs. Should he blame Huo Yan for not making Nian's existence public? The chaos on Huo Yan's side is beyond what their family can handle. Once targeted, the trouble would be immense. But then again, does the young lady of the Wen Ren family fear this? So, he still blames Huo Yan and hung up after saying he couldn't help. Without pausing, Wen Renlin called Nian. Brother, have you eaten? Wen Renlin asked with concern.
I have.
I ate with Xuanwu and the others when I got back. She wouldn't let herself go hungry. Good. Our young lady has grown up. She knows to eat when she's hungry. Wen Renlin's voice was warm, and it seemed Nian was doing well.
Brother. Nian was speechless.
Did you have a fight with Huo Yan? Not really, it's more of a difference in understanding. Nian remained calm. She could see Huo Yan's reasoning. But that's what made her unhappy. Well, as long as you understand, I will always support your decisions. When Renlin didn't defend Huo Yan, he couldn't let his sister feel alone. No matter what decision she makes, he will support her. My brother is the best. Nian smiled. Since she arrived in Kyoto, those few days at home with her brother were the only truly peaceful moments. When Renlin would clear all obstacles for her. During those days at the Wen family, everyone treated her as if she were the true young lady of the house. Just take care of yourself. Once I finish my work here, I'll come to see you, Wen Renlin said with a smile. No need, I'm really fine. I'll be back in a few days. Actually, Wen Renlin rarely comes here, just like Huo Yan seldom visits country are. Otherwise, Xuanwu wouldn't have come over several times. Be good. When you have time, let Xuanwu take you out for a walk. Don't just stay cooped up in your room. Wen Renlin began to show concern like a caring father. I know, just go back to what you were doing. After finishing the call with Wen Renlin, she tossed her phone aside and lay down on the bed. It seemed there was more to this situation. Otherwise, her brother would have already scolded Huo Yan harshly. Now, he only expressed support for her decision without any further comments. She smiled a little. Her brother's unconditional support truly made her happy, very happy. Her mood lifted, and the feeling of unease faded away. Just as she rolled around on the bed, there was a knock at the door. Getting up, she knew it was just those two people knocking. What trouble had they gotten into now? Sure enough, when she opened the door, Xuanwu was standing outside. Miss, the third master is outside. Xuanwu looked a bit troubled. Usually, the third master wouldn't need to announce his arrival. But today, he clearly came to apologize and didn't dare to enter on his own. Not wanting to overstep, he had to disturb the Mississippi. Not seeing him. Understood. Xuanwu promptly left to convey the message. He couldn't let the third master in without permission, nor could he decide to send him away. Now that the miss had spoken, he felt relieved to carry out her orders. As for offending the third master, with the miss around, he wasn't worried at all. However, when he stepped outside, a fight had already broken out. Oh, it was Han Zhan and Huo San fighting. The onlookers could only watch, as they couldn't get involved. Huo Yan, on the other hand, seemed oblivious to the two, and just stared at the door. Those watching felt anxious. Why didn't he just go in? He had never been this polite before. Just staring at the door wasn't helping anyone. Third master, please go back. The miss is resting. Is Nian still upset? Has she eaten? Huo Yan asked. Don't worry, third master. The miss has already eaten. Xuanwu answered the second question, but did Huo Yan really not know if she was angry? Go back and take care of her. Huo Yan nodded, allowing Xuanwu to enter. As long as she had eaten, it was normal for Nian to not want to see him when she was upset. So, he would wait until she was ready to meet him. Don't worry, third master. The master has long instructed that disrespect towards the miss is the same as disrespect towards the family head. Xuanwu politely nodded and elegantly exited, leaving behind a poignant remark. Xuanwu, feeling proud of his good behavior, turned to go back but suddenly found himself in darkness when he looked back. He ran over, gritting his teeth, without any elegance. Han Zhan and Huo San were rolling on the ground, fighting wildly, almost to the point of biting each other. They were truly acting like two spoiled brats. Were they not embarrassed? With so many subordinates watching, these two were fighting like children. You two, get up quickly. Xuanwu looked at the tangled pair, unsure how to separate them. The two ignored his words and continued their fight. Han Zhan, the young lady is calling for you. With no other choice, he had to use his secret weapon. Sure enough, as soon as those words were spoken, it was like hitting the pause button for both of them. They stopped, released each other, and got up from the ground. Just wait for me. Are you scared? I'll be waiting. As they left, both made sure to throw some harsh words. Huo San limped toward their third master.
What are you looking at?
Have you never seen a fight? What kind of looks were these? He hadn't lost the fight after all. The group of people stifled their laughter and looked away. They had seen fights before, but this kind of brawl was a first for them. On the other side, Han Zhan was not in a better situation. He was rolling on the ground, covered in dirt, with some of his clothes even torn. He looked a mess, like he had just escaped from a refugee camp. I say, old Han, you. Xuanwu hesitated, feeling embarrassed for him. Have you never seen anyone fight? Han Zhan had a cold expression, having reached a silent agreement with Huo Yan. Xuanwu sighed, letting it go. Han Zhan had planned to wash up and change clothes before meeting Nian. However, as soon as they entered the room, they saw Nian sitting in the living room. Did you get into a fight with Huo Yan? Nian looked at the disheveled Han Zhan. He probably wouldn't dare to fight Huo Yan, so it must have been that unlucky Huo Yan. Young lady. Just moments ago, Han Zhan had been confident, but now he felt a bit awkward. It was all Huo Yan's fault for insisting he go out. He hadn't wanted to pay him any attention, but Huo Yan kept calling him. After going out, Huo Yan kept asking about the young lady, which annoyed him. Then somehow, they ended up fighting. Are you hurt? Don't worry, young lady, I'm fine. I won. Talking about this made Han Zhan stand a bit taller. Alright, go change your clothes. As long as he wasn't hurt, Nian waved her hand, urging him to hurry. His appearance was quite an eyesore. Miss, don't worry. Huo Yan knows what he's doing, Xuanwu said with a smile. It's not that Han Zhan isn't skilled. In a serious match, Huo Yan might not be his equal. It's just that Han Zhan's training is very formal, while Huo Yan's skills are more about survival, honed in dangerous situations. If they really fought seriously, Han Zhan might end up hurt. Nian nodded, agreeing with this. Although Huo Yan is a bit unreliable, she felt she might be overlooking something about Han Zhan. Shaking her head, she tried to clear her mind of those confusing thoughts. Outside, Huo Yan was earnestly trying to persuade his master to go back, mainly because his current state looked quite bad. Huo Yan ignored him, his expression heavy. Xuanwu's words had hit him like awakening him to a painful realization. He had no doubt about his feelings for Nian and believed he had done everything he could for her. But today, he suddenly realized that all the grievances Nian faced came from him. The respect that Wen Renlin showed her was genuine. She was a high-status young lady. Before meeting them, she had also stood in a position of power. He thought he was taking care of and protecting her, but that had turned into a source of hurt for her. He couldn't help but smile bitterly when thinking about why she had moved away from the banquet garden. Before knowing him, Nian might have faced hardships, but she had likely never been disrespected. He had known Nian longer than Wen Renlin, yet Wen Renlin had managed to ensure that she never felt wronged, while he had failed to do even the basics. What right did he have to ask her for commitment? Third master are you? Okay? Huo Yan cautiously asked, noticing the cold aura surrounding Huo Yan. What was he thinking? His expression was becoming more frightening.
Do itrit Nian kropka.
Huo Yan finally spoke, then paused mid-sentence. What do you mean about miss you? Have I made her suffer a lot? Huo Yan chuckled bitterly, realizing he seemed to be asking a question with an answer already in mind. That can't be true. Today's incident was just a misunderstanding, right? Besides, if you treated Miss Yu poorly, Lin would have confronted you by now, haha. His voice trailed off as he noticed Huo Yan's darkening expression. Huo Yan felt like crying. He didn't know what he had said wrong. You are right. I haven't treated Nian well enough.
Huo Yan.
Was that what he meant? Forget it, let it be. Anyway, he can't leave now. I wanted to go back to take a shower and change clothes, but seeing how he is, it seems he won't be leaving anytime soon. What can he do? He can only stay with us. After dinner, Xuanwu seemed to have something to say, glancing at Nian from time to time. If you have something to say, just say it. Nian sighed helplessly, wondering what Xuanwu was up to. Miss, the third master is still outside. Xuanwu also felt helpless. Is the third master trying to play a sympathy card? Han Zhan, go out and tell him we don't need a guard.
Yes.
Han Zhan perked up immediately and was about to get up and head outside. He was stopped by Xuanwu. With his mouth, he would definitely end up arguing with Master Huo again. I'll go. Nian waved her hand dismissively, letting whoever wants to go, go. Xuanwu went outside and knocked on the car window. Third Master, it's getting late. Has Nian rested? The young lady said if you stay any longer, our guard will be out of a job. Xuanwu tried to express the young lady's meaning as politely as possible. Huo Yan opened the car door and got out, bumping shoulders with Xuanwu. Is Miss Yu still angry? No comment. Xuanwu maintained a flawless smile. What about Lao Han? Although they had just fought in the afternoon, Huo Yan didn't hold a grudge. Mainly because, in this matter, their master was indeed in the wrong, so letting others vent a little wasn't a big deal. Are you looking for him for something? I just wanted to ask if he was hurt. Huo Yan scratched his head. He had also gotten a bit worked up in the afternoon, and might have been a bit rough. Xuanwu's gaze became a bit subtle. The young lady's concern seems not unnecessary. Why are you looking at me like that? Is something wrong? Huo Yan felt uneasy under Xuanwu's stare. It's nothing. I'll convey your concern. Xuanwu looked away and turned to Huo Yan. Third Master, you should head back and rest early. Take care of your health.
Huo Yan.
Is Xuanwu hinting at something? That he is old? He suddenly chuckled. When Renlin really takes good care of Miss Yu. Huo Yan, who had just gotten into the car, quietly distanced himself from their third master, wondering if Miss Yu's mood swings were making her a bit silly. The next morning, as soon as Nian got up and left her room, she saw Xuanwu coming in with a food box. Miss, this is breakfast that the third master sent you. He's back again? The third master didn't leave last night. He came back this morning to make you breakfast and then returned. Xuanwu couldn't help but feel a bit of sympathy for third master. After a whole night of trouble, the young lady didn't even know. Nian was somewhat speechless. How old was Huo Yan, still playing these tricks? Didn't he know that this kind of tactic wouldn't work on her? Huo Yan certainly knew that. It was more like he was punishing himself. It also felt like he was taking a gamble, hoping that Nian would soften towards him. Clearly, he was overthinking it. Outside the car, Huo Yan saw Xuanwu come out with a food box, probably to chase them away again. Third Master, why don't we just go back? You haven't slept all night either. Mainly, it was pointless to stubbornly stay at someone else's door. Huo Yan directly opened the car door and got out. He took the food box and said something to Xuanwu. Xuanwu was momentarily stunned but then turned to go back inside. Before long, he came out to invite them in. Third Master, what did you say? Huo Yan was very curious about how Miss Yu suddenly agreed to see him. I have something that Nian needs, Huo Yan replied slowly. Then why didn't you say so earlier? Huo Yan was speechless. If he had this trick, he should have used it sooner instead of waiting at the door for a day and night. Huo Yan couldn't be bothered to respond. Saying it earlier would have meant seeing Nian sooner, but he needed to give Nian some time to calm down. If he had rushed in yesterday just to use this as an excuse to see her, she might have thought he was trying to pressure her. Third Master, please sit. The young lady will be here shortly. Xuanwu politely invited Huo Yan to take a seat and instructed someone to bring tea. At that moment, the young lady was on the phone with her brother. I heard Huo Yan stood guard for us all night? How boring. How's it going on your side? Nian ignored her brother's teasing. Everything is going smoothly, thanks to our young lady. How about your situation? Huo Yan is waiting outside. He said he found some news. If she hadn't heard he had news, she wouldn't have let Huo Yan in. She wasn't foolish enough to do something pointless just for a moment of pride. Why bother investigating when there was already information available? Then go ahead. Wen Renlin was quite satisfied with Huo Yan's awareness. Okay, be careful. Huo Yan was patient, waiting for Nian to come out. Huo Yan, sitting next to him, was fidgeting and looking around restlessly. Han Zhan is in the backyard. Xuanwu was getting dizzy from his movements. Were there nails on their sofa? Hey, Third Master. After getting Huo Yan's consent, Huo Yan dashed out. Xuanwu had a look of schadenfreude. Huo Yan should take care of himself. The backyard had not only Han Zhan but also Zhu Ke as his sparring partner. Nian. Seeing Nian approach, Huo Yan smiled. Where's the stuff? Nian sat down across from Huo Yan and got straight to the point. Huo Yan stood up and walked toward Nian, catching her warning glance. It's here. Huo Yan waved his phone innocently. All the information Nian wanted was on his phone. How could he show it to her without going over? He sat down beside Nian and politely handed her the phone. Nian took the phone, and before Huo Yan could settle in, she had already stood up and tossed the phone back to him. Nian? Here. Nian shook her own phone, as if to say, do you not know what I'm doing? You can go back now. Nian was quick to discard him after using him. Nian, you said you would give me a chance to explain. Huo Yan refused to leave. He had finally seen her and needed to clear things up. Okay, go ahead. Nian was straightforward, moving to sit on the other side, watching him leisurely. Miss, I'm going to check the backyard. Sitting aside, Xian Wu automatically avoided him, while also checking if those few people had started fighting. If they hadn't, he could encourage them a bit. Nian. Huo Yan looked at Nian eagerly. Are you going to talk or not? Nian leaned back, arms crossed, looking at Huo Yan. Her pity act was ineffective.
Talk.
Huo Yan sighed. His charm had failed, so he had to come clean. The reason he didn't publicly acknowledge Nian was not just due to the chaotic situation here. The main reason was a person he was wary of, the so-called king without a crown in neighboring M State, Lin Shu. He was also Chinese and was adopted in M State. His adoptive father was the leader of a small force in M State, and after taking over his father's position, he climbed to where he was now. While Huo Yan was developing his own influence, it was also a critical time for Lin Shu. Their territories were adjacent, and their powers intertwined, so they understood each other quite well. The two had crossed paths a few times, and neither had gained an advantage, so it was relatively peaceful. But given the chance, Lin Shu would definitely take a bite out of him, and he would do the same. This was also why he had chosen to stay away from Nian for so long, not wanting her to come here. After listening to Huo Yan, Nian lowered her gaze to hide her unusual expression. Lin Shu, was he the person she knew? When she looked up again, she had returned to normal. Finished? Then please leave. Nian. I have things to handle. Nian shook her phone to remind him. Alright, just be careful. That guy has definitely received the news. Huo Yan warned with concern. Both of their territories had people from the other side, and everyone knew it. He feared that what happened here had already been reported back. Lin Shu wouldn't harm Nian, but he was worried that she might be used without knowing it. Okay. Nian didn't reject his kindness and nodded to show she understood. At the same time, she signaled for him to leave. Can I come find you again? Depends on the situation. Nian shrugged and decided not to bother with him anymore, heading upstairs to her room. Huo Yan sighed helplessly, feeling he had no way to deal with Nian. He had made a mistake and could only face the consequences himself. Back in her room, Nian opened her computer and carefully examined the information about the mother and son she had obtained from Huo Yan. However, after reading it, her expression became complicated. This had nothing to do with the conspiracy theories she had previously thought about regarding China. Even someone as calm as Nian felt a mix of relief and shock. Was this really something humans could come up with? And it had been carried out for so many years. The woman named Jenny was actually called Leah, from a small, impoverished country in Europe that survived amidst war. Leah was an orphan, and her striking looks caught the attention of the king during one of his travels, who took her in as his daughter. As Leah grew up, she became even more beautiful and accomplished. She developed a forbidden affection for her brother. The reason she traveled across the ocean was partly to seek a chance for her country and partly to escape those feelings. Although they were not related by blood, she knew they could never be together. Their parents would never allow it. Upon arriving in the port city, she was amazed by its prosperity and met many wealthy, young men. Their generosity sparked a bold idea in her. After discussing it with her brother, they devised a plan. Leah targeted those who were well off but not valued at home. With her beauty and intelligence, combined with her deliberate charm, she rarely failed. Not only in China, but she also used studying abroad as an excuse to visit several countries, where she had her blood packs. A large amount of money flowed back to her country, through her hands. The son she had, who had multiple fathers, was also her brother's child. It was only when her pregnancy became obvious that she returned home to give birth to him. So, over the years, those resentful individuals have been supporting a small country. Nian was somewhat taken aback. Is this the power of the white moonlight and the red mole? She still believed in Huo Yan's abilities and thought he wouldn't spread false information. If they were to think for themselves, no matter how hard they tried, they would never guess that the truth of the matter was so absurd. While Nian was reviewing the materials, she received an unexpected phone call. Seeing the long string of numbers, she answered the call and set the phone aside without speaking. Her hands quickly worked on the computer, and after a few seconds, the voice on the other end spoke first. "Good evening, Miss Yu." A man's voice, sounding quite young. Nian had already tracked his location and smiled knowingly. "Good evening, Mr. Liang." There was a brief silence on the other end, as if he didn't expect Nian to guess his identity so quickly. "Miss Yu, I look forward to the day we meet." His voice was full of cheer, seeming quite pleased. "Not looking forward to it."
Goodbye.
Nian hung up the phone directly, finding it boring. Far away in M State, a man stared at a photo on his phone, chuckling softly. Nian was indeed an interesting person. The next day, Nian instructed Xuanwu to investigate Leah and her country. Although she trusted Huo Yan's information, she wanted to confirm it again. Xuanwu went out to assign tasks and returned carrying a bouquet that was almost as big as he was. He struggled to set it down and sighed, exhausted. "Why was this so heavy? Did you buy these?" Nian was surprised. "Was Xuanwu's girlfriend here?" "No, these are for you." They were probably arranged by Third Master. When he left, he happened to see their people checking the flowers, and they only said they were for Miss Yu. He figured it must be Third Master sending them to the young lady, so he brought them in after they finished checking. "Not him." Nian shook her head. After Huo Yan sent her flowers that one time, she clearly told him she didn't like flowers, and he hadn't sent any since. Oh, then who could it be? Xuanwu was also shocked. If it wasn't Third Master, who else could it be? It definitely wouldn't be their grandfather. So, who else knew the young lady was here? Looking at the colorful roses, it was undoubtedly a suitor. Anyone brave enough to do this on Third Master's territory was certainly bold. Xuanwu examined the large bouquet and noticed a card. "I hope Miss Yu likes them." Signed, L. Xuanwu looked confused as he handed the card to Nian. "Who is this?" Nian took the card, glanced at it and scoffed, saying it was a boring person. "Just throw it away." At that moment, Huo San sleepily walked out of the room. Yesterday, Huo Yan left on his own, leaving him behind. He found it inconvenient to go back after practicing with those two, so he decided to stay here. He wasn't Huo Yan, so Nian was still quite lenient with him. As he came out, he heard Nian asking to throw the flowers away and instinctively thought they were from their Third Master. Although he wondered why Miss Yu had said not to let the Third Master send flowers, he still spoke well of him. "Miss Yu, these flowers aren't wrong. It would be a shame to throw them away." Before he could finish, Xuanwu pulled him back. "These aren't from the Third Master." This fool. Doesn't he know how to read the room? If they were from the Third Master, would the young lady have this expression? Oh. "Miss Yu, I'll take care of it." Huo San finally reacted and, without needing Xuanwu to throw them, quickly ran outside with the flowers. He needed to hurry back and warn everyone. "This is bad news. The Third Master has a rival." "Miss, these flowers?" Xuanwu asked cautiously, as if the young lady knew who sent them. "Liang Sheng. How could he send you flowers?" Xuanwu exclaimed, surprised. They had never dealt with Liang Sheng but knew of him.
Just bored, I guess.
Nian scoffed, not taking it seriously. It's probably to get at Huo Yan, but if he has his sights set on her, she wouldn't hold back. Meanwhile, Huo San ran outside and casually tossed the flowers before calling the Third Master. Just then, a Yan arrived right on time to bring breakfast to Nian. "Third Master, it's serious." Huo San rushed over, gesturing and explaining while handing over the card. Huo Yan's expression darkened at the mention of Liang Sheng. No, third master. Why are you still bringing food? Go find that Liang guy. Huo Yan watched as Huo Yan continued into the house with the food, feeling anxious. The two entered the living room, where only Xuanwu was present. Where's Nian? The young lady is busy. I'll remind her to eat later. Xuanwu politely indicated that he could leave after placing the items down. Huo Yan sighed in resignation. If she didn't want to see him, so be it. At least Nian still liked his cooking. He could only remind Xuanwu to take good care of Nian before leaving. Liang Sheng had to be cautious. He needed to go back and arrange this matter. Xuanwu watched as Huo Yan left, clicking his tongue. It was quite sad to deliver breakfast across most of the city and not even see the person. I never saw him deliver breakfast to the young lady every day when he was in Kyoto. Han Zhan appeared behind Xuanwu like a ghost, startling him. What he said was a bit unreasonable, asking third master to deliver meals to the young lady every morning. Even if he had the time, the young lady might not have time to eat. They would end up doing nothing, one cooking and the other waiting for food. Old Han, what's gotten into you? Usually, he wouldn't say much, but now he was quite chatty. Xuanwu's expression changed. Could it be that he was upset with Huo Yan and taking it out on third master? What are you two doing? Nian came out of her room, seeing the two staring at each other. Nothing, just the young lady having a meal, Xuanwu replied with a smile. To be fair, third master's cooking was quite good, rivaling Bai Hu's. After finishing the meal, Nian went back to upgrade the firewall. She was busy until noon when Zhu Ke called her for lunch. Where's Xuanwu? Nian wondered. Since arriving here, Zhu Ke had rarely shown up, always working out in the gym. She learned from Xuanwu that Zhu Ke had been like this since childhood, trying hard to change, but unable to. That's why he trained so hard. At least when he was quiet, he looked quite intimidating. He's on a date, Zhu Ke said with a silly smile. Does he have a girlfriend here? She hadn't heard Xuanwu mention that. Girlfriend? Well, sort of. He has many like that, Zhu Ke honestly revealed. He didn't quite understand it himself. To him, it seemed like a waste of time, and he didn't know why Xuanwu enjoyed it so much. Nian thought back to when she first met Xuanwu. She found him a bit untrustworthy, but later realized he was quite reliable. Now it seemed she wasn't mistaken. He was indeed a. Xuanwu didn't return until evening. Young lady, here is the information you requested. Nian took the documents, looking at the serious Xuanwu. It was hard to imagine he had many girlfriends, but she didn't feel the need to dig deeper. She wasn't that curious about others' private lives. Bringing her focus back, she carefully examined the information Xuanwu had brought. There are even recent photos of Leah, and Europeans generally seem to age faster. However, time seems to be particularly kind to Leah, leaving few marks on her. She looks almost the same as in her earlier photos. No wonder so many people are devoted to her. What they found out is similar to the information that Huo Yan gave her. Her sister-in-law passed away many years ago, and her brother has not remarried. The siblings have always lived together. The three of them live quite well. If those foolish people knew this, TSK. Now that they have clarified things, this matter can come to a close. She has no intention of getting involved. One is willing to fight, and a group is willing to take the hit. She won't be the bad person in this situation. Someone came to report that Master Huo has arrived again. Let him in. Nian handed the documents to Xuanwu for destruction. Such things are only needed for a glance. Keeping them serves no purpose. Nian. Finally seeing Nian, Huo Yan sounded a bit surprised. He was prepared for a cold reception. Is there something you need? Nian asked coolly. I came to apologize to you. I was wrong. Can you forgive me just this once?
Sure.
Nian replied straightforwardly, leaving Huo Yan a bit taken aback. Nian. Is there anything else? Nian looked at Huo Yan with a hint of a smile. You're not angry anymore? Huo Yan asked cautiously. This didn't seem like a sign of forgiveness. I'm not angry. Can I come sit with you?
No. Huo Yan.
This was even worse than being angry. Now he had to find a way to make her smile again. In this situation, she forgave him, treated him well. even politely, but just wouldn't let him get close. Nian, I really know I was wrong. I'm scared of how you're acting. I understand your decision, and you should understand mine, right? Nian remained calm, her tone unchanged. Right. Could he dare to say otherwise? Then I'll excuse myself for now. Xuanwu, please take care of our guest. Yes. Xuanwu admired the sight of the young lady going upstairs. He declared that the young lady was now the person he admired most, even more than the master. Third master, would you like some tea? Just drink it yourself. Seeing Xuanwu's smug smile, Huo Yan wanted to splash tea on his face. Xuanwu felt he had a bit of power now. The third master didn't dare to show him a bad attitude, which was a treatment he hadn't received in all the years he had been with their family. After hitting a wall with Nian, Huo Yan could only return helplessly. Xuanwu felt that Mr. Huo was becoming more determined despite setbacks. The next morning, he arrived on time with breakfast again. When will you go back? In a few days. Nian looked at Huo Yan with curiosity. She was worried about her leaving, but now she was concerned about her not leaving. Huo Yan felt helpless. He didn't want to misunderstand Nian for too long. He wanted to return to how things were before with Nian. But that troublesome Liang Sheng made him cautious. This morning, he had someone deliver flowers again, but his person was stopped. Shall we go back together? My brother is coming today. Implying that they would return as siblings, and she should stay out of it. Then when Lin arrives, I'll tell him. To Nian's surprise, Huo Yan seemed quite happy to hear that Wen Renlin was coming. It was the first time Huo Yan eagerly hoped Wen Renlin would arrive quickly. Even if he didn't help him, at least he could keep Liang Sheng away and prevent him from getting close to Nian. Nian shrugged, not commenting on this. Anyway, her brother listened to her, so she would have the final say. Huo Yan didn't linger, and left after Nian finished her breakfast. Since they were going back, he needed to speed up some matters on his side. He would come back in the evening to discuss Liang Sheng with Wen Renlin. Unfortunately, plans changed quickly. When Wen Renlin arrived in Tea City, it was already noon, and the siblings had lunch together. After the meal, Wen Renlin listened to Nian share what had happened in the past few days, his gaze gentle. Perhaps Nian didn't even realize how relaxed she was around him, like real siblings, having crossed the barrier of not being blood-related. At that moment, Nian complained to her brother like an ordinary girl, proudly stating that she had gotten her revenge. Wen Renlin transformed into a protective brother, joining Nian in criticizing Huo Yan and praising his sister. Sir, Mississippi Liang Sheng is here. Xuanwu's expression turned serious, breaking the harmonious atmosphere between the siblings. Do you want to see him? Wen Renlin asked Nian, as he was likely there for her. Given Liang Sheng's status, it was impossible to refuse him entry. If Nian didn't want to see him, she could avoid him for now, and he would handle it. Let him in, Nian told Xuanwu, saying it was fine to meet. If he was coming for her, she couldn't avoid him forever. Avoiding him would only put her at a disadvantage. However, he seemed to know his limits. He had only disturbed her from afar before waiting for Wen Renlin to return before coming in person. Wen Renlin nodded, agreeing that it was better to meet. However, everything still revolves around Nian's thoughts. Soon, Xuanwu brought the two of them in. Liang Sheng only brought one person, which showed his intention. He was really just visiting and meant no harm. The siblings stood up to greet them, and Nian looked at Liang Sheng, who was walking in front. He was tall, with sharp features that made him quite handsome, and a scar at the corner of his eye gave him a slightly intimidating aura. He gave the impression of a poised leopard ready to spring. Wen Renlin naturally knew him, but this was their first serious interaction. Wen Ren, I've heard a lot about you. Mr. Liang, you are too kind. The two shook hands. Miss you, hello. He nodded politely, showing no intention of shaking hands with Nian, perhaps knowing it would be awkward. Hello. Nian also nodded lightly. This person spoke and acted quite politely, which was a bit different from his appearance. They all took their seats, and Liang Sheng took a box from his subordinate, placed it on the table, and pushed it in front of Nian. This is a gift for Miss Yu. I hope you won't dislike it. Thank you. Nian did not touch the box, only expressing her gratitude. Mr. Liang, is there something you need? Wen Renlin pretended to be clueless. He had some understanding of Liangsheng and knew he was similar to them. I came to visit Miss Yu and to apologize for my impolite behavior a few days ago. That was indeed quite impolite. Please don't take it to heart. My sister is always straightforward. Wen Renlin said seriously. Liangsheng looked at the quirky siblings and smiled inexplicably, not feeling angry. Then I might have to be a bit impolite again. Wen Ren, you have such a lovely sister, which makes me quite envious. You know it's impolite, yet you still say it. A cold voice came from the door. It was Huo Yan. He had been outside and rushed in after receiving news that Liangsheng had arrived. You came quite fast. Liangsheng teased Huo Yan, wondering why he was back so soon. You didn't let me know you were coming, old friend? Huo Yan sat down next to Nian. Due to Liangsheng's presence, Nian didn't say anything, only gave him a warning look. I was afraid that if I told you, you wouldn't be able to come. Liangsheng scoffed. If Huo Yan knew he was coming, he would set up 100 obstacles along the way to stop him. Since you're here, let me show you some hospitality. Huo Yan's expression returned to normal, and he was no longer in a hurry. I came to visit Miss Yu. Liangsheng smiled, indicating that he didn't need to be overly polite. Nian secretly reached out her little hand and pinched Huo Yan hard from behind, wanting to quickly get him to leave. Huo Yan stiffened from the pinch. It felt like she was taking revenge on him with that much force. I'll host you on behalf of Nian, please. Huo Yan, who had just sat down and was pleased that Nian hadn't chased him away, had to reluctantly stand up again, looking down at Liangsheng. Master Huo, aren't you being a bit overbearing? He wasn't there to see him, so was it appropriate to give orders in someone else's home? You're the guest, I am not. Huo Yan smiled back at Liangsheng. Even if Nian was angry with him, they were united against outsiders in this situation. Liangsheng's gaze turned to the siblings watching the scene. Mr. Liang, I'm not familiar with this place, so I'll trouble A Yan to host you. Wen Renlin wore a polite but distant smile, agreeing with Huo Yan's statement. He wasn't very interested in dealing with this person. Take care, no need to see you off. Nian wore a polite expression similar to Wen Renlin's, and even waved goodbye. Then I'll take my leave for now, and visit Miss Yu another day. Liangsheng had to get up. Since the siblings were seeing him off, he couldn't just stay. Quickly leave. Huo Yan roughly pulled Liangsheng along, who was dawdling. Visit another day? What was he thinking? After the two left, Wen Renlin asked Nian, what do you think of Liangsheng? I can't tell much. He seems to have no ill intentions. Nian slowly shook her head. She couldn't see his depth, but her keen intuition told her that he meant her no harm. It seemed he was simply curious about her. There's no need to pay him any mind. When Renlin nodded in agreement with Nian's view, Liangsheng wouldn't dare to act against her. As for the nonsense he spoke, it was just to annoy Huo Yan. The events of the past few days were no secret. Huo Yan had even stayed outside their door for a day and night, so he must have known everything by now. That's quite heavy. Nian hadn't really thought much of Liangsheng. Her slight interest in him wasn't due to his connection with Huo Yan, but for other reasons. At that moment, she wanted to check the box Liangsheng had given her, but the box, which didn't seem large, was too heavy for her to lift with one hand. Miss, let me help. Xuanwu hurried over to help. Oh my, is Liangsheng really putting stones inside? Why is it so heavy? He placed the box in front of Nian and opened it, nearly blinding him with the brightness. Wow. Xuanwu couldn't help but exclaim, drawing the attention of Hanzhan and Zhuke, who were standing nearby. Seeing what was inside, the group exchanged glances. Is this really a gift for meeting? Nian was also stunned and picked up a piece. If she wasn't mistaken, was that a diamond? There were also a bunch of colorful gems filling the box. No wonder it was so heavy. Is Liangsheng really this rich? Nian was amazed. It was her first time seeing someone give such a lavish gift for a meeting. Wen Renlin was also surprised, clearly not expecting Liangsheng's gift to be so valuable. He had heard about some of this person's quirks. I heard he really likes these things. Look at the box. He once claimed to be a descendant of dragons. Wen Renlin pointed to the box decorated with a dragon carving. The emblem of Liangsheng's organization was a dragon, and he seemed to have some legendary traits associated with dragons. He liked collecting all kinds of rare treasures, especially gems. So, did he bring a whole box to give to Nian as a meeting gift? Nian couldn't help but smile, finding it hard to imagine someone like Liangsheng having such a childish phase. What do you want to do with it? Wen Renlin asked. If Nian liked it, she could keep it without worrying about owing Liangsheng anything. He would take care of it. If she didn't like it, he would send it back. No need to have any more ties with Liangsheng. I'll keep it. It has its purpose. Nian shook her head, closing the lid. She had already decided how to handle it. When Renlin would unconditionally listen to her, he knew Nian was sensible and understood what to do and what not to do. Since she said so, she must be confident in handling it well. Meanwhile, after Liangsheng left with Huo Yan, he got into the car with Huo Yan. His subordinates followed in their own car behind them. Huo San was driving, and Huo Yan just needed a glance for him to understand what their third master meant. I say, where are you taking me? Liangsheng lazily leaned back in his seat, watching the car's direction veer off. Is he trying to sell him out? No one would dare to buy him. Stay away from Nian. Let's not involve her in our feud. Huo Yan said coldly, and as for treating him, he could forget it. Huo Yan being self-absorbed is a problem. What does my visit to miss you have to do with you? Liangsheng's tone remained relaxed, showing no awareness of being on someone else's turf. I don't care what your intentions are. Don't provoke her. What intentions could I have? A graceful lady is a gentleman's ideal. Liangsheng spoke casually. Are you looking for trouble? Huo Yan turned and grabbed Liangsheng by the collar, his expression dark. Why are you so worked up? Miss you is not your property. Liangsheng, unafraid, continued to provoke. Don't say she isn't yours. Even if you were married, you could still get a divorce. Huo Yan threw a punch, which Liangsheng blocked, returning a punch of his own. Neither gained an advantage. The driver, Huo San, was about to cry. They were in the car, and these two were causing a scene. If they wanted to fight to the end, they shouldn't drag him into it. Fortunately, both had some restraint and quickly stopped. Huo San, pull over. Huo Yan instructed Huo San to stop and told Liangsheng, get out. What, do you want to compete with me? Liangsheng scoffed. He wasn't afraid of him. He confidently opened the car door, rolled up his sleeves, and waited for Huo Yan. Then, he watched as the car drove away in front of him. Liangsheng was almost laughing in anger. Was he being childish? Luckily, his people were not far behind and soon drove over. Brother Sheng, did Huo San throw you out of the car? The person in the passenger seat turned to Liangsheng with a grin, clearly on good terms. Liangsheng shot him a look, and the person zipped their lips. Brother Sheng, should we head back? The driver asked. Let's go back. That petty guy Huo Yan will definitely get back at me. Liangsheng clicked his tongue. That guy would surely cause trouble while he was away, and he needed to return to clean up the mess. The two in the front exchanged glances. If he knew the person would retaliate, why provoke him? You are wise. Be discreet tomorrow. Don't get intercepted again. Wait, Brother Sheng, are we still delivering flowers to that young lady from the Wen family tomorrow? Wasn't he just trying to annoy Huo San by being nice to that young lady? His goal was achieved. Why send more? Besides, he had sent flowers for 3 days, and 2 of them were intercepted. Only the first day did they actually reach her, and she threw them away. Send them. Brother Sheng, when Renlin seems to treasure that young lady, it's better to be cautious. There was no need to provoke unnecessary trouble. They weren't afraid of issues, but they shouldn't stir up trouble everywhere. I'm pursuing his sister. How could he turn against me? He doesn't do anything else. No matter how precious he is, he can't just eliminate his sister's suitors. Isn't Huo Yan doing just fine? Brother Sheng, that's a bit much. After all, we don't have such a deep grudge against Master Huo, do we? This statement startled the two in front. Killing a father and taking a wife is a feud that can't be settled. What does my pursuit of you, Nian, have to do with Huo Yan? Liangsheng was confused about what they were thinking. Are you serious? The two exchanged glances, surprised. Could it be that he really likes that young lady? but she doesn't seem to be very fond of him. Liang Sheng smiled playfully, but didn't answer. Nian. He finally met her today, and she was even more interesting than he had imagined, wasn't she? On the other side, after throwing Liang Sheng aside, Huo Yan went straight back to Wen Renlin. Where's Nian? She went back to her room. Did Liang Sheng see her off? He poured a cup of tea and pushed it in front of Huo Yan.
Yes.
When are you planning to go back? What's wrong? Are you feeling anxious?
Wen Renlin left.
Was he feeling insecure? That shouldn't be the case. Don't joke around. Liang Sheng is unpredictable. Who knows what else he might do? It's better to go back early for peace of mind. That's true. What about you? When do you plan to return? Wen Renlin nodded in agreement. It was too close to Liang Sheng here. He couldn't risk Nian.
What?
Are you planning to leave me behind? Wen Renlin said this, but shouldn't he be going back with them? I can't decide that. Nian has the final say. Wen Renlin shrugged. It didn't matter whether he agreed or not. You really are a good brother. Huo Yan stood up, feeling frustrated that he couldn't handle his own matters and had to rush over. I have to go. Let me know when you're heading back. Wen Renlin watched Huo Yan leave in a hurry, feeling speechless. Wasn't it easier to just make a phone call? At dinner that night, he brought up the matter with Nian and asked for her opinion. Then let's go back tomorrow. There's nothing much left to do here. What about Huo Yan? Wen Renlin teased, saying that it would take the young lady's word to settle it. Do as you wish. Nian rolled her eyes, not believing that Wen Renlin didn't understand her meaning. She wasn't being unreasonable. She was genuinely upset at the time, but she could easily understand Huo Yan's reasons for acting that way. With Liang Sheng's arrival, her existence had just been acknowledged, and he came looking for her. This showed that Huo Yan's actions were indeed necessary. Otherwise, she might have been approached much sooner. As for the matter with Huo Yan involving her, there is no reason for that. They have had this understanding for a long time, including Wen Renlin. Due to their status, they have many open and hidden enemies, so it is normal for them to reach out to each other given their relationship. Naturally, they wouldn't hold it against each other. Early the next morning. Did Liang Sheng send this again?
Yes.
Xuanwu was speechless, not knowing how they managed to get it through despite the third master's block. Looking at the oversized bouquet in the living room, Nian took out the card, glanced at it, and tossed it into the trash. What was wrong with him? Xuanwu stole a glance and felt a chill. Was that guy possessed? Wen Renlin, returning from his workout, also found the flowers puzzling. Fortunately, they were leaving today. Throw it out. He waved his hand, urging Xuanwu to get rid of it quickly. Xuanwu struggled to lift the flowers, but just as he was about to head outside, Nian's comment made him stumble and nearly fall. What a waste to throw it away. Give it to your girlfriend. Haha, miss, you really know how to joke. Xuanwu chuckled awkwardly and hurried away. Zhuke, why did he say everything? He was leading their young lady astray. He would have to deal with him later. What's wrong with him? Nian looked at Xuanwu, who was fleeing, feeling confused. Forget him, come eat. Wen Renlin changed the subject, secretly noting Xuanwu's behavior. He was supposed to take care of Nian, but instead, he ran off to date. Just as they were about to eat, Huo San came in with a meal box. Miss you, your breakfast. Huo San placed the box on the table and noticed they hadn't eaten yet. He was glad he made it in time. Third master has guests and can't come out, so he sent me to bring this to you.
Nian.
Since she decided to go back, Huo Yan must have many things to handle, and this breakfast was an essential. Huo San, are you going back too? I'll go back in a while. Huo San smiled, feeling a bit helpless. He wanted to go back too. But the third master had just sent those two people to the border, and everyone else was out on missions, so he couldn't leave. Nian nodded, letting Huo San go back. Don't be so nosy. Seeing Nian sneakily glance at Hanzhan, Wen Renlin humorously reminded her to focus on her meal. Nian turned to give her brother a fake smile, acknowledging it. Hanzhan remained expressionless. She couldn't tell what he was feeling. Huo Yan didn't come until the afternoon, and the group prepared to return to Kyoto.
You should go take a nap.
On the plane, Nian noticed the faint dark circles under Huo Yan's eyes. He must not have had much rest these past 2 days. Are you worried about me, Nian? Huo Yan said with a smile, appreciating Nian's concern. Nian ignored him, thinking he could sleep or not as he pleased. She got up to grab her laptop, as she still needed to report on her work and wanted to organize her materials now. Huo Yan, are you a monkey? Wen Renlin suddenly chimed in. Huo Yan glanced at him, curious about what he would say next. You're really good at climbing the ladder. Cough. You're quite funny, sir. Xianwu couldn't help but laugh. When did their elders start telling jokes? After returning to Kyoto, everyone got busy. They had been away for a while and had a lot of things piled up. After resting for a day, Nian went to report to the second-in-command. In the office, after reviewing the materials, the second-in-command showed a look of concern. Who could have expected this? Xiao, what do you think about this matter? The second-in-command pondered for a moment before asking Nian. Leader, I was just responsible for the investigation. I've handed over the results to you. Nian shrugged, showing her stance.
Good.
The second-in-command smiled at Nian, his gaze becoming friendlier. He had indeed chosen the right person and remembered this favor. Nian didn't interfere with the matter, passing the responsibility to him. He had many constraints in his position. When necessary, he could use this to gain favor or control the families behind them. It must be said that Leah was clever. She chose people with political backgrounds. If it were just business people, if her secrets were exposed, they wouldn't let her off easily. But those with family backgrounds often faced restrictions and could only suffer in silence. Now that Nian had received the news early, it actually made it easier for him to act. After leaving the leader's office, she headed straight to the military district to report on another task. This was just a formality, and she wanted to check on old Lin as well. Wen Renlin had personally handled this matter, so there shouldn't be any mistakes, and the news had already come back. How did it go this time? After leaving the meeting room, she followed old Lin to his office. It was fine. I brought you something from the trip, and I'll deliver it to you later. Nian replied lightly, not mentioning the item's value. This was a little adventure she had in Europe. While Xianwu was with her, they happened to stumble upon an auction. The auction house belongs to Huo Yan, so they naturally have no obstacles there. At the entrance, she was stopped by a ragged old man who said he had something to auction and asked Nian to take him inside. On a whim, she not only took the old man in but also helped him meet the head of the auction. The old man wanted to auction a recipe for a health tea that promotes longevity, which Nian found quite interesting at the time. If it really works, it would be nice to buy it for the elderly in her family. After the auction house had someone evaluate it, Nian bought it outright. The old man seemed to be an experienced traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, obsessed with research, and often traveled to find herbs. When he ran out of money, he would take some items to auction. This time, he came from some forest, looking very unkempt, and was turned away. Nian paid a high price for the recipe, requesting that the old man personally make some. She forgot about it after handing the matter over to Xianwu. It was only when Xianwu reminded her before returning to country that she remembered. Xianwu said they had already found someone to verify it, and that long-term consumption would be beneficial for the elderly. The tea not only had an expensive recipe, but also required various rare herbs, making it quite costly. Therefore, she didn't bring it today, and thought it would be better to send it privately to old Lin. You're so thoughtful, my girl, old Lin said with a smile. He didn't care about the value of the item. It was enough that she thought of him. You should come by more often. Your office is gathering dust. Old Lin changed the subject. I know you're aware of my situation, old sir. Nian rolled her eyes. She was just a nominal major general without a specific position, so she didn't have time to hang around. Can't you be a bit more ambitious? Old Lin was frustrated. She rarely showed up, and he had no way to encourage her. Nope. Nian was very straightforward. She didn't want to take on more responsibilities. Besides, she already had enough power, and continuing to rise might make some people uneasy. There was no need to invite trouble. Old Lin was quite exasperated. She was still as infuriating as ever. All right, do as you wish. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, Nian said seriously. Old Lin genuinely cared for her. He had no younger relatives and always treated her like a granddaughter. She understood that old Lin wanted to help her establish herself in the military, but she had her own plans for that. I'm getting old. You young people. Old Lin sighed and shook his head. There was a knock at the door outside. Someone had come to discuss work with Mr. Lin. Nian took the opportunity to say goodbye and slipped out. She waved to Han Zhan, who was waiting outside, urging him to leave quickly to avoid running into anyone they knew. She hurried to the cybersecurity department and finally had a chance to relax after several busy days. With all her work organized, she could finally enjoy some downtime at home. Finally, a busy person can rest? Wen Renlin said during lunch, noticing Nian at the dining table. He hadn't seen his sister for several days. Yes, I'm done and ready to take it easy, she replied. That's really enviable, Wen Renlin said with a smile, admiring how capable his sister was. She managed everything effortlessly and had been busy with important tasks without any sign of stress. You're also enviable for having a great sister, Nian teased, patting Wen Renlin playfully, feeling quite proud of herself. Nian, let's keep it low-key, Wen Renlin said, shaking his head at her enthusiasm. Low-key? Not a chance, Nian replied, shaking her head with a satisfied grin. Just eat your meal, Wen Renlin said, tapping the table to get her attention. Nian pouted but obediently stopped her antics and focused on eating, making Wen Renlin chuckle at her behavior. After lunch, Nian lazily sprawled on the sofa, playing on her phone. Wen Renlin sighed, wondering why she was so lazy. Don't just lie around after eating, you should move a bit. You want me to go out in this heat? Nian looked at him incredulously, feeling like he was being unreasonable. Even when it's not hot, you don't go out. Am I bothering you at home? Nian said, feeling a bit down. Speak plainly, Wen Renlin sighed again. His sister was great at times but could be quite a handful. He felt like he was aging years just dealing with her. How about we go out and have some fun? Nian sat up straight, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She didn't really want to go out. She just had a bad feeling that some important people from the military would be looking for her, and she needed to find a way to avoid them. They were genuinely concerned about her future, but she wasn't ready to move forward just yet. Want to go out, Nian? Said Huo Yan, who had just walked in, startling both of them. You could at least announce your arrival. Wen Renlin frowned. Is he a ghost? Does he walk without making any noise? Huo Yan came here without any obstacles. Not only was there no one to stop him, but even the announcements had stopped. Where does Nian want to go play? Huo Yan ignored Wen Renlin and focused on Nian. They had been back in Kyoto for several days, but either he was busy or she was busy. This was the first time he had seen Nian. I don't know, but it can't be too far from Kyoto. Nian replied lazily. She was just in the mood to go out. She hadn't decided where to go, but it couldn't be too far in case she needed to return quickly. Then let's go to the mountain villa. Jing and Xiaobai are both there. Huo Yan suggested, as he also wanted to ask Nian if she wanted to go. It was out of Kyoto, but not too far. I think that's a good idea. Wen Renlin nodded. It would be cooler in the mountains, and he wondered what excuse this guy had for staying home every day. Don't you want to ask for my opinion? Nian was unhappy. She wanted to go out, and these two just ignored her decision? Then may I ask, miss, are you going or not? Wen Renlin looked at his proud young lady and asked helplessly. Yes, when do we leave? The young lady's mood changed in an instant. When does Nian want to go? Tomorrow? Okay, then we'll go tomorrow. The two happily made their decision. Aren't you going to ask me? Wen Renlin expressed his frustration. Wasn't Nian supposed to be going out with him? Not important. Okay. Seeing these two who were so quick to change their minds, Wen Renlin couldn't help but laugh in anger. Truly, some people have it easy while others do not. Does Fu Jingyi have time to play too? Nian remembered that Huo Yan had mentioned those two would be there. It was normal for Xiao Mubai, but Fu Jingyi, the workaholic, would also be there? Jingyi is over there discussing work with the Zhou family. Huo Yan answered her. At the last exchange meeting, Fu Jingyi wasn't just fooling around with Chu Yi. He even made a special trip to Hong Kong for an inspection, met with Chu Yi, and reached a deeper level of cooperation with the Zhou family. The Zhou family is doing well now. Wen Renlin said, honestly. After the Zhou family's leader took charge, the other branches had calmed down. Xiao Bai is bringing his girlfriend to play. Huo Yan said with a smile about another matter. Girlfriend? The siblings exclaimed in unison, clearly surprised. How long had they been gone? Xiao Mubai already had a girlfriend? Weren't they just planning to buy a girlfriend last time? I heard it from Xiao Muhang the other day. Did he arrange it? Nian was a bit curious. Xiao Muhang was quite efficient. No. Xiao Bai found her himself. Huo Yan shook his head, surprised when he first heard the news. Xiao Mubai had indeed chosen several candidates, but before he could take any action, Xiao Mubai's sudden announcement interrupted everything. He has a girlfriend now. Once the Xiao family learned about this, they investigated her thoroughly. Jiang Jianian, 26 years old, is a lecturer at Peking University, 1 year older than Xiao Mubai. Coming from a scholarly family, both her parents are university professors, and she stayed at Peking University to teach after graduating. Being able to stay on as a teacher means she is exceptionally talented, gentle, and well-regarded among students. The Xiao family was very pleased with this. They saw her as an excellent choice for a daughter-in-law. However, Xiao Mucheng had some concerns. This girl seemed perfect in many ways, but there was one thing that seemed overly kind. Such a gentle nature, combined with Xiao Mubai's personality, might not be the best match in their family. How did they meet? Nian asked curiously, clearly intrigued by what had happened during their time away. Did they go from meeting to a relationship that quickly? He got drunk and was picked up by someone. It wasn't a complicated story. Xiao Mubai had a fight with his brother and sneaked out without his bodyguards. At a hotel, he got drunk with some friends, and Jiang Jianian happened to be dining there with her friends. Both Jiang Jianian and Xiao Mubai were students at Peking University, in the same year but different majors. At that time, Xiao Mubai was quite popular at school, so Jiang Jianian naturally knew him. She took the drunk Xiao Mubai back, and that's how they met. Jiang Jianian likely had feelings for Xiao Mubai, and to show his gratitude, he invited her to dinner. With the Xiao family pushing for things, their relationship developed quickly. That's quite dramatic. Nian commented, finding it hard to judge. This unfortunate guy got picked up twice. Maybe this time, he met the right person at the right time? Soon, she pushed the thought aside. After all, this was Xiao Mubai's personal matter, and she was just a bystander. Huo Yan stayed until they finished dinner, and just before leaving, Nian seemed to remember something and asked him to wait. She ran upstairs and quickly returned with a box, handing it to Huo Yan. For me? Huo Yan, not noticing the amused look from Renlin, asked in surprise. After receiving so many cold shoulders lately, he was a bit unaccustomed to Nian being nice to him. You're overthinking it. It's for my colleague. It was just right for Huo Yan to take it to her father. Huo Yan's smile froze. Well, he had overthought things. After Huo Yan left, Nian gave Hanzhan a few days off to spend time with his family, telling him to come back when she returned to Kyoto. She also asked him to bring 2 boxes of health tea for another colleague. When Huo Lao received the tea from Nian, he was a bit excited, his face lighting up with joy. San are you and Xiao Yu? Ah, is something going on? Why else would she give him a gift? You are overthinking it. This is tea for colleagues, not just for you, Huo Yan said flatly, repeating Nian's words. It's useless. Huo Lao instantly dropped his smile. Remember to drink it, it's good stuff. He knew the tea was valuable, containing several herbs he had sourced himself. Is it expensive? Huo Yan opened the package and sniffed it, noting the faint herbal scent alongside the tea aroma. More expensive than all those you have combined. Huo Yan pointed to the cabinet where Huo Lao kept his precious teas. Huo Lao perked up again, thinking Xiao Yu had just bought it casually, 1 for each person. He didn't expect it to be so valuable. It seemed he had a good standing with Xiao Yu. Meanwhile, Hanzhan returned home with the tea, and Huo Lao was equally delighted. Xiao Yu remembered to bring him something while on her trip, making him very happy. He found Han Zhan increasingly likable and decided not to hold a grudge about the last incident. He never thought the most promising one in their family would be this young man. He set the tea aside and cheerfully told Han Zhan to go rest. The problem was Han Zhan hadn't informed him about the tea's details, leading to a small misunderstanding later. The next morning, the group headed into the mountains. In the car, Nian received a call from old Lin, asking where she was. Nian innocently replied that she was out of Kyoto on business. Just after hanging up, Qinglong received a call from home. Someone in the military was looking for the young lady. Nian sighed with relief. Luckily, she had left early, or the old man would have sent his bodyguard to find her. They arrived at the mountaintop villa, and Nian found it strange. Wasn't Fu Jingyi and Xiao Mubai supposed to be here? The two houses didn't seem occupied. They're staying at the hotel below, Huo Yan explained. Fu Jingyi was conducting business and chose to stay at the hotel for convenience. As for Xiao Mubai, he was quite territorial himself. Jiang Jianian probably hasn't been considered part of his inner circle yet. He doesn't intend to bring the other person into a private space. Although they are out having fun, he is still just sharing a hotel room with them. Nian nodded thoughtfully. Huo Yan naturally followed the two inside, as if he were returning home. Wen Renlin was too tired to complain about him. If it weren't for the fact that Huo Yan was his sister's friend, he would have mocked him for being so unambitious. He called Fu Jingyi to arrange lunch and mentioned notifying Xiao Mubai, just in case he was on a date. It wouldn't be polite to call. Fu Jingyi was momentarily speechless. They really had no consideration for others. However, they were overthinking it. Xiao Mubai and his girlfriend weren't that clingy. At noon, the group arrived early at the agreed restaurant. Fu Jingyi mentioned that Xiao Mubai was bringing his girlfriend along. Xiao Mubai had a good reputation among them, so it was respectful to arrive early for their first meeting. When they arrived at the restaurant, Wen Renlin had just gotten out of the car when someone from inside called out to him. Lin, what a coincidence. Wen Renlin turned to greet the person, and the car door closed behind him. Left outside, Wen Renlin gritted his teeth. His sister was really something. Once the person left, the others got out of the car. You guys are something else, Nian said with a smile, pushing him to hurry inside. Wen Renlin helplessly made a gesture in the shadows. Since the villa was under Nian's name, he had placed quite a few people here to ensure safety. Just now, he had sent someone to cover their mouths. Otherwise, more people might have come to disturb them. When they reached the private room, Fu Jingyi was already inside. It was still early for lunch, and he was preparing tea at the side table while waiting for them. The head of the Zhou family, Zhou Zongrui, had just left after discussing some matters with him. He had invited Fu Jingyi to join him for a meal, but upon hearing he had plans with these friends, he wisely left early. Busy man, up so early? Nian teased as she sat down. Fu Jingyi pushed a cup of tea toward her.
Who isn't busier than me? Come on, don't jinx me, she replied.
Fu Jingyi sighed. He didn't see how that was a jinx. Compared to the others who were always on the move, he really wasn't that busy. How did it go? Wen Renlin clinked his cup against Fu Jingyi's. He had been making significant moves toward the port city lately. Not bad. There's a lot of potential there, Fu Jingyi said, getting excited about it. Just let me know if you need help, Wen Renlin offered, knowing that such big moves might attract some unwanted attention. Don't worry, the Zhou family is here to support us. Fu Jingyi smiled, knowing they were more anxious about this collaboration than he was. If anything went wrong, they would step in first. If it came to that, he wouldn't hesitate to rely on his older brother. It's only right for an older brother to protect his younger sibling. Be cautious. A ship sails smoothly with care. The Zhou family has resolved their internal issues, but there are still many external challenges. Huo Yan had planned to get involved, but after seeing the complicated situation last time, he decided to step back. While they were chatting, there was a noise at the door. Xiao Mubai entered first, followed by a woman. She was beautiful in a traditional sense, radiating a gentle aura, which didn't quite fit the image of a teacher. Friends, you finally returned. Xiao Mubai rushed over, causing the others to wince. Wait, did he forget his girlfriend? She was still standing at the door while he ran over. Fu Jingyi, closest to him, quickly turned him around to face the girlfriend he had forgotten. Xiaomu Bai awkwardly smiled and went back to bring Jiang Jianian over. Ahem, let me introduce my girlfriend, Jiang Jianian. Hello, everyone. Jiang Jianian smiled warmly, seemingly unfazed by Xiaomu Bai's earlier blunder. Jianian, these are my friends, Nian, Huo Yan, and Wen Renlin. Fu Jingyi had already met her, so no need for further introduction. As the introductions were made, the others wondered if he was serious, putting Nian at the forefront. With everyone present, they took their seats. Fu Jingyi quickly grabbed Xiaomu Bai, who was about to sit down, feeling frustrated. In the past, when they ate together, Nian sat between Huo Yan and Wen Renlin, while Xiaomu Bai sat next to Huo Yan. This time, he instinctively tried to sit there again, but Fu Jingyi pulled him to the other side. He was really at a loss. He had already sat down. Was he supposed to take care of Jiang Jianian? Bringing a girlfriend and forgetting about her. What was going on with Xiaomu Bai? If he wasn't going to take care of her, he shouldn't have brought her along. Thankfully, Jiang Jianian was easygoing and didn't mind. Most people would have been upset by now. Xiaomu Bai scratched his head and chuckled, sitting next to Jiang Jianian. She smiled gently, not holding his earlier mistake against him, and even kindly pushed the utensils closer to him. This time, Xiaomu Bai was more composed and poured Jiang Jianian a glass of juice. As the dishes were served, they began to eat. Little fish, try this. It's delicious, and I know you'll love it. Xiaomu Bai pointed at a shrimp on the table, urging Nian to eat it. Thank you.
Nian.
She really knows how to say thanks.
What?
Xiaomu Bai replied foolishly, thanking him. When did little fish become so polite? The other three sighed in unison, feeling speechless about him. Earlier, when they were eating, Xiaomu Bai would always let Nian try the delicious food, and they were the most eager for it. They would even discuss which dish was the best and ask the chef to make it. The problem is he has a girlfriend now. Xiao Bai, eat more and talk less. Fu Jingyi placed some food on Xiaomu Bai's plate while secretly stepping on his foot. He swore he saw Jiang Jianian's face stiffen for a moment, which meant she was uncomfortable. Xiaomu Bai then realized, awkwardly smiling and telling Jiang Jianian to eat more. Everyone felt speechless. Nian poked at the greens in her bowl. They didn't taste good at all. At home, the chef would prepare the greens in a way she liked. But outside, it was different. That annoying Wen Renlin always put greens on her plate. I need to take a call. When Renlin walked outside with his phone, feeling he had to be cautious today with an outsider present. As soon as Wen Renlin left, Nian dumped her bowl into Huo Yan's bowl. She picked up another piece to keep up appearances. Hurry up and eat. Huo Yan helplessly picked up his chopsticks. He had no way to deal with Nian. Little fish, you say? Fu Jingyi was about to tease when Nian interrupted him with just 2 words. Blind date. When she delivered health tea to old Chi, he had been rambling about how his nephew was of age and that the family was arranging blind dates for him. Fu Jingyi raised his hands in surrender, impressed by her. When Wen Renlin returned from his call, everyone had nearly finished eating. Throughout the meal, Jiang Jianian hardly made her presence felt, mostly quietly taking care of Xiaomu Bai. It was clear they weren't very familiar, and Xiaomu Bai seemed a bit awkward too. I'll go up with you. I have someone to meet tomorrow. Fu Jingyi left with Nian and the others, deciding not to go back to the hotel for now. Since they were here, he wouldn't stay at the hotel. The group said goodbye to Xiaomu Bai at the restaurant entrance. Xiaomu Bai watched them leave with envy, but his only rational thought was that Jiang Jianian was still there, so he couldn't join them. The two walked back to the hotel. After returning to the villa, Nian went upstairs to rest. What happened? When Renlin's expression was off when he came back from the call. Liang Sheng went over today. When Renlin's expression was serious, they had all left, and Liang Sheng must have known. His visit at this time seemed intentional, a way to show his stance. What does he want? Huo Yan also looked serious. This person was hard to shake off. His biggest worry was that Liang Sheng had set his sights on Nian. We can only respond as it comes. After all, He was just visiting, and once he learned they had left, he went back without causing any trouble. That night, no matter how much Xiao Mubai tried to stir things up, the others had no intention of joining him. They just wanted him to spend time with his girlfriend. Xiao Mubai was too playful, and if they joined him, Miss Jiang would likely be ignored again. They felt it was inappropriate to interfere with his childlike enthusiasm. The next day, Fu Jingyi planned to go meet someone, and the other three went along. They all arrived at the golf course, where Fu Jingyi had a meeting scheduled. Nian was dragged along by Wen Renlin. Since they were out, staying at home felt the same. Nian reluctantly followed, and of course, Huo Yan was wherever Nian was. Unfortunately, they ran into Xiao Mubai and Jiang Jianian at the golf course. Wen Renlin and Huo Yan were playing, while Nian sat in the nearby rest area eating little fish. Hearing that excited voice, Nian felt a bit overwhelmed. What were the odds of running into them in such a big place? Miss you. Jiang Jianian greeted Nian with a smile. Miss Jiang. Nian returned the polite smile. Why don't you play a few rounds? Xiao Mubai noticed the two playing nearby. Too lazy to move, you go ahead. Nian replied lazily. It was already good enough that she was out. Asking her to exercise in the sun was too much. Jianian, wait here for a moment, I'll go check it out. Xiao Mubai remembered Jiang Jianian this time and asked her to wait. Okay. Jiang Jianian nodded in response. Xiao Mubai dashed over, and Nian found it amusing. His love life seemed more like a struggle than a joy. Jiang Jianian sat down across from Nian. Nian wasn't very outgoing, so after giving her a nod, she went back to her phone. She was chatting with Safina, who had shared some news. The princess from Country Y might be visiting Kyoto soon, so she should be careful. It seemed to be related to Huo Yan. As Nian recalled her time in Europe, she remembered that Bai Wei mentioned their little princess was going to see Huo Yan. Could it be this one? A slight smile appeared on Nian's lips. It seemed her boring days were about to get interesting again. Jiang Jianian was also a patient person, quietly sitting without speaking to Nian. Their silence was broken by the sharp-eyed Zhou Xian.
Yeah.
You're here too. Zhou Xian had come with the eldest Zhou family member. After talking with Fu Jingyi, Zhou Zhongrui had left, but Zhou Xian stayed behind. She was playing with friends and happened to see Nian. Nian replied lightly, not very warm towards Zhou Xian. She was usually like this with unfamiliar people, and Zhou Xian didn't mind, cheerfully sitting next to her. That's when she noticed someone else sitting across from them. Yu Jia, who is this? The person sitting there should be someone Yu Jia knew, but they didn't seem like friends. Xiao Mabai's girlfriend. Yu Nian gave Zhou Xian a knowing glance. She had once been involved with Xiao Mabai for a while. However, with Xiao Mabai's emotional intelligence, he had no idea she had feelings for him and thought she was just being difficult. Eventually, Zhou Xian decisively gave up. She didn't want her future children to be foolish. Sure enough, Zhou Xian's expression changed slightly. That guy Xiao Mabai had found a girlfriend? Hello, Zhu Xin. Zhou Xian extended her hand to the person across from her, a slight smile on her face. Hello, Miss Zhou.
I'm Jiang Jianian.
Jiang Jianian politely responded and shook hands with Zhou Xian. Not even 3 seconds later, Zhou Xian turned back to continue chatting with Nian. Yu Jia, how about we have dinner together tonight? If you don't mind, then let's go. Nian pointed to a few people playing basketball nearby. I don't mind at all. Zhou Xian quickly replied. When she returned to the Zhou family, Zhou Hao had boasted about his good relationship with Yu Jia. Ugh, how could he say that when he was nearly beaten up? The three men playing basketball returned, and Zhou Xian stood up to greet them. Although she had agreed to join them, seeing them made her a bit nervous. She had been involved with 2 of these men. While she didn't truly like them, it was still a bit awkward to face them. Hey, tomboy, what are you doing here? Xiao Mabai teased Zhou Xian, as he remembered how she used to trouble him. Who are you calling a fool, Xiao Baiqi? Zhou Xian was not backing down. After giving up on her feelings for Xiao Mubai, she started calling him Xiao Bait. No wonder his name has Bai in it. In a way, he really does match his name. Whoever wants to speak, go ahead. Zhou Xian is eating with us. Nian had to interrupt the two, thinking this was a bad decision. Did Xiao Mubai really think that just because he was a guy, he was more important than his girlfriend? He spent all this time arguing with Zhou Xian and didn't even say a word to Jiang Jianian. I have to say, Jiang Jianian was really patient. She could still smile through it all. If it were her, well. Huo Yan received a call from Fu Jingyi, asking him to come over. By chance, the same group from yesterday gathered again, now including Zhou Xian. While waiting for Fu Jingyi, Xiao Mubai kept arguing with Zhou Xian. Mubai, can you come with me to the restroom? Jiang Jianian said softly, clearly feeling uneasy about Xiao Mubai's behavior.
Okay.
Before leaving, Xiao Mubai shouted to Zhou Xian, Tomboy, wait for me. I'll settle this with you when I get back. Idiot, I'm scared of you, Zhou Xian shot back, not backing down. She was naturally bold, and today she had already toned it down. Otherwise, she might have gotten physical. Nian looked at Zhou Xian oddly. These two really seemed like happy rivals. Why are you looking at me, Yu Jia? Zhou Xian asked, touching her arm. What was with that look? When Fu Jingyi arrived, the group headed to the restaurant. This time, they didn't go to their usual place, but chose a newly opened restaurant nearby. Built over water, the pavilion was perfect for the hot summer. The winding corridors led to various small pavilions, creating a poetic atmosphere. This idea came to Nian during a fishing trip last year. They all thought it was a good idea, so they had someone design and build it. After a year of construction, it had just opened recently. They reserved the largest and most scenic private room for themselves, not open to the public. Yu Jia, I'm lucky to be here with you. I couldn't book a room here for the past few days, Zhou Xian said, admiring the view outside. No wonder it was so hard to get a reservation. It was truly special. Country bumpkin, Xiao Mubai scoffed. Who are you calling a country bumpkin? Zhou Xian raised her eyebrows. A country bumpkin from the harbor city? She thought he was the real bumpkin. You ha ha ha. Xiao Mubai made a silly face at her. Thinking he could trick him? No way. Forget it, I won't argue with you. Zhou Xian turned her face away, thinking he was such an idiot. Didn't he see that his girlfriend was struggling to smile? After enjoying their meal, they didn't leave, but stayed to relax. The private room was well-equipped, clearly designed like the one at Wen Renlin's club. Since it wasn't open to the public, they could come and go as they pleased. Nian walked to the small balcony, which had a few tables and chairs, offering a better view of the lake. Seeing her move, Zhou Xian naturally followed her. Jiang Jianian also walked over. The three of them settled outside, with Nian comfortably leaning in a rocking chair, and the presence of two others didn't bother her at all. Zhou Xian felt a bit restless. She was someone who loved lively gatherings. She wasn't very familiar with Jiang Jianian and didn't know what to say. After sitting for a while, Zhou Xian leaned closer to Nian. Sister Yu, should we go for a little walk? Her puppy-like eyes made Nian's heart soften for a moment. Sure, Miss Jiang can come too? Jiang Jianian nodded eagerly. She wanted to fit in with them, but it seemed a bit difficult. Since Nian took the initiative to speak, she was more than happy to join. Zhou Xian pouted. She didn't really like this woman, but since Nian had invited her, she kept quiet. The three of them left the balcony to go outside, while a few men inside were playing mahjong. When they saw the girls coming out, they paused. Going out? Wen Renlin asked Nian, surprised to see someone so lazy wanting to go out. Just taking a stroll outside. Be careful. Huo Yan reminded them. It wouldn't be appropriate for him to join them since there were several girls. Nian nodded silently, wondering who she needed to be careful for. After the three of them left, they strolled slowly along the corridor toward the shore. Sister Yu, are you going to the auction in a few days? I heard there are some good items. Zhou Xian said cheerfully as she leaned closer to Nian. Aren't you going back?
I plan to stay here for a while.
Zhou Xian felt a bit sad but also relieved. In the past, she had too many things beyond her control, deeply trapped in the power struggles of the Zhou family. When the clam and the snipe fought, the fishermen benefited. This time, the The boss's rise to power made them realize something. The old man seemed confused, but he was actually very clear-minded. He had already chosen a successor, letting them fight it out, all to pave the way for the boss. Fortunately, Zhou Zongrui was decent and treated them well. Nian nodded in understanding. This situation wasn't so bad. As they spoke, a few people had already reached the shore. Jiang Jianian suddenly exclaimed. The two followed her gaze. Near the shore, in a pavilion, 3 people were fighting. Specifically, a woman was being attacked by a man and a woman. Nian and Zhou Xian exchanged a glance and then looked away, continuing to walk forward indifferently. Miss you, Miss Zhou. Are we just going to walk away? When Jiang Jianian said this, both of them looked at her in confusion, not understanding her meaning. What else were they supposed to do? I'll go call for help. Miss Jiang, there's no need for that. Zhou Xian stopped her from running back. Was this woman out of her mind? Couldn't she see the guards outside the pavilion? That was clearly someone else's private matter. Those who came here were either rich or important. As someone brought by Xiao Mubai, why would she interfere in their family affairs? Was she trying to get Xiao Mubai into trouble? If something serious happened, the security personnel would have already intervened. It wouldn't be up to her to notice. But Jiang Jianian wanted to say more, feeling that the woman was almost being harmed and wondering if they were too heartless. Miss Jiang, let's go. Nian said calmly, leading the way down a side path. Zhou Xian followed closely behind, while Jiang Jianian hesitated for a moment but eventually gritted her teeth and caught up with them. Nian and Zhou Xian continued chatting as if nothing had happened, while Jiang Jianian looked increasingly upset. They exchanged a glance and silently chose to ignore her. After wandering along the shore for a while, Nian began to complain about being tired. Zhou Xian was speechless. Nian really lacked stamina. They hadn't gone far at all. They had no choice but to head back. When they passed by the pavilion again, Jiang Jianian looked over and saw that it was empty. Watching the two in front of her, who were completely unfazed, she wondered what they were thinking. Once they returned to the private room, the people playing mahjong had also stopped. Are you tired? Huo Yan stepped forward to pull out a chair for Nian to sit down. Yes, I am. Huo Yan promptly handed her a cup of tea, and after she finished, he took the cup back to set it down. The other two didn't receive such treatment. Jiang Jianian automatically sat next to Xiao Mubai. Zhou Xian found a place to sit, looking somewhat exasperated at Xiao Mubai. He was too busy watching Huo Yan serve Nian, laughing heartily, completely unaware of Jiang Jianian beside him. Jiang Jianian, however, remained silent like a closed book, not speaking at all. She couldn't believe that this woman had no thoughts on the matter. Zhou Xian, being straightforward, looked down on Jiang Jianian's behavior. Regarding Xiao Mubai, do you expect him to figure things out on his own? He's like a stubborn donkey who needs some discipline. With a little whip in hand, Zhou Xian's smile turned a bit unsettling as she thought about it. What are you looking at, tomboy? Xiao Mubai felt uneasy under Zhou Xian's gaze. What was she planning with that strange smile?
Fool.
Zhou Xian shifted her gaze, her expression returning to normal in an instant. After sitting for a while, Xiao Mubai suggested it was time to leave. You all have fun. I'll take Jia Nian home. She has work tomorrow. Isn't it summer vacation? Fu Jingyi chimed in, recalling that Jiang Jianian was a teacher. There's an event at Jingda tomorrow, and all staff are required to attend. Jiang Jianian smiled gently in response. Xiao Yu, aren't you working? Fu Jingyi looked at Nian with a grin, knowing she was a professor at Jingda. Nian responded by tossing a walnut at him, accompanied by an eye roll. Fu Jingyi caught it, thinking he hadn't said anything wrong since all staff were indeed required to attend. Xiao Yu, are you going back? Come with us. Xiao Mubai excitedly asked Nian if she wanted to join. No, I'm not going back. Nian was quite speechless. Did she look like someone who went to work on time? Miss Jiang works at Jingda? Zhou Xian suddenly spoke up, unaware of Jiang Jianian's background. Jian Yan is a lecturer at Jingda. What do you want? Xiao Mubai replied cautiously, worried Zhou Xian might have some ill intentions. Jiang Jianian smiled helplessly and nodded at Zhou Xian.
Just asking. Take care.
Zhou Xian forced a smile. Wait for me to come back. Xiao Mubai didn't forget to add before leaving. Everyone was left speechless. He was really something, saying he would return after taking Jiang Jianian home. Zhou Xian noticed the three people talking nearby and secretly poked Fu Jingyi. Do you know anyone at Jingda? Zhou Xian whispered. She knew Fu Jingyi's uncle was the principal, but this was a delicate matter. What do you want to say first? Fu Jingyi didn't answer directly, encouraging her to go on. Zhou Xian leaned closer to Fu Jingyi and whispered. She wanted to stay in Kyoto, but her family didn't agree. During this trip with Zhou Zongrui, he still had some sibling affection for her. He suggested a plan to help her get into Jingda for graduate studies, giving her a legitimate reason to stay in Kyoto. As for what would happen after she finished her studies, that was a matter for a few years down the line. Zhou Xian is a top graduate from Hong Kong University, and it wouldn't be difficult for Zhou Zongrui to help her get into Peking University. This is indeed a good idea, but she really doesn't want to go back to school. So, when she heard that Jiang Jianian was from Peking University, she casually asked about it. Fu Jingyi nodded thoughtfully after listening. What's in it for you to help her? He didn't rush to agree, but looked at Zhou Xian leisurely. It's not common to ask someone for help without offering something in return. What do you want in return? Zhou Xian asked, realizing there might be a chance. She eagerly poured a cup of tea for Fu Jingyi. He leaned closer and whispered a few words to her. Zhou Xian's expression gradually changed to one of surprise as she looked at him. Are you serious? Uh-huh. Just tell me if you agree, Fu Jingyi said with a sly smile. Are you sure?
Sure. Deal.
Zhou Xian agreed decisively and extended her hand to Fu Jingyi. Let's have a pleasant cooperation. Fu Jingyi shook her hand. Little fish. Fu Jingyi called out to the three people discussing something nearby. Yes. Nian looked up at Fu Jingyi, wondering what was up. Can you do me a favor? What is it? Could you help me by taking on a student, just for the name? Nian made an okay gesture, saying it was fine as long as it was just for the name. Fu Jingyi knew her situation. She wasn't usually at school and couldn't really teach anyone. Fu Jingyi was quite reliable, and the person he found would likely be trustworthy. Zhou Xian finally reacted and jumped up. Fu, I'm going to get you. Zhou Xian gritted her teeth and was about to grab Fu Jingyi by the neck. Was he acting as a middleman right in front of her? Fu Jingyi, following the principle of not fighting with women, hid behind Nian. Professor Yu, please manage your student. Now it was Nian's turn to be confused. What's going on? Jia, this guy tricked me. Zhou Xian stood there, almost in tears, explaining to Nian how Fu Jingyi had set her up. You really are a schemer. Nian admired Fu Jingyi, impressed that he could come up with such a plan. Miss Zhou, do you want to back out? If so, we can pretend I was just joking. Fu Jingyi smiled, using a bit of reverse psychology. Do you think I'm like you? I always keep my word. That's good. What did you agree to? Nian asked curiously, wondering how Zhou Xian could be involved with the Zhou family's cooperation. I agreed to pretend to be his girlfriend. Zhou Xian felt deflated, like a punctured ball. She had thought she was getting a good deal, as this situation didn't really cost her anything. She wasn't planning to date anyone for now, and in Kyoto, Fu Jingyi's reputation was still quite useful. Who would have guessed he would turn around and go for Nian? If she had known earlier that Jia was a professor at Peking University, she would have approached her directly instead of going through this schemer. Upon hearing this, Huo Yan and Wen Renlin looked at Fu Jingyi in surprise. What kind of bad idea was this? The plan that Xiao Mubai didn't carry out was now being used by him. Zhou Xian was a decisive person and quickly decided to leave. She went back to handle this matter. Although Fu Jingyi had tricked her, she still felt like she gained something. She even got to be a student of Jia, which made her happy. After Zhou Xian left, Nian raised an eyebrow at Fu Jingyi. Using me? I was wrong. I accept my punishment. Fu Jingyi readily admitted his mistake. With 3 people against 1, he had no choice but to admit it. What were you thinking, going for Zhou Xian? Nian wasn't really upset. It was just a casual comment. But did he really have feelings for Zhou Xian? You're overthinking it. Fu Jingyi shook his head at Nian's doubtful look. You know my family is pressuring me, and Zhou Xian happens to be a good shield. She doesn't have any feelings for me either. Zhou Xian came from a good family and looked great. Her temper was manageable at times. It wasn't that he disliked her, but his family probably wouldn't believe he would choose someone with a bad temper. Most importantly, he knew Zhou Xian didn't have any feelings for him, so he didn't have to worry. That makes sense. Nian nodded, agreeing that the two of them didn't seem like a match. Fu Jingyi appeared gentle, but was actually quite strong-willed. Zhou Xian was similar. Neither could tolerate a partner who was too dominant. Compared to Fu Jingyi, she thought Xiao Mubai would be a better fit for Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian could keep Xiao Mubai in check, and she was more rational than him. Were these two looking for the wrong partners? Jiang Jianyan's submissive nature seemed much more suited for Fu Jingyi. So you just exchanged Nian? Huo Yan teased lightly. Humph. Wen Renlin also scoffed. The two were united in supporting Nian, standing together against Fu Jingyi. He could only helplessly plead again. One was a protective brother, and the other was a romantic. When it came to Nian, even brothers had to step aside. What options does he have? I have a meeting at the tea house later. What about you? Fu Jingyi changed the subject, hoping they wouldn't press him further. I'll go with you, Wen Renlin said, as he had an appointment there too. He was spotted yesterday, and many people had approached him since. Then I'll go back with Nian first, Huo Yan thought happily. After being out for so long, he finally had some time alone with Nian. Nian had no objections. She was fine with wherever they went. So the four of them split into two groups. After returning to the villa area, Huo Yan easily followed Nian back to her home. Remembering what Safina had said, Nian thought she should give Huo Yan a heads up. Princess Anna from Country Y is coming to China soon. Huh? What does that have to do with me? Huo Yan looked innocent. He wasn't close to that princess. She's coming for you. Nian, you know I only have eyes for you. His heartfelt words were interrupted when Nian threw a cushion at him. Was that what she meant? I mean, how would she know about your identity here? Nian felt a bit frustrated. Was that all he could think about? The important thing was that his identity here had been leaked. Are you concerned about me? Seeing that Nian was getting upset, Huo Yan quickly straightened up and became serious. Don't worry, Nian. I will find out. Nian had indeed given him a reminder. Only a few people knew about his identity here. As for who betrayed him, it wouldn't be too hard to find out. As long as you understand. Seeing he was listening, Nian didn't say more. Nian isn't mad at me anymore, right? Huo Yan leaned closer to Nian, gently shaking her fingers with his. I'm not mad. Nian tried to pull her hand back, but Huo Yan caught it, holding her hands in his. Since you're not mad, can you be a bit nicer to me? Huo Yan sighed. Nian's indifferent attitude made him uneasy. She could hit him, scold him, or yell at him, and that would be better than this. What do you want me to do? Can you give me some reassurance? Huo Yan held Nian's hands against his chest, trying to convey his feelings. Nian paused for a moment. Reassurance? He needed her, just as much as she needed him. Just as she was about to speak, her phone rang, interrupting her. She shook her hand, signaling Huo Yan to let her go. Huo Yan sighed and released her, allowing Nian to answer the call. He got up and went to the bathroom, giving her some space. He had just felt that Nian's attitude was softening, but then a phone call interrupted him. His relationship with Nian had many ups and downs. Every time they were about to make some progress, unexpected events would get in the way. By the time he came out of the bathroom, Nian had finished her call. What's wrong? Is there something going on? Huo Yan sat down without continuing the previous topic. The earlier atmosphere had been interrupted, and bringing it up again felt awkward. Well, I have to go back tomorrow. Nian leaned back. Her vacation was over. Okay, let's go back together. Huo Yan gently stroked Nian's hair. Nian tilted her head, resting on Huo Yan's shoulder, and let out a soft sigh. Huo Yan didn't say anything else. He just quietly sat with her. When he felt her steady breathing on his shoulder, he chuckled softly. The girl had fallen asleep again. He carefully adjusted her position, laying her on the sofa with her head resting on his lap, so she would be more comfortable. Nian woke up from the movement, and Huo Yan gently patted her back. "Don't worry, go back to sleep." Nian looked at Huo Yan and then closed her eyes again, feeling reassured. She slept until she was awakened by the sound of Wen Renlin coming home. "Brother, you're back?" She climbed off Huo Yan's lap and rubbed her eyes. "Yes, why are you sleeping here?" Wen Renlin's tone was gentle as he sat down, giving Huo Yan a look that asked how he was taking care of his sister. "We were chatting, and she fell asleep." Huo Yan tried to get up but winced and sat back down. "What's wrong? Is your leg numb?" Nian turned to massage Huo Yan's leg. She had been sleeping for so long that it must have been uncomfortable.
"I'm fine."
Huo Yan took her hand that was massaging his leg and shook his head with a smile. "Humph." Wen Renlin couldn't help but chuckle at Huo Yan's exaggerated act. "Brother, what are you doing?" Nian called out, surprised that her brother was teasing Huo Yan when she had made his leg numb. "I'm okay, it will be fine soon." Huo Yan replied with a light laugh. Wen Renlin thought Huo Yan was quite something. Men and women shouldn't be too close. "Let me massage him." Wen Renlin stood up and pulled Nian aside, sitting next to Huo Yan. "Then I'll head upstairs." Nian stood up, feeling reassured to leave the two of them downstairs. "You don't need to massage him." Seeing Nian leave, Huo Yan tried to stand up too, but was firmly held down by Wen Renlin. "Don't go. I haven't massaged you yet." "Good boy, you've learned about yin and yang, right?" "I said it's not necessary." Huo Yan gritted his teeth. Was he trying to break his leg? "Don't mention it." One wanted to remember, and the other wanted to forget. The two of them were pushing and pulling on the sofa, and the scene was not very graceful. "What are you two doing?" Nian's hesitant voice came through. What were they up to? "Nothing much, just playing around." "Hee hee, why are you back down again?" When Renlin pushed Huo Yan away, the position was a bit awkward. "Oh, I just wanted to tell you that I'm going back tomorrow. You guys keep playing, I'm really going upstairs this time." Nian gave them a meaningful smile and turned to go upstairs again.
"Huo Yan."
He didn't want to play with Wen Renlin, he wanted to play with Nian. "Can you pay attention to your image?" Huo Yan glanced at Wen Renlin with disdain. "If you hadn't provoked me first, Nian is going back tomorrow?" As he spoke halfway, Wen Renlin remembered the main point Nian mentioned and decided not to argue with Huo Yan about what just happened. "Yes, she has work tomorrow. Did you make plans with someone tomorrow?" Seeing Wen Renlin's expression, Huo Yan laughed. "Such good news. You really are clever." He was right. He did have something planned for tomorrow. He mainly didn't expect Nian to leave suddenly. They had just made plans today. "Don't worry, I'll accompany Nian back." Huo Yan patted Wen Renlin on the shoulder. "Then I really thank you." Wen Renlin brushed off Huo Yan's hand. Although he pretended to be annoyed, he felt reassured knowing he would be with Nian. The next day, Huo Yan and Nian returned to Kyoto early in the morning. Knowing Nian had something to do, Huo Yan didn't linger after dropping her off at home. He left promptly. Nian notified Hanzhan to come over and waited for him in the living room after changing her clothes. She tapped her fingers on the table, wondering why she was suddenly called back for a meeting. Things had been quite peaceful lately, and she had just felt comfortable leaving for vacation. She couldn't figure it out until Hanzhan arrived. "Commander, let's go." Nian walked out first, with Hanzhan trailing behind, looking hesitant. "Commander, what's wrong with you?" Nian stopped and turned to look at the hesitant Hanzhan. She was puzzled. Why was he being so slow today when he was usually so straightforward? What did he want to say? "Be careful. I overheard my grandfather on the phone saying you might be in trouble." Hanzhan took a deep breath and said everything, knowing it wasn't a pleasant matter. "Are you going back to be an undercover agent?" Nian laughed, saying that this guy has really made something of himself. "Just be careful," she said. Hanzhan ran out to drive, looking a bit like he was escaping. Nian shook her head with a smile and slowly walked outside. Did she have a problem? It shouldn't be anything serious, otherwise she would have received some news. Whatever, she thought, one step at a time. There will be a way when the car reaches the mountain. When she arrived at the meeting room, she was surprised to find she was the last one to arrive. Usually, she was among the first at this time. What's going on today? It seemed something big was about to happen. She nodded to everyone and quietly took her seat. She noticed several people were looking at her, some with concern and others with curiosity. Notably, Elder Peng showed no shame in his schadenfreude. Nian believed that if it weren't for the meeting, he would have definitely mocked her. Interestingly, the ones paying attention to her were all from the military district. Was there a problem over there? But what trouble could a casual worker like her have? She didn't involve herself in military matters. Soon, she would find out the answer. Today was indeed different. Usually, these meetings were led by the second-in-command. But today, the top leader was also present. When she saw the person entering behind the two leaders, her pupils contracted. It was him. No wonder those people were looking at her strangely. The second-in-command also looked at Nian with a hint of worry, clearly concerned about her being affected. "Welcome back, Comrade Liang," the top leader said, and the room erupted in applause, clearly familiar faces. "Yun, let me introduce you." The top leader specifically called Nian's name. "Yun, this is our Navy Major General Yang Qi, the youngest Major General in all three armed forces before you." The second-in-command smiled and reminded Nian that although these two were from different branches, their positions did not conflict. However, it could easily be manipulated by those with ill intentions to create a rivalry between them. Liang Qi had been on a mission for a long time, but before Nian, he was undoubtedly the most prominent figure in the military. Young and accomplished, he had a bright future ahead. Now, those words were gradually being applied to Nian as well, and Liang Qi might have his own opinions about her. Moreover, he was a direct protege of the top leader. If he clashed with Nian, it would indeed be a significant problem. "Liang Qi," he said, extending his hand and smiling at Nian. "Nian," she replied, shaking his hand briefly before they both took their seats. When the top leader spoke, Nian finally learned the reason for her being called back. Nature is not welcoming Liang Qi, but rather the upcoming military exercise. In this joint military drill, the leaders hope that the young people will take the lead. The two youngest major generals are naturally at the forefront, assisted by an experienced Air Force veteran. Nian looked at the two leaders in shock, wondering if there was a mistake. She is not like Liang Qi, who holds real power as a major general earned through actual military achievements. There is no issue with Liang Qi being in charge of the Navy. But how did she become a major general? Everyone present knows the answer. If she is put in charge of the crucial army, it could lead to chaos. Are they planning to take advantage of the situation? However, in such a setting, she could not voice her doubts. Since the leaders made this arrangement, they must have a backup plan, right? Sure enough, when the meeting ended, the top leader said, "Little you, come with me for a moment." Nian put aside her chaotic thoughts and followed. Once in the office with the two leaders, the top leader said, "Little you, do you have concerns about this matter?" The leader smiled. "Sir, I am aware of my limitations." Nian's face was tense. This was indeed beyond her capabilities. This decision was made out of necessity, the second leader sighed and explained. Although this is a military exercise involving the three branches of the military, many are paying attention to it. Compared to neighboring countries, their commanders are quite old on average. They have many excellent young people, but there are very few at the general level who can lead a military exercise. Promotions are easier for regular positions, but this level requires consideration of many factors. Over the years, only these two young major generals have emerged. That's why they secretly recalled Liang Qi from his mission to work alongside Nian. She shouldn't worry too much. Although the older generals cannot participate directly, they can help her select capable assistants. Hearing this, Nian felt relieved. There was no way to be uneasy now. The leaders had said what they needed to say, and she could not refuse. Finally, the top leader patted Nian on the shoulder. "Little you, don't underestimate yourself. I have a lot of confidence in your abilities." "Yes, sir. I will complete the task." The top leader was pleased with Nian's attitude and encouraged her a bit more before letting her leave. After stepping out, Nian did not rush to leave. The second leader's earlier look suggested he had something to discuss with her. After waiting in her office for a while, she indeed received a message from the second-in-command asking her to come over. Xiao, I've thought about it, and I'm still worried. Be careful with Liang Qi. I'm afraid he might try to trip you up. The second-in-command sighed. Although the higher-ups had told Liang Qi to support Nian, he still had doubts. Could Liang Qi really be selfless? After all, Nian's presence had taken away much of his spotlight. Okay, I will be careful, Nian replied seriously, thinking there was something important to discuss. Also, about selecting a deputy, no matter whose person it is, if you think someone is not suitable, just remove them. The joint military exercise held every 3 years is the quickest way for ordinary troops to achieve merit, and many want to get their people in. This matter is serious and cannot afford any mistakes. Don't worry, I'm not afraid of offending them. She didn't care about personal connections. Well, as long as you know what you're doing. The second-in-command was momentarily taken aback by her straightforwardness, then chuckled. Her personality was refreshing. They had confidence in her for this reason. They were hesitant to rely on overly worldly young people. After reminding her of a few precautions, he let Nian leave. After leaving the second-in-command's office, Nian let out a sigh of relief. She was exhausted. She called Han Zhan to prepare to head back. Sir, just now, Director Lin said for you to call him. Han Zhan dutifully reported that while waiting for Nian to come out, Director Lin's guard had come to inform him.
Okay.
Nian took out her phone, raised an eyebrow at the number of messages. Never mind, she would call old Lin first. Xiao, are you done with your work? Yes, do you need something? We're having a welcome gathering for Xiao Liang at the restaurant here. If you have time, come join us. Old Lin's voice was a bit low, filled with hints. Old Peng and Old Li were chatting with Xiao Liang on the side, and it didn't sound good. The key was Liang Qi's confusing attitude. He kept smiling, making it hard to tell what he really meant. It was better for Nian to go and check it out rather than let herself be taken advantage of. All right, I'll head over. Nian agreed and followed the address given by Old Lin. Upon arriving at the door of the private room, she politely knocked before entering. To her surprise, the room was filled with familiar faces. Everyone present, whether good or bad, had some connection with Nian, and their intentions were clear. No wonder Old Lin wanted her to come. It hasn't started yet, and people are chatting in small groups. When Nian entered, the room fell silent for a moment before the conversations resumed.
Come here.
Old Lin waved to Nian, who was sitting with Old Han and Old Hua. Nian walked over and greeted them. You're here too. Nian looked at Old Hua. Besides him, everyone else was from the military. Liang Qi wasn't a soldier, so he probably didn't have much connection with Old Hua.
I have some ties with the Liang family.
Old Hua sighed, wondering for whom he had maintained that connection. Liang Qi's situation seemed similar to hers. He didn't have family here either. But clearly, this wasn't the time to discuss that. Old Lin pointed to another side. Look, those two are probably praising you a lot. Over there, Old Peng was animatedly talking to Liang Qi. Without needing to go over, Nian knew they were likely boosting her reputation, making Liang Qi feel overshadowed. We feel sorry for you, they might say. Is that all? It's fine. Nian was indifferent. Don't take it lightly. Their major general status is real. Also, Old Lin pointed upwards, leaving the rest unsaid. Don't worry, let's eat. The dishes started to arrive, and everyone began to take their seats at the table. Nian and Liang Qi, being the youngest, naturally sat at the end, next to each other. Seeing their seating arrangement, everyone looked on with amusement. These two sitting next to each other. Wouldn't they start a fight? Old Peng was the first to raise his glass, claiming it was to welcome Liang Qi. Everyone lifted their glasses, creating a lively atmosphere. Liang Qi also toasted everyone. Then he raised his glass towards Nian. Major General Yu, may I toast you? I don't drink. As soon as Nian finished speaking, come on little Yu, we old folks can skip it, but you should at least give Liang some face. Old Peng laughed, seemingly trying to smooth things over, but secretly stirring the pot. After so many encounters, he understood Yu Nian's personality. The more he said, the less likely she was to give in. Old Peng, do you sell water pipes? Yu Nian suddenly said something completely unrelated. What do you mean? Old Peng was taken aback, not understanding why she said that. She's asking why you meddle so much. Liang Qi smiled, clarifying for Old Peng.
Haha. Pfft, cough.
Little Yu is really humorous, haha. The older gentleman couldn't help but laugh. Old Peng really did seem to meddle too much. But what did Liang Qi really mean? Which side is he on? You. Old Peng was so shocked he nearly fell over, struggling to find his words. Old Peng, little Yu is just joking with you. We're getting old, and there's a generation gap with the young ones. Yeah, little Yang and little Yu get along just fine, right? Hearing this teasing, Old Peng wanted to retort, feeling it was unfair. Major General Yang is excellent. Yu Nian took a sip of water, hiding a smile. Major General Yu is too. The mutual compliments between the two left everyone a bit stunned. Wasn't it supposed to be tense? How did it turn into mutual flattery? You. Old Peng stammered again. Had he just talked to Liang Qi for so long and this kid didn't listen at all? I get along well with Major General Yu. Liang Qi mimicked Old Peng's tone in response. Very friendly. Yu Nian added, and the two were in perfect harmony. Major General Yu, since we get along so well, let me share some news with you. Liang Qi glanced meaningfully at Old Peng. I'm all ears. Director Peng and Director Li have some concerns about you, especially with the upcoming military exercise. You should be careful. Liang Qi leaned closer to Yu Nian, speaking loudly enough for everyone at the table to hear. He gave Yu Nian a look, suggesting he was looking out for her, just in case something went wrong. Thank you for the warning, Major General Yang. What nonsense are you talking about? Yeah, don't just make baseless accusations. Old Peng and Old Li were anxious. This was serious, and they couldn't take that responsibility. The success of the mission was all thanks to Yu Nian. If anything went wrong, Liang Qi could easily shift the blame onto them. Had he lost his mind, being so taken by Yu Nian? The two directors talked to me for a long time, just to team up against Major General Yu? I've turned over a new leaf. Liang Qi spread his hands innocently, digging a hole for them. Directors, it's fine if you're against me, but the military exercise is a big deal for our entire department. You two should prioritize the bigger picture. Yu Nian's words firmly placed the blame on the two of them. If the exercise went smoothly, all was well, but if there were issues, these two would have a hard time explaining themselves. Everyone could see the situation developing. These two seemed to have known each other for a long time. But since they said it that way, they could only accept it. One was the current leader's close associate, and the other was the successor's close associate. Would they dare to report on them? As long as these two people don't do anything harmful to the country's interests, these trivial matters can't affect them at all. Are you trying to set me up? General Peng, where is this coming from? Wasn't it you who approached me first? What Liang Qi said was true. Everyone could see that. General Peng and General Li took the initiative to engage with Liang Qi, and now trying to shift the blame isn't so easy. All right, you two are really something. General Peng stood up, feeling dizzy with anger, almost sitting back down. Fortunately, General Li helped him, and the two old men, fuming, supported each other as they left. The others also began to say their goodbyes. There was no need to stay any longer. These two were clearly on the same side. In the end, besides the two major generals, only Elder Lin and Elder Han remained. Oh, and the stubborn Elder Hua, who stayed behind. Let's talk, what's going on? Seeing that there were no outsiders, Elder Lin looked at Yu Nian and spoke. They all knew about her connection with the young man from the Hua family, Elder Hua could be considered an ally. I know him, that's all there is to it. Yu Nian leaned back in her chair, speaking casually. Haha, I've known Major Yu for about 10 years now. Liang Qi's words shocked the three old men. 10 years?
How old was Yu Nian back then?
How did they meet? Don't worry, he can't trick me. I'm leaving, Yu Nian said plainly, clearly not intending to explain further. She stood up, kicked Liang Qi's chair, and motioned for him to follow her. "Excuse me, gentlemen. I'm taking my leave." Liang Qi followed Nian out. The remaining three exchanged glances, momentarily speechless. Elder Ho was the first to react and hurriedly left. He needed to inform his young third son about the situation. After leaving, Liang Qi got into Nian's car. "You've grown up." Liang Qi looked at Nian with a hint of nostalgia, remembering how small she was when they first met. "The one who hasn't grown is a dwarf."
"Hey you."
"After all these years, you're even more infuriating." Liang Qi laughed. The once quiet girl had become quite articulate. "I'm not here to reminisce with you." Nian remained indifferent. "All right, what is major you need from me?" "I saw Liang Sheng." At this, Liang Qi's carefree demeanor instantly changed. He's doing well." As they spoke, the car had already stopped. Nian opened the car door and got out, with Liang Qi following her. "Is this your home?" "Not really. I brought you here to rob you." Nian rolled her eyes. Wasn't that obvious? How could she bring him to someone else's house? "I didn't provoke you, did I, little catfish?" Liang Qi sighed. How had he annoyed her? She always spoke so sharply. "Liang Qi, try saying that again?" Nian turned around and threatened softly. That annoying Liang Qi had given her such an ugly nickname just to make her talk back then. Who calls a girl catfish? Okay, Nian, that's enough. Liang Qi raised his hands in surrender. He was scared of her. As soon as they entered the house, they saw Wen Renlin in the living room. Wen Renlin was surprised to see Nian come back with a stranger. It was the first time he had seen her bring someone home. Wen Renlin stood up. "This is my brother, Wen Renlin. This is my colleague, Navy Major Liang Qi." Nian briefly introduced the two. "Major Liang, nice to meet you." Wen Renlin extended his hand first. "Hello, Mr. Wen Ren." They shook hands, and Wen Renlin politely invited Liang Qi to sit down. He was still a bit puzzled. A colleague? It seemed strange for Nian to bring a colleague home. "This is Liang Sheng's twin brother." After they sat down, Nian added,
Saw thee."
Wen Renlin coughed, surprised. He hadn't expected this colleague to have that connection. "Fraternal twins," Liang Qi explained, noting that he and Liang Sheng looked quite different. Just by appearance, no one would guess they were brothers, let alone twin brothers. Their father was a military doctor in a peacekeeping force, and their mother was a war correspondent. At that time, their mother had an interview assignment at their father's station, and since it was in a relatively peaceful area, she brought the brothers along to reunite with him. Unexpectedly, a sudden conflict broke out in the usually peaceful area, and their parents lost their lives in that chaos. The brothers were separated during the turmoil. He was lucky to be found later by his father's colleague and brought back home. But Liang Sheng was missing, and it wasn't until many years later, while on various missions, that he finally got news of Liang Sheng. The brothers managed to reconnect. However, he sensed that Liang Sheng was not very warm towards him as an older brother. Given Liang Sheng's influence, he probably already knew about him. But before he found him, he had never reached out. Qing Long walked over, holding a box, and placed it in front of Liang Qi, interrupting his thoughts. "Well, take care of your brother's things." Nian raised her chin, urging Liang Qi to take the items away. Liang Qi opened the box and was almost speechless. "Did Liang Sheng give you this? What kind of relationship do they have for Liang Sheng to give such an expensive gift to Nian? Your brother is bothering me, and as his brother, you share some responsibility." Nian confidently shifted the blame to Liang Qi, even though they weren't close.
"All right."
Liang Qi smiled wryly, clearly aware that Nian didn't think much of his brother. He couldn't help but feel that the world was small. He never expected Liang Sheng to know Nian. "Are there guests at home?" Huo Yan walked in from outside, and Nian was a bit speechless at his arrival. Well, Huo Lao was just here, and this old man really, given his formal attire, he must have come from some event. Was it really necessary? Huo Yan, Liang Qi. This time, Nian's introduction was brief. She only mentioned their names. The two shook hands, and Huo Yan took his usual seat next to Nian, claiming his territory. "Nian." I'm going upstairs, you two can sit. These three probably had a lot to discuss. Nian stood up and went upstairs, leaving her brother to deal with the mess. She would rather use this time to research military exercises. Although Lin Lao and the others said they would choose a good assistant for her, she just needed to lead the team. However, she still needed to prepare. She couldn't leave her fate in someone else's hands. If this level of military exercise failed, the consequences would be unimaginable. After Nian went upstairs, the atmosphere among the three downstairs was not very harmonious. Huo Yan looked at Liang Qi with a scrutinizing gaze. He had heard from his elder that this person had known Nian for quite a while. Major General Liang is Liang Sheng's brother. Wen Renlin maliciously added, successfully noticing Huo Yan's changing expression. Huo Yan couldn't help but grit his teeth. Were these brothers targeting him? After getting rid of the younger brother, the older one came after him. Truly relentless. I also consider myself Nian's brother, Liang Qi added, suggesting that his relationship with Nian might be closer than with his own brother. This statement caused Wen Renlin to change his expression as well. Having a biological brother wasn't enough. Why come to compete for someone else's sister? In that case, no one would have it easy. This Huo Yan is your brother's rival. Karma had come back around, hitting Liang Qi. In just a few sentences, all three men felt the tension rise. In the end, it was Liang Qi who broke the silence first. Don't blame me for Liang Sheng's troubles. I'm not close to him. And as for Nian, I've known her for many years. I just see her as a little sister. I'm not trying to take your sister, and definitely not your girlfriend. He sighed, understanding why these two had a grudge against him. Huo Yan's relationship with Nian was clearly special, and Liang Sheng, his rival, giving her such an expensive gift spoke volumes. As her older brother, he had become an easy target. He also knew about Wen Renlin's connection with Nian since he returned. He needed to clarify that he wasn't trying to take her sister. After his explanation, the expressions of the two men softened. However, they still didn't treat him kindly. Even though he posed no threat, just being Liang Sheng's brother was enough to annoy them. Liang Qi wisely decided to leave. He wanted to contact Liang Sheng and find out what was going on. When Renlin politely saw him to the door. Although he wasn't fond of him, he had to show some courtesy since he was an old acquaintance and colleague of his sister. After sending him off, the two sat silently on the sofa. After a long while, Huo Yan sighed. What was going on? Wen Renlin couldn't help but feel sorry for him. His path had been tough enough, and now a brother from the Liang family had suddenly appeared. In the evening, when Nian came downstairs, she found Huo Yan still at her house. Was he really that free? During dinner, when Renlin casually asked about Liang Qi. Not only Huo Yan, but he also had some concerns about this person. He didn't want his sister to have a mysterious brother suddenly appear. Have you known Liang Qi for a long time? About 8 or 9 years. I met him while following my master to their military district. Nian thought for a moment, realizing it must have been when she was around 12 or 13. They were at a newly built military base on a small island in the south, where she had gone with her master to solve communication issues. They stayed there for nearly half a year. Did you travel around so much at such a young age? Huo Yan looked at her with concern, and so did Wen Renlin. Their own upbringing wasn't any easier than Nian's. In fact, it was often more dangerous. They felt indifferent about their own experiences, but imagining Nian in those situations made them ache for her. No matter what, they had families behind them, while Nian was all alone. Now, looking at the thriving and successful Major General Yu, how had she managed all those years? I didn't have it as bad as you think. Nian sighed. Why did these two look like they were about to cry? Was her situation really that bad? Liang Qi takes good care of you, right? When Renlin set aside his earlier discomfort, he should be grateful to those who had shown kindness to Nian. Liang Qi is like a mentor to me. My first mission was with him. Nian's gaze seemed distant. He taught me how to defend myself. Killing? Both of them exclaimed in shock. What's wrong?
You scared me.
Nian snapped back to reality from their loud voices. Was it really that surprising? What were their identities to react this way? especially her brother, who had seen it all firsthand. Huo Yan clenched his fists tightly and took a deep breath to calm down. I just didn't expect you to not be afraid. Huo Yan tried to keep his voice steady. A 12-year-old girl killing? I forgot. I guess I didn't feel anything special. Nian tilted her head in thought, struggling to remember. Perhaps it was because the situation was urgent, and she didn't have time for any emotions. It wasn't that complicated. Liang Qi's mission was to rescue a hijacked cruise ship. Her mentor happened to be away from the camp, so she volunteered to go. She knew that, even without her, they could complete the mission. But with her there, they could minimize casualties. Liang Qi took her along for that reason. She was small, and the people on the ship didn't see her as a threat. That was her first time killing, and she couldn't recall how it felt. But she remembered Liang Qi giving her a big smile, praising her for being so capable. With her pointing out the positions of those people, the mission went smoothly. Thinking back to when they left, Liang Qi had killed a few people whose identities were uncertain. That was also Liang Qi's first lesson for her. No matter the situation, she must not expose herself. The most important thing was to protect herself. Of course, in the mission report, she was invisible. Otherwise, Liang Qi would have faced consequences. After they completed the mission and returned to the camp, Liang Qi frequently checked on her, worried about leaving her with any psychological scars. Once he realized she was genuinely fine, he told her something she still remembered clearly. Good thing you were in the army. After she returned, Liang Qi visited her a few times, but he became busier, and they hadn't seen each other in years. You're truly my sister. Wen Renlin's words carried a hint of humor, but his expression was somewhat tense. In his first official interaction with Nian, he witnessed her bloody side. At that time, he probably admired her. Now, looking back, all she feels is heartache. I'm going to be busy for a long time. Nian changed the subject, wanting these two to stop dwelling on her past. What are you busy with? Huo Yan asked, playing along. Nian talked about the military exercise. She couldn't avoid the tedious preparations over the next few months. Poor child, Wen Renlin patted Nian's head, making it hard for this lazy person to show up on time for work. Don't pat my head. I still need to grow taller. Huo Yan swatted Wen Renlin's hand away, his tone full of humor. Exactly. So annoying, Nian agreed. Her dream of growing taller had never faded. That means you'll be spending a lot of time with Liang Qi, right? Wen Renlin said mischievously, and Huo Yan's smile instantly vanished. The smile didn't disappear. It just shifted to Wen Renlin's face. You're overthinking it. He's busy too. Nian rolled her eyes, wondering why he was getting more childish as he got older. Sigh. Wen Renlin shook his head. Clearly girls are more outgoing. This was just the beginning. He wasn't supporting her brother at all. After lunch, Nian felt like she had forgotten something important. But after thinking for a long time, she couldn't remember. Oh well, it might not be important. Until the next morning, when she usually replied to messages, she suddenly remembered. She had forgotten about Zhou Xian and Xiao Mubai. Those two clever ones didn't say anything and just went ahead, and by then, they were already back. Since she was going to Liang Qi's welcome dinner at noon, she only told Xiao Mubai to pick up Zhou Xian and wait for her to finish before discussing it. But that reminder made her forget. After calling Zhou Xian and learning that she had already returned with Xiao Mubai, Nian felt relieved. Zhou Xian told her that her school matters were settled, and when school started in a few days, Nian just needed to check in on her. After setting a time with Zhou Xian, she hung up the phone. Just as she was about to lie back down, she remembered her important responsibilities. Reluctantly, she got up to wash up and change clothes. After breakfast, she headed straight to the military district. Her two assistants, Lin and the others, had already prepared everything for her. They needed to finalize the key personnel for the military exercise over the next few days. As soon as she arrived at the office, people kept coming to visit her. Most were just trying to get in her good graces, and Nian welcomed everyone, letting Han Zhan collect the documents, saying she would make decisions after reviewing them. Most of the people who were recommended are capable, as important positions cannot be filled by just anyone. If something goes wrong later, Those who recommended them won't escape responsibility. These individuals are usually careful not to create trouble. In addition to those recommended, there are also selections from the military, and the stack of documents is overwhelming. A team was directly assigned from the cybersecurity department. They gathered thorough information and eliminated those who were not qualified. This task took over 2 days. Finally, I took the filtered documents to Mr. Lin's office for approval. "You did a great job, my dear. We old folks feel reassured," he said with a big smile. Seeing Mr. Lin's cheerful face made me frown. Was I being used? No wonder people were sending documents to me without hesitation. It seemed these older gentlemen had given their approval. They were using me to clean up the military. "Mr. Lin, you are openly using me," I said. "You girl, you express it better than I do." "We are cooperating sincerely," he replied. I rolled my eyes and decided not to argue with him. "I've left the documents here. I need to rest for 2 days due to mental exhaustion."
"Good. You should take a proper break."
Mr. Lin smiled, pleased that I completed the task ahead of schedule. The remaining 2 days could be considered a vacation for me. "Is it really that easy?" I asked, suspicious, since he usually rushed me as if the sky would fall if I was late. "Whether you rest or not is up to you." "I will rest. See you later." As I left, Mr. Lin smiled proudly. The girl thought she could trick him, but he had her figured out. After leaving his office, I didn't linger and immediately called Hanjan to go home, hoping to avoid any trouble. "What's wrong with you?" Hanjan asked while driving, noticing my distracted state. I knew not taking a position in the military was the right choice. I sighed, realizing I wouldn't reconsider that in the future. Hanjan nodded, somewhat understanding, but as the leader's guard, he would follow wherever I went. "Do you want to come with me, or stay with the team?" I offered him a choice. "With you," he answered without hesitation.
"Hanjan, you should think about the path you want to take," I said.
I could help him, not considering it.
"All right."
Nian was speechless and decided to go along with it. She would talk to old Han about this matter another day and let him discuss it with Hanjan. When Hanjan was quiet and unnoticed, being her guard helped him. Now, that support was minimal. She could assist Hanjan in advancing, but she couldn't elevate him on her own anymore. She was just a nominal major general and likely would remain so in the future. She had no ambition in that area. If Hanjan wanted to achieve something in the military, it was necessary for him to separate from her. After discussing this topic, both of them fell silent. They returned home without a word. "I need to rest for 2 days. Are you going home?"
Nian asked Hanjan.
"I'm not going back." Hanjan replied coldly and turned to go to his room. What's wrong with him? Wen Renlin, who was discussing matters with Qinglong, found Hanjan's unusual mood curious. Hanjan was Nian's loyal supporter, and this was the first time he had shown her a cold face. Nian sighed and briefly explained what had just happened.
"Hanjan has his own thoughts.
As long as he is satisfied, you don't need to worry too much about anything else," Wen Renlin advised Nian, considering Hanjan's future and feeling he shouldn't be stuck just being a guard for her. The problem was that Hanjan might not think the same way. Moreover, as an older brother, he secretly hoped Hanjan would stay by Nian's side. Hanjan was a responsible guard, especially attentive to Nian's matters, and he felt reassured with him around. It wouldn't be easy to find someone else who could match him. "I'll go check on him." Qinglong slipped into Hanjan's room. He still got along well with them. "I'll head up first." She hadn't had much free time these past 2 days and needed to rest. "Okay, rest well. I'll call you when it's time to eat." When Renlin urged her to take a break, knowing she had been working long hours, thinking about the intense workload for several more months made him feel a bit sorry for her. He instructed the housekeeper to have the kitchen prepare more nourishing food for the young lady. As for cooking himself, he was aware of his limitations. He couldn't treat his sister like a test subject. As soon as he entered the study, he received a call from Huo Yan. "Has Nian come home?" Huo Yan got straight to the point, as he had sent messages to Nian that she hadn't replied to. Usually, even when she was busy, she would find time to respond. "Yes, she's home resting." Now, Huo Yan called without any small talk, purely using him as a tool. Then I'll go see her in a bit. Knowing Nian was home put Huo Yan at ease. As soon as he said one word, Huo Yan hung up. Wen Renlin couldn't help but laugh in frustration. Typical of him, just using someone and then tossing them aside. He turned to leave, forgetting why he had come to the study in the first place. The butler saw him come out and rolled up his sleeves as he headed to the kitchen. He hurried to catch up, wondering what the master was planning to do. "Sir, our young lady has had a tough time these past few days. Maybe you should avoid cooking." The butler tried to advise gently. "Do you really think you can handle that? What if something goes wrong with the young lady's meal? I'm not cooking for you, Xiaonian."
Huh?
"Sir, I'm getting older here." The butler was even more worried. Not cooking for the young lady? Then who would he cook for? "Huo Yan is coming." Wen Renlin gritted his teeth and spat out a few words. Was this old man serious? Could he really make something harmful? He kicked the butler and the chef out, not allowing them to enter. "Sir, please take it easy," the butler called out anxiously from the kitchen door. Soon, there was a loud clatter of pots and pans coming from the kitchen. The others outside felt their hearts race, hoping the master wouldn't destroy the kitchen again. After more than half an hour, Wen Renlin emerged and signaled for them to go back to cooking. They entered the kitchen, realizing their master had a talent for creating a chaotic atmosphere all on his own. They could never make such a mess together. The butler was the last to enter and saw a few people gathered around the table, looking at something. Curious, he leaned in. What were they doing instead of cleaning the kitchen? "What is this?" "Not sure, the master made it." The group stared at the dish for a long time, but couldn't identify the ingredients. Since the master made it himself, they couldn't taste it either. Even if they were allowed, they wouldn't dare to eat it. Who knew what it was? The butler leaned in for a closer look but couldn't figure it out either. It didn't smell like anything. He had no idea how the master managed that. "Make sure to serve it far from the young lady," the butler warned, concerned she might accidentally eat it. Feeling pleased after cooking, Wen Renlin returned to his room for a shower. When he came out dressed, Huo Yan had already arrived. "Here so soon? Didn't he say Yu Xiaonian was resting? Why was he in such a hurry to see him?" "I have something to tell you." Huo Yan's expression was serious, indicating it wasn't good news. "What happened?" Aside from matters concerning Yu Xiaonian, it was rare for Wen Renlin to see Huo Yan looking this way. Recently, Liangsheng has been making moves, and it seems he wants to come this way. His people are moving around a lot, which makes him a bit uneasy. Wen Renlin was taken aback and stopped joking. Huo Yan and Liangsheng have been in a silent struggle for many years. If Liangsheng had this intention, he wouldn't have waited until now. He would have acted sooner. His sudden actions now make it hard not to think that he might be after Nian. Wen Renlin doesn't believe Liangsheng poses any real threat to Nian. What worries him is that Liangsheng might be serious about pursuing her. Whether he is trying to annoy Huo Yan or for some other reason, it's not a good situation. When Nian came downstairs, the two of them quickly hid their expressions. There was no need for Nian to know about Liangsheng's little schemes just yet. She has been busy enough and doesn't need to be distracted by this. Once they confirm Liangsheng's intentions, they can tell her later. For now, she finally has some time to rest. "I'm hungry, are you eating?" Nian didn't notice anything unusual and called them to eat. Huo Yan eat more. Wen Renlin served Huo Yan some food. Both of them were used to Wen Renlin's occasional odd behavior. Just as the food entered Huo Yan's mouth, his expression froze for a moment before returning to normal. "Renlin, why not let Nian come to my place?" Huo Yan took a sip of water.
What?
"I'm afraid you'll starve her," Huo Yan said flatly, wondering what strange dish Wen Renlin had just served him. "Brother, did you cook again?" Nian said with a mix of amusement and disbelief, realizing why he had served Huo Yan food. But which dish did he make? Everything looked normal today. At least her brother has improved. Whether it's edible or not, at least it looks good. Wen Renlin waved his hand, and the butler quickly took the dish away. Just a few steps out, they heard the butler cough. He had been careless. He thought the third master had suddenly improved. Curiosity can lead to improvement, Wen Renlin said, expressing his determination to keep trying next time. Not allowed. Agreed. They couldn't handle any more surprises. After dinner, Huo Yan was about to take Nian for a walk when she received a phone call and went upstairs. Wen Renlin patted Huo Yan on the shoulder. She's busier than we are right now, and this state will likely last a long time. His comfort sounded a bit like schadenfreude. Take good care of Nian and don't use her as a test subject. Huo Yan felt a bit uneasy, hoping he wouldn't focus on his cooking skills. Don't worry, I'll just test you. Wen Renlin gritted his teeth, feeling it was unnecessary to get involved. After sending the person away, he went back to the kitchen, determined to prove himself. In the morning, when Nian came downstairs, Wen Renlin was on the phone in the living room. Seeing her come down, he quickly ended the call. Why are you up so early? Shouldn't you be sleeping in today? Going to Jingda, I have an appointment with Xiao Xian. Wen Renlin remembered she had a student there. Do you want me to drive you? He stood up, as he had no plans for the day. Is Hanzhan still mad? Isn't it a bit much not to drive her? Miss, I'm not angry. Cough. When did you come out?
You startled me.
Nian felt a bit awkward, glad she hadn't said anything bad about him. I've been here. I'll go get the car. After Hanzhan left, Nian elbowed Wen Renlin.
Don't remind me.
Wen Renlin dramatically clutched his chest, blaming his bad eyesight on the unfortunate situation. What happened to your hand? Wen Renlin raised his hand, revealing a red mark on the back. Nian frowned, wanting to take a closer look, but he quickly pulled his hand back. It's nothing, just a little bump. Hurry up, or Hanzhan will get mad waiting. Wen Renlin teased, trying to distract her. Would he really mention getting burned while sneaking into the kitchen last night? No way, he had his pride. Just remember to put on some medicine. I'm leaving now. It didn't look serious, just a red mark, so Nian expressed her concern and headed out. Once in the car, Nian wanted to say something to lighten the mood.
Hanzhan.
Miss, heading to Jingda?
Yes.
Caught off guard by Hanzhan's question, Nian decided to stay quiet. At the entrance of Jingda, Nian called Xiao Xian, asking her to come to her car. Once inside Jingda, Nian and Xiao Xian went to the office to complete the paperwork. Xiao Xian happily held her card. It wasn't just a student ID, but also her lifeline. Do you want to head back or explore a bit? Nian asked Xiao Xian, now that she was a student at Jingda. Either is fine, I'll follow you, Jia. Xiao Xian was in a great mood. Then let's check out the computer science department. It's registered under her name. She shouldn't get lost later. Sounds good. They strolled slowly towards that direction, not too far away. Miss you, Miss Xiao? Two people were stopped and exchanged glances. It was clear who could stop them. Miss Jiang, what a coincidence. Xiao Xian forced a smile and greeted Jiang Jianian. What brings you here? Jiang Jianian seemed quite pleased. Here. Xiao Xian waved her student ID. Miss Xiao is. Professor Yu, you're here? Jiang Jianian was interrupted by someone approaching. Professor Yu? Although Jiang Jianian was a teaching assistant in the Chinese department, she recognized many professors from popular departments. The person approaching was a professor from the computer science department, named Professor Yu Nian. Jiang Jianian seemed to remember something, and her smile faded slightly. Yes, I brought a graduate student. Professor Yu pointed to Xiao Xian. Hello, Professor. Xiao Xian politely bowed, showing respect despite her bold personality. Hello. Professor Yu, please don't leave. I need to talk to you about something. The professor smiled somewhat flatteringly, as Professor Yu hadn't been around for a while due to a previous incident with the principal. They felt awkward about bothering her, but now they finally saw her. However, this smile might be interpreted differently by others. Okay, you go ahead. Professor Yu nodded in agreement. Professor Yu, please wait for me. I'll be back soon. The professor hurried off to the office building, eager not to miss her. So, Professor Yu is from the computer science department. Jiang Jianian spoke with a hint of ambiguity.
Yes.
Professor Yu is my mentor. Do you have any concerns, Miss Jiang? Xiao Xian forced a smile, noticing the change in Jiang Jianian's expression. No, I just heard there was a special professor in the computer science department who didn't hold regular office hours. I didn't expect it to be you. Jiang Jianyan's expression remained somewhat stiff. Then you must not have expected that I'm here for graduate studies. Zhou Xian's smile became more genuine. It seemed that the proud Jiang teacher looked down on them. Professor Yu smirked. From Miss Jiang to Teacher Jiang, Zhou Xian was not one to lose out. Of course not. Since you're here to study, your studies should come first. Jiang Jianian either didn't catch on or was oblivious, as she still acted like a mentor. Zhou Xian was almost amused. Did she really think she was her teacher? Was she also belittling Professor Yu? Miss Jiang, we'll take our leave now. Zhou Xian wanted to argue back, but seeing Nian speak, she could only stand there, feeling frustrated. Professor, wait for me. When Nian walked away, Zhou Xian ignored Jiang Jianian and turned to chase after Nian. She called out a couple of times, worried that Jiang Jianian wouldn't hear the word professor. Sister Yu, didn't that professor just say he was looking for you? Catching up to Nian, Zhou Xian remembered this detail. I was just joking with him. Nian said casually, knowing that if she got caught up with those professors, she wouldn't be able to leave for a while. You're amazing, sister. Zhou Xian gave a thumbs up, proud of her sister. Watching the two walk away, Jiang Jianian stood there, lost in thought. Sister Yu, why didn't you let me confront Jiang Jianian just now? You have quite the temper. After all, she was Xiao Mubai's girlfriend and hadn't done anything wrong. They weren't on the same page, so it was better to keep a distance. Zhou Xian would definitely make a scene, which wasn't necessary. Didn't you hear what she said? Who does she look down on? Zhou Xian mumbled, still feeling a bit upset. Want to have lunch together? Nian ignored her complaints and looked at a message on her phone, asking Zhou Xian if she wanted to join for lunch. Fu Jingyi had sent a message in the group, asking if anyone wanted to come eat at the club. Sure. Zhou Xian immediately shifted her focus, nodding eagerly. She got into the car with Nian, no longer dwelling on what had just happened. When they arrived at the private room, Fu Jingyi and Huo Yan were already there, while Wen Renlin and Xiao Mubai had not yet arrived. Xin. Hearing Fu Jingyi call her, Nian instinctively turned to look at Zhou Xian, who also reflexively looked back, only to find no one at the door. Was Fu Jingyi calling her? Are you crazy? Zhou Xian rubbed her arms, feeling goosebumps. Had he lost his mind? Nian sat down, her gaze shifting between the two, wondering if Fu Jingyi was serious. Huo Yan chuckled and waved his hand in front of Nian's eyes, telling her not to stare. Nian swatted his hand away, annoyed. So nosy. She shot him a glare, asking him to be quiet. Not crazy. If you want to come home with me, shouldn't you get used to it first? That makes sense. Zhou Xian thought for a moment. If she was at his house and suddenly heard Fu Jingyi call her that, her reaction might give her away. So, shouldn't you change how you address me? Fu Jingyi encouraged her gently. Okay, Jingyi. Zhou Xian, not one to be shy, confidently sat down next to Fu Jingyi. That's right, let's consider this a rehearsal for today. Fu Jingyi smiled as he poured water for Zhou Xian, helping her get used to his care. Nian watched with interest, and Zhou Xian, who was initially fine, started to feel a bit uncomfortable under her gaze. Sister Yu, are we practicing? Yes, little fish has made our Xian shy. Fu Jingyi calmly added. Fu Jingyi, brother, please act normal. Zhou Xian was starting to feel overwhelmed. She really didn't have those thoughts about him, and it made her a bit scared. Isn't it practice?
Fu Jingyi looked innocent.
Do you need me to join your practice? Huo Yan suddenly spoke up. Fu Jingyi felt he wouldn't say anything good and was about to decline. How do you join? Zhou Xian asked, a bit confused. I'll act as your dad and mom with Nian. Fu Jingyi was speechless. This guy really knows how to take advantage of everyone with one sentence. When Renlin walked in and looked at the few people sitting there in a daze. What are you all doing? He casually sat down next to Nian. Huo Yan said he wants to be Little Fish's dad and mom. Fu Jingyi immediately reported. Zhou Xian gave him a blank look, She remembered Huo Yan said to act as dad and mom. He changed one word, and it became a big problem. As expected, Wen Renlin's face darkened. Are you trying to be a dad? I'm just joking, acting as their dad and mom. Nian explained helplessly. If she weren't in between, Wen Renlin might have reacted. It will happen sooner or later. Huo Yan added fearlessly. Stop messing around. Nian pressed down the rising Wen Renlin and shot Huo Yan a warning glance. Why does he always provoke her brother? Are you all meeting the parents? Nian decided to shift the focus to the instigator. Ahem, Sister Yu, don't make it sound so mysterious. But when are we going? Zhou Xian turned to ask Fu Jingyi. Whenever you're ready. Fu Jingyi maintained his usual demeanor, making the others feel a chill. Is he a drama king? Fu Air, what has gotten into you? Nian was speechless. Was he pressured by his family? Is he that fragile? Xiao Mubai isn't going crazy, but he is? Little fish, change your nickname. Fu Jingyi stated he wouldn't accept the name Fu Air. Jingyi Nian suddenly found it amusing and mimicked Zhou Xian's earlier tone. I was wrong. Fu Jingyi quickly raised his hand in surrender, as if the glares from the two were about to become physical. Zhou Xian laughed heartily, saying he deserved it for being reckless. While a few people were joking around, Xiao Mubai rushed over. I'm exhausted, just ran over. As soon as Xiao Mubai entered, he started shouting. What are you doing here? Seeing Zhou Xian, Xiao Mubai's eyes widened. He pulled out a chair and sat down next to Zhou Xian. I can do what I want. Does it concern you?
Du xin sở not con ly.
What were you doing? Nian asked curiously, noticing Xiao Mubai was dressed in a suit, which was unusual for him. Don't even mention it. My brother dragged me into a business meeting. Xiao Mubai sighed, finally managing to escape. I can't live like this. Really? Zhou Xian scoffed. It sounded like he was being punished. Ridiculous. How is it not serious? You try it. Xiao Mubai retorted, feeling frustrated, while Zhou Xian stood there unbothered. I've tried, you're just too weak. Zhou Xian mocked without mercy. Ugh, my temper. My temper isn't great either. Seeing that the two were about to argue, Fu Jingyi intervened. Xin, stop it. It's time to eat. He pulled Zhou Xian to sit down properly. Xiao Mubai was about to speak but held back, looking shocked at the others. Am I hearing things? Xin, did you all hear that? I heard it. Huo Yan confirmed. I forgot that Xiao Bai didn't know. Let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend. Fu Jingyi waved Zhou Xian's hand in front of Xiao Mubai. Nian's expression changed, realizing the implication. Oh, pretending, but why did he really introduce her to Xiao Mubai? Zhou Xian, for some reason, didn't refute Fu Jingyi's words and obediently sat down. Xiao Mubai stood there, mouth agape, unable to process what was happening. Stop being shocked. Sit down and eat. Wait, Lao Fu. What are you thinking? Xiao Mubai sat down in a daze, feeling completely bewildered. Had the world changed so much in just a few days? Fu Jingyi and Zhou Xian? What a strange pairing. What do you mean? Fu Jingyi casually served Zhou Xian some food, speaking nonchalantly. How could you be with this guy? Who are you calling a fool? Zhou Xian threatened, raising her fist, warning him not to test her. Xiao Bai, be polite. From now on, you should call me sister-in-law. Cough. What are you talking about? Sister-in-law? Xiao Mubai's voice rose sharply. What nonsense was old Fu saying? Cough, behave. Zhou Xian was also surprised by Fu Jingyi's words, but smoothly continued the conversation. Are you shameless? I called you. I'm shameless. I gave my face to you. Is that okay?
Du xin Vito.
Seeing that the two were about to argue again, Fu Jingyi pulled Zhou Xian up and switched places with her. By separating them, they finally calmed down and could eat in peace. Come on, who wants to drink? Xiao Mubai poured himself a glass from the bottle. Huo Yan shook his head, and Nian definitely didn't drink. I have things to do this afternoon. Fu Jingyi also shook his head. I'll drink a glass with you. Wen Renlin said helplessly. Xiao Mubai eagerly poured wine for Wen Renlin. Having someone to drink with was better than drinking alone. After the meal, Wen Renlin didn't drink much, but Xiao Mubai successfully got himself drunk. You all go ahead. Let him rest here. Wen Renlin told Fu Jingyi to let them go about their business. Xiao Mubai clearly wasn't going anywhere anytime soon. Zhou Xian had things to do in the afternoon, so she left with Fu Jingyi first. Xiao Mubai was still swaying and tapping the table. Where is everyone? Why aren't you drinking? The others ignored his drunken ramblings, and Wen Renlin prepared to call someone to take him to the guest room to rest. Nian, should I take you home to rest? Huo Yan asked Nian, as she probably hadn't had much rest lately. Nian nodded, and the two were just about to get up to leave. Little fish, don't go. Xiao Mubai stumbled to his feet and grabbed Nian. What's wrong?
You
listen to me. I need you to remember this. Remember what? Nian asked with interest, wondering what he wanted her to remember in this state. Remember. It doesn't matter what to remember.
But you
must remember. Nian thought he might be about to reveal a truth after drinking. Okay, I'll remember.
I'm leaving now.
Nian said dismissively, letting him enjoy his drunken state.
You
remember. Men are no good. Xiao Mubai's shocking words made Huo Yan, who was walking out with Nian, stumble. He turned to look at him. If he weren't drunk, he would have given him a good punch. Yes, Xiao Bai is right. Wen Renlin nodded seriously, looking very much in agreement. But you're a man too. Huo Yan frowned. Wen Renlin was really trying to make things difficult for him. I am your brother.
Yes.
Yes, you are my brother, you are right. Wen Renlin's words successfully drew Xiao Mubai's attention to him. He started to drink and act foolishly, giving Nian and Huo Yan a chance to leave. Should we go back or take a walk? After they stepped outside, Huo Yan asked Nian. Since returning from the villa, they hadn't had much time together. Let's go back. I still need to look up some information. Nian sighed. Although it was supposed to be a break, she couldn't escape her tasks. Are you tired? Yeah, a little. It had been a while since she worked so intensely, and it was indeed tiring. It's all Wen Renlin's fault. He felt sorry for Nian, but he couldn't help her with her work or convince her to give up. After thinking it over, he could only blame Wen Renlin for not taking care of her. Not really. Nian found it amusing. Her brother's busy work had nothing to do with her. He was just venting his frustration, and if Wen Renlin heard, there would be more arguments. After dropping Nian off, Huo Yan was about to leave. Why don't you sit for a bit? Seeing him turn back repeatedly was a bit pitiful. Isn't Nian busy? Won't this delay your work? Even though he said that, his body quickly returned. A few minutes won't matter. Nian chuckled. Huo Yan's contradictory behavior was quite endearing. Huo Yan felt satisfied. At least Nian was willing to take time to humor him, or rather, to keep him company. Unfortunately, they hadn't sat for long when Wen Renlin returned. The two stared in shock at Wen Renlin's appearance. What was going on? His hair was messy, his shirt was all wrinkled, and was a button missing from his collar?
Brother, what happened to you?
Were you robbed? Huo Yan completed Nian's unfinished question. You were the one who got robbed. Wen Renlin gritted his teeth. Who would dare to mess with him? I only get robbed by Nian. I willingly go to her.
Nian.
He really knew how to insert himself into the conversation. Do you even have any shame left? Wen Renlin looked down on him. Brother, what on earth happened? Nian was still curious about how her brother ended up like this. Is Xiao Bai planning to marry you? Huo Yan's comment reminded Nian of the last incident involving Xiao Mubai and Han Zheng. She immediately looked at her brother with curiosity. Really? Is it true? Wen Renlin. This guy really enjoys watching everyone's drama. However, let's satisfy her curiosity, or she won't be able to sleep. Xiao Mubai didn't want to marry him. He had a more explosive idea. He wants to save Fu Jingyi.
Huh?
What does that have to do with you? Nian asked curiously. Without asking, it was clear she took Fu Jingyi and Zhou Xian's situation seriously. The question is, if he wants to save Fu Jingyi, why bother her brother? He insists that I should flirt with Zhou Xian. Wen Renlin gritted his teeth. He wouldn't let go if he didn't agree. Xiao Mabai isn't like Han Jing. He can't just knock him out for not listening. With his small build, he was afraid of hurting him.
Ha ha, he really is something.
Nian laughed uncontrollably, nearly falling over. Huo Yan supported Nian to help her sit properly, also unable to hold back his laughter. Xiao Mabai really had ideas. Zhou Xian would act like a cat seeing a mouse when she saw Wen Renlin. If he really tried to flirt with her, it would scare her to death. All right, you two chat. I'm going upstairs. Satisfied with her curiosity, Nian happily went upstairs. How's it going over there? After Nian went upstairs, the two stopped joking.
Hard to say.
Huo Yan shook his head, looking serious. Don't worry too much. Maybe we're overthinking it. When Renlin patted Huo Yan's shoulder to comfort him. I'll go back in a few days. It's not just about Liang Sheng. It's also about the Princess Anna that Nian mentioned last time. He had already found out the details and needed to go back to handle it, while also diverting her attention. If she came to Huagua, it would definitely involve Nian. Usually, it would be fine, but with Nian so busy right now, he couldn't add any unnecessary trouble for her. Go with peace of mind. I'll take good care of you, Xiaoyan.
Thank you.
Is Wen Renlin really sending him off?
Can he not say that?
After a pleasant 2-day holiday, Nian started her busy work again. In the military district office, Nian was reviewing the key personnel lists from various military districts. Her brows gradually furrowed as she tapped her fingers on the desk, staring at the information in front of her. Han Jing wasn't there, but it wasn't that she was specifically looking for news about him. She was just paying more attention to her own military district, so she looked a little closer. Upon closer inspection, a problem arose. Han Jing was not on this list. She made a call to check if there were any disciplinary issues with Han Jing in the army. If there were, then it was understandable that he didn't make the list. But if not, then something was wrong. Han Jing's personal abilities were unquestionable. Even in the general military district, he would stand out. Such a person being removed from the list for no reason suggests something is off. Nian quickly received feedback that Han Jing was doing fine in the military. He hadn't broken any rules or been assigned any tasks. If there were objections to the list, the normal procedure would be to send it back for the local team to coordinate with the other military district and verify the details before reporting back. The problem is that this process wastes time and creates a lot of room for manipulation. Although Han Jing can be a bit foolish, he is still one of their own, and they shouldn't let others take advantage of him. Nian picked up the office phone, hesitated for a moment, and then put it back down. Instead, he took out his mobile phone and dialed a number. Xiao? A somewhat uncertain voice came from the other end. Commissioner Wang. Haha, does Major General Yu have any instructions? Commissioner Wang was puzzled to receive a call from Nian. He was the political commissar of the Western Military District. Although he had Nian's contact information, this was the first time he was calling. They had received the notice for the military exercise long ago, but if it were official business, shouldn't he have called the office? If it were personal, they had been in the same military district for many years, but they didn't really have any personal matters. Commissioner Wang, I won't beat around the bush. Why is Han Jing not on the submitted list? Han Jing? Commissioner Wang fell silent for a few seconds before responding with a question. It seemed he was trying to recall who Han Jing was, but Nian felt he was more concerned about how to respond to him. As a top personnel officer in the military district, Commissioner Wang couldn't possibly have no impression of this person. Right, I haven't heard of him making any mistakes recently. He was quite a character in the Kyoto military district. Nian's voice carried a hint of amusement, as if they were chatting casually. It was a clear signal, I know this person, so handle it accordingly. I'll arrange for someone to verify this immediately. Commissioner Wang felt a weight in his heart. Indeed, there was a problem. Okay, I'll wait for the news. Nian hung up the phone, slowly wiping the smile off his face. This matter could be serious or trivial. She had already given them enough leeway. Commissioner Wang understood the hint and realized that Nian contacting him privately was a sign of respect. He directly had someone resubmit the list. He was indeed aware of the situation, so there was no need for further investigation. He just didn't expect that it was someone Nian knew who was being sought after so quickly. When his old colleague had brought up this matter, he had hesitated. This young man was indeed very talented, but he was too proud and could easily offend others. It's easy to break when it's just been made, but it's good to temper his character a bit. I didn't expect him to have a strong background and the confidence that comes with it. Given Nian's status, how could she only know ordinary people? Sighing, she got up and went to old Li's office. This was supposed to be a small matter, but now that Nian brought it up, he had to go admit his mistake to the old leader. Nian quickly received the revised documents. Han Zheng replaced someone in a position, and Nian looked at the two sets of documents. It seemed he had offended the person he replaced. Shaking her head, Han Zheng was somewhat similar to Han Zhan. Both were stubborn and not very smooth in dealing with people. However, Han Zheng was more aware of social nuances than Han Zhan. Relying on the Han family, he didn't need to worry about others' opinions, so he thrived in the military district in Kyoto. But in a place where no one knew him, this disadvantage became obvious. Nian didn't deny his talent, but he wasn't so exceptional that people would overlook all his flaws. Han Zheng was indeed quite stubborn. Even facing unfair treatment, he didn't seek help from his family. Perhaps she should mention to old Han that after this military exercise, Han Zheng should stay in Kyoto. After being away for so long, he should understand the warmth and coldness of human relationships. The old man probably placed him so far away to help him recognize his shortcomings. There are some things he can never grow from in Kyoto. Turning the pen on her desk, Nian chuckled self-deprecatingly. She understood this principle since she was 10. If she could, she... The pen in her hand hit the desk with a soft sound. Nian picked it up and tossed it into the pen holder. There are no ifs in this world, and she didn't need that kind of if. She now had a loving family and a Huo Yan who was always ready for her nod. She could still reach this point on her own, and the ambition in her eyes flickered and disappeared. The day after the revised list was submitted, Nian had just arrived at the office when old Han cheerfully came over. What a coincidence! She was just thinking of finding him. Little Yu, am I interrupting you? Not at all. Please have a seat. Nian left her desk and sat with old Han in the guest area. That's good. I'm here today to thank you. Old Han was still smiling, clearly in a good mood. He had known about Han Zheng's situation even before the list was submitted. After all, he was his beloved grandson, one he had high hopes for. How could he bear to throw someone away without a word? There has always been someone by Han Zheng's side, only reporting situations and not interfering in his matters as long as they don't endanger his life. When Han Zheng was notified of his replacement, he received the news. He just chose not to intervene. This military exercise was managed by Nian, and it was also from her military district. It wouldn't be appropriate for him to interfere. He couldn't neglect one grandson for the sake of another's future. He was trying to find a way to inform Nian about this, but he didn't expect her to handle it so quickly. You are overestimating me. Since I know, how could I ignore it? Nian said, unfazed. Regardless, I owe you a favor, Han Lao said with some emotion. He knew there was tension between Nian and Han Zheng, and for her to get this far showed her character. By the way, I have something to discuss with you. Nian changed the subject and brought up Han Zhan's situation. After the military exercise, Han Zhan could advance further, and this was a good opportunity for him. There were some things that Han Lao couldn't do due to concerns, but she could. After listening, Han Lao fell silent and sighed for a long time. Little Yu, as long as you are willing to keep him, let's respect his personal wishes. He knew Nian genuinely cared for Han Zhan, and he appreciated that. Han Lao smiled wryly. Sometimes, the choices of these younger generations might not be worse than the paths he laid out for them. Han Zhan had some flaws in his character, but he wasn't foolish. He knew what he was doing. All right, as long as you understand. Nian was satisfied with Han Zhan, and since Han Lao supported her decision, she didn't say more. During lunch, she received a call from Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian excitedly told her that her brother and mother had come today. She took them to Jing University and told them that Yu Jia was her mentor. As expected, They happily agreed to let her stay in Kyoto. They even donated some money to Jing University to support underprivileged graduate students. Her mother wanted to invite Jia to dinner, but she declined. Then her tone changed as she began to complain. Jia, you have no idea. That woman Jiang Jianian is like a lunatic. Xiao, Baiqi really has no standards. Zhou Xian started to vent. She was truly upset today. If it weren't for wanting to reassure her mother, she would have confronted Jiang Jianian properly. What happened? Unian put her phone on speaker and placed it on the table while eating, listening to Zhou Xian complain. Everything was going smoothly today until she ran into Jiang Jianian just as she was about to leave. She didn't like that woman and planned to leave after a polite nod. However, Jiang Jianian unexpectedly grabbed her and started lecturing her as if she were a teacher. She said that since Unian was at Jingda, she should study hard and not waste time. The implication was that Unian couldn't teach her anything and should find a different mentor. Jiang even mentioned that as a teacher, she couldn't stand to see her wasting time and wanted to talk to her mother about it. Zhou Xian was both angry and amused, thinking who Jiang Jianian thought she was. My mentor is great. Miss Jiang has overstepped. You're just a lecturer at Jingda. You have no authority over me. If she weren't somewhat rational, knowing her mother was watching from the car, she would have wanted to slap that woman. After saying this, she ignored Jiang Jianian's expression and got into the car. Unian, do you think that woman is really crazy? Zhou Xian asked. Crazy, came the reply, not from Unian but from Han Zhan, who was eating with her in the office. Hearing this made him look a bit cold. Wow, you scared me.
Han Shan.
Yeah.
Right?
That woman is really strange.
Exactly.
With someone agreeing with her, Zhou Xian became even more animated, continuously complaining about Jiang Jianian's odd behavior, and Han Zhan was very supportive. Unian was speechless. One was daring to speak, and the other was daring to listen. When she returned from the restroom, the two were still going on. All right, it's time to work. Unian sighed and put her phone away. If she didn't stop them, they might talk until dark. Busy days always flew by, filled with meetings and research. As the military exercise approached, she became increasingly busy. Huo Yan had left Kyoto some time ago. Although he texted her every day, due to the time difference and her hectic schedule, they barely managed to chat. Occasionally, when she replied to Huo Yan, he would call her after knowing she was done with work, but their conversations were brief as he urged her to rest. Wen Renlin also didn't want to take up too much of her rest time. At first, he would wait for her to return at night, but after seeing her tired face during their chats a few times, he stopped waiting, allowing her to rest as soon as she got home. However, he made sure the kitchen prepared nutritious late-night snacks for her. As time went by, Unian's work finally reached a temporary pause. In the morning, when Wen Renlin was having breakfast, he was surprised to see Unian coming down from upstairs. Usually, she would have left by this time. Taking a break today? Yes, I can rest for a few days. Unian sat down and Wen Renlin asked the kitchen to prepare breakfast for her. Are you done with work? I'm heading north in a few days, so I have some time to rest before I leave. The initial preparations were finished, and they would set off for the military exercise site soon. You look thinner. You need to eat more. Wen Renlin felt a bit sorry for her. He had noticed how hard Unian had been working, but he couldn't help much. I'm not. Sometimes, when a brother thinks you are thin, you actually aren't. Even though she had been busy, she still ate well every day, plus the kitchen prepared soup for her late-night snacks. She might have even gained a little weight. How can you say that? You finally have a break. Why not sleep a bit more? Wen Renlin insisted that she looked thin. I'm used to it. I wake up at this time. Unian felt a bit helpless. She wanted to sleep more, but she woke up early. After lying down for a while without feeling sleepy, she finally went downstairs. After finishing breakfast, Unian lazily lay on the sofa. In the past, Wen Renlin would have pulled her up by now, but today he hoped she would relax a bit longer. What are your plans for today? Wen Renlin brought a plate of fruit and placed it in front of Unian. I don't have any plans. Are you going out? Besides work, she didn't have much of a social life. Naturally, She preferred to relax at home. Yes, I'm meeting someone and we'll be back for lunch. He hadn't planned to return, but since Nian was home, he wanted to have lunch together. Buy a cake. Okay, what else do you want to eat? Wen Renlin was quite indulgent about Nian's love for food. People shouldn't be too indifferent to their desires. He hadn't seen her express many preferences, so he wanted to satisfy this rare interest. I'll let you know if I think of anything else. Alright, call me if you need anything. I'm leaving now. Okay, go ahead. Nian waved her hand. Wen Renlin felt helpless and stood up to leave. Wait a moment, Qinglong, has Hanzhan returned? Princess, your guard left last night, Qinglong replied seriously. This time he can really take a break. That was good. She had told Hanzhan to take a few days off. Recently, he had been opposing her, saying it depended on the situation. After Wen Renlin left, Nian sat up and called Huo Yan. He should be getting ready for bed soon, so he should have time to talk. Nian, are you awake? Huo Yan's voice was still gentle. Yesterday, Nian had messaged him saying she would be resting for a few days. Yes, how about you? I just got back and was about to call you. Huo Yan chuckled softly. He and Nian really seemed to understand each other well. He had been thinking about calling her right around the time she should be getting up, and then he received her call. That's quite a coincidence, returning so late. Nian's tone carried a hint of amusement. Did you miss me a little? Just a little bit.
Just a little bit is enough for me.
Huo Yan's laughter came through the phone, making Nian feel his happiness clearly. You are easily satisfied. Nian changed her position and looked up, startled to see the butler standing nearby. Wait a moment, she said to Huo Yan on the phone. She looked at the butler leisurely. When did he arrive? Was he eavesdropping on her call? Miss Wen Renjing and Miss Wen Renxiao are here to visit, the butler reported seriously, as if he hadn't just been standing there quietly. Do you think I know who they are? Nian looked at the butler, puzzled about which young ladies had come to visit. This is a long story. Then make it short. She wondered why she hadn't noticed before how chatty this butler was. One is the daughter of the master's third uncle, Wen Renji. One is his biological daughter, and the other was adopted. The adopted one's fiancé is from Kyoto. The butler explained in one breath. Let them in. The butler went to carry out the order. What's this? Are people from the Wen Ren family bothering you? Huo Yan's words hinted at being unreasonable, but she liked it. All right, you should rest early. Okay, don't let anyone bully you. Huo Yan warned, though he knew it was unlikely she would be bullied. Got it. After hanging up, the butler brought in Wen Renjing and Wen Renxiao. There was also a man behind them. Was he the fiancé? Nian glanced at the group entering behind the butler. The two girls. The shorter one had a gentle smile, while the other appeared more flamboyant. The man was plain-looking, but Nian didn't have a good impression of him. Miss, this is Miss Wen Renjing, and this is Miss Wen Renxiao. The butler introduced Nian, saying that the shorter one is Wen Renjing, and the taller one is Wen Renxiao. The man ignored them completely. He had no idea who they were.
Please take a seat, he said.
Nian nodded at them. Wen Renxiao smiled at Nian and sat down first. Thank you, miss, Wen Renjing said shyly, smiling and sitting down after expressing her gratitude. The man sat between the two sisters, observing them. Nian discreetly rolled her eyes at the butler, wondering who was really related to whom. They talked about many things, but the most important details were left out. Jing were sisters, so let's not be so formal, Wen Renxiao said. Hearing the title miss, a hint of disdain flashed in Wen Renxiao's eyes. Wen Renjing just smiled and remained silent. Nian watched their interaction thoughtfully. It seemed that Wen Renjing was adopted, and the man beside her was her fiancé. To be honest, they didn't seem like a good match. Is it okay if I call you sister? Wen Renxiao turned to Nian with a big smile. That's fine, Miss Wen Renxiao, Nian replied. While she didn't mind, it didn't mean she would call her sister just because she asked. Nian showed little interest in the sisterly titles. Wen Renxiao's smile faltered. She didn't expect Nian to be so dismissive. The man beside her gently nudged Wen Renxiao. Look at me. I forgot to introduce your sister. This is Wu Tian, Jing's fiancé. Wen Renlin's expression returned to normal as she pointed to the man, introducing him to Nian. Wu Tian stood up, leaned forward, and extended his hand, clearly wanting to shake hands with Nian. Nian remained still, her expression unchanged as she sat there. Now, both Wen Renlin and Wu Tian looked a bit awkward, while Wen Renjing stared at her shoes, showing no intention of helping them out. I was being rude, haha. Wu Tian chuckled awkwardly as he sat back down, feeling the unfriendly stares from those around him. Who is the fiancé here? Nian thought, amused, as she watched the situation unfold. It was odd for a sister to introduce her sister's fiancé, while the actual fiancé seemed invisible. You're joking, right? Of course, he's Jing's fiancé. She's a bit shy and doesn't talk much, Wen Renlin explained, her smile strained, unable to express her frustration towards Nian. She shot a fierce glare at Wen Renjing. Was she mute? Ah. Nian did not comment. Isn't the elder brother here? He's not. Why have you all come? Nian put down her phone and asked directly, not wanting to waste time. Zhou Xian sent her a message saying she heard Nian was home and wanted to visit. Sister, let's wait for the elder brother to return to discuss this. Wen Renlin smiled, but her eyes were cold, clearly implying that Nian had no authority. Then please leave. Nian directly asked them to go, thinking she would be happy to listen. Sister, we should go back. The young lady is getting upset. Wen Renjing tugged at Wen Renlin and whispered.
Nian, right?
We are the Wen family. You, an outsider, have no right to chase us away. Wen Renlin couldn't hold back and slammed the table, standing up. Just because she called her sister, did she think she was part of the Wen family? They were the true bloodline of the Wen family. She was just an outsider. Young lady. The butler stepped forward, and the bodyguards surrounded them. Miss Wen Renlin was really bold to shout at their young lady in her own home. Beside them, Wu Tian turned pale and desperately pulled Wen Renlin to sit down. Wen Renlin was startled by the sudden crowd and involuntarily softened. She had been provoked by Wen Renjing and acted impulsively. Nian waved her hand, and the bodyguard stepped back. It seems you are quite unhappy with me, the young lady. Nian looked at Wen Renlin with a half-smile. No, young lady, you misunderstood. She didn't mean it that way. We came to share good news. Jing and I are engaged. Wu Tian hurried to explain, knowing he couldn't defend them. Young lady, please help me. Wen Renjing, who had been quietly sitting, suddenly stood up and knelt on the ground. Nian frowned slightly, and the butler immediately had someone pull Wen Renjing up. Miss Jing, there's no need for that. Just tell the young lady what you need. She will help you. The butler helped Wen Renjing to another chair.
Nian.
Did this old man know Wen Renjing?
It didn't seem like it.
If he didn't know her, why was he flattering her? Afraid she wouldn't care?
Speak.
Well, considering how eager the old butler was, she should give him some face. She would deal with him later when everyone was gone. Wen Renjing, dare to speak nonsense and see what happens. Wen Renlin threatened, nearly exploding with anger. Two bodyguards stepped forward, standing in front of the two with a clear warning not to speak again. Miss, this is the second time I've met Wu Tian today. My family is forcing me to get engaged to him. With no obstacles, Wen Renjing wiped her tears and shared her grievances. She has a twin sister, and they were both adopted by their current parents. Their biological parents passed away in an accident when they were young, and their family had plans for them. However, since they were still little at the time, their adoptive parents tricked them into agreeing to the adoption. All the family support went directly to the adoptive parents, and the sisters had a difficult upbringing. After graduating from college, she started working, while her sister continued her studies and relied on their adoptive parents for financial support. She couldn't afford to offend them, which is why she was forced to come to Huagua to get engaged to Wu Tian. In reality, she felt no affection for him, but rather disgust. This was all because her adoptive father had business ties with the Wu family who wanted to use her to connect with Wen Renlin, who also lived in Kyoto. They were even eyeing her dowry, as girls from the Wen Renlin family received a substantial dowry when they married. Today, Wen Renlin came with her to prevent her from taking the dowry for herself. Nian frowned. As members of the Wen Renlin family, wouldn't Wen Renlin care about the situation? She picked up her phone and dialed a number. Send me the information on the Wen Renlin family. The call was to Xuanwu in our country, who had all the information on the Wen Renlin family. Wen Renlin, you ungrateful person. Do you have no conscience? Our family has supported you for so many years, and this is how you repay us? Wen Renlin glared at Wen Renlin as if she wanted to devour her. This little brat dared to play this game with her. The support for my sister and me has been withheld by you. It was enough to take care of us. Wen Renlin finally spoke up, directly retorting. Nian ignored their shouting. Xuanwu was very efficient. He had already sent over the information on the Wen Renlin family. While they didn't know the details of their home life, it was generally as Wen Renlin described. What do you think? Nian asked Wen Renlin. I hope the young lady can help us sever ties with our family. Wen Renlin seemed to see a glimmer of hope and was about to kneel, but someone next to her pulled her back. Nian was somewhat speechless. What era were they living in that people still kneeled so easily? Who do you think you are to meddle in our family's affairs? Wen Renlin immediately got angry upon hearing the conversation between the two. And then there was Wen Renlin, that little troublemaker. Their family raised her, and now she wants to cut ties with them? It's not that easy. Nian coldly glanced at Wen Renlin and said 2 words, shut up. The bodyguard standing in front of Wen Renlin immediately slapped her. He didn't hold back. Anyone who dared to challenge their young lady deserved it. Wen Renlin, who had just stood up to shout at Nian, was knocked back down by the slap. Her cheek instantly turned red and swollen, and a bit of blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. You. Wen Renlin covered her face and screamed, unable to speak clearly. She was the true young lady of the Wen Renlin family. How dare they hit her? Beside her, Wu Zhengtian shrank back in fear, regretting coming with them today. He had intended to take advantage, but ended up in this situation. Nian ignored her and called out to Xuanwu again. On the other end, he quickly answered, as if he had been waiting for her call. Go to Wen Renlin and tell him who I am. Also, inform him that the Wen Renlin sisters are cutting ties with them. Understood, young lady. Xuanwu didn't ask for reasons, and agreed readily. Sir. Hearing the voice, everyone turned around to see Wen Renlin returning, holding a box with a cake he bought for someone. Elder brother. Wen Renlin stood up and greeted him politely. What happened? Wen Renlin sat down next to Nian while opening the box. Elder brother, we need justice in this matter. Before Nian could speak, Wen Renlin couldn't hold back. She stopped covering her face, revealing her swollen cheek. Wen Renlin glanced at her and clicked his tongue, finding her quite unattractive. What kind of justice do you want? His tone was calm, revealing no emotions. Elder brother, isn't the young lady being a bit excessive? I am still a proper young lady of the Wen Renlin family. How can they just insult and hit me like that? Wen Renlin's voice was filled with indignation. Wen Renlin took a piece of cake from the box and handed it to Nian, wiping his hands. If you don't want to be part of the Wen Renlin family, just say so. He tossed a napkin on the table, not understanding her point. Elder brother, that's not what I meant. Disrespecting the young lady is the same as disrespecting the head of the family. Didn't Miss Wen Renlin hear that? Qinglong stepped forward, questioning if she had missed the notification. Wen Renlin was left speechless. She certainly knows, but still underestimated how much influence Nian has with Wen Renlin. The young lady can make decisions about the Wen Renlin family matters. Wen Renlin patted Nian, who was focused on eating cake. I'll change clothes first, you handle this. Nian looked at Wen Renlin in disbelief, wishing she had taken the cake upstairs to eat. You're back, and yet this is still my responsibility? Wen Renlin ignored Nian's protesting gaze and went straight to her room. Nian sighed and put down her cake. Qinglong immediately stepped forward eagerly. Young lady, how can I assist you? Send them back and ask the Wu family if they want to take charge of the Wen Renlin family? Nian glanced at Wen Renlin and Wu Jingtian. No, young lady, you misunderstood. Our Wu family absolutely does not mean that. I just came with them. This frightened Wu Jingtian. He wouldn't dare offend Wen Renlin. Before Wu Jingtian could say anything else, he was forcibly dragged out by the bodyguards. Thank you, young lady. Wen Renjing looked at Nian with gratitude. The young lady was their savior. Go back and find Xianwu. He will make arrangements for you. Don't try to be clever in front of me again. Nian looked at Wen Renjing calmly. She wasn't foolish. Wen Renjing had been provoking Wen Renlin. She only came to ask for help after seeing Wen Renlin turn against her. Using some tricks for oneself is understandable. People look out for themselves. However, when it affects her, it becomes unpleasant. I'm sorry, young lady. When Renjing's eyes were red, she truly had no other options. Usually, her brother wouldn't concern himself with these matters, and she hadn't had the chance to see him. Today was her only opportunity. Alright, you can go back now. Qinglong took Wen Renjing out and arranged for someone to send her back to the Wen Ren family. Only then did Nian turn to the butler, wondering what had just happened. The butler sighed, not hiding anything. He had come from the Wen Ren family with Wen Renlin and understood the family's affairs well. Their grandfather managed the family business very well. However, he wasn't skilled at handling family matters. He also didn't have time for these trivial issues. With so many people in the Wen Ren family, conflicts were inevitable. Wen Renlin was too lazy to deal with these matters, and over time, people stopped reporting them. Some of these issues were trivial, but some were not minor at all, and could even be considered scandals. For example, this incident with Wen Renjing. If she hadn't mentioned it herself, they wouldn't have known such things were happening at home. If they had known earlier, the master definitely wouldn't have ignored it. Now that there is a young lady at home, it would be great for her to help manage these household matters. With this beginning today, household issues will have a proper resolution in the future. So, I got myself into big trouble? Nian was speechless. He was quite thoughtful. The young lady is wise. Handling such small matters is a piece of cake for her. The butler quickly flattered her. The young lady handled today's situation very well, with solid reasoning. With the master backing her up, it couldn't be more perfect. Qinglong admired the butler and gave him a thumbs up. The butler truly was skilled at flattery, smoothly delivering compliments. Alright, I understand. Nian got the butler's point. He had just said it was a hassle. In fact, she was very willing to help Wen Renlin. The butler wasn't wrong. These weren't major issues, just a little time-consuming. Young lady, you truly are exceptional. Stop. Nian raised her hand to halt the praise. She appreciated it, but didn't need more. Young lady, Miss Zhou is here. Someone outside came in to announce. Please come in. Zhou Xian didn't come alone. She was followed by Xiao Mubai. How did these two end up together? Yujie, long time no see. Xiao Yuer, I haven't seen you in a while either. Xiao Mubai eagerly joined in, as if they were two children vying for attention. Why did you both come together? Nian was curious. Did they run into each other or plan this? Yujie, this idiot. Zhou Xian had a complicated expression. Xiao Yuer, don't listen to this tomboy. Xiao Mubai interrupted urgently. Hey, did you confess? Or should I expose you? I'll expose you, you silly idiot. Zhou Xian shot back at him. Tomboy, can you be a bit more civil? Nian was getting a headache from their bickering. They really knew how to stir things up. Stop arguing. What's going on? She cheated. Xiao Mubai blurted out. Huh? Nian was shocked. Zhou Xian cheated? With whom did she cheat, and what was the situation? You silly idiot, I already said that was my classmate. Zhou Xian was frustrated. Her former classmate from Hong Kong came to Beijing for work and stopped by to see her, and he was a guy. When they parted, she hugged the other person, which happened to be seen by Xiao Mubai, who was there to pick up Jiang Jiani. This guy insisted on chasing after her, accusing her of cheating. With that look, I thought you were the one being cheated on. When Renlin just came out of the room and heard their argument. What? I'm just angry for old Fu. Haven't you told him yet? Nian helplessly rubbed her forehead, looking at Zhou Xian. Was it really okay to deceive the child like this? Zhou Xian awkwardly turned her head. Xiao Mubai was acting like an idiot, not noticing anything strange.
Huh?
What are you talking about? Xiao Mubai looked confused, glancing back and forth between Zhou Xian and Nian. You broke up with old Fu? That's truly something to celebrate. Seeing that the two were about to argue again, Nian quickly spoke up. They're just pretending. You need to come up with a way for Fu Jingyi to use. It was rare to have a break, but this endless lawsuit was nonstop, and the morning was chaotic. What did you say? Xiao Mubai stared in shock at Nian, then turned back to Zhou Xian. Didn't you say you went home with old Fu last time? Go deceive his mom. Otherwise, why would he come looking for me? Zhou Xian felt confused. Otherwise, why would Fu Jingyi pretend to find a girlfriend? You? What he thought of as going home was clearly not the same as what Zhou Xian meant. Finally, it quieted down, and Nian's ears were finally at peace. Xiao Mubai still looked downcast during lunch, clearly affected. What's wrong with you? Zhou Xian sat next to Xiao Mubai and nudged him. Why was he so gloomy? It was just a little trick. It shouldn't be that serious. You wouldn't understand. Xiao Mubai replied weakly, unusually not arguing with Zhou Xian. Nian exchanged glances with Wen Renlin, both puzzled about what was wrong with him. After lunch, Zhou Xian remembered something else and frowned. Jia, every time I go to the department at school, the professors grab me and ask when you will come. The professors in their department all knew she was Jia's student, and each time she went, they would ask her. Jia could skip school, but she still had to go occasionally. I'll go tomorrow. Nian thought for a moment. She had indeed let them down last time. Since she had a few days off, it wouldn't hurt to visit. Then I'll go tomorrow too. Zhou Xian was happy, thinking how nice it was for Jia to give her this opportunity. Then I'll also go too. Xiao Mubai suddenly changed the subject mid-sentence. Both of them were a bit speechless. What does you can go to mean? If you want to go, just go.
Who can stop you? Who are you asking?
My brother is going to Kyoto University tomorrow, and I'm afraid he'll catch me. Xiao Mubai felt helpless. He really wasn't interested in the company matters. Come on, you're just scared. Zhou Xian mocked him without mercy. You're the scared one. If you don't go, you're a coward. Xiao Mubai couldn't stand being teased and immediately boasted, I'll go with you tomorrow. Wen Renlin was too lazy to deal with the two childish people and said to Nian no need. Is she a child? Does she need someone to accompany her when going out? I have something to do. Wen Renlin sighed. He hadn't planned to show up himself, but since Nian wanted to go, it was fine for him to join. Lin Ge, are you going to school for something? Xiao Mubai asked in surprise, his tone a bit strange. Zhou Xian instinctively disagreed with him. What are you talking about? Can't someone from a gang go to school? By the end of Zhou Xian's statement, he clearly felt something was off, his tone rising in question. Nian was also surprised. What could he possibly have to do at Kyoto University? Wen Renlin was almost amused by their expressions. It's for the same reason as going with Xiao Muhang. Wen Renlin replied irritably. He wasn't just about fighting, he had a legitimate company, okay? This time, he was going to invest in a laboratory at Kyoto University with the Xiao family. He just hadn't shown up himself before.
Ah, I see.
Xiao Mubai chuckled awkwardly. He had really forgotten about that. Nian laughed along. You all have fun. I'm going to take a nap. I'm so tired. Since they were no longer strangers, Nian didn't hold back. Oh, sister, you go rest. We should leave too. Zhou Xian quickly stood up, feeling guilty for delaying her sleep. Hey, I will go. Xiao Mubai wanted to say he wasn't leaving but was pulled out by Zhou Xian. Let's go, I need to talk to you. The two of them tugged and pulled their way out. Just as they left, before Nian could head upstairs, something else came up. Sir, Mississippi, the Wu family has sent someone.
Huh?
Wen Renlin paused. Which Wu family? This morning, they came with Wenren Jing and the others. Nian reminded him, saying she had sent those two back with a message. Do you want to meet them? Wen Renlin asked Nian. He wasn't interested in these matters and looked to her for guidance. Nian thought for a moment and nodded. Since she was already involved in helping Wen Renlin, she decided to completely eliminate any future problems for her. The housekeeper went out to gather people, and Nian also stood up. What are you doing? Why was she standing up? Wasn't she supposed to meet someone? I'm going to sleep. Nian had a look that said it was obvious. She had just said she was going to sleep. Are you giving me a task? Wen Renlin looked at Nian speechlessly as she let someone in, and then left. This shows I value you. I believe you can do it, and you should believe in yourself too. Nian seriously patted Wen Renlin's shoulder and, before he could react, ran out of the living room.
You Xiaonian.
As Wen Renlin gritted his teeth, Nian quickly ran up the stairs. She even turned around to cheer him on. With a mischievous child at home, what could Wen Renlin do but spoil her?
Pfft, cough.
Qinglong accidentally laughed and quickly turned away to cover his mouth. Qinglong, make sure to handle what the young lady asked. He couldn't just spoil you Xiaonian. He needed to take care of himself too. Qinglong. Indeed, lively situations aren't always pleasant and can easily turn chaotic. At dinner that night, Nian asked Wen Renlin if the Wu family's issue was resolved. Wen Renlin shamelessly said it was taken care of. Qinglong, nearby, felt frustrated but couldn't express it. He really wanted to grab Zhuchua's handkerchief to wipe his tears. He did the hard work while their master took the credit. The next morning, on the way to Jingda, why did you invest in this? Nian was a bit confused. Wen Renlin had a sensitive identity and had been intentionally controlling the company's scale. Logically, he should meet the standards for such a level of investment. Xiaomahang approached me. The follow-up costs are too high. The company wasn't large, but he had plenty of money. This project wouldn't see returns initially and required continuous funding, which most companies couldn't handle. The legendary rich but foolish person. Nian nodded seriously, indicating she understood. You Xiaonian, are you trying to reach for the sky?
Not really.
When Renlin sighed and tapped Nian on the head, she was getting more mischievous. After arriving at Jingda, Wen Renlin first took Nian to the computer science department before heading to meet Xiaomahang. Yujia, you're here. Zhou Xian happily ran over from the front. She had arrived earlier. Nian had sent her a message before leaving, so she guessed they would be arriving soon and came out to wait. It seems that Xiao Mubai has backed out at the last minute. We still haven't seen him. The two walked to the office and were warmly welcomed as soon as they entered. Zhou Xian was pushed aside, and a professor even nudged her, telling her not to block the way. Wasn't it just this morning that they praised her? When she came to tell the professors that Sister Yu was coming, they complimented her like a blooming flower. This sudden change is too quick. There was no choice but to wait patiently on the side. It wasn't until she received a message from Xiao Mubai that she slipped out. That guy had been brought here by his brother early in the morning, and she finally managed to sneak out while he wasn't paying attention. Zhou Xian went out and brought him in. When Nian managed to escape from the group of professors and returned to her office, she found the two of them playing games in her office. After learning the reason for Xiao Mubai's visit, Nian's expression became complicated. Xiao Mubai snuck out to play with Zhou Xian? The problem is they are at Kyoto University. Did he forget he has a girlfriend here? From their expressions, it was clear they didn't realize this, and she didn't feel like mentioning it. After sitting for a while, Nian received a message from Wen Renlin, saying he was done on his side as well. The three of them strolled slowly outside and happened to run into a group coming out of the office building. Xiao Mubai quickly hid to the side, and Xiao Yu didn't mention that his brother was also there. Zhou Xian was startled by his sudden movement and noticed the people coming out of the building, Wen Renlin, Xiao Muhang, and the mayor of Kyoto, Huan Nanchuan. No wonder he was hiding. Maybe she should avoid them too. Mubai? Xiao Mubai was crouched behind a tree, peeking out. What the? He jumped in surprise at the voice behind him and stumbled out. Turning around, he saw Jiang Jianian. Jianian, you scared me to death. Xiao Mubai patted his chest. People can really scare each other. Although he wasn't scared to death, his commotion attracted the attention of those in front. When he turned back, he saw Zhou Xian standing not far away, looking at him speechlessly. She had also wanted to sneak away, but with his loud voice, he really embarrassed himself. In front of them were several important figures, especially his brother, who was watching him with interest. Hee, what a coincidence, Xiao Mubai said, forcing a smile as he stepped forward. Brother Hua, you're here too, hee. Little Bai, what's going on here? Hua Nanchuan smiled at him, clearly familiar with his brother's friend. Mr. Xiao. Mayor Hua. Just as Xiao Mubai felt awkward, Zhou Xian walked over from behind, helping him out of the situation. Since he couldn't sneak away, he had to come over and greet them. Miss Zhou. The two exchanged smiles. At their level, even if they weren't close, they at least recognized each other. Haha, yes, I'm just joking around with this. Zhou Xian. Xiao Mubai immediately chuckled awkwardly, while Nian and Wen Renlin looked on in embarrassment. Jiang Jianian had been quietly following Xiao Mubai and tugged at his sleeve. Brother, this is Jiang Jianian, my girlfriend. Xiao Mubai finally remembered Jiang Jianian was there and introduced her to his brother somewhat awkwardly. Hello. Xiao Muqing's smile faded slightly as he nodded at Jiang Jianian. Hello, big brother. Jiang Jianian smiled warmly and slightly bowed.
Then
there was silence. Xiao Muqing thanked the vice principal who had escorted them and said his goodbyes. It must have been tiring for him to watch the show for so long. Principal Chi was absent, so the vice principal had hosted them. Aside from greeting Nian, who had come with them, he had just stood by watching. As they walked to the parking lot, Huan Nanchuan spoke up. Shall we have lunch together? Zhou Xian was the first to respond. I'm really sorry, Mayor Hua, but I have plans for lunch. I'll treat you another time. Lunch with them? No way. Right, we have plans. You all go ahead, hee. Xiao Mubai jumped in, also refusing. It turned into him and Zhou Xian having plans together. Zhou Xian rolled her eyes at him, though the others surely understood their meaning. But was he being too dismissive, not even coming up with a proper excuse? Alright, then you all have fun. Xiao Muqing smiled and went along, not exposing him. This was amusing. His girlfriend was right there, and instead of saying they were going on a date, he just followed what Zhou Xian said. The three of them stayed behind, watching the group get into their cars and leave. Once the cars drove off, Jiang Jianian spoke up. Mubai, why didn't you eat with your brother? Zhou Xian scoffed, giving Xiao Mubai a mocking look before turning to leave. This woman was not only bold but also quite forward. What were their statuses to eat with her? She was merely extending a polite invitation, and it would have sufficed to decline gracefully. Just being able to stand with them today was enough to earn her a glance of respect from that vice principal. Xiao Mubai rarely retaliated against Zhou Xian's mockery. Instead, he gazed at her back, slightly lost in thought. Miss Zhou, is this how you always are? Jiang Jianian also felt a bit displeased. She was a teacher at Peking University and Zhou Xian was a student there. It was one thing to show no respect, but to be sarcastic was too much. Let's go eat. Xiao Mubai did not respond to Jiang Jianian's question. Was Zhou Xian always like this? Of course not. She always appeared elegant and composed in front of others. Her behavior towards the unfamiliar Jiang Jianian clearly showed her disdain. But there was no need to explain this to Jiang Jianian. However, why did she act this way? Jiang Jianian was gentle and kind. What had she done to offend her? Could it be that because Jiang Jianian was his girlfriend, Zhou Xian held a grudge against her? Xiao Mubai was deep in thought when Jiang Jianian's voice brought him back. I thought you weren't hungry? Jiang Jianian teased with a smile. It's already noon, and I didn't eat breakfast. I'm starving. Xiao Mubai stopped thinking about those confusing matters and walked towards the school gate with Jiang Jianian. He had come with his brother, who had just driven away, leaving him behind. And that stubborn guy, leaving without offering him a ride. Why didn't you go eat with your brother just now? Jiang Jianian circled back to the topic. You know my brother always lectures me. Xiao Mubai replied vaguely, unsure why Jiang Jianian was fixated on this. There were so many people there. How could he just talk to you? Jiang Jianian continued to dwell on the topic, making Xiao Mubai frown. Jianian, our status isn't suitable for eating with them. Xiaomu Bai's words were still subtle. It was really just her who didn't fit in. After all, those people included his brother, Huo Yan's brother, Lin Ge, and Xiaoyu. They were gathered for serious discussions, and he was not interested in that. That's why he left, though Jiang Jianian was also a reason. If he went, it would be inappropriate to bring her, and it would also be inappropriate not to bring her. What's inappropriate about it? Didn't Miss Yu go too? Jiang Jianian questioned, confused. Was her status suitable? Why would you want to compare yourself to Xiaoyu? Xiaomu Bai stopped, surprised at her thoughts. Did she think she was comparable to Xiaoyu?
What do you mean by that?
Am I not worthy of comparison? Jiang Jianian was also upset. What did Xiaomu Bai mean by that? Nian is just relying on having a good partner and a supportive brother to become a professor at their school. Many people in her department are talking about it behind her back. There is an impressive person in the computer science department who is still a student but has already become a professor. The key is that this person hardly comes to school, yet no one dares to complain. Those in the computer science department have to treat her like a revered figure. Meanwhile, she works diligently at school and has achieved her position through her own efforts. She can honestly say that since being with Xiaomu Bai, she has never used his name to gain any advantage. Such a person is not even worth comparing herself to. Doesn't she feel guilty about everything she got through connections? Is it fair to those who work hard without any connections? Jianian, I don't understand why you think this way. But Yunyan is indeed someone we can't compare to, Xiaomu Bai said seriously. He was careful not to directly say that Jianian was unworthy. Do you think my background is not enough and that being with you is embarrassing? Jianian said with a self-deprecating smile. Yes, they are all wealthy, and in this regard, she does feel inferior. Is this the first time you learned about my background? If I cared about that, why would I be with you? Xiaomu Bai said, feeling a bit frustrated. This was the first time he saw this side of Jianian. Still, he patiently explained, when Nanchuan is the mayor and my brother is working on a project with Lin Ge that the city is very interested in. They're going for business, and it wouldn't be appropriate for us to tag along. Then why can Yunyan go? Jianian kept bringing it up, wanting an answer. Because Yunyan is impressive. Xiaomu Bai's expression darkened. He had never realized how difficult it could be when a woman became unreasonable. The only women he was familiar with, besides Jianian, were Yunyan and Zhou Xian, both of whom were straightforward and never played these games. I don't want to argue with you. Please calm down. I need to go, he said, leaving without looking back, leaving Jianian standing there. Jianian's eyes turned red as she bit her lip to hold back tears. Just because she mentioned Yunyan, Xiaomu Bai was ready to turn against her? He even left without eating, abandoning her. Is Yunyan really untouchable? Has Xiaomu Bai forgotten who his girlfriend is? On the other side of the restaurant, Yunyan was busy. Taking advantage of Wen Renlin's moment outside to make a phone call, she poured the food from her bowl onto a nearby plate, then grabbed an empty plate to cover it and pushed it aside. Perfect. Miss Yu, you seem quite skilled at this, Wen Nanchuan teased with a smile, impressed that Wen Renlin was raising such a child. Mayor Huo, you're quite dedicated. I thought you would take a few days off, Yunyan said, wiping her hands and looking leisurely at Wen Nanchuan. Why should I take a break? Wen Nanchuan asked, curious about her comment, knowing she likely had something sharp to say. Isn't Miss Zhao leaving in a few days? Shouldn't you spend some time with her? She replied, reminding him that their connection to the outside world would soon be cut off. Is something good about to happen for you, Nanchuan? Xiao Muheng asked with a smile, surprised he hadn't heard about it. He only knew that when Nanchuan had divorced. Was there a new romance? Don't listen to her nonsense. There's nothing going on, when Nanchuan said helplessly, wondering why Xiao Muheng was so nosy.
Oh.
So, there's really nothing happening? Yunyan teased, her tone playful. Wen Nanchuan, I admit I was wrong, he said, raising his hands in surrender. He shouldn't have said anything about her. He was wrong. Yunyan, like his brother, never let anything slide. What did you do wrong? Wen Renlin returned just in time to hear Wen Nanchuan's words. I was too concerned about Miss Yu, Wen Nanchuan replied, justifying his concern for her well-being. When Anchuan, he noticed Nian's threatening look and quickly zipped up his jacket. Wen Renlin felt confused by the two of them and returned to his seat, looking at Nian. What are you up to now? His intuition told him Nian was up to something mischievous again. What could I possibly do? Nian shrugged innocently. Really? Wen Renlin's gaze was skeptical. Miss Yu, may I ask about Miss Zhou? Xiao Muheng interjected at the right moment. Of course, Nian replied, relieved as Wen Renlin finally shifted his gaze away. Is Mu Bai close to Miss Zhou? She pondered, wondering how to explain their relationship. They argued daily, so it wasn't exactly a smooth relationship. Is it a complicated relationship? She glanced at her brother, hoping she used the right term. Wen Renlin nodded. It was indeed complicated. I see. Thank you for the information, Miss Yu, Xiao Muheng said with a smile, feeling reassured. Just call me by my name. Mr. Xiao is truly refined. His inner qualities make a strong impression. Unlike Fu Jingyi, who pretends to be cultured but is not. Okay, Nian. Xiao Muheng readily agreed. Ahem. Huo Nanchuan cleared his throat twice, reminding them not to forget him. Oh, Mayor Hua, are you sick or just having a rough time at home? Nian teased Huo Nanchuan, making Zhao Nanqi laugh. Cough. Cough cough. Huo Nanchuan actually choked on his own saliva. What was Nian saying? Not just Huo Nanchuan but Wen Renlin, who was drinking water, also choked. Brother, stay away from me. Nian moved aside in disgust. Huo Nanchuan was sitting across from her. If he wanted to cough, that was fine, but she didn't want to get splashed with saliva. You and Huo Yan are really alike, both excellent. Huo Nanchuan said weakly, feeling that one of them was enough for their family. Adding Nian into the mix would be too much. Thank you for the compliment. Nian accepted it without hesitation. She was quite satisfied with the meal, while Huo Nanchuan felt a bit uneasy. After finishing their meal, they said goodbye at the restaurant entrance. Mayor Hua, make sure to rest. You won't be seen for a month after this. With that, she left. Huo Nanchuan sighed at Xiao Muheng's teasing glance. Nanchuan sees good opportunities when they come. Xiao Muheng patted Huo Nanchuan's shoulder and left. Huo Nanchuan sighed again, got into his car, and told the driver, Xiao Wang, go home. He really hadn't taken a break in a long time. A little rest might do him good. When Nian and Wen Renlin got home, they were startled as soon as they entered the living room. What are you doing here? Nian was confused. Wasn't he with Zhou Xian and Jiang Jianian? No matter who he was with, he shouldn't be back this early. I'm waiting for you, Xiao Mu Bai said weakly, looking a bit down. What happened? Did you argue with your girlfriend? Nian sat down and teased him. He looked half dead. Something must have upset him. How did you know? Xiao Mu Bai's eyes widened. Nian was surprisingly perceptive. Did you really argue? Nian was taken aback. She was just joking. Could Jiang Jianian, with her temper, really argue with Xiao Mu Bai? When Renlin, who had originally planned to go to the study, stopped and came over to sit next to Nian. Nian gave her brother a subtle glance. He often says she is nosy, but look, he is just as curious himself. Wen Renlin pretended not to see Nian's little glance. Xiao Mu Bai nodded and then lay back down.